The ability to make money may not be the strongest ability, but must be the best ability to use. The happiness of having money is unimaginable. After buying many strength training methods, Han Xiao slowly invested his experience in training, allowing his strength to grow slowly. Time is wealth, and a lifespan of Super A has a long life. The long life gives them enough time to learn more knowledge and skills. Each Super A has a lot of exercise methods. Han Xiao's move is also a basic operation of Super A. It takes less time for him to improve his strength than other Super A, but it is still a slow life. The next day, Han Xiao took Aurora to the inner airport of the army to see off Hela, who was about to travel far away. A black reflective Harrier spacecraft docked at the dock. This is a high-end model spacecraft, which was given to Hela by Han Xiao. Below the gangway extended from the cabin door, he was standing at Hela, who had already replaced the uniform of the guard officer. Hela still had that cool face. Her long, red, curly hair that had been spread all year round was tied with a hair rope to the tail, hanging behind her, until her waist. The bangs and temples on her forehead were carefully treated, and her temperament looked much more refreshing. She was wearing a lightweight, tough, soft alloy suit that was interspersed with crimson and pitch black. The style was similar to a windbreaker. The close-fitting black-tight protective pants were against her well-proportioned and slender legs, which was a bit like leather pants. These were all equipment made by Han Xiao for her. She had a small backpack crossbody on her shoulder, which looked like a traveler. The backpack contained some medicine, mainly a large tonic made by Aurora. "Sister, when will you come back?" Aurora looked reluctant. In recent years, the two sisters have been together. She is a little uncomfortable when facing separation. "Wait for me to be Super A level." Hyla's mouth curled up with a faint curve and glanced at Han Xiao next to her. Aurora said, in disappointment, and the ending sound dragged for a long time. "How long will it take? You are my motivation. In order to come back early to see you, I will do it as soon as possible." Hela touched Aurora's head. Aurora grabbed her hair helplessly and sighed. "Oh, it's been so many years, and you still treat me as a child. In my heart, you are always a child who needs protection." Hela gently pinched Aurora's delicate face, and a hint of love appeared in her eyes. Han Xiaogan, who was standing aside, coughed and interrupted. "I equipped the spaceship with a nano-maintenance robot. There are some good mechanical equipment in the equipment box. I also put 2 mechanical bodies and some mechanical warriors in the warehouse. If you need it, please notify me and let me start it up." "Yes," Hyla responded. Unlike the withdrawn in her previous life, although she still likes to be alone, she does not reject the help of others. "Although Emmer's acts with you, since she is a training, she will not specifically protect you. Moreover, she is Super A level. Some dangers are nothing to her, but they are very fatal to you. Be careful," Han Xiao instructed. "The natural disaster level can already be used horizontally in the universe, and the world can be used, but if you want to experience it, you must deliberately go to dangerous places. There are still many such places in the universe, and there are many dangers. For example, some experimental planets where civilizations conduct biochemical experiments are full of dangers such as viruses, giant beasts, distorted organisms, etc., or hunting some powerful cosmic creatures. Even if you can't find a dangerous place, it is a way to take the initiative to challenge other strong people." Hela nodded, indicating that she knew, but she didn't think so in her heart. Only the edge of life and death can best stimulate potential. Staying in the Legion without fighting for life and death. Progress is getting slower and slower, and breaking through the threshold of Super A level is nowhere to be long ago. Emmy's may just be on a whim, but she really wants to take risks and experience it, and she has already had this idea. Han Xiao is one of the few people she trusts. Hela was relieved only when he entrusts Aurora to Han Xiao. After taking a last look at the two of them, Hela turned around decisively, walking onto the spaceship without any nostalgia. The closed hatch door obscured her back. The next moment, the spacecraft trembled, and the thruster ejected an orange-red tail flame, which quickly turned blue. The spacecraft soared, rushing out of the port along the orbit, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a transitional stream and disappeared from sight. Oh, I don't know how many years of experience I have to come back. It's super A-level. It's not that easy to achieve, do you think so? Aurora was not in a high mood and pulled Han Xiao's clothes. I think it's quite easy. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. It's my fault, I shouldn't ask you. Aurora rolled his eyes, tiptoed and patted Han Xiao on the shoulder, pretending to be old-fashioned Han Xiao's side. The teacher and sister are gone. Uncle, I'm the only one now. I don't need to be there in person for the Broken Star Ring and the Shining World. For some reasons, I will go out in a while. I'll stay in the Empire for a long time. You can go with me. It's safer. Arula hesitated. Are you saying that the Legion will encounter danger here? That's not necessarily, but some turmoil is inevitable. I know. Anywhere you go, I'll go with you. By the way, can I get a guard officer? You're too naughty, so don't. I'm stingy. Han Xiao shook his head and turned to look at the galaxy. I don't know how long it will take for Hela to come back. On the day she comes back, I will have another reliable ally. A few days later, Zodiac Corridor, Red Empire Mother Planet, Head of State Office. Many remote projections from the senior Imperial leaders gathered together and stood neatly in the room, with Terakov, Commander-in-Chief of the Exploration Army, among them. A document with the Imperial logo was being opened on the table in front of Ulan Riel, and the content was written in Imperial text, densely packed. Ulan Riel read the document quickly and quickly turned to the last page. He paused, picked up the Imperial signature pen next to his hand, and wrote down his name at the end of the document. A glimmer of light flashed on the table, and a human head composed of digital modules appeared, emitting a condensed male electronic voice. The authority of the head of Empire is confirmed. The Shining World Construction Charter is signed and effective immediately. Every advanced civilization must rely on the powerful computing power of virtual intelligence. The three cosmic civilizations have their own core main intelligence. After generations of virtual mechanics and scientists, the core main intelligence of the Red Empire records the backup memories of each Imperial head and Imperial elite in the database, plus the virtual intelligence itself, merged into a pan-civilized elite consciousness called Hero Soul. Ulan Riel put down his pen and handed the document to the secretary next to him, and slowly said, 3 days later, announced to the entire universe that the first phase of Shining the World has been successfully developed. May the Empire last forever. May the Empire last forever. Many senior officials of the Empire agreed and were uniform. This is a slogan passed down from the exploration history, and its meaning is probably the same as Tianyu XX. I notify allies participating in the development that it is time to divide the territory and officially start the construction of the 3-star clusters for the first phase of development. Ulan Riel said in a deep voice, the second phase of development will not be started until the construction is completed. The Legion Logistics Department, Han Xiao, who is supervising Nilo's learning situation, received a communication application from Terakov and immediately felt a feeling and had a premonition. Turn on the communicator, and Terakov's old face emerged. Blackstar, the head of state Ulan Riel, has signed a decree and will soon announce to the entire universe that the first phase of Shining the World has been developed. Let me specifically notify you that the territory that the senior management of the Empire decided to allocate to allies has been finalized. Finally, I have been waiting for a long time at this moment. Han Xiao was excited. Listen, you continue. The territory range is allocated according to the merits of the exploration. Most of the ally forces that are subsequently joined can only get a few star zones, at most one galaxy. The war field, the Krent Empire, and you are the earliest allies to participate in. The Empire gives you more territory. The 3-star clusters explored in the first phase are portals of the Shining World, and will basically fall into the control of the Empire and allies. A star cluster has dozens of galaxies. A galaxy doesn't seem to be many, but it is actually very large. After all, the territory of galaxy-level civilizations is just a galaxy, and some of them cannot even reach an entire galaxy. Han Xiao nodded secretly and asked, "How many are given to us?" The war field can be divided into about 2 galaxies, and because of the secret war transaction, Krenk can get 4 galaxies, and their territory is all in the Reynolds cluster. What about me? Han Xiao was curious. The Black Star Army has the best exploration results, and you have made great contributions. The head of state Ulan Riel treats you very favorably. The Empire decided to give it to you. Tarakov smiled. There are 7 galaxies. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. 7 galaxies? It is equivalent to about 10% to 20% of the Gaolu star cluster. This is just the territory I got in the first phase. This starting point alone is several times higher than any galaxy-level civilization. And Tarakov smiled and said, Ben Lunar's first head of Real did not forget his promise to you. The territory divided by others was basically allocated, and you can choose the 7 galaxies of the Black Star Army by yourself. It's not in vain to work. Han Xiao was in a good mood. So far, the Black Star Legion has no real base. The headquarters and many branches are actually located in other people's territory. They have explored that there are no more vacant spaces left in the universe. Even many desolate universe belts have their own belongs. Now, I finally have obtained my own autonomous territory. Part of the territory of the entire star cluster must be distributed to many allies. Part of it must be left to the direct control of the Empire, and part of it must be used as an open territory for other forces to compete. With layers of division, it is already extremely considerable that you can get nearly 1/5 of the star cluster territory. In Han Xiao's speculation, the Legion might be divided into 3 or 4 galaxies, which is already a huge profit. However, the Empire attached so much importance to his contribution, so he gave him 7 galaxies with a wave of his hand, totaling nearly 100 star regions, and he could choose any location. The Empire's old iron is still rich. P.S. System maintenance. The entire network of river crabs, this chapter says, and comments seem to be able to return to normal only on the 6th. The inked blue 3-dimensional star map is suspended in front of Han Xiao, showing an overview of the Gaolu star cluster, most of which are marked green, representing galaxies to choose from. Han Xiao looked at the star map with a thoughtful look, and the faint blue light of the star map shone on his face. Beside him, Tarakov's remote projection also smiled and looked at the star map. Have you decided? Of course there is, but I have a question. After the first phase of exploration, the Empire has figured out the resource distribution of each galaxy. Although you asked me to choose it yourself, the galaxies I chose are different, and your attitudes are also different. Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at him. I know what you mean. You are worried that if the galaxies you choose are strategic and resource-rich places, would the Empire have any objections, right? Tarakov shook his head and laughed. Don't worry, since the Empire is willing to give it to you, then you are not afraid that your appetite will be big, and the Empire will not be so stingy. That's good. Han Xiao did. Besides, the head of state asked me to tell you. Tarakov's eyes flashed, and his words were profound. She suggested that the galaxy you choose, the better. Because I'm a member of the pro-head of state? Han Xiao was interested. Well, this may be one of the reasons. Let me tell you some insider information. In fact, not everyone in the upper echelons of the Empire agreed to allocate 7 galaxies. Some people believe that those important areas should be controlled by the Empire and cannot be distributed to any allies. The head of Ulan Riel, who opposed the opposition, also took out the Empire's direct control areas in the Gaolu star cluster for you to choose. According to her words, since she made a promise, she should not play tricks on allies, as it would only make the hearts of allies cold. She was right. It seems that the head of state is quite taking care of me. Han Xiao nodded with a smile. The head of state suggests that you master some strategic locations. In fact, there's another meaning. She hopes that you have a greater voice and a higher status in the Empire, and indirectly suppress some discordant voices within the Empire. You know what's going on? Tarakov said. When Han Xiao heard this, he realized that he was talking about the issue of evolutionary blocks. When a super A-level ally is in a strategic cosmic treasure, this contradiction will inevitably arise, such as the former Cisco has been under pressure from the internal Zuling sect. Some people in the Empire hoped that they would take the initiative to hand over the evolutionary blocks, and Han Xiao was not unheard of. It was just that in the face of the rules of cosmic civilization to treat allies and his own achievements, the voice was very weak. It is impossible to force allies to hand over cosmic treasures. Cosmic civilizations will not do such a thing as fishing for exhausting the waters. But even so, some people in the Empire's desire for evolutionary blocks will never disappear. Ulan Riel wants to increase my voice, while another faction that covets evolutionary blocks does not want me to gain a very important position, so it will become increasingly difficult to suppress me. From another level, this is a factional dispute between the Empire. Thinking of this, Han Xiao felt helpless. He didn't want to get involved in the political struggles within the Empire, but there was no way. Any valuable thing was a bargaining chip in the eyes of these imperial factions, and super A-level allies were no exception. Others regarded him as an important bargaining chip on the poker table, so there was no way. No matter what they think, I can develop myself. Han Xiao shook his head, stretched out his finger, and clicked 7 times on the star map. I want these 7 galaxies. Terakov glanced, his eyes flashed, and he laughed. You really won't be polite. You told me not to be polite. Han Xiao frugit. He chose important galaxies of the Galu cluster. 2 of them are the gateways of 2 nearby star clusters, which belong to the strategic throat. There are also 2 galaxies that are the transportation transit areas of the Galu cluster in the future, which are very prosperous. The last 3 galaxies are located in the center of the star cluster, which are the most resourceful places and have extremely high development benefits. Okay, I will report it to the head of state. Construction will begin soon. Be prepared in advance. I'm leaving. After the words came, Terakov cut off the communication and the remote projection disappeared. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, stared at the 7 lit areas on the star map, and slowly exhaled. 7 galaxies. This is my future territory. A few days later, the Red Empire announced to the entire universe that the first phase of Shining World was successfully developed and announced the exploration results to the outside world as appropriate. There have always been countless development progress staring at the Shining World. The new star domain is not only the territory of the Red Empire, but also the wealth of the entire universe. When development is smooth, the Empire can also increase its reputation to a certain extent. This news boosted the spirit of many forces, especially many consortiums. As early as the development time, the Empire released news. The follow-up construction of the first phase will allow consortiums to invest and participate. Although there are too many people and few succulents, only large cosmic consortiums can get tickets, but this is still a stable transaction that can make a profit. Every ally is a good target for investment. The Empire's announcement lists the regional ownership rights obtained by each ally. Among them, the Black Star Legion ranked first with the territory of 7 galaxies, far surpassing the second place of Krent's 4 galaxies. The major interstellar forces looked at it, and all felt the Empire's attention to Black Stars. That's right, Black Star is still very young and growing so fast. It will be the pillar of the Empire's country's capital for hundreds or thousands of years in the next, and the Empire cannot neglect it. After the announcement was issued, the major groups that were waiting and watching finally began to take action, contacting the famous Imperial allies on the list everywhere, among which the Black Star Legion was the most popular among the consortium. For a time, countless consortiums' cooperation applications were sent to Philip. Although the 7-piece galaxy is large, there are too many consortiums staring at the Shining World. The consortium invests for profits, and there's only so much territory that it is impossible to cooperate with everyone. Han Xiao personally screens it, first eliminates some consortiums with limited strength, and then sends people to negotiate with large consortiums. This is a major project. Han Xiao asked Zaiwia to transfer civilian personnel from various departments to form various groups and different consortiums for docking and negotiation and discuss details of cooperation. The specific cooperation method is that the consortium uses cash to invest, purchase various resources and engineering equipment, and helps the investment targets build territory. Investors need to promise that after the Shining World is opened in the future, these consortiums have a wide range of operating rights or mining rights for certain planets, or convenient conditions for carrying out various businesses. So depending on the business of each consortium, the terms of cooperation are also very huge. There are countless derivative rights extended from jurisdiction. Apart from real planets, there are a lot of things that can be traded because the territory is completely governed by itself. Basically, all the transactions that civilizations can do are themselves, and they're not as burdened by the citizens, so there is no pressure. Although Han Xiao was afraid of Sorogen, the two had reached a preliminary cooperation intention before. So in the spirit of keeping the promise, he sent Sorogen a message to ask and quickly set the terms of cooperation. However, the other party's investment amount was far lower than Han Xiao's expectations, revealing a sense of poverty. It's unreasonable. The Infinite Consortium only invests such a little money, so why does it seem like it doesn't pay attention to it all? In the Legion Commander's office, Han Xiao browsed the contract terms and looked strange. Sivia, I asked you to check the whereabouts of the Infinite Consortium before. Have you achieved any results? Well, after the Infinite Consortium entered the Broken Star Ring, it divided up another team and participated in the gathering of the overlords in the warfield. If you guessed correctly, the Infinite Consortium was investing in investment targets. It only symbolically invested a little money on us, and the focus was on the warfield. Han Xiao was confused. This is strange. The territory I assigned was more than 3 times that of Heber. Sorokin's investment focus was Heber? Did Heber give him particularly generous terms? After thinking for a few seconds, Han Xiao didn't worry about this matter. He focused on this opportunity. He had a lot of choices. He didn't want to cooperate in depth. It's okay that he lacked the most at present. After dealing with the matter at hand, Han Xiao put down the communicator, opened the panel, and looked at the taskbar. Shining World. The first ring goal of the main mission is to explore the Gaolu star cluster. When the Red Empire announced the successful development of the first phase, the first ring mission will be displayed as completed and can be settled at any time. Players also have this main task, but they can only settle the settlement when the version is updated and relaunched. Han Xiao glanced at the task description. He had accumulated huge exploration points, and the task evaluation had already reached the highest level. After exploring for several years, I finally got the first link of this S+ level main task. Han Xiao muttered secretly. The mission evaluation is so high, the contribution I rewarded should be enough to redeem the last ultimate knowledge. As he said that, Han Xiao chose the settlement task. Shining World, the first ring has been completed. Your mission evaluation is S+. You have obtained 20 experience, random rewards X3, 3,000 points of Red Empire contribution, blank character card X2. Exploration Pioneer, milestone is opened. Milestone activation requirements. In the Shining World mission chain, obtain at least 3 A-level exploration evaluations. Current progress, 1/3. Milestone mission. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This kind of milestone mission will give you a unique title or a legend. Some titles are just good looking, while others have additional bonuses. Han Xiao remembers that he has a Legend Hunter milestone that has not been completed. The effect of that title is to increase damage to beast creatures, and Exploration Pioneer seems to increase dungeons and random reward explosion rates. The highest task evaluation gave 2 billion experience rewards, which is nothing to me, but for players at level 120, it is enough to upgrade many levels in a row. Under the version standards, this reward is already very generous. For example, the 20 to 30 billion experience rewards made by Han Xiao are basically reward levels that can only be achieved by playing above a level. Compared with the difficulty of Shining World itself, this reward is already very high. The second ring of Shining World also popped up, requiring that all infrastructure construction of the Black Star Legion territory be completed. This main task itself is very flexible, and the specific requirements will change according to the faction and actual situation. Han Xiao and the Legion players' Shining World mission requirements were released based on the position of the Red Empire and the Black Star Legion. The second ring is to build their own territory, and Han Xiao is not surprised by this. Unfortunately, all players have been offline and missed this link of tasks. After his thoughts were dispersed for a while, Han Xiao stopped his distracting thoughts and took a look at the camp relationship column. The most useful part of the reward was the 3,000 contribution point of the Empire. With this part, the contribution point of the Empire has exceeded 1 W2, which is enough to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge. Well, I finally have to get all the ultimate knowledge. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the field of war. After the Infinite Consortium reached a consensus on cooperation with Herbert, Loafer acted as an envoy to reside in the war field. Sorokin passed on secret instructions to her by possessing her entourage. Not long after the Empire announced the territory of allies, Loafer contacted Sorokin and expressed his shock. The Empire treats the Black Star Legion too favorably. There are 7 galaxies. Father, is it really good if we don't focus on investing in the Black Star Legion? Sorokin also frowned. He knew that the Empire valued Black Star Legion, but the Empire loved it so much, which was a bit beyond his expectations. The Black Star Army gathered more wealth and popularity than expected, which was not good for their plans. TSK, those cooperative Imperial factions, agreed to operate internally to prevent Black Star from getting a good territory. Now it seems that they have failed, allowing the Black Star Legion to have such a large space for development. Isn't this adding to the difficulty of my suppression work? This teammate is useless. Just as he was whispering in his heart, Sorgen relaxed his brows and said lightly, "Forget it. It's just the first phase of development." Although it's a bit unexpected, compared to our transactions with the 3 major civilizations, this profit is not worth mentioning. Although there's less territory in the war field, it is also valuable. We focus on investment here and do not need to go to the Black Star to compete with more consortiums. Rolfier pursed his lips and had a nod. Sorokin paused and squinted his eyes and said slowly, "The Black Star Legion has such a large territory and has gained room for development and enhanced resistance to stress, but it is not entirely a disadvantage for us. The Legion's business center shifted to the Shining World territory, so it will neglect the business of the Broken Star Ring, which will facilitate us to weaken their original business. So first, we can't shake the Black Star Legion's core business. We must start with the cooperative organizations of various industries of the Legion to help steal some business channels in the war field, cut off the Black Star Legion's tentacles to different industries, try to reduce the scale of the other party's business, and fight it back from the so-called interest consortium back to the prototype, so that Black Star cannot expand and develop comfortably." Loafer hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Father, the Black Star Legion has great prospects and its business is booming. To be honest, this method cannot shake the Black Star Legion. Of course, I know that a Super A-level force is not so easy to suppress, and the Black Star Legion's rise is difficult to curb. But because of the difficulty, those people will ask me to cooperate with me. They have to eat at a sip. As long as they are willing to cost, they can gradually erode." Sorgen shook his head and looked calm. "Besides, I am not trying to subvert the Black Star Legion, but to make Black Star feel uncomfortable. It takes a long time to take effect. Just take your time. Those guys who cooperate with me are not in a hurry, and I will not be in a hurry." While the two were plotting, on the other side of the war field, Heber was also reading the plan given to him by Loafer in the palace and nodded secretly. The plan contains the Infinite Consortium support plan for the war field. The goal is to learn from the Black Star Army in the war field to complete the power transformation. It is not only for armed employment, but also to expand the business of various industries and develop in all aspects. The channels in these industries do not need to be laid out from scratch in the war field. They're focusing on the perfect channels that Broken Star Rings that many local organizations have operated for many years and have seized them through acquisitions and other means, most of which are borne by the Infinite Consortium. Seeing the expected investment amount of the Unlimited Consortium at the bottom of the plan, Heber snorted coldly. It's really rich. The Black Star Legion has been very busy recently. Through the preliminary screening of the consortium sent people to discuss cooperation, and a large number of civilian personnel formed negotiation teams to contact different consortiums remotely. Dillard, leader of the negotiation team number 098, was leading the team members to consult with the senior management team of a large consortium, reading the other parties' cooperation requirements. Mr. Dillard, this is the third time we have modified the terms of cooperation according to your wishes. I wonder if you're satisfied. The executive of the consortium quietly looked at Dillard's face. You want at least 10 resource planets with 15 years of mining rights, the operating rights of 3 ordinary planets, and the surface transformation rights, the operation rights of 2 regional quantum network channels, and the priority sales channels for dozens of rare resources. Haha, don't you think the investment amount is not worthy of this requirement? Dillard raised his eyelids, smiling. After our calculations, the current investment amount is equivalent to our requirements. Do you want to take advantage of our Black Star Army? If you don't have sincerity, then there will be no talks. We still have many candidates, and we don't have time to waste with you. Dillard's tone sank, and he was about to end the communication. Wait. The consortium executive was surprised and hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong. We don't have such an idea. No matter where we are not satisfied, we can talk about it." Appreciating the other party's careful appearance, Dillard had no expression on his face and felt secretly proud. In the Black Star Army, he is just an ordinary civilian with limited salary. In the interstellar society, his status and assets are far inferior to the executives of various consortiums opposite him. However, these wealthy and powerful consortium executives now have to please him as a small employee, enthusiastic and walking on thin ice. Dillard has never enjoyed such treatment before. Nowadays, countless consortiums are asking for cooperation with the Black Star Legion. As the negotiator of the Black Star Legion, he firmly takes the initiative, holds power in his hands, and has confidence in his heart. If I hadn't joined the Black Star Army very early, I wouldn't have been today. I made these chables who were above the top nod and bowed to me. In order to satisfy vanity and also seek more benefits for the Legion, Dillard likes to hold on to the object of negotiation, does not make things difficult for several times, and will never let go, which is very bureaucratic. Dillard knew that this was using the name of the Black Star Army to pretend to be powerful, but he was willing to accept it. The boss is so powerful, it would be a pity that he would not show off his power. He might not have this opportunity in the future. The executives of the consortium opposite knew Dillard's actions and were so angry that they were itchy. But what was the solution? The party who wanted to cooperate was already passive. He would rather be angry than miss the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to cooperate with the Black Star Legion. Black Star Legion Headquarters, Legion Commander's Office. The finger-sized Philip projector sat on the edge of the table, swinging his legs, looking up at Han Xiao, reporting with a crisp sound. After the investigation, 45 negotiators accepted bribes during the negotiations. All fired, all cooperation agreements they negotiated were canceled and no longer cooperated with these consortiums. Han Xiao. When a legion is large, it is inevitable that someone will be selfish and use the Legion's interest to exchange for personal gain. He didn't mind the members of the Legion taking advantage of their reputation, but if someone betrayed the interests of the Legion, he would not agree. As a virtual mechanic, the entire Legion was under his surveillance, and no one could quietly receive bribes under his nose. After dealing with this trouble, Han Xiao rubbed his eyes and was about to go to the practice room to complete today's Qi training practice when the communicator suddenly vibrated. He picked up the communicator and took a look. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared on his face. The Empire finally approved my redemption application. The Imperial contribution has accumulated to more than 10,000. Han Xiao applied to the Empire for the last ultimate knowledge a few days ago. In just a few years, Black Star made so many contributions to exchange for all the ultimate knowledge, and I am afraid that the efficiency is the fastest ever. The biggest attraction of cosmic civilization to Super A-level is ultimate knowledge. Now Han Xiao has collected the ultimate knowledge of the mechanical system. The Red Empire is quite hesitant, and the approval time is much longer than before. However, there will be rewards for merits, and the Empire cannot break its promise. At this moment, Han Xiao received the last ultimate knowledge of mechanical systems sent by the Red Empire. Manipulation Branch, Super Time, and Space Theory. Super A-level magicians can shuttle through various secondary dimensions, and this ultimate knowledge of the mechanical system can also achieve similar effects. As a more sophisticated space-time technology, it can be applied in Stargate manufacturing, interstellar navigation, high-warp transition engines, new generation thrusters, and other aspects. In combat, this knowledge tends to improve the maneuverability of the machinery and is also suitable for various space devices, which can attack and defend, and are good at controlling. With this ultimate knowledge, the difficulty of the face-striking mechanic has increased by more than one level. The biggest function is to make up for the core shortcomings of the mechanic. But Han Xiao is an alien, and it would be nice if others do not face-striking others. So this ultimate knowledge has always been at the end of his redemption order. Because it is the main knowledge, there is no 3 times the punishment for learning. Each level only requires 8 potential points, which is just for completing the transfer task, knowledgeable. Learn this one, you'll get all the ultimate knowledge together, and the rest is to slowly upgrade all the knowledge levels. Han Xiao was sure in his heart and chose to learn. Ultimate knowledge of the mechanical department was detected. Super time and space theory. Do I use 8 potential points to learn? Studying. Study successfully. You have mastered the super time and space theory. You gain expertise, hyperspace thinking. You have learned all the ultimate knowledge, and your expertise, ultimate knowledge master, has increased the effect. You have learned all the professional knowledge, and you have gained the expertise, almighty mechanic. Superspace thinking. The performance of the space device is enhanced. The control effect is greatly enhanced. The control time is extended by 50%, 100%. Your domain skills are enhanced. Your space skills are enhanced. The maneuverability of any mechanical equipment plus 20%. Your mental resistance plus 40%. Ultimate Knowledge Master is enhanced. The original effect mechanical creation attribute plus 15% 25%. Mechanical affinity plus 150% 600%. New effect. All mechanical skills levels plus 1 can break through the upper limit. Almighty Mechanic. Mechanical creation attribute plus 20%. All mechanical skills levels plus 2 can break through the upper limit. You get an additional 1,500 intelligence and 500 free attribute points. Extra effect. Increase mechanical affinity for every 20 intelligence points. Extra effect 2. Passive halo. The living bodies around you get a gain effect. Intelligence plus 200. As the last piece of knowledge puzzle is filled up, the world in front of us seems to have undergone subtle changes, and the perception of space has undergone a transformation. Han Xiao looked up at the cup on the table. Various functional formulas seemed to appear on the corners of the cup. Eliminated the excess appearance, leaving only accurate lines to outline the spatial structure of the cup. Sweep around. This happened to all the items in the room, and the existence of everything in the space structure became more than one. After blinking, this perception slowly dissipated and returned to normal vision. This is the change brought by superspace thinking, which has raised my spatial perception to a new level. Han Xiao calmed down. The feeling just now seemed to maintain a perspective of multiple dimensions at the same time, both dimensional improvement and dimensional reduction. Space and space theory. It only provides one expertise, but the effect is considerable. It comprehensively enhances mobility and control skills, and also improves some mental resistance. The other 2 expertise are important expertise brought by learning all the knowledge. Generally speaking, players cannot bear the expense of all professional knowledge, and it is difficult to learn them all, but the Liver Emperor has never been an ordinary person. In the later version of his previous life, there are also mechanical players who learned all the knowledge. Han Xiao is one of them, so he is not unfamiliar with these two specialties, but this kind of liver emperor is rare. With these two expertise, my strength has been enhanced by 1 level, and I am considered a full-body senior mechanic. Han Xiao was happy and secretly estimated that the enhanced Ultimate Knowledge Master and the newly added Almighty Mechanic have enhanced myself to a level. His hard power under normal conditions has reached the level after turning on Perfect Mechanic and has stabilized at this level. The higher the mechanical affinity of oneself, the greater the increase in the total addition coefficient of mechanical expertise. As long as you get the perfect mechanism completely, you will live together. At that time, your own mechanical capabilities will be only less than that of machinery country Manison, and it will be not far behind. Now that all the professional knowledge has been obtained, the rest is upgraded knowledge. Han Xiao curled his lips. In the past life, players may have learned all the knowledge, but no one has upgraded all the knowledge to the maximum level. This is Han Xiao's goal. To achieve this, you need a huge amount of experience. The experience accumulated in this version is far from enough, so you can only continue to work hard in the next version. No one has completed this feat in his previous life, so Han Xiao didn't know if there would be additional rewards for taking all the professional knowledge points to the maximum level. In any case, there is a huge player market, and upgrading all professional knowledge to the maximum level is a path he must take, and he will definitely make a profit and not lose money. There are additional 500 free attribute points in the attribute panel. Han Xiao took a look at his own attributes. Now his intelligence has finally exceeded 10,000. Intelligence is the main attribute of a mechanic, which is related to the attributes of mechanical creation, the power of mechanical force addition, the efficiency of controlling machinery, and the output of mechanical damage. At present, there is no shortage of endurance, so he can't stand it. Han Xiao continues to add points with all wisdom. After reading the property of the big increase twice, Han Xiaoxin was satisfied and turned off the panel, gnawed 2 high concentrated nutrition sticks as celebration. Then he took a private spaceship and came to one of the satellites at the headquarters alone, found an idle large open-air training ground, opened the secondary dimension barracks, and released all the mechanical lives. After years of accumulation, Han Xiao now has more than 100,000 mechanical lives under his command, and more than a dozen apostles and weapons are lined up in front of Han Xiao. In a huge square, there were all kinds of mechanical life. I stopped playing and looked at Han Xiao in unison. The legs had kneeled on one knee, and the legs had lowered his head to show respect. The scene was grand. "Master, get up." Han Xiao raised his hand, turned his head to look at Yozu at the front, and said in a deep voice, "The time has come, and the mechanical civilization plan I mentioned can be implemented. I will not disappoint the master." The mechanical facial features on Yozu's face made a firm expression. Han Xiao raised his finger, and a virtual screen appeared in the sky, showing the star map of the Gaolu star cluster. The picture quickly enlarged and locked on one of the planets in a galaxy, located in his own territory. This planet is your new home in the future, with rich ore and metal resources. Yozu, at that time, you will stay on it with all your mechanical lives. I will ask the Legion to provide you with resource support. I only have one requirement for you. That is, expand as much as possible and expand the population. Because of the development of mechanical civilization, Han Xiao released all these mechanical lives and did not have to stay in the secondary dimension barracks for the time being. The machinery transformed by Fire Awakening is already a real living body, no longer a dead object. The body is filled with silicon-based nerve fibers, has independent thoughts, and also has the ability to reproduce. The way of reproduction of mechanical life is not ding 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 ding. The mechanical life created in this way of reproduction is equivalent to sharing the life energy of the first generation of mechanical life. The purity and basic attributes of the bloodline are naturally far inferior to the first generation of mechanical life. The first generation of mechanical life that completes reproduction will enter a period of weakness due to the huge consumption of its original source. But the advantage is that it can mass-produce newborns on a large scale, no longer requires Han Xiao to work hard to transform, and the production efficiency has increased by millions and millions of times. No matter how poor the mechanical life body is, its growth is much higher than that of mechanical warriors. This is also the original intention of developing mechanical civilization, to form a super large-scale arsenal. Manison has had a mechanical civilization that has been developed for many years as a barracks with endless troops. With these 100,000 ancestors' mechanical lives, as long as they develop for a few years, I can have a new mechanical life army. Han Xiao thought to himself. All mechanical life looked up at the virtual screen and looked at the three-dimensional projection of the planet, causing some commotion. I won't let you down. Yozu withdrew his gaze and simulated a solemn tone. Well, you recommend another person with outstanding abilities, and I will give him a quota for apostle weapons. Han Xiao smiled. The two new specialties brought him a bonus of mechanical skill level +3, which means that there are 3 more places for apostle creation, which can create new apostle weapons and let Yozu choose one of them, which is to help him consolidate his leadership position by the way. Han Xiao will not always focus on the development of mechanical civilization, so Yozu needs to manage it on his behalf. The stronger his position as a spokesperson, the smoother the development of mechanical civilization will be. When Yozu heard this, he raised his spear and turned around and said in a deep voice, "Take the sky flag, come out." Han Xiao looked along the spear and saw a tall mechanical life covered in heavy outer armor coming out, as if wearing armor. It was covered with various weapons all over its body, with 6 arms, 1 on its shoulders, 1 on its back, 1 on its waist, and a giant alloy war shield was attached to it with magnetic force like a huge black flag. He is the brave warrior who is the best at fighting among his tribe. He defeated hundreds of tribe members and took away all kinds of weapons. At the same time, he also knew how to command the army and was very outstanding. He begged the Lord to give him the qualification of apostle. Yozu said. Han Xiao looked at Zhenyanki and found that the various mechanical equipment of this guy were the spoils he had seized after defeating his opponent and installed them on him. These mechanical lives have a high growth potential. The blessing of mechanical fusion and grant allows them to transform their own hardware structures. The current functions of many mechanical lives are no longer limited to the mechanical models before awakening. You are qualified to be my apostle and use this power well. Han Xiao raised his palm, and a ball of golden mechanical light appeared in his palm, like a thundercloud. With his palms turned, this ball of mechanical force shot into Zhenyanki's body, transforming his body and creating a new apostle. Han Xiao did not go to see the transformation process of Jintian Banner, but turned to look at Yozu and said, "The rule of mechanical life is temporarily left to you, so I will help me with something first." Black Spirit Star. After the transformation of the evolution block several years ago, the Black Spirit tribe is now smarter and more agile with visual senses and gradually get used to living on the ground, no longer living in nests, and under the efficient command of the spiritual network, stone cities have been built. The largest stone city belongs to the budding tribe. In the center of the city, there's a tall stone statue, which is carved with a black star. At this moment, a metal cylinder is placed at the top of the statue, which is the evolutionary totem. The continuous radiation of evolution energy is radiating. For species with evolution space, the totem has excellent effect. The evolutionary process of the Black Spirit tribe has been condensed hundreds of times. The appearance of the Black Spirit tribe is different from the previous years. The proportion of the body of the carapace has been reduced again, and the characteristics of insects and beasts have been reduced a lot. Some Black Spirit tribes have gradually gotten rid of crawling and stood upright. Although their spines are still hunched, they have already had the prototype of an upright creature. The liberated forelimbs gradually played the role of the palm and began to learn to use tools. So far, Han Xiao has not advanced the civilization process of the Black Spirit clan, but is more about improving the quality of the Black Spirit clan itself. In his opinion, as long as the species itself is improved, it will be twice the result with half the effort to help the Black Spirit clan develop. The racial characteristic of the Black Spirit tribe is a spiritual communication network that improves communication efficiency and knowledge popularity. The racial potential is biased towards the mind, and the totem subtly enhances the spiritual power of the entire race. The Black Spirit clan has a strong reproductive ability. After more than 10 years of reproduction, several generations of newborns have been born, and the population has grown a lot. At this moment, in the center of the budding tribe, a large group of juvenile Black Spirits gathered around an adult body, and this adult body was the leader of the budding tribe. Today's leader of the budding tribe is wearing a thick animal skin robe and holding a simple scepter made of slander stone in his hand. This dress is completely different from other Black Spirits, and most of the tribesmen don't wear clothes. After being transformed by evolutionary blocks a few years ago, the Black Spirit clan gave birth to a very small number of variants, which could build a spiritual communication network alone and become a server instead of the swordstone. Therefore, these variants gained a high status in the clan and were respected as sages. The leader of the budding tribe is the most powerful mutant among them, and the spiritual network can accommodate the most individuals. At the same time, he is also the spokesperson of the Black Star God, so he's called the Great Sage by his tribe members. Great Sage, why do we worship the Black Star God? A group of young children surrounded the leaders of the budding tribe and chattered in the spiritual network. The leader of the budding tribe paused his scepter and carried out fanatical belief construction for his descendants. The Black Star God brings us the gospel of evolution and the fire of civilization. He is an omnipotent, great existence. I don't believe it. I think the Great Sage is stronger than the Black Star God. A group of young children smiled. You know nothing about power. The leader of the mechas tribe pointed to a warship floating in the sky with a scepter. Did you see that thing? That thing is called a spaceship, which brought us from a distant hometown. It depends on ourselves and cannot be returned for 10 million years. The spaceship owned by the Black Star God can cover the entire sky and tear the solid earth apart in an instant. That is the great power of the gods. Hometown? Isn't this our hometown? Alas, the hometown has been taken away long ago. If it weren't for the Black Star God taking us away, maybe we had already. The leader of the mechas tribe sighed and shook his head. At this moment, hundreds of small black dots appeared in the azure blue sky, all of which were spacecraft, slowly stopped above the budding tribe, which immediately caused a commotion among the Black Spirit tribe. Many tribe members gathered in the square and looked up at the advent of the warship. The hatch opened. Yozu flew out and landed in front of the leader of the Mengzi tribe. The Black Spirits around them scattered one after another, but they were not nervous. In their eyes, this kind of metal creature is the servant of the Black Star God. I am the chief apostle under the Lord's throne. Black Star ordered me to take you out of this planet. The leader of the budding tribe stood up and spoke with awkward words with his vocal cords that had not yet evolved. Where's the Black Star God taking us? New home. With a large amount of investment from the consortium, the Black Star Legion has sufficient funds to purchase engineering equipment and prepare for the construction of the troops. The process went very smoothly, and there were no twists and turns. After nearly a month of preparation, the Legion's construction troops finally set off officially, with manpower and resources to the construction turf of Shining World. Riki, Renard, Sivya, and Melos directed the construction work. Han Xiao was only responsible for remote supervision because he wanted to avoid the limelight in the Empire. He had left behind a blueprint for territory construction and did not need to be present in person. On the day when the construction troops of the Black Star Army set off, Han Xiao arrived at the Stargate to the Central Star Sea, with only Aurora and a group of guard officials accompanying him. On the one hand, this trip was to avoid the limelight. On the other hand, Han Xiao also planned to visit various super A-level allies of the Empire. After all, he would have to deal with them for many years in the future, which would make him closer. At the same time, he was also preparing to meet all the famous empires in his memory with future names. The version has been updated for decades, and the middle-level power of the Empire will be updated and iterated. It is still a long time for cooperation with the Empire, so you should look at it longer. For the sake of the future, we need to make friends with future powerful figures in advance and make a long-term layout for the future discourse power. After glanced at Fording and others, Han Xiao turned his head to look at Aurora in the driver's seat and nodded. Let's go. Aurora heard this, and his fingers swung on the control screen. The spacecraft moved with it and slowly drove into the Stargate. At the same time, Emmy's and Hella's cars also came to the Stargate on the edge of the Broken Star Ring. Looking back at the direction of the Broken Star Ring, Hella was in a complicated mood. She had a premonition that she might not be back in a long time. Super A-level. At this time, a slender palm pressed on her shoulder. Hella looked up and saw Emmer smile gently at her. Let's go. I understand. Hella put away his distracting thoughts, pushed the joystick, and the spacecraft disappeared into the Stargate vortex. Shining the world, Purple River Galaxy. This is one of the 7 territories of the Black Star Legion. It is located on the edge of the Galu star cluster and is an important gateway to enter the star cluster. At this time, a huge Black Star Legion fleet slowly sailed out from the entry stargate of the Xi Galaxy, which was a construction force led by Melos himself. Next to the Stargate station, there were a large number of Black Star Legion spacecraft waiting for Melos to arrive and came up one after another. The two teams merged. This was the first phase of exploration fleet. After the exploration was completed, tens of millions of exploration fleets gathered in 7 territories to act as construction personnel, waiting for the command of the senior management. In the main ship conference room, Melos was having a remote projection meeting with senior cadres, such as Sivya and Loki, to discuss construction plans. Zai, Changzhou, Ponsel, Orlando, Fenrir, Sagoma, and Edney. These 7 galaxies belong to our Black Star Army. We first improve infrastructure construction, then carefully carve it, and slowly transform the galaxy. Melos looked serious. Although he likes to be lazy, he is still very serious about the tasks assigned by Han Xiao. Zaiwia nodded. First, establish a Stargate transportation network of 7 galaxies to connect them into a whole to facilitate fleet communication. During the exploration period, the transportation network has already taken shape. Well, this is very convenient. Then, install the Legion's own warning device and space monitoring device, and lay a large-scale quantum network base station to turn the 7 galaxies into the intelligent jurisdiction of the Legion. When the Black Star Legion takes over the 7 galaxies, it needs to establish its own infrastructure and make it a solid piece of iron. Originally, these Stargate stations were guarded by the Emperor's team, but now they're all controlled by us, so we need to leave some guard troops behind. In terms of planet transformation, the Legion base and resource mining base are the main ones. Interstellar cities and transit stations will not come in handy until the star domain is opened, and construction can be delayed. The blueprint of the Legion commander said that the Sagoma Galaxy in the Central Star Cluster will be the logistics base of the Legion in Shining World, where it also needs to be renovated, and a large number of barracks, military factories, and airports are built. The 7 galaxies have a large range, and the construction work is very heavy. Han Xiao gave a blueprint, and the specific action plan needs to be formulated by Melos, Sawiya, and other leaders. When everyone discussed, Loki implemented his always-off style, did not care at all, and acted as a mascot. A plan was soon discussed. Under the command of Melos, the construction troops began to work in an orderly manner, building Stargate channels and laying various devices. The facilities left during the exploration period can be used, saving a lot of resources. At the same time, other Imperial allies, such as the Warfield and Krent, also began to build their own territory, and the entire Shining World entered the construction state. The new star field is a long-term project, and it takes many years to transform into the prosperous appearance of the explored universe. The 7 galaxies are all rich areas and important areas in their previous lives. Han Xiao transformed it based on his memory and expected to take decades to officially complete the blueprint. The The next exploration plan of the Red Empire will not be so long. It is estimated that when the prototype of the two galaxies is completed, the second phase of exploration will begin. Just as the construction troops are in full swing, the mechanical life and the Black Spirit clan also came to the new home planet designated by Han Xiao respectively. The Sagoma Galaxy is the central area of the Gaolu star cluster, with rich resources bordering the other two territories, Edney and Orlando, with a vast area. The Apostle is a resource planet of the galaxy, named by Han Xiao, and is gray overall, with rich mineral veins and metal resources. Although it is not a livable planet in the conventional sense, it is suitable for mechanical life survival. Dozens of spacecraft slowly landed on a gray wasteland. Yozu took 100,000 mechanical lives and walked off the spaceship. The undulating wasteland extended to the end of the horizon. There was no green in his sight, only endless gray rocks and flying sand. This will be our home in the future. Yozu paused his spear with a leader temperament and directed everyone to build a city immediately. If it were a normal creature, if it was to build a civilization from scratch on this desolate planet, there would be a stubborn feeling in his heart. But for mechanical life, this emotion did not exist, and their mentality was more similar to that of colonists. With the engineering equipment provided by the Black Star Army, coupled with its own talent, mechanical life built a city at a rapid speed. Looking down from a high altitude, a metal area appeared on the surface and gradually spread, and a mechanical city rose from the ground. The first thing to be built was a large number of arsenals. With sufficient raw materials, mechanical primary bodies were assembled. Some mechanical life consumed their own life energy, synthesized their respective fire gene codes, and hatched the second generation of mechanical life. The violent soldier was the strength of the mechanical race. At the same time, mechanical life detected the distribution of underground or veins, used engineering equipment to build excavation wells, fully mechanized mining resources, rumbling to dig stones, and send materials to the warehouse continuously. Without enemies, the construction efficiency of mechanical life is terrible. The Apostle Star quickly transformed under the actions of mechanical life, such as Yozu. On the other hand, the Black Spirit clan also came to the new home of the new Black Spirit clan located in the Edney Galaxy. This planet is different from the desolate Apostle Star. This is a livable planet, with vast vegetation and lush forests, and there are many indigenous beasts with gentle temperament. The migratory fleet landed on a fertile plain, and the Black Spirit clan rushed off the spacecraft, and the evolved green eyes looked around curiously. Is this our new home? It seems to be more beautiful. A spaceship shot out a traction beam and placed the Black Star statue on the plain. It was impossible to move the Black Star City, but a landmark building could still be moved. For the Black Star clan, the Black Star statue is a landmark building, and its function is similar to the miracle. As the saying goes, the wonders can prosper the country, and the city can be ignored, but the statue cannot be taken without it. Han Xiao needs the Black Star clan to develop in the decades of the version update, and can only interfere in the civilization process of the Black Star clan. These spaceships transporting the Black Star clan are also equipped with many equipment, and will not leave, but stay to help the Black Star clan build a home. There are also a group of permanent Legion members on the ship. Under the view of the Black Star clan, a Legion personnel handed a communicator to the leader of the budding tribe. This stores the knowledge given to you by the Black Star God, and you can learn it to transform your tribe. The leader of the budding tribe carefully opened the communicator, and a list popped up on the screen, full of scientific and technological information. This is a science and technology tree tailored by Han Xiao based on the racial characteristics of the Black Spirit clan, with everything from basic disciplines to high-end disciplines. A whole system of science and technology tree can be planned to ensure that the development direction of the Black Spirit clan does not go off. With the efficient communication of the spiritual network, all the Black Spirit clans soon knew about this and worshipped the Black Star statue in unison. Thank you for the gift of the Black Star God. The leader of the budding tribe was very excited. This emotion spread to all tribe members, and his beliefs became even more fanatical. The Black Star God has brought down sacred knowledge, which has historical significance for the entire tribe, to change fate. This scene in front of him is forever engraved in the inheritance memory of the Black Spirit. Although mechanical life and the Black Spirit, although there are different forms, some places have the same characteristics. For example, both have the ability to think similar to beehives. One is the spiritual network, and the other is the quantum network, which can highly condense the productivity of the tribe. All races with this characteristic have unparalleled development potential. The Black Spirit is similar to the Zerg to a certain extent. As long as you get on the right track, you can enter the fast lane of civilization development. Mechanical life is even more powerful. It has a very high level of technology at the beginning. What is lacking is only land and population. Both have extremely strong expansion. Han Xiao had high hopes for these two, and specially placed them in different galaxies in the hope of giving them sufficient development space. Speaking of which, after the development of both, they could be treated as natural disasters. If the player's fourth natural disaster is added, he occupied 3 of the 4 natural disasters. Like other allies, the Black Star Legion also focused on the Shining World, invested a lot of manpower and material resources, and worked hard. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the Shining World involved most of the Black Star Legion's energy, the Infinite Consortium finally took action against the Black Star Legion's interest network in the Broken Star Ring headquarters. This chapter says that the coach has finally recovered. I want to copy the book review. Zvyzdechka. Colin Group is a local enterprise with a Broken Star Ring. It lives on more than a dozen businesses, such as resource mining, logistics transportation, and processing materials production. It is quite famous. Although it does not reach the level of a large consortium, it is also an interstellar-level enterprise listed in this star field. It has cooperative relationships with multiple galaxy-level civilizations and a large number of planet civilizations. Its annual turnover is very considerable. At the same time, this group is also a collaborator of the Black Star Army, providing business channels for the Army. These commercial groups cooperate with the Black Star Legion, on the one hand, to evolve the quota of blocks, and, on the other hand, they are attracted by the Black Star Legion's influence in the local area. With the title of a partner of the Black Star Legion, they can bring many conveniences to their own group's business. For example, many local civilizations are Legion partners. Both sides have the same background and are more psychologically like friends on the same boat. So they will take care of them more or less, and commercial organizations that do not cooperate with the Legion will lose money and it will become increasingly difficult to get orders. As a result, the concept of a consortium of interest will be established. Many commercial organizations are unwilling to fall behind and will cooperate with the Legion. This is the prototype of the Black Star Legion's interest network that has been operating in the Broken Star Ring for several years. The Colin Group is the first group of companies to cooperate with the Black Star Army. Its performance has been booming, and its prospects have been broad in recent years. However, at this moment, in the conference room of the Colin Group headquarters, all the senior executives and shareholders gathered together, and most of them were frowning on their faces, and the atmosphere was solemn. The current leader of the group, Colin Duller, sat in the first place, with a bad look on his face and a depressing tone. The Hebrew civilization and the Cedro civilization terminated their cooperation with us, not only recovered the planet mining rights we purchased, but also canceled the long-term order for material supply. I was negotiating with the Viathers before. If I could get the order from the Viathers, the group would get a new business area. The negotiations had come to an end, but I didn't expect that the Viathers suddenly overturned the previous terms and cooperated with others. Our current situation was very bad. A senior executive sighed. Yes, many heads of civilization departments who originally cooperated with us have now cut off contact. This is not a normal situation. There must be competitors behind it. I know who it is. Colin snorted coldly and said angrily, "Some time ago, the Infinite Consortium contacted me and expressed that I wanted to acquire the Colin Group, but I refused. The group's movements were all caused by them recently." What, this is the case? Why don't I know that the Infinite Consortium contacted us? Many people were surprised and only realized the situation. Some senior executives were silent and watched coldly. Obviously, they had already known it. Colin was angry. I've inquired about it. Infinite Consortium has been acquiring the Broken Star Ring companies for this period, and the groups that did not agree were more or less oppressed. I heard that because of the development of the Shining World, Infinite Consortium decided to enter the Broken Star Ring on a large scale. They were preparing to invest and build factories on a large scale in Hebrew civilization and Side Road civilization. It must have reached some transaction behind the scenes that the two terminated their cooperation with us. The opponent who intercepted the order of the Visser people was a company acquired by Infinite Consortium during this period, and everything was related to them. At this time, the second largest shareholder of the group, who was not in dealing with Colin, sneered. Not only that, several other important cooperative companies have also stopped their business dealings with us. Several civilizations no longer approve our loans. Dozens of middle-level backbones were poached, resigned, leaving a job gap. Now the group's operation has problems. Until now, our business has shrunk by more than 30%, and the group stock price has plummeted. I said a long time ago that the Infinite Consortium should not be rejected. It is one of the largest consortiums in the universe. There is nothing wrong with becoming their sub-brand. Hearing this, Colin's face turned ashen. He also knows that the influence, financial resources, and brand effects of the Infinite Consortium are not comparable to that of them. If they can cooperate with the Infinite Consortium, some partners will not hesitate to abandon their local company, just because the Infinite Consortium can bring greater benefits. The more Colin thought about it, he became more and more angry. He pounded the table with a thump. The black bulge on his hand left a shallow pit on the table, gritting his teeth. Don't even think about it. Colin Group is my hard work. I will not agree to the acquisition requirements of the Infinite Consortium. Then how do you solve the current problem? If there is no way, the group will go bankrupt sooner or later. Everyone here is shareholders. If you want to lose the entire group in anger, you have to ask us first. The second shareholder looked sarcastic. Colin frowned, was silent for a while before shook his head. I have no choice for the time being. The second shareholder stood up, took out a document, slapped it on the table, and sneered, since there is nothing I can do, then signed the share acquisition book. Colin's face changed, and he stared at the second shareholder. The Infinite Consortium has bribed you? Borrow? I'm just considering the future of the group. The second shareholder sneered, then looked around at the top leaders who were shocked or calm, and gave a wink. Another major shareholder understood it, and stood up and persuaded. Colin, let's agree to the Infinite Consortium. It's difficult for us to compete with the cosmic-level large consortium. Moreover, the acquisition price is also very good. Maybe after joining the Infinite Consortium, our business can further develop with their support. This is like a signal, and many senior executives here advise them. You. Colin widened his eyes in shock. He didn't understand. These senior officials who spoke had basically been bribed by the Infinite Consortium. The shares of these people combined were enough to kick him out. Before we knew it, the decision-making level has been penetrated like this. The remaining senior executives were also moved and stared at Colin with hopeful eyes. Colin looked gloomy and gritted his teeth. If I don't agree, are you going to put me in vain? The second shareholder said lightly, it depends on whether the decision you made is rational. If your decision will lead the group into the abyss, we have to save ourselves. Colin stared at the acquisition book on the table, gritted his teeth, measured it for a long time, and did not say a word. He grabbed the acquisition book and browsed it carefully. Finally, he had a gloomy face and signed the agreement silently. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. At this time, a burst of applause suddenly sounded, the door opened, and a man walked in while applauding, with a confident smile on his lips. A wise choice. Colin frowned and looked at it. Before he could ask questions, the second shareholder took the lead in introducing it. This is the senior executive of the Infinite Consortium, Mr. Maddock. Oh, it turns out that it was the one you bought me. Colin said with sarcasm. Don't be so hostile to me. In the future, the Colin Group will be a company under the consortium, and we are all colleagues. Maddox chuckled and waved his hand. I'm here to tell you, the original decision-making structure will not change on a large scale, and you are still the backbone of the group's top leaders. Everyone looked different and didn't say anything. Some people were glad, while some people didn't agree. Maddox glanced and said lightly, however, the business direction needs to be adjusted. I need you to immediately terminate your cooperation with the Black Star Army. Why? Colin was puzzled. Acquisition is acquired. What does this have to do with the Black Star Army? Why abandon such a good partner? Haha, our Infinite Consortium has signed a cooperation and development agreement with the Warfield. The Warfield is ready to follow the Black Star Army and build its own interest consortium. So many organizations need to join. Every company we acquired must switch to the Warfield to provide them with their own channels and expand their business. Maddox smiled indifferently. Colin frowned. Suddenly his expression changed, and a hint of shock and doubt flashed in his eyes. He also attended the Black Star gathering some time ago and met Sorokin, but Sorokin invested in the Warfield and in turn dealt with the collaborators of the Black Star Legion. As a native of the Broken Star Ring, thinking of all this, a bold guess emerged in Colin's mind. No, the Infinite Consortium is not simply trying to enter the Broken Star Ring. On the surface, it is acquiring our companies, but the target they really want to deal with may be the Black Star Legion. We may just be chess pieces involved in the storm. The Colin Group is just one example. During this period, many local companies in the Broken Star Ring have been acquired or controlled. Some companies are directly subdued by the money ability and are happy to join the Infinite Consortium. The senior management withdrew happily with the money. And for companies that do not agree, Infinite Consortium also has many methods. For example, in response to the conflicts and differentiation of the decision-making level, the integration of small shareholders to overthrow major shareholders, conduct malicious acquisitions, or bribery of some important backbone personnel, or win over civilization through investment and building factories, indirectly hinder the business of some companies, and use the consortium's own high-quality products to directly seize market share. The production technology and product quality of the Infinite Consortium are higher, and the iron supporters who have their own brand effect in the entire universe, or directly use financial operations to deal with listed companies, etc. Infinite Consortium has rich experience and has dozens of sets of combined punches. After one round, many companies can't hold on. Even if you're determined to compromise, you will sooner or later be suppressed and will suffer even more losses when you are acquired. The Infinite Consortium cannot directly shake a behemoth of the Black Star Legion and can only gradually erode. For some small and medium-sized enterprises in the star domain, this kind of cosmic top consortium that crosses the star domain is a giant crocodile that cannot be compared with and is not an opponent of the same dimension. These local companies are rich, but the Infinite Consortium are particularly rich. Under such operation, the Infinite Consortium, which has been brewing for several months, has acquired many business channels at once by acquiring many local companies, and has strongly inserted into the Broken Star Ring market, gaining a foothold and attracting widespread attention and vigilance. At the same time, the Warfield and the Infinite Consortium issued an announcement together, publicly announcing the joint development of the two companies. The Warfield stated that they would expand their business and transform their power, and aim to become a diversified interest consortium organization. Although it was not stated clearly, everyone in the Shattered Star Rings knew that the target of this move in the Warfield was the Black Star Legion. The Infinite Consortium and the Warfield have been in-depth cooperation. At the Legion headquarters, Chief Affairs Office, Suia looked at the report in her hand, and her face showed a solemn look. His Excellency Chief Affairs Officer, this is to seize our business in the field of war. There has been a conflict of interest on both sides. Those organizations acquired by the Infinite Consortium have terminated their cooperation with us and switched to join the field of war. The secretary next to him shook his head and said, with a little worried tone, they don't want the quota for evolution blocks. Sivia frowned. I don't know either, but these acquired organizations are all private organizations, and their demand for evolutionary blocks may not be that great. Upon hearing this, Sivia nodded. Indeed, those private organizations are different from civilizations. Even if they need evolutionary quotas, they have basically bought them in recent years. The main purpose of staying to cooperate is to benefit the influence of the consortium. Now, they have been acquired and can only act according to the wishes of the infinite consortium. Normal business competition competes with power, financial resources, and influence and cannot be put into force. Moreover, the warfield itself is also a force with an average level and is also an ally of the empire. The infinite consortium uses it as a shield, which is very difficult to deal with. The teacher is right. Infinite consortium is indeed not in good faith. Sivia snorted secretly and read the report carefully. Although the infinite consortium has great energy, it is impossible to fight against all enterprises in the entire star field with its own strength. Needless to say, those civilized forces cannot give up the cooperation of evolution blocks. Infinite consortium can only start with private organizations, and acquisitions also cost money. Larger organizations have not been targeted for the time being. Infinite consortium is a very strong crossing river dragon, but no matter how strong it has limited energy. It is currently only dealing with a small number of companies and has gained a foothold in the star domain market. Even if you want to acquire more organizations, you have to do it step by step. So far, although the Black Star Army has lost some business channels, it is far from being damaged. Only the peripheral businesses have been affected, and core businesses such as evolution blocks, Shining World Development, and resource planet mining are still as stable as Loki. But this trend has to be wary of. It is a trouble for the infinite consortium to invest in the war field. If the war field rises and is enough to compete with the Black Star Legion, the number of collaborators of the Legion will decrease, and the size of the Legion will shrink accordingly. This will restrict the development speed of the Legion and affect the blueprint set by the Legion commander with serious consequences. Thinking of this, Sivia looked serious and took out the communicator. I have to notify the teacher right away. At the same time, Central Star C, within the Empire, a small fleet with unmarked warships docked above a huge blue planet, one of the famous interstellar cities within the Red Empire, with a prosperous economy and a large population. This fleet came from the branch of the Black Star Legion in the Constellation Corridor. Because this time he had to stay in the Empire for a long time, Han Xiao dispatched the local Legion fleet as soon as he arrived at the Central Star Sea, mainly to use the fleet's mechanical factory so that he could produce machinery at any time on the way. The Red Empire knew that Han Xiao had come to the Central Star Sea, and this trip was just to avoid the limelight, so he did not need to go to the Red Ring Star to report. Except for the military confidential areas, he could run around the Empire at will, and the Empire's senior officials would not care about his whereabouts. While practicing the exercise method of strength, Han Xiao searched for the future famous figures in his memory in the Empire. He came to this interstellar city to visit one person. Advanced civilizations attach importance to the education of future generations. Many important colonial stars in the Empire have official colleges of the Empire, which are basically first-class higher education institutions in the universe and have the best educational resources. The enrollment seasons of major imperial colleges are major events that are highly concerned by the entire civilization. Among them, the Superpower Academy is an institution that more than 90% of interstellar citizens yearn for. The superpower and the ordinary people are two different classes, and they seem to be in different worlds. Every ordinary person wants to master extraordinary power. Mortals without talent will transfer this yearning to their descendants. The 16th Imperial Comprehensive Superpower Academy, the first-class institution of the Empire, is a famous facility on this planet. Han Xiao's goal for this trip is this academy. In his memory, a future Imperial Direct Division will graduate from this academy. According to comparison of previous lives, this direct super A-level direct student was recruited into this academy between 709 and 712 in Xinghaley, which was the early stage of the 3.0 to 4.0 version update. That is now. Because the fleet was not marked, Han Xiao's arrival did not cause a sensation on the planet. He only informed the senior management of the academy. The principal immediately put down all the affairs at hand and came out to greet the great figures of the empire in person. At this moment, in one of the campuses of the 16th Imperial Comprehensive Superman Academy, Han Xiao took Orla on the boulevard, his face in virtual disguise, and others could not observe the real identity. The principal followed the side and accompanied the two to visit the academy. Artificially planted trees blocked the artificial sun in the sky. The sunlight passing through the tumblings was cut into pieces of golden debris. There was a small stream next to the road. Several young students of lower grades jumped around the water, experimenting with extraordinary power novelly. On the meadow, not far away, students of the opposite sex of different races were flirting with each other. Occasionally, a few students who were rushing to class with books and rushing to the class with airplanes. The atmosphere was filled with the breath of youth. It's so good. Looking at this scene, Aurora's eyes showed traces of yearning and envy. Her childhood was like hell, and she had never experienced this normal growth process. The life of a normal person is far away from me. Han Xiao took a look and suddenly felt a little sad. Looking down, Aurora's side face seemed to reflect the morning light, and her long eyelashes were shaking gently. Because of her supernatural powers, her temperament seemed pure and sacred. His Excellency Blackstar, there is the teaching area of the martial arts department in front of it. At this time, the principal's voice sounded in his ears. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze from Oruo and looked forward. There were a continuous large building complex with spherical gravity, training spaces visible to the naked eye floating in the air. Many martial arts students were practicing. The three of them walked around the teaching area for a while and came outside a classroom. A new class of martial arts students were taking cultural classes. Han Xiao looked inside through the window, focusing on an inconspicuous male student of the universe in the middle. This ordinary and slightly honest face was very familiar to him. Carlot, the later version of the Empire Direct Super A level, took over his position after the Dark Emperor Claudi died in battle, and his strength also reached the peak of the Super A level. The memories of his previous life flashed through his mind, and an inexplicable look flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Seeing Han Xiao stopping and leaving, the principal was a little confused. He looked at Carlot together and stared at Carlot and hesitated. His Excellency Blackstar, do you know this freshman? Han Xiao shook his head. I think he has potential. Upon hearing this, the principal looked carefully for a while, but he still couldn't see any special things about Carlot. He felt a little disapproving, but he had to pay attention to the opinions of Super Level A. He took out the communicator to secretly check Carlot's files, but found that the freshman had not yet awakened his super energy genes, and his physical fitness test scores were also the last in the same class. Most of the freshmen in the Superpower Academy are ordinary people. The college conducts tests to select the good seedlings and conducts education. It takes 1.5 years to reach the limit. During this period, if you cannot awaken your superpowers, you will be asked to withdraw. I hope to talk to him later, said Han Xiao. Okay. The principal hesitated for a moment and agreed. Han Xiao casually came to an empty classroom. After waiting for a while, the bell rang and the outside became noisy. At this time, the classroom door opened and the principal walked in with Carlot. Sit down. Han Xiao smiled. Why do you want to look for me? I did not make any mistakes. Carlot stood blankly with a cramped look on his face, and his speech was a little clumsy. His family is an ordinary person who does small businesses. Because his parents hope that he will become a Superman and get the social welfare benefits unique to the Superman, he asked him to take the Superman Academy. Carlot has been honest since childhood and has no opinion, so he took the admissions exam in a daze and was lucky enough to pass the test. The family was ecstatic, so he cherished the quota of students. As a freshman who has never been in contact with the superpower world, Carlot has only met the principal once at the opening ceremony, but today the principal comes to find him, which makes Carlot feel uneasy and thinks he has violated some school rules. Haha, you did not make any mistakes, I just wanted to see you. Han Xiao laughed when he heard this. Carlot then breathed a sigh of relief, stared at Han Xiao's strange face, and said curiously, "You? Who are you? I don't know you. Why do you want to see me?" "Well, I am Blackstar. You may have heard of my name. I am a Super A-level ally of the Red Empire. I think you have potential. Are you willing to join the Blackstar Legion?" Han Xiao smiled slightly. Although this trip was a famous strong man to visit the future, Carlot's identity is too low now, and it is not in line with his identity to win over and make friends. If he could poach the potential stocks, Han Xiao would not be stingy with the hoe. Seeing this, the principal began to doubt his vision again. It was impolite to poach people in person, but he did not dare to have an attack. He was more surprised that Carlot had outstanding features, which was worthy of Blackstar's personal advice. "What is the Blackstar Legion?" Carlot's eyes widened, with a puzzled look. He had never paid attention to interstellar events at all, so he knew what the head of the Empire was named, and he didn't know anything else. Han Xiao twitched his lips and gave a wink at Aurora. Aurora had to explain patiently. Carlot still had a slight understanding. "So you are mercenaries?" "You think so?" Han Xiao was helpless. "If you join the Legion, you can get better teaching and more benefits." Before Han Xiao finished speaking, Carlot shook his head like a rattle. "I won't go. Dad, just let me become a Superman to improve the life at home. He doesn't allow me to go out to fight and kill. If he knows, I will definitely be beaten." Hearing this, Han Xiao was a little amused and crying, and this reason was fresh to him. There are indeed many people in the universe who only seek the welfare and treatment of superpowers. However, with the strength, his mentality will change on his own. Carlot can understand that. In his previous life, Carlot himself was a late-stage hero-like protagonist of the guoxia style. He was honest, a little clumsy, and grew up very slowly, but he stood at the peak of his strength in the last step. At his peak, he would not breathe if he beat him to death with ordinary Super A level. After graduating from the official Super Academic Academy, the military and some government departments will come to recruit. If you don't choose to further your studies or join the army, you'll graduate normally. Only then did Carlot have his own opinions at that time. For the first time, he chose to join the army against his family's wishes, which started his own legendary career. Now Carlot is just an innocent child in Han Xiao's eyes. Every Super A level is unique. If Carlot rashly changes his experience, he may grow up like he did in his previous life. After all, guys like Carlot do not have the potential to base their powers like Hela. Seeing that everyone was not talking, Carlot scratched his head and asked hesitantly, "If it's okay, then I'll leave?" "Okay." Han Xiao put away his thoughts, smiled and nodded, and decided not to attack Carlot for the time being, and there is no value to dig yet. However, he also indirectly helped Carlot. As his identity, he expressed his importance to a student, and the principal would definitely try to focus on training. He could stay here for a while and get in touch with him more, and find ways to make Carlot owe him favors and form a closer relationship. Watching Carlot leave, Han Xiao also said goodbye to the principal for a while and returned to the spacecraft in outer space. As soon as he entered the cabin, Han Xiao's communicator rang out. It was a communication sent by Sawiya. "Teacher, there is something wrong with the Infinite Consortium." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. "Tell me in detail." Sawiya quickly said the Infinite Consortium's movements in the Broken Star Rings. Han Xiao frowned, and the scene of communicating with Sorokin flashed in his mind, and he suddenly realized in his heart. It is fake to enter the Broken Star Ring, but it is true to deal with me. "Teacher, you mean?" Han Xiao pondered. "The Infinite Consortium is just conducting commercial activities on the surface, but in fact it is supporting the war field as our competitor and directly limiting our development. I have been waiting for the pressure brought by the evolutionary totem. It turns out that it is this form. Someone must be instructed behind the Infinite Consortium, which is 80% related to the glory and the void spirit. He has always been sensitive, and the current situation has made him suddenly enlightened and guessed the whole story. Then what should we do? This method cannot be resolved." Sawiya's face was solemn. Han Xiao was a little embarrassed and had specialized in his skills. In terms of business activities, the Infinite Consortium was a dominant existence. The Legion's core business is not affected, but it cannot stop Sorokin from a targeted acquisition of Legion's partners, and this will also lead to a negative effect. In order not to be targeted by the Unlimited Consortium, some corporate partners may take the initiative to terminate the cooperative relationship and make less money to exchange for their own safety. This is a dignified strategy of attacking the enemy with one's own strengths. Well, the Infinite Consortium is a whole. If you want to compete with it, you must turn the dispersed capital into a whole. We are not completely unhealthy. Only with external pressure can internal cohesion be facilitated. Maybe we can take this opportunity to turn some collaborators into iron rods. You notify them and try to encourage them to unite and form existences like Chamber of Commerce alliances, watch over and help each other, so as to resist the malicious acquisition of the Infinite Consortium. This method is not bad. So we thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Oh, this cannot be resolved by the Infinite Consortium. It's just a stop-loss. A cold light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. After a while, I'll let the mechanical body left in the headquarters go to the war field and find Herbert. Dalk. After discussing the countermeasures, Han Xiao hung up the communication and his face quickly calmed down. Sorokin's move was to remove the fire from the bottom of the pot. When the Black Star Legion got the opportunity to develop rapidly in the world, it was to deliberately drag the Legion down and prevent itself from developing with peace of mind. The plan of the Interest Consortium has been in progress for several years and finally came into being. Sorokin wants to destroy the achievements of the Legion in the past few years. On the surface, under the banner of commercial activities and taking advantage of the shell of the war field, the Empire had no position to intervene, making it impossible to fight itself and could not solve it with force. Although Sorokin's methods cannot shake the core of the Legion, they are very sinister and disgusting, and what they kill is the future of the Legion. He originally wanted to contact Sorokin for a question, but then he gave up this idea. With Sorokin's cunning temperament, he must have tried every means to evade him and use normal business activities as an excuse. If others do this, then they are not afraid of being dissatisfied. Since Sorokin's reaction, Han Xiao was too lazy to call and be angry. Herbert agreed to cooperate, and most of the idea of taking the opportunity to develop his power. He didn't mind attacking me. When I advanced at level 300, I would go and chat with him for a good time. Han Xiao clenched his fists with a calm face. I can't deal with Sorokin, but it's still okay to ask Herbert for trouble in the past. Isn't Xiao Baba very good at face? He thinks this wave of transactions is very profitable, so don't blame me for cutting off your prestige. Broken Star Rings, Warfield. This is the case. In a short period of time, we have obtained a large number of business channels. Conservatively estimated that our revenue this year will more than double. In the palace, Chowda was excitedly reading the report. A tall and burly figure stood by the window. The galaxy reflected in Herbert's pupils and was covered in deep emotions, listening to the report silently. Chowda continued to read. The Black Star Army completed its power transformation a few years ago, and its business diversified, but we did not have an evolutionary block. Although we had the support of Krent, the power transformation was very slow. It has been limited by the nature of the war-employed organization. 70 or 80% of the funds rely on various armed hirings. The high military maintenance fee dragged down the capital flow. Now we have joined forces with the Infinite Consortium. They have played a great help in the power transformation. We have gradually taken shape. The Black Star Army and the Warfield are both Super A-level forces in this star field, and their business directions are different. Under the leadership of Han Xiao, the Black Star Army has completed the transformation from armed organizations to diversified organizations with the help of evolutionary blocks. It has both force and financial resources. When you hear the name of the Warfield, you can tell that it is a model of military militancy. The channels for monetizing influence are quite single, which has always been a problem that plagues the Warfield. The help of the Infinite Consortium has relieved Herbert's heart. As long as it develops according to this trend, The war field will no longer be a group of reckless men who only like to fight and can truly compete with the Black Star Legion as the leader of the Broken Star Ring private organization. Good job. Herbert turned around and spoke lightly. Jode hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but wonder, His Excellency Baz, what agreement did you make with the Infinite Consortium? Why do they spare no effort to help? It's just mutual benefit. Herbert glanced at him. They want to enter the Broken Star Ring and use our influence to better enter the local market. Humph! Although they are targeting partners of the Black Star Legion, we are also super A-level forces. Joining us will not ruin these companies. These are superficial reasons, and Heber does not intend to tell his subordinates about the deep-seated transactions. Chowda's eyes rolled, and Heber didn't say it clearly, but he vaguely guessed that the reason was not that simple. The Infinite Consortium did not seek Black Star cooperation, but instead settled for them in the second place, which obviously meant to target Black Star Legion. The possibility behind it was a cold sweat just by thinking about it. Chowda didn't dare to continue asking questions. He wanted to live until the day he had a grandson. Jod wiped his sweat and exited the room. Only Heber was left in the room. He looked out the window again, and after a long time, a curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. Helbert was holding his expression in front of his hands, and he seemed to be calm, but in fact Hebrew was very happy. He doesn't care whether the Infinite Consortium can succeed, as long as he can take the opportunity to develop. The losses suffered by the Black Star Legion are not within his consideration. Both sides are allies of the Empire, but they have always been competitors. He wishes the Black Star Legion would lose more. On the other side, Carlot, who refused Han Xiao's recruitment, returned to the martial arts department's freshman dormitory absent-mindedly. Several roommates immediately surrounded him with curious expressions. Hey, what did the principal ask you for just now? Carlot is quite honest and has the lowest grades, so he is very popular. When get out of class just ended, several roommates saw the principal coming to find Carlot and thought he had done something strange, and they were all a little concerned at this time. Carlot scratched his head. I didn't do anything, just someone wanted to see me. Who is that? How could he actually ask the principal to come to you? A handsome roommate looked suspicious. He had the best family in the entire dormitory, but he could not have any contact with the principal of the Imperial Super Energy Academy. Carlot's family background was very average, which surprised him. He said his name is Black Star, and he wanted me to join the Black Star Legion. Carlot was helpless. As soon as they finished speaking, the few people suddenly widened their eyes, looking disbelief. That legendary Black Star? You are lying. How could he look for you? Seeing the roommate's expression of a ghost, Carlot was a little surprised. You all know him? Oh my God, you should know who Black Star is, right? One roommate's eyes almost glared away. I haven't heard of it before. Carlot was embarrassed and curious. He is really a big shot. It's more than a big shot. That's a super A-level strongman, the peak of individual power and an existence that can chat and laugh with the head of the Empire. One person was excited and told the history of Han Xiao's rise like a treasure. This is a real fan. Several people surrounded Carlot and asked repeatedly, and Carlot said the process. His expression ability was clumsy. It took a while before everyone could understand that Haixing had nothing to do with his family, but he just liked his potential. The handsome roommate felt uncomfortable. Why did such an opportunity fall on the bottom of this stupid guy, not on him? At this time, another roommate suddenly realized something. Have you accepted the invitation from Black Star? Facing the staring eyes of everyone, Carlot felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't agree. You actually refused the opportunity to join the Black Star Legion. The few people opened their mouths wide, all speechless, with a look of regret. You are stupid. This is an opportunity to change your destiny. Ordinary people like us are not qualified to join the Black Star Legion at all. Seeing everyone saying this, Carlot was a little confused and doubted his choice. Did I really do something wrong? Please ask your family. Carlot looked entangled, took out the communicator, and ran to the side to contact the house. The handsome roommate looked at Carlot's back, and a strong look of resentment and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why him? Why is it him? I got this opportunity to change my destiny, but I didn't know how to cherish it. It was hopelessly stupid. How could that legendary big man look at such a person? He used to like Carlot quite a bit and was willing to take care of him, but now he felt only disgust with Carlot, and he didn't like it no matter how he looked at it. The next day, Han Xiao temporarily put down the troubles of the Infinite Consortium and continued to enter the academy to observe Carlot, and found an interesting situation. Yesterday's events have spread throughout the same class of Carlot after a day of fermentation. Other freshmen's attitude towards Carlot has changed. Some take the initiative to please, some vaguely exclude, and some watch coldly. Because of my actions yesterday, his entire student life has been rewritten by me. It is impossible to be as transparent as I did in my previous life. Han Xiao shook his head and had more experience of his status as a big shot. Carlot's accumulation period is very long, and getting involved in the storm early will have an unknown impact on his growth, which may be good or bad. However, at present, I am helping myself. Being a super A-level person has a resilience in my bones that I cannot easily give up and will only face difficulties. Difficulties can only stimulate his potential. Carlot does not know that this kind of trait is lurking in his body. Perhaps experiencing fierce competition in the school can make Carlot transform earlier. Since that's the case, it's better to add another fire. Han Xiao scratched his chin. After waiting for a while, the bell finally rang, and students in the classroom came out one after another. Han Xiao did not hide it and called in public. Carrot. Hearing someone calling his name, Carrot paused, turned around, and saw that Han Xiao's clothes were the same as yesterday. Then he recognized Han Xiao's identity. He couldn't help but be surprised. Chi AI said, "Hey, Black Star, it's you again." His voice was not loud, but it seemed like there was a magic power. All the students around him stopped, and countless pairs of eager and excited eyes focused on Han Xiao, and they became excited and whispered, "You seem to be very nervous?" Han Xiao glanced at everyone, ignored everyone, and smiled at Carlot. Although the virtual disguise made others unable to see his true appearance, he could also show his expression. "Dad asked me to thank you, but he didn't let me contact you more." Carlot looked cramped. Han Xiao didn't care, so he pointed his finger and the communicator in Carlot's bag flew into his hand. He operated it casually for a few times before handing it back to Carlot. "It's okay. I'll leave my number to you. If you change your mind one day, you can contact me at any time." Carlot was flattered, and then looked unconfident. I really don't understand why you value me so much. I'm just keen on cultivating more talents." Han Xiao reached out and touched Carlot's head, took advantage of it. Looking at the confused Carlot, he noticed the changes in the eyes of the students around him, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Hee, I'll help you strengthen the template for the protagonist type. No thanks to me." He looked at Carlot deeply, and Han Xiao's figure disappeared without a trace in front of everyone. The next moment, Han Xiao's figure appeared on the spacecraft in outer space, and did not continue to stay on this planet, allowing the fleet to set sail and leave. In the following days, Han Xiao kept moving within the Empire. The senior officials of the Empire paid attention to Han Xiao, who seemed to have been visiting different characters, some of whom were middle and low-level members of the Empire, and some were ordinary people. The senior executives of the Empire understood Han Xiao's plan. Not only the Empire hopes to rely on Black Star in the future, but Black Star is also planning for the future, considering investment talents and considering the future voice. But what surprised the Empire's senior officials was that Han Xiao chose, but instead chose the senior officials who were in office. He wanted to find some strange people. What is the reason? The Empire has checked everyone Han Xiao has visited. Some people have indeed extraordinary potential, but more goals cannot tell how special it is. The senior executives of the Empire were confused. They couldn't figure out what principal Black Star chose the investment target based on, which seemed too random. And Han Xiao visited many famous NPCs in the future one after another, which gave him a strange sense of deja, and felt like he was playing a game called Star Sea Pokemon. Most people refused to join the Black Star Army like Carlot, but some potential stocks accepted Han Xiao's invitation and dug up a wave of Empire corners. Of course, The people Han Xiao dug out did not include the imperial officials who were in power in the future. On the side of the Broken Star Ring, Sui followed Han Xiao's instructions and took measures to contact many Legion cooperative organizations. With the pressure brought by the Infinite Consortium, they prompted these organizations to form an alliance to jointly compete with the Infinite Consortium's acquisition plan. This method has achieved certain results. Some Legion partners decided to adopt the suggestions, unite, and form a loose alliance, which increased the difficulty of the acquisition of the Infinite Consortium and stopped the other party's acquisition. However, treating the symptoms but not the root cause will turn the situation into a tug-of-war, and there is still a risk of defeating them one by one. After all, the Legion is not a real consortium, and its capital is not as strong as the Infinite Consortium. These collaborators are independent and are not subsidiaries of the Legion. It is temporarily the limit to achieve this step in business. The most important thing is to rely on the partners to support themselves. The rest of the army can only start from those cooperative civilizations, provide some preferential policies, curb relationships made by unlimited consortium banknotes, and indirectly help companies that cooperate with the army. The only cure is the Empire's opening of the evolution's totem sale rights, which is not something Han Xiao can say alone. Since competition cannot be avoided, Han Xiao did not struggle too much. He silently trained his strength and just waited for his strength to meet the requirements of the advanced task. He would go to trouble the Domineer. This move does not solve the problem, but can hurt each other. The only one who can use force to target Heber. It is useless to propose a dispute to Sorokin himself. He is just a consortium leader. In normal rules, if he uses force to deal with him, it will only make the citizens of the universe feel that the Black Star Army cannot afford to play and is too domineering, and Sorokin does not need prestige at all. Han Xiao can imagine the 108 postures that Sorokin directly admits defeat. But Heber is different. He is also an ally of the Empire, but he helps the enemy to pull himself back and beat him up without any psychological barriers. This is a shameful person, and deterrent is very important to him. It is impossible for him to admit defeat and avoid competition. He will fight with him even if he bit the bullet. It is just right that he can repay his revenge for bullying himself at the time of the Super A level. As the owner of the evolution block, Han Xiao's every move involves the nerves of major forces. His purposeless travel in the Empire has also attracted the attention of all parties. Everyone knows that he is avoiding the limelight, and no one wants to disturb him. But there are also people who have different ideas. In the territory of the Red Empire, Radbudo stars. This is a colonial star of a galaxy-level vassal civilization. Due to the behind-the-scenes interference of cosmic civilizations, all vassal civilizations in the Central Star Sea adopt a loose and backward political system, and the same is true for this civilization. The colonial star is governed by the local lord. If it is not an emergency, the lord will not be assigned by the central government, but will be elected by the local government, semi-independent from the central government, equivalent to a territorial official in an independent principality. This backward political system is not conducive to the unity of civilized power, and this is exactly the reason for its emergence. The lord position of Radbudo star has always been controlled by several noble families, and he has taken turns to become the lord of the planet, just like a family-based party. Although there is an election, according to the ancient agreement, this is just a show. The actual family in power has long discussed behind the scenes. This year is the election year for Raddoster, but unlike previous years, a young entrepreneur born here came back to participate in the election, named in Ter paper. Originally, outsiders like him would be suppressed by several families and slandered them in various ways, so they could only play soybeans in the campaign. However, in this election, the citizens of Raddoster seemed to be tired of the political game where several families rotated to power. They were eager to have a new face, so they voted for outsiders. Intels called the most popular 1x1, 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 and 2x1. He was a well-known entrepreneur of the civilization. According to the vote trend, he is the most likely candidate to be elected as a local lord. We hope he can quit the campaign. In the penthouse of the world's highest rise building, several family messengers placed a communicator with a transfer interface on the table, making the screen facing Intel's on the opposite sofa. What does this mean? Paper frowned. You offer a price. I'm not short of money. You really want to block our way? Intelpis said in a deep voice, I just follow the rules of the game, which is the meaning of election. Several family messengers looked at each other, put away the communicator, stood up, and left. One of them glanced at Intelpis coldly and said lightly, You made a wrong choice. After these family messengers left the suite, Intelpis breathed a sigh of relief. His back was covered in cold sweat, and he was silent for a while in his seat, with a bitter smile on his face. At this time, a young woman in secretary uniform and gold-rimmed glasses walked in and stood in front of Intelpis with a little worried expression. They will not let you go easily. I know. Intelpis waved his hand and murmured, If the negotiation fails, they will definitely use force. The lightest result is to kidnap me and smear me with means. To be serious, I won't let me live until the day when the election is over. I have hired more interstellar mercenaries as bodyguards, and I will definitely protect your safety. Mercenaries, those who can be bought by money, cannot trust. Brother, if it really doesn't work, you just give up the election. Life is more important than anything else. This female secretary is not an ordinary employee, but an Intelpis relative. No, some things must be done. Intels shook his head. The female secretary looked complicated and had a faint admiration in her eyes. She always admired Papers, not only because he was very capable, but also had the courage and feelings that ordinary people did not have. The two were silent for a while, and Intelpis suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. By the way, I heard that the big man, Black Star, was traveling within the Empire. The location he appeared last time was not far from Raddos Star. It seems like that. Upon hearing this, Intels pondered for a while, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and a flash of light flashed. I have a bold idea. Maybe I can take advantage of Black Star. Black Constellation Ship Top Cabin, Dark Energy Collection Room, number 001. A black metal ball with a diameter of 10 meters is suspended in the center of the room. The surface of the sphere is a neat hole, like a honeycomb, densely packed. Most of the holes are connected to high-efficiency energy transmission cables made of unresisting nanomaterials, extending to the ground and walls. Clusters of dark energy are powered by the energy core and the spacecraft engine along the cable, while holes without connecting the cables are flashing with dazzling black and red light. The spacecraft is equipped with multiple dark energy collection chambers to collect free dark energy in the universe. This black metal ball is the dark energy collection converter. Generally, energy core reactors are sufficient to maintain spacecraft consumption. This collector acts like solar cells, mainly used as backup energy sources, occasionally allowing energy cores to rest on standby, and can also provide additional energy for overloading. The collection room was filled with rich, dark energy. Han Xiao was suspended in front of the collector. Straws of black and red, dark energy surrounded the body like a ribbon. The cells in the body released suction force. The free dark energy of the swallower was transformed by the energy training method to enhance his own strength. After a while, the blazing red light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes slowly dissipated, and he spit out a mouthful of high-temperature gas. After looking at the prompts on the panel, the number of exercises of Universal Refining Method of Dark Energy was increased again. In the list of strength training methods acquired by Han Xiao, this set is the best one. It absorbs dark energy and converts it. It can exercise up to 240 times. The limit effect of a single exercise is plus 10 power limit, and it can provide up to 2,400 power limit. Since the advanced mission was triggered, Han Xiao has been training his strength every day and has never slacked off. Now the upper limit of strength has increased by thousands of points. When it landed on the ground, Han Xiao raised his finger and controlled the unplugged energy transmission cable to plug it back into the collector. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. His mind entered the field of vision of the quantum network. His two fingers pinched Philip and mentioned it to him. Have you had any problems recently? Let me beep. Philip transformed into a projection of a book in his hand, pretending to be like, and a light bulb with an animation effect appeared on his head. In the past few days, dozens of forces within the Empire have sent invitations, hoping to get to know the Master. They are here again. Han Xiao was helpless. The news of his travels within the Empire is not a secret. Most people are self-aware and will not disturb Black Star, but there are also a small group of people who want to climb up to their thighs. So far, hundreds of forces in the Empire have invited him to visit, and all of them have been rejected by Han Xiao without exception. If there is no invitation worth paying attention to, then I will refuse it for me. Han Xiao waved his hand. I've screened it. There's an invitation letter in it that is quite interesting. I think the host may be interested. As he said that, a message was unfolding in front of Han Xiao's eyes. To His Excellency Black Star, I am the founder of the Interpex Consortium. I have always admired the Black Star Legion and hope to cooperate with the Black Star Legion to establish a new branch on the Raffle Star. I happen to hear you pass by, so I hope to invite you to visit Raffle Star. Raffle Star Lord Interpex. Han Xiao looked at it and didn't understand it very much. What's special about this? It's just a very normal invitation to cooperate. Just ask the branch to send someone. What's the need to go there in person? The problem is that when I received the message, I checked his identity. The signature was wrong. He was not the lord of that planet, but just a highly received candidate. I compared the information database. After data analysis, he might be in trouble now, so he sent an invitation. Han Xiao had no impression of Intelpus, so he simply searched the internet for his background. Intelpus' current situation is not a secret for a virtual mechanic. After reading it, Han Xiao guessed Intelpus' thoughts and showed his interest. Is this trying to use me? And it's the kind that doesn't hide it? Han Xiao's eyes were fun. The two have very different identities. The leader of a small consortium actually wants to use himself as a great figure in the Empire. If you don't say anything else, at least you are brave enough to think and do. Master? Do you want me to reply to him? Philip reached out to grab Han Xiao's virtual soul's eyelashes. Han Xiao turned his head, causing Philip to catch a break, and thought for a while, and smiled. Promise him, let the fleet divert to that one, pull the star, and see what kind of guy has the courage to use my courage. In the room, Interpaper was frowning and walking back and forth, and the female secretary sat aside to process the election documents, looking up at Interpaper from time to time with concern. Didi. At this moment, the communicator rang out. Intelpus was excited and strode to the table, immediately picked up the communicator and took a look, and his face changed instantly. Brother, are you okay? Seeing that his expression was wrong, the female secretary couldn't help but ask. I'm very good. Black Star replied to me. He agreed to my invitation and will come to Rad Budo's soon. Interpapers slapped the table excitedly and was overjoyed. Has he really agreed? The female secretary widened her eyes, looking disbelief. She is actually not optimistic about Interpace's plan. In her eyes, how could a big man like Black Star pay attention to the invitation of a small man like them? You see it yourself. Intelpus handed the communicator to the female secretary casually, excited. This move was a bold attempt, and he also knew that the success rate was very low. Even if Black Star can see his subtext, this interest will be difficult to impress the other party. But now that Black Star has agreed, it means that the cooperation is established. Thinking of this, Intels immediately ordered the female secretary, whom he still couldn't believe. Appointed immediately. I will greet the Black Star in person. I understand. The female secretary immediately stood up and suddenly hesitated. Those families have already had abnormal movements. Should we release the news now and let them? No. Intels rejected it firmly. Before Black Star arrives, this news must not be leaked, otherwise I will be in danger. Also, cancel all itineraries during this period and don't let the enemy seize the opportunity. Representatives of Radbuda Star's noble family gathered together and discussed in a lingering manner. A thin and pale man sat on the sofa next to him. The pale man held a long box in his hand, and his palms were covered on the surface of the box and never left. Papers didn't know what he was doing. He canceled all trips in the past few days and kept hiding in his heavily defended home and did not appear in any public place. In this way, we have no chance to take action, said a family representative. Another looked at the pale man. Do you have a way to kill him? The pale man was a senior killer who these families have been secretly supporting. A B-level gunman. When he heard the question, the pale man shook his head. I have been following around the Intel's home these days. He has hired many bodyguards, including several B-level superpowers. They have been very strict in defense. Unless I am asked to snipe in an open area, I cannot attack for force. A representative said in a deep voice, I have contacted those B-level bodyguards. They have collected money, but told me that at most they pretend to be negligent and cannot obviously betray the employer. Otherwise, it will affect the credit of the mercenary. So we still have to wait until Intel's goes out to do activities. If those B-level bodyguards let the water go, I am 100% sure to kill him. The pale man smiled with a cold smile. Okay, you're on call at any time. One representative's face turned gloomy. Raddoster has always been our territory and must not be controlled by outsiders. A few days later, Intelpus, who had not been moving, finally left the door and took a bulletproof flight vehicle to the ground airport on the outskirts of the planet's capital, with an unknown purpose. When several major families received the news, they immediately took action and arranged for the killer pale man to follow him from afar, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, Intelpus and his group came to the ground airport, and under the protection of the bodyguard, they went to the landing floor of the spacecraft and waited silently. The pale man followed, and, under the arrangement of several major families, quietly came to a utility room in the ground command tower in the distance. There were no windows in the utility room, but the mark-locking ability of the gunman was enough to aim at the target without a view, which made his assassination site more concealed. He opened the box he carried, which contained the parts of the sniper firearm. He was dazzled in his hand and quickly installed it into a specially modified sniper rifle of electromagnetic kinetic energy mixed explosive energy technology. He was pushed on the wall to adjust the position, gradually put intel into the sight. The bodyguard group left a gap, and it was an extremely deliberate flaw in the pale man's eyes. He smiled coldly, pressed his ears, and reported through the micro headset inside. I'm already in place and can open fire at any time. Very good. The voices of several family representatives came from the headset. In the city, several family representatives are also monitoring Intel's actions through satellites. They have controlled the planet for many years and have been able to use countless resources. Looking at Intel's and the satellite screen, the family representatives were a little confused. Is he waiting for someone? Strange. Who will come to find him? After all, he has a consortium. Maybe he has hired some new bodyguards? If it is a bodyguard, he doesn't need to greet him in person. After a few discussions, everyone couldn't figure it out, so they simply stopped thinking about it. No matter what his plans were, as long as he was killed, the problem would be perfectly solved. A representative looked fierce and ordered the killer. Can move. However, before he finished speaking, an emergency communication application suddenly popped up on screen, which came from the Outer Space Defense Department of the planet. The family representative paused. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly accepted the communication. What's going on? This is the Outer Space Observatory. An unknown fleet suddenly appeared in the outer space orbit of the planet. There was no notification. A warship had just broken through the warning network and was landing rapidly. The expected landing point was the ground airport in the suburbs of the planet's capital. When everyone in the room was stunned when they heard the coordinates. Is this fleet the people who inter papers and others? Is it because I'm so aggressive that I want to show my force? What's the use of calling people? You're dead. Everyone's faces darkened. Just as he was about to give orders to the killer, at this moment, the surprise of the observers suddenly rang out during the communication. Wait a minute, I recognize it. This is the fleet of the Black Star Army. Although it is not marked, I happened to pass by nearby areas recently. I paid special attention. The number and model of the spacecraft are exactly the same. In an instant, all the representatives of the family suddenly changed. At the same time, the group waiting in the airport heard the whistling airflow and looked up and saw a spaceship falling from the sky at high speed, growing in sight, and soon landed on the ground, stopping accurately in front of Intel's and others, and the raised airflow blew everyone's hair. Swish! The hatch doors slid open, the gangway stretched out, and a tall figure in a black coat walked out of the shadow, specifically put away the disguise of his face, revealing his true face. Black Star. At this moment, representatives of several families suddenly widened their eyes and were shocked. One of them even felt his knees weak, and he fell to the ground with a bang. They are intriguing on the planet. In their eyes, big names like Black Star are extremely far away from them and are completely from two worlds. But today, the person Intelpis is going to pick up is Black Star himself? How is this possible? What is the relationship between them? Why did Black Star come to such a small place specifically for him? Not only these family representatives, but also all the bodyguards around Intelpis were stunned. Just looking at the figure of Black Star, it seemed like a sense of oppression was coming towards us. The strong aura made everyone's breathing difficult. At this time, several family representatives woke up from their dreams, frightened, and almost screamed in panic at the killer in the earpiece. Quick! Get out of there immediately! Stop all actions! The few people were all frightened by Black Star's sudden visit. Before they knew what the relationship between Black Star and intelligence had, no one dared to act rashly. The pale man swallowed tremblingly, took off the gun at a lightning speed, carried the box, and evacuated the scene at the speed of escape. Han Xiao's heart moved, glanced at the direction where the killer fled, then withdrew his gaze, took Oriola down the gangway, and looked at the leader of the group in front of him with interest. "Are you Inter Paper?" "Yes. On behalf of Rabdo, I welcome Mr. Black Star. Your arrival is our glory." Inter Paper held back his nervousness and gritted his teeth to greet him and spoke. Although the plan was successful and I had simulated what I should say when I met countless times, my mind was blank when I saw Han Xiao, and all my imagination was broken when I saw Han Xiao with my own eyes. His mentality was shaken in an instant. What kind of person did I call up? Han Xiao looked him up and down and smiled slightly. "Your courage is quite fat." Intelpis shook all over and did not dare to answer, and a bitter premonition arose in his heart. This time, it is probably easier to invite God to send him to God. Inter Pius was respectful in front of him, and the female secretary beside him was very nervous. Han Xiao looked at the two of them and confirmed something in his heart, that he really had no impression of these two people, which means that they were not famous NPCs in their previous lives, and at least they were not well known among the players. However, lack of fame does not mean lack of ability. The Sea of Stars is vast, and there are always many characters that players have never met. Intels may have achieved nothing in his previous life, or he may have died young, so he is silent. Han Zhao's main idea for finding potential stocks is to use past life information as a reference, but in addition to this, it is possible to find potential talents. Before coming, Technician Han checked the person's past. He had a complete resume and a clean foundation. He started from scratch and started a civilized local consortium. He had a good forward-looking vision for several strategic decisions and managed the consortium very well. If it weren't for attracting his attention, he wouldn't have deliberately investigated such a small person. In his opinion, although Intels has no combat effectiveness, he has good talent in handling affairs and can take it back to serve as a helper for Sivia. With various thoughts in his mind, Han Xiao didn't speak for a while. His silence instead made Intel's psychological pressure rise exponentially. A drop of sweat that reflected light slid down the temples, and Intelpis kept bowing his head and did not dare to raise his hand to wipe his sweat. Han Xiao put away his thoughts and joked. "Are you going to let me stand here like this?" "Sorry, it was my negligence. Please come with me. I have arranged everything." Intelpis responded quickly and was secretly upset. Han Zhao's strong pressure on his life level made him lose his innocence, for fear that his negligence would make Han Xiao dissatisfied. Intelpis led the way in front, leading Han Xiao and Orla onto the flight vehicle, separated all the bodyguards, and only 4 of them were left in the private car. The vehicle started and flew all the way to the center of the city. In the carriage, Papers and the female secretary sat opposite Han Xiao and Aurora with a very reserved attitude. "You invited me to come. Why are you so nervous?" Han Xiao said. "There's probably no more than 100 people in the entire universe who can keep calm in front of you, not including me." Intelpus calmed down and gave a compliment. Unfortunately, the technician Han did not flatter, and his mentality did not change. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up and said with a smile, "Yes, you seem to have told me a lie. You are not the lord of this planet yet." Intelpus was excited and said intimately, calming down his emotions and calming himself down, and raised a smile. "It's just for the time being. With my current support rate, it's a matter of time to be elected as the lord of the planet." Han Xiao did not comment and laughed. "So, what you call helping the Black Star Army establish a branch here, and you need to wait until you become the lord of the planet to fulfill it?" This sharp question pointed directly at the core. Although Intelpus thought so, he didn't dare to admit it verbally, but just used silence to represent the default. The other party's reaction did not exceed Han Xiao's expectations. He paused and smiled with interest. "Since that's the case, why don't I cooperate directly with the current planet lord? The election day is coming soon, and I will definitely be elected as the planet lord. In the end, I will be responsible for cooperating with you. So, I invited you in advance while you're nearby." Intelpus knew that this reason was untenable, but it was just an excuse for face. Before he invited Han Xiao, he considered the consequences of annoying Black Star, and knew that Black Star might turn around and cooperate with several major families. However, this was originally a gambling. If Black Star didn't come, and he had no chance to turn the tables, then what's the difference between Black Star and his previous situation, even if Black Star cooperated with his opponent? After measuring gains and losses, he decided to use the influence of Black Star. However, the statement is utilization. In fact, intelligence is very clear that this is a help. It is impossible for him to hide this method from a big man of the level of Black Star. Whether Black Star will come is something that is unsure. Now that he is here, it means that He Xing knows his subtext and is willing to help him. So as long as he doesn't point it out in person, he will be able to understand both of them. Hearing the other party say this, Han Xiao no longer continues to make things difficult for him and shook his head and laughed. He is very familiar with Intel's approach, which is the blank check in the 72 schemes. He couldn't help but think of a joke with similar principles that he had seen in his previous life. A young man wanted to become the son-in-law of a rich man in the world, so he ran to a famous bank to apply for a job, claiming that he was the son-in-law of a rich man and wanted to obtain a high-level position. Then he ran to the rich man and claimed that he was the senior executive of a famous bank and wanted to marry the daughter of a rich man. Although the story is fake, this move is very similar to what Intelpus does now. This wave of operations is still okay. Although it was a little risky, the success rate is not high. Han Xiao nodded secretly. However, in others' eyes, this is a waste of money, but in his eyes, it is a complete guide to the wolf into the house. A wild leek pulled up his legs and jumped into his bowl. He would be sorry for his identity if he didn't. Establishing a branch on an ordinary planet is just a small profit, and Han Xiao doesn't take it seriously at all. What he's looking for is intel. No matter in any era, talents are important resources. A task was triggered on the panel, but only a small amount of experience was rewarded, which was better than nothing, and Han Xiao also took it. After coming to Intel's villa, Han Xiao took Aurora into it. Intel's was afraid of offending the boss, so he breathed a sigh of relief after arranging everything. The bodyguards all returned to their posts. In the corridor, the female secretary saw that there was no one around and could not help but wrap around Interpe's neck from behind, with an excited look on her face. "That's great. With the help of Black Star, we will definitely win." Intelpus squeezed out a smile, then shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's enough for the Black Star people to come. All I borrow is his deterrent power. As long as several major families don't cheat, I can win the election in a dignified way. You don't know, when Black Star appeared just now, I was almost scared to death. The female secretary rolled her eyes. This time is really too risky. Don't do this in the future. If we hadn't boldly used this move, our fate would definitely not be good. Intelpus's eyes were firm. It's useless to constantly guess the big man's ideas. If you don't try it, how do you know if they will help? The opportunity needs to be taken advantage of. On the other side, Han Xiao's arrival scared the powerful families of Radbutastar. After hearing the news, the heads of the family gathered immediately to discuss what to do. In the conference room, the heads and important members of several major families all looked serious, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Our information does not show that Intelpus has any background. Why did Black Star come to see him in person? One of the heads of the family looked confused. It must be that our intelligence is omitted. Go and check his relationship with Black Star immediately. Before that, all plans and layouts for intels will be stopped. Another shouted. The existence of Black Star disrupted their overall plan and became a huge obstacle that cannot be ignored in the layout. The consequences of all actions must be taken into account. The attitude of Black Star. Everyone present was surprised by the relationship between the two, which was exactly what Intelpus wanted to misunderstand several major families. With Black Star next to it, the assassination plan cannot be carried out, and the success rate is 0. If Intelpus is really a friend of Black Star, they will die if they dare to do anything. Members of several major families were full of silence. At most, they were acting like a mighty man on this planet, and compared with the Black Star, they were no different from the ants. Even if the Black Star kills them, there will be no waves in the universe. As a vassal civilization under the jurisdiction of the Empire, the central government cannot stand up for them. If you die, it will be given in vain. Fortunately, we stopped the assassination in time. Otherwise, the head of the family was still scared. The current Planet Lord is still a member of our family. Let's visit Black Star first. This behavior cannot be faulted, and maybe I can find out some information. A few hours later, the current Planet Lord Radbudo Star carried a gift and took the group to visit the villa of Intelpus. Han Xiao lived in the villa, but he was more like the owner of the villa. Intelpus dared not interfere with Han Xiao and refuse visitors, so he obediently reported it. Lord Radbudo Star waited outside the door for a while before being allowed to enter. He suppressed his nervousness of seeing the big man and came all the way to the reception room. As soon as he walked into the room, he was stunned. There was no Han Xiao in the room, only a petite and cute girl sitting on the sofa seriously. When he came to his senses, he remembered that he was following He Xing's subordinate. He hurriedly put away his surprise and sat honestly opposite him. Just tell me what you have. Aurora tried hard to pretend to be meticulous and serious. Lord Radbudo Star smiled hurriedly and rubbed his hands. There was no normal majesty appearance. His tone was pleasing. As the ruler of Radbudo, I really want to visit Lord Black Star and arrange the reception affairs of Lord Black Star. Don't worry, Lord Black Star cannot be seen as you want. Aurora waved his hand and imitated Han Xiao's tone when he taught her vividly. If there is nothing else, please go back. Lord Radbudo Star did not give up and tried a few more words. Seeing Aurora frowned, he did not dare to stay for a long time. He immediately stood up and said goodbye. Walking out of the villa, Lord Radbudo's face became extremely ugly. He couldn't even see the Black Star's face, but Intels could personally receive Black Star. The meaning of this represented made his heart sink to the bottom. Han Xiao's current status can make many low-level complex things simple. The shadow of the famous tree and several major families were shocked. They were afraid of attracting the anger of the Black Star, and they did not dare to use excessive means at will. So they could only watch Intel Mass continue to campaign for promotion, and their support rate was rising all the way, but they could not stop it. While training his strength, Han Xiao waited for a while in Radbutastar, and soon it was campaign day. On the day of the campaign, Intels won the campaign with overwhelming approval rating without any suspense. He delivered an inspiring inauguration speech under the global broadcast, walked through the ceremony, and most of the day passed. It was getting late, and night fell. The exterior screens of the tall buildings in the city were playing inaugural speeches. Passers-by stopped and looked up from time to time on the street, and cheers and clinking glasses from some small bars on the street from time to time. The flight vehicle slowly moved in the air. Interpex, who was sitting in the car, looked at the scenes of the city in a daze through the window, and the lights of thousands of homes passed through his eyes. Under the night, his excitement and joy gradually faded away. He couldn't be happy when he thought that there was a great God waiting for him at home. The vehicle stopped in front of the villa. It was obviously his home, but it was discouraged by him at this moment, like a dormant monster. Intelpus took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and strode into the villa. "Are you back?" As soon as he entered the door, he saw Aurora leaning against the wall, waiting for him in the entrance hallway, pointing upstairs and smiling softly. "He is waiting for you in the study." Interpaper nervously pinched his fingers and came to the study upstairs. Han Xiao was the only one in the room, standing in front of the bookshelf, holding a book and reading with his head down. He knew that the person was there without looking back, and said lightly, "Sit when you come." Okay. The atmosphere in the room made Interpaper swallow involuntarily and sit on the chair in front of the desk. Han Xiao closed the book and faced Intel's with an expressionless face. "Since you have successfully run, it's time to fulfill the conditions." Intel's breathed a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "I understand that I will immediately use the power in my hands to arrange for Radbutastar to cooperate fully with the Black Star Legion to support the Legion to establish a branch here with the greatest strength." However, before he could finish speaking, Han Xiao waved his hand to interrupt him. "Why I'm talking to you now is not this little thing." Intelpus's heart skipped a beat. Han Xiao stared at him calmly and said slowly, "Since the matter has been done, I will say it publicly. With my deterrence power, you can help you shock several major families. This is just your superficial goal, and your second goal is to establish branches here through the Legion to obtain long-term support from the Legion. Only in this way can you ensure that you can firmly sit in the position of the Lord." Intelpus said silently, "This is indeed his plan. The success of the election is just the beginning. Several major families have been operating in Radbutastar for so many years and have long controlled officials at all levels. Even if he becomes a lord, he is just an empty shell puppet and has basically no power. When Haisheng left, several major families investigated their relationship clearly and were still in danger of their lives. So for the long-term consideration, he must find a backstage and a backer. And the Black Star, who happened to be nearby, caught his attention and became his first choice. Another goal of this plan is to transform the Black Star Legion into its backer and take advantage of the momentum of cooperation to stand firm in the position of Lord. What do you want?" Intelpus pursed his lips, his expression dark. Han Xiao looked at him and suddenly smiled, and the solemn atmosphere in the room suddenly disappeared. "Don't be so nervous. Since I chose to help you, I will naturally not harm you." Intelpus thought so, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. However, before he could take a breath, Han Xiao's next sentence froze his movements. "Okay, you've had enough fun. Pack up your things and get on the boat with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Intelpus' expression suddenly freezes. "What does this mean?" An astonishment appeared on Intelpus' face. "You have no reason not to understand the interstellar common language. It means literally. You have to follow me." Han Xiao stared at Interpaper with interest. "Are you kidding? Follow you? Where to go?" Intelpus was puzzled. "I didn't joke with you. My help is paid. Since you asked me for help, as a transaction, you will become a member of the Black Star Army and become my subordinate. We have never met such conditions." Intel Pace suddenly changed color and stood up. "Why do you think I need to discuss the conditions with you?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I will help you. Of course, I have the final say in the conditions, and my conditions are you. You are my person now." Intelpus's face twitched. He didn't expect that the person he was targeting was actually him. For a moment, he felt mixed feelings, both shocked, angry, and even a little flattered. Intelpus' brain was a little confused and said in a deep voice, "Sorry, I appreciate your importance, but I don't sign the contract for sale. How do you think that you have the final say in this matter? Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Unlike combat potential, there is no quantitative standard for business capabilities, no intuitive judgment, and can only refer to past performance. This person is indeed a talent worth tying away. It is not necessary to pay special attention to it. There are also many business talents in the Legion, but since you meet a talent, you can dig it back. Han Xiao's thinking is very consistent with China's 9-year compulsory education. When you come, you always have to dig something. If you force me, I really can't resist, but will the famous Black Star do such a kidnapping? Intelpus felt helpless and could only use words to run. TSK, you made a mistake. Han Xiao walked slowly behind Intelpus, pressed his shoulder to let him sit down, and said casually, "If it was a normal recruitment, I would not force the person to refuse, but we are different. You have the intention to use me and have already obtained benefits. In the future, you also need to rely on the Black Star Army to help you sit firmly, so the dominance is on my side. To be precise, I am your creditor now." As he said that, Han Xiao turned back to Intelpus, sat on the table, looked down at Intelpus from a high place, restrained his smile, and said lightly, "Since you are a creditor, you have to collect debts according to my standards, not how much money you have in your wallet." Intelpus was speechless. Even if this was obviously a forced buy and sell, he could not resist the meaning of such a big man as Black Star. Gripping his teeth, Interpex said in a low voice, "You want me to play for you? You should tell me this condition earlier, so I won't." Han Xiao spoke lightly and interrupted him. "Don't forget, you took the initiative to ask me for help. You have never asked for the conditions yourself." Upon hearing this, Intelpus said nothing, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. It was originally an invitation of suggestion, so how could it be publicly asked for the conditions? Should you take the initiative to add annotation and say that you can't force me to serve you? That's too shameless. Who knows that Black Star will fall in love with him? At this point, Intels had no way out and Black Star was completely dominant. If he really insisted on refusing, he had no doubt that the Black Star Legion would turn around and cooperate with several major families. The situation is different now than when he was running. When he was running, he was not afraid of wearing shoes. No matter how bad the situation was, it did not change. Now that he has been elected as the Lord and has achieved results, Black Star's attitude determines whether his position is solid and even determines his life, which completely takes him. At this moment, Intelpus only has one idea. What do you like about me? Can I change it? Seeing Intelpus' embarrassing face, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and deliberately made his tone sink. "Just on the matter, is the Black Star Legion just so repelling you?" Hearing this, Intelpus was stunned, frowned and thought for a while, and finally shook his head. To eliminate the conflict caused by rebellious psychology, Intel has to admit that the future of the Black Star Legion is indeed even greater. Being a lord on an ordinary colonial star is no better than being recruited by the Black Star himself. I actually don't reject joining the Legion, but I'm not running for the Lord for the sake of future, but want to do something for my parent star. Intelpus sighed and had to briefly talk about his ambitions. He was born in an ordinary family and started from scratch. After he became famous, he became increasingly dissatisfied with the corruption in his hometown. So he chose to break the corruption monopoly of several major families on power in this way. He is a person with a strong sense of parent star. Han Xiao did not agree. "While serving me, you can still continue to be your planet lord." "Then I can't follow you. I've just been elected. How can I leave?" Intelpus was embarrassed. "Can I give me a few years to arrange the affairs here? You're not qualified to negotiate with me now." Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. "Even if you're not on Radbudo, you can still manage it remotely. With my support, even if you're not here, no one can shake your status." Seeing that he was still about to talk, Han Xiao no longer argued with him, stood up and walked out of the room, and threw a sentence. "I don't care what you do. I'll give you 3 days. Once the time comes, you will follow me, that's it." Looking at Han Xiao's back as he left, Intelpus sat silently in his seat, his face becoming more and more bitter. The worst premonition has come true. It is indeed easy to invite God to send him away. Before the Lord's seat is warm, he has to move his but away and put himself in directly. I feel so tired and regretful. I shouldn't provoke such a big shot. 3 days later, the ground airport. Intelpus was standing in front of the spacecraft's hatch, with a complicated look on his face. He sighed secretly, and turned around and looked at the female secretary who looked reluctant, and said helplessly, "When I was not here, I will trouble you." After 3 days of arrangement, Intel's finally decided to leave her confident female secretary as her spokesperson to help her remotely manage Radbudo Star. With the support of the Black Star Army, her personal safety is guaranteed. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. The female secretary couldn't help but step forward and gave Intelpus a hug. She could only watch what was going on, and she was unable to stop Intelpus from being taken away. You should be careful." The female secretary looked worried. Upon hearing this, Intelpus couldn't help but smile bitterly and followed Black Star. Not to mention anything else, at least there is no need to worry about security issues. Turning back and looking at the spaceship, Intelpus took a deep breath, suppressed the complex emotions in his heart, picked up his luggage, walked along the gangway toward the hatch door, and embarked on an unknown future for fate. The Black Star Army fleet hovering in outer space orbit was far away from the Radbudo Star, and the newly promoted planet Lord also left. The news was not concealed. After several major families learned about it, they were extremely surprised. 3 days after being elected, the person ran away. What is this operation? After some investigation, several major families finally found out the situation and knew that Intels had become a member of the Black Star Army and was taken away, leaving the female secretary to manage it remotely, hoping to continue to control the position of the Lord. Intels has the support of the Black Star Army, and several major families cannot resist, but Intel's approach does not comply with the rules. Normally, the local ruler of a colonial star cannot join other forces on the surface, which is to prevent the local ruler from being controlled by other forces. After a few major families made up their minds in private, they simply used their connections to expose this matter to the civilized central government. They can't deal with Intels, but a civilized government can. As long as they are sensitive to Intel's identity as a reason, they can launch special plans, revoke his position as a lord, and replace it with an airborne official to manage it. In their eyes, although the Black Star Legion is powerful, it is not qualified to interfere in the internal affairs of a galaxy-level civilization. This method is worth a try. If you can't afford to offend Black Star, you can only do something about this. The progress of this civilization has been stagnant for many years. Many officials are easy to deal with. Several major families have no choice but to win over the airborne lords of the mission. The situation will not be worse than now. After learning about this situation, the central government of this civilization immediately became difficult. This move violated their laws and regulations, but they could not afford Han Xiao. After discussion, they could only take measures against Intels and give a choice. Either give up their status as a legion and come back to be the Lord, or step down as the Lord of Radbudo, who had just been obtained. Intelpus wanted to go back, but he had no choice and was unwilling to give up the position of the planet Lord, so he could only report it to Han Xiao on the same ship. Since he had poached the people, Han Xiao didn't mind increasing the loyalty of the newcomer, so he turned around and called the Red Empire. The call was effective. After a few days, the galaxy-level civilization silently took back the orders, pretending that nothing had happened, and acquiesced to Intel's identity. This time, the big families of Radbudo were completely helpless. The power of Black Star left them helpless and obediently accepted their lives. This galaxy-level civilization is a vassal of the Red Empire and is under the management of the Empire. With Han Xiao's status in the Empire can come forward to solve this problem with just one phone call. However, Han Xiao also knew that this move was only useful for the Empire's vassal civilization. If he changed to a neutral, normal, galaxy-level civilization, he would probably not be able to pay attention to it. Outsiders are suspected of supporting puppets by unauthorized interference in the internal management of civilization, which violates the common law of the star and touches the bottom line of civilization. As an ally of the Empire, their status is indeed transcendent and deeply respected by galaxy-level civilizations. But respecting him is one thing, and it does not mean that civilization will give in without principles. The vassal civilizations within the Empire are different. The political system is deliberately formed loosely, but the Red Empire is the leader. The degree of this matter will not make the Empire lose its face. The Empire will not affect the relationship between the two sides for such a trivial matter, which is Han Xiao's privilege in the Red Empire. Black Constellation Car, Living Cabin, Han Xiao's office. Intelpus has been on the ship for a while and has adjusted his emotions. Now that things have come to this point, he has accepted his fate. Since he cannot resist, he has to enjoy it. He has come to a brand new environment and decided to serve the Legion seriously. Today, I finally got the summon by Han Xiao. When I came to the office, I saw Han Xiao's first words and put them in the right place and asked about my work. His Excellency Black Star, what do you need me to do for the Legion? Han Xiao put down the communicator in his hand, looked up at him, and smiled. You started from scratch, have good business capabilities, management capabilities, and business vision. I have a job related to the consortium to give you. This is my old business. Intels breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, let's see your future boss first. As he said that, Han Xiao pressed the communicator and a remote projection appeared in the room. It was Zaiwia. I am Sivia, Chief Affairs Officer of the Black Star Army. Are you the intelligence mentioned by the teacher? Sivia looked up and down at intelligence with a scrutiny. Yes. Well, I've read your resume and have a good ability. Sivia nodded and said politely. At this time, Han Xiao knocked on the table and let the two of them see it. Okay, let's talk about the main business. I am planning to establish an affiliated consortium. I am still in the preparation stage and will invest a large number of talents in the Legion. The Black Star Legion has developed to its current level with a very redundant and huge scale and needs to reform the structure. After Han Xiao considered it, he decided to develop some sub-forces around the Legion as the core. The first sub-force is to borrow the resources of the Black Star Army to create an affiliated organization with pure consortium attributes, which will be more convenient in terms of commercial operations. This idea is partly inspired by the example of a large number of sub-brands of Infinite Consortium, and on the other hand, it is also to cope with the competition of Infinite Consortium. The methods of the Infinite Consortium expose the weaknesses of the Interest Consortium. So Han Xiao wanted to establish an affiliated consortium, integrate the complex affiliated businesses of a Legion, digest the business channels of the partners, and turn them into their own business, so as to curb the malicious acquisition methods of the Infinite Consortium and compete with the other party. Sivia nodded, looking at Intelpus, with a capable tone. I am temporarily the supreme leader of the consortium. Although you are a newcomer, you are a talent recruited by the Legion commander himself. Then I will give you a chance. You don't have to start from the bottom, but directly lead a team and compete with other teams. As long as the performance you make can rank first, I will give you the position of senior manager of the consortium. Whether you can be promoted depends on your own performance. The Legion has a large number of talents. Intelpus is just a newcomer. Han Xiao will not let him directly enter the management team. Only by verifying his ability step by step can he be promoted. Understand, this is fair. Intelpus nodded calmly. He was quite confident in business and was not afraid of competition. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, what's the name of this affiliated consortium? Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and showed a wicked smile on his face. It's called the Budding Consortium. Intelpus didn't know what the name of the consortium had, but when Black Star mentioned this name, the strange smile on his face could make him think of a series of love-hate entanglements, which seemed to have a special meaning. He muttered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Han Xiao shook his head, put away his thoughts, knocked on the table, and said, when you arrive at the next planet, I will send you to the headquarters of the Broken Star Rings. When you get there, you have time to slowly get familiar with the work of the Legion. That's all I have to say. You can leave and do some homework by yourself. Okay. Intelpus nodded, saluted, turned around, and left the room. When he left the room, Sivia couldn't help rolling her eyes and looked funny. You're so revengeful that you actually give such a name. Although she is not from Hylon Star, she has been under Han Xiao's command for many years and has learned from others about Han Xiao's early experiences. This is not a revenge. Han Xiao snorted. Speaking of which, I, Hela, and Aurora should be the only 3 former members left. If you look at it from this, Mengya is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. After teasing for a few words, Han Xiaokai said seriously, "Go back to the point. How is the situation of the Broken Star Ring?" Upon hearing this, Suiya also put away her smile and looked serious, reporting on the competition progress between the Black Star Legion and the Warfield and the Infinite Consortium. Since the competition broke out, Han Xiao asked Suiya to report the situation to him regularly. At present, the large-scale alliance of the remaining cooperative enterprises of the Black Star Army has curbed the malicious acquisitions of the Infinite Consortium to a certain extent, becoming a tug-of-war. The Infinite Consortium and the Warfield have temporarily changed its focus from a large-scale acquisition business channel to a consolidating the business channel that has been obtained, and from the fierce expansion at the beginning to consolidate the foundation. Therefore, the role of the Warfield is shown. As a super A-level force, it can quickly digest the market snatched by the Infinite Consortium, resulting in the business scope of the Warfield breaking through the rut and expanding rapidly with each passing day. The two are complementary to a certain extent. The Infinite Consortium spent money to expand its territory, and the Warfield provided years of operational influence and connections, integrating these resources, and the efficiency of cooperation between the two produced chemical reactions, feeding against each other, and developing rapidly, catching up with the Black Star Legion's position in the Broken Star Ring. The combination of crossing the River Dragon plus Local Snake is the headache. Otherwise, even if the Infinite Consortium has so many banknotes that even Tindy Bank dare not print it like this, the threat to him would be limited. The domineering man can really make money. After listening to the report, Han Xiao snorted lightly. "When I finish my advancement, if I don't press you to the ground and rub it 100 times, my last name will be written in reverse." Han Xiao shook his head. "I already know the situation. You go back to work. You will be able to do it. People want to stay with you for a while. Since I became Chief Affairs Officer, you have become increasingly alienated from me." Sivia wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. "How could I do?" Han Xiao was stunned. "I don't care. I haven't had a holiday for a long time. I don't want to lose my hair like Jenny." Suiya put her hands on her hips with anger. "Although I'm willing to play for the Legion, you can't treat me as a human being. You don't really think I like work, right? If it weren't for you." Han Xiao had no choice but to comfort Suiya before comforting her. In the eyes of the members of the army, Sivia never complains. She is capable and calm, and only in front of him can Sivia play tricks on her temper. When he arrived at the next planet, Han Xiao ordered several warships and packed intels to transport them back to the Broken Star Ring. He continued to run around the Empire, looking for leaks while honing his strength. After wandering around the star clusters and galaxies in the constellation corridor, traveling everywhere. Over time, major forces are no longer surprised. With a long journey, Han Xiao also slowly accumulated his strength to the critical point of LV-19, getting closer and closer to the requirements of advanced tasks. In the gravity practice room with the maximum gravity mimicry environment, Han Xiao, with his upper body naked, was suspended in the air, his eyes radiating strong light, and his mouth and nose were swallowing and spitting out a lightning-like airflow. A thunder cloud formed during his breathing. The sound of inhaling was like rumbling thunder. The sound of exhaling was like crackling lightning, and his body was surrounded by rich mechanical electric light. All signs showed that the energy in his body was in the most active state. Han Xiao took a deep breath, retracted all the mechanical force back into his body, closed the gravity mimicry, and in his senses the cells pressed by all-round gravity were removed from their restraints, and a wisp of new energy was squeezed out. "I have practiced another abilities to exercise." Han Xiao's eyes were shining. He opened the panel and took a look and nodded with satisfaction. "This is a chi hardening method that practices through gravity. It improves the limit of cells' energy generation through compression and release. The number of exercises has reached the upper limit, which has drained the value. During this period, Han Xiao has practiced many strength training methods, which has spent a lot of his experience and energy. Now the strength limit has reached about 11W9000. It's only the last 1,000 points away. The strength level of LV19 is not far away. Han Xiao rubbed his shoulders, then controlled his body, opened the closed sweat glands of his upper body, and the sweat suddenly appeared like a spring, but it evaporated the moment he left the body. The current level of life can perfectly control the body. Whether to sweat or not is in a moment. After intense exercise, it is okay to be unwilling to sweat, but it will only feel a little uncomfortable. After cleaning his body, Han Xiao touched his chest muscles, lowered his head, and admired his strong figure in golden proportions, and then he controlled his clothes to wear it on himself. Sneak, the alloy door slid open. Han Xiao walked out of the gravity practice room, nodded to the group of crew members passing by, and then came to the corridor, stopped, and looked at the viewing window. The viewing window shows the external environment and can be scaled. At this time, the viewing screen overlooks the surface of a planet. A majestic interstellar city is located here. The spacecraft rises and falls, leaving traces of light that last for a long time in the air, which is very lively and prosperous. Ania Hub, a famous interstellar city with a constellation corridor, a high-end transit hub city. Han Xiao did secretly. This is a very lively interstellar city, affiliated to an Empire's super A-level ally. Because of its good management and geographical advantage, the Ania Hub has become a famous location in the Empire. However, Han Xiao came to this planet not to poach people, but the fleet just needed to replenish supplies. In addition, Aurora and the guard said they had stayed on the ship enough and said they wanted to go to big cities to have fun. So he brought people to Ania Hub, which had been docked here for several days. Because they are mixed here and there are too many travelers coming and going. In order not to cause sensation or onlookers, Han Xiao asked the fleet to disguise it, and at the same time, let Philip cover up the visiting information and set up a fake identity. The intelligence of the Ania Hub does not have the ability to identify it, and no one knows that he is visiting for the time being. I opened the panel and looked at it. At this time, there's a halo buff of the evolution totem on the status bar. This is also a planet equipped with the evolutionary totem. Han Xiao touched his chin. The sales of evolutionary totems have lasted for quite a while. The Empire and its allies have bought everything they should buy and have been used on a large scale. They are generally used for colonial stars. It is rare to appear in interstellar transit stations. Han Xiao has browsed the information from the Ania Hub in the past 2 years and found that the evolutionary totem has attracted more tourists and vagrants. And some weak ethnic groups have even actively sent some ethnic groups to live in a neutral planet with the evolutionary totem for a long time. A new phenomenon of immigration emerged, and the influence of the evolutionary totem began to expand subtly. After looking at it, Han Xiao left the corridor and came to the cadre activity room. Usually, many people set up cards here, which has been noisy, but it is very deserted at this moment, with less than half of the guards playing Veen here. When they saw Han Xiao, everyone turned their heads and greeted each other, and continued to concentrate on playing cards, frowned, as if they met a good talent when they met a chess opponent. Han Xiao walked to the table and glanced at it. Well, he was definitely pecking at each other, and his combat power and card skills really had nothing to do with them. After glanced around, he didn't see Ferdine, Hardaway, and others. Han Xiao patted one of his shoulders. Where are the others? Oh, they all went to the Ania Hub. Hardaway took a group of people to... Cough, cough, I went to that kind of bar. Fordine's words. I remember that he seemed to go shopping with Aurora. The disaster level guard officer scratched his head. Do you want them to come back? Forget it. Han Xiao shook his head. There was nothing left and right, and he was too lazy to disturb his subordinates for fun. After thinking about it, I was not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, I was only 1,000 points away from my strength, so I just stayed here and focused on practicing the last strength to complete the advanced tasks. Meanwhile, Enia Hub, Entertainment District 04. A grand ceremony was taking place here. The streets were crowded with different races. The convoys of the parades moved slowly. The performers above made various strange movements towards the audience on the roadside. From time to time, there were street artists performing on the street. It was very noisy and lively, and laughter was everywhere. Ford and Aurora's faces were disguised. Walking among the crowded cheering crowd, Aurora looked around curiously, while Ford followed Aurora as a temporary bodyguard, smiling and commenting on the performances around him with Aurora from time to time. Hey, it's too boring to stay on the boat for a long time. It's more fun to have a lot of people. Aurora held a bunch of hot specialty snacks in her hand, chewing them while talking vaguely, and she was in a good mood. Hella likes to be alone, but Aurora prefers crowded places. Although her childhood suffering caused her to suffer from social phobia for a period of time, after years of adjustment, there is no problem in this regard. She spent most of her time with Hella. Now that Hyla is far away, Aurora also wants to walk around to improve her experience. However, her preference for excitement is not entirely due to personality factors, including physiological factors. Her superpowers can sense the breath of life. Where there are many life signals, it has a certain degree of attraction to her. In this environment, her superpowers can become active and thus create a happy mood. Well, I prefer places with fewer people. Fording shrugged. Aurora gave him a blank look. You like the world of two people, right? Is God's friendship that fun? Are you addicted? Fording disregarded, smiled faintly, and pointed to his temple. You made her shy. Aurora felt a little embarrassed and was about to say something, but at this moment, Fording's eyes suddenly changed. He took a step forward, pressed Aurora's shoulder, and stared in one direction. Wait, it seems that something is going on. Seeing this, Aurora didn't ask. Immediately put away her joking expression, threw away the snack in her hand, reached out to touch the folded firearm on her waist, and instantly made a fighting posture. At the same time, she used all her strength to activate her life-sensing ability and followed Ferdinand's gaze to detect the past. She suddenly found that several life signals that did not exist suddenly appeared in the distance, one of which was still very weak, as if they were seriously injured. The two looked at each other, walked quickly along the sensing, turned into an alley, walked through multiple corners, and went deeper and deeper, gradually missing passers-by around. Soon, the two of them arrived at the location of the abnormal life signal, but there was a clearing in front of them, and there was no abnormality on the surface. Fred frowned and took out a magic badge from his arms. This was a gift from Riki, a device to detect abnormal magic fluctuations. It was vibrating violently at this time, pointing to the open space ahead. It seems like a barrier magic, but it can actually cover up the city's magic detection device for a short period of time. The effect is extraordinary. It hides an area in the city, not like a good person. What is this to do? Fording hesitated for a moment whether to meddle in other people's business. But before he could make a decision, the space in front of him suddenly exploded like broken glass. Klala, the invisible barrier was broken from the inside, and a figure covered in blood stumbled out, fell to the ground with a plop, and the pool of blood under his body gradually expanded. The open space in front of them suddenly changed, and a large number of bumpy battle marks appeared. In addition to the wounded, several people stood in the distance, holding long-handled metal inscription warhammers, wearing black hooded robes with white patterned symbols, and wearing several strings of special-shaped necklaces. They dressed like priests or monks of a certain sect, and dripping blood drips from the warhammer. Obviously, there was a fight here just now. Perhaps because the barrier was broken, they did not want to attract more attention. The people dressed in the pastors did not care at all and turned their heads and left. They were extremely fast and quickly disappeared from the sight of the two. Fording thought about it, because he didn't know the details of the group of people, and he had no intention of chasing them. He stepped forward to support the seriously injured person who was only breathless. However, before he could ask, the seriously injured man grabbed his clothes, clenched his fingers tightly, and spoke hoarsely and quickly. Stop! Stop! Before he finished speaking, the injured man fell down again, fell into a coma, leaving a bloody handprint on Fording's clothes. The two of them stared at each other with big eyes. What should I do? Oh, use your ability to save him. Since I have encountered it, at least I have to ask what's going on. I have a premonition that I always feel that this is not a trivial matter. As he said that, Fording shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why can I always encounter such emergencies?" Seeing that the man was seriously injured and dying, Uo stretched out his hand and pressed it on him. The dazzling life energy was released from his fingers. Golden dots of light floated, looking like soft gauze, pouring into the man's body. The next moment, the hideous wound on the man's body quickly healed and recovered with the naked eye. The torn flesh and blood closed, the shattered bones stuck, and the pale face quickly returned to blood and soon recovered as before. All the wounds healed, and only the bloodstains on his body proved that he was beaten like a grandson just now. The man's brows trembled and gradually woke up from his coma. Where am I? He was confused for a while, suddenly remembered what happened before his coma. His face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly, observing the surroundings vigilantly. Where have those madmen? Fording coughed to attract his attention. The enemy who attacked you has run away. We have saved you. Run? It's bad now. I finally found their traces, and the clues of tracking were broken. This man looked distressed, and then looked at Fording the two, and then suddenly said, "You are you who I saw before I was unconscious." That's right. Fording pointed to the bloody handprint on his clothes. You still asked me to stop them. The man slapped his head and said helplessly, "Sorry, my friend. I was too seriously injured. At that time, I was blurred. I didn't want to drag you into danger. If I woke up, I would definitely ask you to run away quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he remembered his injuries and hurriedly checked his physical condition. He was shocked when he checked. "Hey, where's my wound? Where did my chest go?" Oro raised his eyebrows and learned Han Xiao's expression 10% of it. "I've cured you. This is my ability." The man hurriedly moved and found that not only his injuries were healed, but his body was also full of vitality, as if he had returned to his full state, and his face was shocked. It's not that he has seen the healing ability, but it's the first time he has seen such a powerful healing ability. Looking at the scene around him, at most a few minutes passed, and the healing efficiency was too terrible. I met a treasure. The man was overjoyed and excited. He hurriedly took a step forward, trying to hold Aurora's hand. "Are you interested in joining us?" Fording had no choice but to reach out and separate the overly enthusiastic guy. After a short contact, he found that the guy's reaction seemed a bit slow and stupid. "At least you can introduce yourself first. This is the most basic politeness." "Oh, yes, I'm so excited, forgot." The man withdrew his hand, looked straight, and said in a deep voice, "My name is Ramond, and he is a member of the Punisher League." "What alliance?" Fording was puzzled. He had never heard of this organization. You are not from this galaxy, are you?" Seeing that the two of them looked confused and did not know themselves, Ramond scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "The Punisher Alliance is a Superman group dedicated to protecting mortals and punishing evil people. We mainly operate in this galaxy." After saying this, Fording and Aurora understood. The Punisher Alliance is a folk superpower group in this galaxy. It is a superhero called by some interstellar citizens. As the saying goes, heroes violate the ban with martial arts, and the same is true for the interstellar society. Those who gain strength will change their thoughts and desires. New wanted criminals appear from time to time in every corner of the universe. The fundamental reason is the flood of superpowers, breeding a large number of villains with different ambitions, and also giving birth to opposing superheroes. Superhero is also a profession. Unlike mercenaries, this profession is extremely hardworking. Not only does it help disasters and disasters everywhere, it may not be rewarded. Its moral level is at least as high as 5 floors. There are not many people who are willing to invest their extraordinary power in this career. Most people want to use their superpowers to exchange for a better life, more wealth, and greater power. So few real strong people are going to be superheroes. Generally speaking, the superhero group is composed of a group of like-minded people. However, this profession also has its advantages. That is, its reputation among the people is far greater than that among mercenaries. Although there are not many superheroes, the total number of the entire universe is not a small number, and most of them are active in the local area. So, a long time ago, the three major civilizations established a superhero association for easy management. They can obtain hero qualifications by registering and can exercise justice in the prescribed area without being invited to have tea. In addition to having a salary, the association will help compensate for the collateral losses caused in the exercise of justice process at its discretion. Simply put, in the eyes of civilization, superheroes are equivalent to the charity police recruited by a group of associations. After listening, Fording thought for a while and did not say his real name. I'm Fur. Chinching Shizo Ola. Thank you for saving me. The two of them had blurred their faces, and Ramon did not recognize them. Tell me what's going on. Fording nodded. Ramon didn't want to involve outsiders, but Aurora's ability changed his mind and explained everything in detail. The group of people who attacked me just now belonged to a crazy believer sect. They believed in an evil god who claimed to be a bloodhammer church and used blood sacrifices to conduct sacrifices. They have committed many cases in this galaxy and are old rivals with our Punisher Alliance. When Footing heard this, he frowned. He did not like this kind of barbaric behavior of using ordinary people's blood sacrifices. The territory of the three major cosmic civilizations is good, but all criminal acts cannot be eliminated. Occasionally, short-term missed fish will occur. Unless it is a wanted criminal with particularly high combat effectiveness and serious case, the cosmic civilization will not always do it himself. Ordinary wanted criminals will first let local vassal civilizations or mercenaries deal with it to save public security resources. If the vassal civilization cannot handle it, it will be the turn of cosmic civilization to interfere. There are not many ordinary people in the Bloodhammer Church every time. Many operations were blocked by the Punisher Alliance. At the same time, they would not go to the Imperial Direct Colonial Star to catch people's blood sacrifice, so the destructiveness has not reached the point where the Empire handles it personally and has not been arrested. I coincidentally found the traces of these madmen at the Ainea hub. I was worried that they would hold a blood festival here, so I followed them quietly to find out where they were. Unfortunately, I was discovered halfway through. You will know what happened next. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Ramon smiled bitterly. That's it, Fording pondered. Then what plans do you have now? Don't worry, I have notified other partners that they are rushing to the Ainea hub. Before that, I will continue to track the traces of the Bloodhammer Church and not let them harm ordinary people here. As he said, Ramon grinned. But I am alone, not their opponent. You can find Ainea's garrison and police forces. Aurora was unmoved. I will report the case, but I am just an ordinary superhero. They won't let me join their work, and I can't wait. So I have to do something myself. Raymond said sincerely, I hope both of you can help me, and I sincerely invite you to join the Punisher League. Fording did not agree. Many superheroes have such a common problem. They like to be the Mavericks, and the other party obviously likes Aurora's superpowers. This is how you want to think about it. After pondering for a while, Fording did not say anything. He decided to report it and listen to Han Xiao's opinion. It's not that they have to meddle in other people's business. This is mainly within the Empire, and they are allies of the Empire. They meet a group of wanted criminals who seem to be causing trouble. It's not good to pretend to turn a blind eye. After all, the identity is here, so if you can stop it, try to stop it. It's just a small matter for the Black Star Legion. Punisher Alliance? Bloodhammer Church. In the practical practice room, Han Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the remote projection of Fording and Aurora in front of him, his face a little strange. He was originally training his strength, but just received a communication between Fordin and Aurora and learned about this situation. Han Xiao searched for information about his previous life in his mind, and he had some impression of these two forces. The Punisher League was a bit famous in his previous life and was a secondary camp. It did not affect other identities after joining. Some players in his previous life joined the Punisher League and experienced a superhero addiction. During that period, the Bloodhammer Church was gone long ago, and players came into contact with the plot of the Bloodhammer Church through the dungeon crystal produced by the faction. Han Xiao also played copies of the Bloodhammer Church many times when he was practicing a small trumpet in his previous life. The pastor in it used the evil god's blood sacrifice technique as a healing method. A war hammer danced so hard that it was so strong that it could beat, carry, and carry milk, which left a deep impression on him. In front of the Bloodhammer Church, pastors who only know how to breastfeed are younger brothers. The correct style of the pastor should be that God will not save me, and I will save people, and a war hammer will break through the mortal world. The Punisher League had a side plot in its previous life. They defeated many villains and confiscated a lot of loot. One of the unknown loot is the relics of a powerful Superman, sealed with a powerful secondary dimension creature. Years later, the creature cracked the seal, causing heavy casualties to the Punisher Alliance. Han Xiao remembered clearly that it was because the reward for killing the sealed creature's unique boss mission was two specialties. One was to improve mental resistance, and the other was to improve magic resistance, which was quite large. This relic itself is also very valuable and can greatly improve the ability of the Mind Master. Looking at Fording's ignorance, Han Xiao's eyes were very complicated. Dude, can you find money every time you go out? Today I got up in the morning and went out. I arrived at the place in the afternoon. The next seat of the plane was with the child. I couldn't sleep. I was also motion sick. I was struggling on the road for more than half a day. I was so tired. Originally, I had to follow a plot to increase the progress of this picture, but my brother caught me so confused that I couldn't open my eyes. I was so sleepy that I couldn't write. I had to miss the code today. I'd have to forgive me for being caught. Winky face, P.S. I didn't rank at the bottom of the blast update activity. I heard that I was ranked 4th. I was shocked. The elderly convoy did have the elderly Azizi. With a senior protagonist, you can always encounter emergencies. I just want to practice my strength quietly for a while. Why is it so difficult? Han Xiao sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Since someone is causing trouble in the Empire, then you can stop it. I'm fully in charge of this matter. If you encounter any trouble, you can mobilize my guard officer. Also, I'll give you another task. You and Aurora conceal their identities and sneak into the Punisher Boy group and help me find out the whereabouts of something. The levels of the Bloodhammer Church and the Punisher Alliance are much different from that of him. If it were normal, Han Xiao would be willing to intervene in person, but now he wants to concentrate on upgrading his strength training method and is not interested in intervening in such low-level events. So he simply let Ford do it for him to find out whether the seal is in the hands of the Punisher Alliance at this time. Then you can easily get expertise and save effort if you shoot the boss in 1 second. Han Xiao was quite at ease with the task of finding things to the European Emperor like Fording, and he was more at ease than relying on himself. Okay. Fording tilted his head. The problem of hiding identity. I will ask Philip to create 2 disguised resumes for you, and there will be no loopholes, which is enough to win the trust of them. Han Xiao pondered. Since you want to hide your identity, don't be too out of line. Just cooperate with the Ryman's actions. Don't take the initiative. Okay. Fording hesitated for a moment. Actually, I want to ask you to help you use virtual technology to find the whereabouts of the Bloodhammer Church. Han Xiao shook his head. There is no clue. If I want to check, I can only hack into the total intelligence of the INEA hub, screen all entry and exit records, and even control the quantum network base station of the INEA hub and monitor all information in this area in real time. This is a big project. After all, this planet is another super A-level allies. They have their own police force, so I don't need to interfere. Didn't I just say it? Don't perform too outrageously, and it would be bad to arouse Raymond's suspicion. Listening to the entire planet and screening out targets from the communication messages of countless citizens requires huge computing power. Although he can do it, it is quite cumbersome. The level of the Bloodhammer Church is too low, and Han Xiao doesn't want to waste his energy on it. The police force at the INEA hub also used similar means to track down suspicious people and let them deal with it. You don't have to work as an outsider. I understand. Fording thought it was the same. He asked a super A level to do such a small thing. He always felt that he was making a big deal. As a guard officer, what is the reason for asking his boss to help him do things? Ramond and his team's combat level are only B level. A natural disaster level is enough to deal with this situation. If not, Hardaway's group of idle guys can be mobilized. If they don't do anything, they will really be snatching. Turning off the communicator, Ferdin explained the situation to Aurora, and Aurora suddenly shone with eyes. Let us handle it ourselves? It's great. I finally found something to do. Fording smiled, contacted Raymond, followed Han Xiao's instructions, and expressed his agreement with his invitation and was willing to join the Punishers League. Hearing this, Ramond was overjoyed. Okay, on behalf of the Punishers Alliance, I will notify others immediately and arrange for you to join the association. Seeing that Ramond was about to hang up the communication, Ferdin had to stop him inside. You always need procedures to join. Have you forgotten? Yes, right. Ramond slapped his head and immediately started to operate. I'm so excited. You need to fill out the application form to join. I'll send it to you immediately. Ferdin shook his head, received the application form document sent by Ramond, opened it and glanced. All he needed to fill out was normal information such as name, ability, level, and past resume. He filled in the fake identity created by Philip and changed the fake identity level to be level, which made it look more ordinary. If others knew that he was a natural disaster level and had completely different status, it would not be easy to get into the organization. Although the proportion of natural disaster level in the Central Star Sea is higher, it is still a rare high-level combat power. After filling out, he sent it to Ramond. Ramond hurriedly sent it to members of the Punisher Alliance without saying a word. At this moment, outside the range of the 2-star zones, a small spacecraft is jumping at a high speed and moving towards the INEA hub. The outer armor of the spacecraft has a force symbol, representing the Alliance of Punishers. A group of people stayed in the cabin, sitting or standing, some wiping the blade, some raising guns, some raising their eyes and resting without saying a word, and some silly watching entertainment shows, all of which are superheroes of the Punishers League. They have no actual leaders, and everyone is an equal partner who fights side by side. Each performs his or her duties, and each has his or her own social circle in normal times. There are several nominal leaders, all of whom are old members with high reputation in the organization. This organizational structure is a common configuration for superhero groups. While doing my own thing, suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in the center of the room, showing the news about Raymond. News are coming to Raymond. Everyone paused, looked at the screen, and led the temporary captain of the team forward. Ramond talked about his experience in the news and emphasized Aurora's ability, expressing his hope that the two of them would join the club. It turned out to be a rare and powerful healing ability. The captain's face was happy and immediately realized the value. It is difficult for them to recruit new members and superheroes, and basically one person dies less. If they had such a partner in the past, they would have received timely medical treatment, and many people would not have died. Is their resume okay? Well, I checked it, it's all real, said a mechanical superhero. Then don't worry. I agree with these two people joining us. Wait a minute. At this time, a thin-faced man said lightly, "Be careful that this is a conspiracy of the Bloodhammer Church. Maybe it is intentional to invade us. Don't forget that they also have the evil, sacrificial healing ability in their hands." You ask Ramond, did he see others treat him with his own eyes? Selly, you are thinking too much. Although Ramond is a little impulsive, he is still quite reliable in his work. The captain frowned. I believe in Ramond, but I don't believe in such a coincidence. The thin man spoke in a cold tone. His name is Selly, and he is also an old member of the Punishers League. He is very cautious and has long been believed to be the hearts of the people. No newcomer can gain his trust at the beginning. The captain knew that he could not convince him, so he shook his head and changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. We should hurry up and break the conspiracy of the Bloodhammer Church. It's right. Everyone's face is stern. However, these people didn't know that they only saw the tip of the iceberg, and the situation behind them was not as simple as they thought. A conspiracy is brewing in the shadows that no one knows. Somewhere in the Ainea hub, the temporary base of the church, several Bloodhammer priests who attacked Raymond returned to the stronghold, which immediately attracted the attention of other members of Stronghold. In the room, a tall man stood up. His decoration was more gorgeous, holding a larger warhammer. This man was the Archbishop of the Bloodhammer Church, and his eyes were not good at this time. It smells bloody. Have you met an enemy? It's the people from the Punisher Alliance. He followed us. We used barrier magic to solve him, but unfortunately he broke the barrier and ran out. It's this group of people again. It's been destroyed by our actions so many times, and I can't even get rid of it. Bishop Bloodhammer was so angry that he hated these old opponents who were dispersed. Ramon thought the Bloodhammer Church was here for sacrifice, but it was not. If it is a normal blood sacrifice activity, it would be fine, but this is an important act of employment, which is related to the future of the Bloodhammer Church, and thus aggravated the bishop's anger. This stronghold cannot be stayed. It must be transferred immediately. Bishop Bloodhammer's face turned pale. There can't be any mistakes in this operation. Pack up the things immediately. Hearing this, everyone in the stronghold moved and packed up the things in the room. Bishop Bloodhammer walked to a conference table and looked down at the paper map spread on the table. The map depicts the terrain of an important area of the Ainea hub, with detailed action plans marked on it, and each arrow points directly to the core location of the area. And this place is exactly where the evolutionary totem is placed at the Ainea hub. More than a dozen blocks away from the Bloodhammer Church and others, there is another group of secret strongholds of forces. In the room, several people surrounded a table, and on it was another architectural structure diagram of the evolution's totem storage point. This group of people is a well-known thieves on the black market, specializing in stealing some important things for their employers. This time they were hired to work at the Ainea hub. What I want to steal this time is the evolutionary totem of the Ainea hub. This thing is under heavy protection, with strict garrisoning and arduous tasks. Now it is not far from the day of action agreed by the employer. Do you have any good solutions? I got enough information for the previous few times when I checked the site. There are all-weather anti-theft equipment and surveillance equipment, both of which are very advanced. I have a rough plan, but it still needs to be improved. We alone cannot steal things. If there is a helper, as the employer said, we will have chance. Several people lowered their voices and discussed the action plan. Ainea Hub, Airport, Port Number 1, Entrance and Exit Hall. The hall was crowded, and all passengers entering and leaving the port had to pass here. In a casual beverage shop near the gate, a woman with an ordinary appearance was reading a paper book, and a half-drinking light blue bubble drink was placed on the table in front of her. She has been sitting here for a while, as if she is waiting for someone. At this moment, a commotion came from the exit of the dock, and a group of bodyguards surrounded a young man and walked into the hall. Two of the bodyguards were different from the others, without concealing their aura, emitting natural disaster-level energy fluctuations, one left and one right, and it was obvious that the young man was a person of great origin. Seeing this, passers-by made way. Watching the team leave the hall, the ordinary woman paid for the drink, then stood up, with a book under her armpit, strode out of the airport, and left in the opposite direction of the team. Walking out of more than 10 blocks, the crowd became less dense. She walked into the shadow of a building, and the next moment she walked out was a burly man with the books in her hand gone. This person has the ability to disguise and changes his appearance many times on the road. Finally, he took a vehicle to another urban area, walked into the hotel where he was staying, and returned to his room. There were 3 other people in the room with different species. If anyone familiar with the wanted orders of Major Starfields here, they can recognize that these 3 people were once vicious natural disaster-level wanted criminals and later became members of the Fallen Arkansas. After Han Xiao captured the strange god, they all left the Fallen Ark and disappeared. Closed the door, the disguised person nodded to the few people and spoke in a deep voice, The news is right, the target is here. He has two natural disaster-level bodyguards around him, the two people in the intelligence. Very good. Act according to the plan. A strong murderous intent flashed in one of the eyes. Red Empire Mother Star, Tyron Hamel Palace, head of state government building, high-rise conference room. At this moment, a meeting on the current situation of the Red Empire has come to an end. Since the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect officially implemented the suppression plan, the Red Empire has been targeted and blocked in many areas and has been under tremendous pressure. The Empire has invested large-scale resources in the Shining World, and omissions are inevitably made in other areas, and the other two companies have the opportunity to take advantage of it. Because of the bad situation, today's report meetings are often held during this period. The Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect target us in these fields, causing us to put pressure on many aspects. The purpose is obvious: to let us openly sell the evolutionary totem. What do you think? Ulan Riel, in the main position, spoke a serious tone and looked around everyone. Some of the senior officials below nodded, while some of them had no expression on their faces, and the same thing was that they didn't speak. These people are not all officials of the head of state faction, some of which are important members of other factions, and Ulan Riel attaches great importance to the opinions of these people. Ulan Riel looked at an old senior official who was ahead of the left and said in a deep voice, "Lutherville, what do you think?" Lutherville is a senior official in charge of the economic field, with a very high official position and a leader of the neutral faction. He has a transcendent status. He heard Ulan Riel's question and said slowly, hissing the head, "It is beneficial to us to open the evolutionary totem. Tell us what you think." Okay. Lutherville nodded. The advantage of not publicly purchasing rights is to increase our political vassals, gain more allies, and optimize our species' potential from a long-term perspective. More talents can be born in the future and gradually surpass other civilizations. The disadvantage is that they are targeted by the other two companies and many civilizations. The advantage of open purchase rights is to alleviate pressure and consolidate the dominance of the three major civilizations. We can also obtain new political benefits through limits. The disadvantage is to give up long-term potential and cannot enjoy the effectiveness of the evolutionary totem, and lose an opportunity to surpass others in species talent. At this time, Ludwell suddenly changed his tone, raised a finger, and said lightly, "But there is an inevitable problem in opening the purchase rights. That is, the device that manufactures the totem is not controlled by us, which is an unstable factor. We are under such a huge pressure now, but most of the benefits brought by the totem are given a Black Star. It is not a good thing. If we want to open the purchase rights, we must consider this issue. If we cannot obtain all the benefits brought by the totem, it will be a loss to bear so much pressure. I know your opinion." Ulan Riel raised his palm and refused to comment. Seeing this, Ludwell knew that Ulan Riel didn't want him to continue talking, so he had no objection, so he shut up and stopped talking. Seeing this, Ulan Riel felt helpless. Ludwell was the leader of the faction, but he did not disobey her orders. He just had different political views in some places, and the issue of the ownership of the evolution block is one of the points. Ludwell is a firm leader in the handover. He is a senior official in charge of the economic field. He mostly thinks about problems based on economic and political interests and is not inclined toward military affairs. He was dissatisfied with the empire suppression by the other two companies, but could not get all the benefits of the evolutionary block. He always advocated the recycling of the Black Star's evolutionary block, whether it was for resources to be exchanged or forced. Anyway, the empire must control this universe treasure. Ulan Riel values Black Star and is incompatible with his political views in this regard. It is precisely because of her, as the head of state, that this firm supporter of the Shangjie faction did not cause trouble. Let's get off the meeting today. Ulan Riel shook his head. The remote projections in the conference room disappeared one after another. Ludwell nodded and saluted, then turned off the remote communication, returned to his office, sighed, rubbed his eyes, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were quite deep. Oh, at this time, the internal line on the table rang, and Ludwell immediately connected, and the secretary's words came from the channel. "Your Excellency, your grandson called in. Do you need to transfer it?" How many times have I told him, "Don't hit the internal lines of my office"? Ludwell frowned. "Click it in." The secretary responded, and after waiting for a while, the voice of a young man sounded in the channel. "Grandpa, I've arrived at the INEA hub and told you in advance, don't send people to me everywhere again like last time, so that people in my company thought I was missing." "Oomph." Ludwell snorted from his nostrils, his face a little uneasy. "By the way, you said you wanted to eat INEA's specialty snacks last time. I'll bring you some when I'm back on a business trip. It's almost the same." Ludwell's tense expression relaxed. "Be careful. The world is not peaceful now, and there have been many attacks in the Empire." "Humph. They're all robbing the evolutionist totem. I'll send you 2 bodyguards next to you, right?" Oh, these 2 old men looked at me like a prisoner, and even went to the bathroom. "Grandpa, please be fine. Take them back. They are next to you. Others think I'm the boss, and my boss dares not scold me. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll fire me one day." "That's not possible. I'm the only grandson, safety first, and I'll be relieved only if I have them by your side." Ludwell's tone was serious, paused, realizing that he was not good. So he relaxed and sighed. "Oh, take good care of himself, and you're not an imperial official. Stop making internal lines." Not long ago, the Interior Office staff complained to me about this matter. Okay, then I'll hang up." After hanging up the communication, Ludwell breathed a sigh of relief, with a kind smile on his face. In the next few days, Ferdin and Aurora cooperated with Ramond to search for traces of the Bloodhammer Church in various cities of the INEA hub. The matter has been reported to the garrison police force. After asking, the other party promised to check the traces of the suspicious persons, and then sent several people out, obviously without the intention of asking the superhero to help. Although the status of superheroes in the universe has been legalized, police forces everywhere have never liked to cooperate with superheroes. After all, everyone is not ordinary people. Most superheroes are only of B-level strength, but they are not surprising to catch a lot of B-level superheroes who work for various civilizations. Those superheroes with nicknames fancy ones may not be opponents of ordinary operators when they really fight. So most of the time, they don't need so-called superheroes to help. Ramond insisted on searching for the traces of the Bloodhammer Church by himself. Fording remembered the task assigned by Han Xiao and moved into the stronghold rented by Ramond, hiding his strength and helping in a low-key manner. After a few days, the 3 of them still did not find clues to the Bloodhammer Church, but they waited for the support of the Punisher's alliance. "You are finally here." In the stronghold, Ramond was overjoyed and welcomed the team that came to support. He exchanged a few familiar greetings and then introduced the group of partners to Ford and others. Everyone looked at Ford and Aurora. Most of them looked kind and nodded, while a small number of them were expressionless and indifferent. These 2 are the ones I mentioned to you, Morningstar and Euler. They are both B-level superpowers, especially Euler. Her healing ability is great. "Hello, I am Morningstar." Fording smiled slightly and greeted everyone. He did not have any natural disaster-level airs and was extremely friendly in temperament. It would be fine if I didn't laugh. Many people present were shocked, and their heartbeat suddenly accelerated when they smiled. Fordine's charm is regardless of race or gender, and his every move unconsciously exudes a special attraction. If he still smiles, it will really cost him a lifetime. Even if he wears a disguised face, it will not cover his volcanic eruption. This new companion has a really good temperament. Many people muttered secretly and looked at each other. "Amo. Hola." Aurora was not used to his fake name. Everyone looked over, and their eyes became much more eager. No one would dislike their companions with healing ability. Maybe one day they would need help. Just as I was about to come forward to meet my new partner, a disharmonious voice came from the crowd. "I want to ask, why do you join the Punisher Alliance?" Everyone looked in the voice, looking helpless, and the one who spoke was Selly, who was very wary. "Because he invited us." Aurora shrugged and pointed at Ramond. "You're also B-level superpowers. Don't you think it's strange to join us because of a simple invitation? You haven't even heard of the name of the Punisher Alliance before, and you just started to make a temporary decision and simply change your mind? Huh, I would rather believe you had planned it. Sari's tone was cold, everything was too coincidental, and he couldn't help but doubt it. Fording smiled and did not defend himself. Everyone was worried that he was dissatisfied and hurriedly came up to dissuade him. The first impression Fred gave them just now was so good that he couldn't help but speak for him. He looks so pretty. He looks like a good person. Sally's eyes twitched, barely resisting Fording's charming aura, and passed by Fording, staring at Fording with a squint eyes, and said coldly, "I will keep staring at you. If you have any other intentions, don't blame me for being polite." After that, he strode away. Because of Sally's behavior, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. At this time, Ramond walked up, patted Ferdinand on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't worry about him. He has always been like that. I was targeted by him when I joined." Fine. Fuden smiled faintly. Seeing this, everyone came up to talk. Fuden handled it with ease and quickly integrated into the group. It was completely no problem for him. After resting for more than a day, the captain of this temporary hero team summoned everyone to assign the task of finding the Bloodhammer Church. The Punisher Alliance was not crowded, so only a few people were responsible for a large area and slowly searching for clues. Ferdin and Aurora were naturally together, and they still followed Ramon to act together. In addition, a martial arts hero, for people in a group, searching for a rather prosperous urban area in the Ainea hub. The artificial sun gradually sets, and the blood-red sunset makes the sky turn into a ruby with cloud patterns. As the sun slowly shrinks back to the horizon, the night slowly covers the sky, and the bright lights of the Ainea hub gradually light up. At night, the Ainea hub wakes up and shows the other side of the interstellar city, as if from a distant traveler carrying a suitcase, turning into a hot girl with thick makeup and charming eyes. The night is the curtain of the joy scene, where travelers and goods from various galaxies are here. Countless people are indulging in their debauchery, and they continue to embark on their journey when dawn comes. The crowds on the street are denser than during the day, with crowds surging, an impetuous and pleasant atmosphere floating in the air, like alcohol mixed with freshly squeezed juice, which is choking but also with a fresh and sweet taste. Fording and the other four walked on the street, looking around and observing the surroundings. Ramond pushed away a drunken insect man and leaned over, lowered his voice. The Bloodhammer Church basically performs a blood sacrifice at night. Everyone should pay attention to it. Don't ignore the smell of blood. Pay more attention to remote places. Ferding did not comment. Everyone walked for a while, and Aurora suddenly grabbed Fording's sleeve and pointed to the sky. There is a natural disaster level life signal. Fording looked up and saw a flying vehicle flying from a distance, parked on the high-rise parking platform of a high-rise building. A group of bodyguards surrounded a young man and separated the crowd. Two of the bodyguards exuded a natural disaster-level aura without any concealment. Passers-by around also noticed this momentum and looked up one after another. Raymond looked at it and muttered, "That seems to be a big man." The martial artist next to him shook his head. "Anyway, we can't get in touch with such a person, so don't look at it. It has nothing to do with us." So that's what I said. Ignoring the two people next to him, Fording just glanced at him and found that the two disaster-level bodyguards seemed familiar and seemed to have seen their photos somewhere. He had always believed in his intuition. Seeing that Ramond and the other two were talking to themselves and didn't pay attention to him, he took out the communicator and entered the picture just now into the device through memory transmission. "Philip, who are these people?" "Good. The database is being compared. The comparison is completed, and there is a matching object. The huge intelligent database of the Black Star Army is also open to ordinary people, most of which are Philip's subroutines. As Fording, who has followed Han Xiao for a long time, has the authority to enjoy the function of Philip's master intelligence. Compared with the efficiency of ordinary members, it is about 3G and 5G. He looked down, and Fording's eyes moved. Philip's database stored information of almost all officials and cadres of the Red Empire. It was found that these two disaster-level bodyguards were direct supermen of the Red Empire, and the young man surrounded did not have detailed information. Obviously, unknown forces kept him a secret. Generally, most of the people who received this kind of treatment were relatives of the senior officials of the Empire. It should be the descendants of a senior official of the Empire. Feud nodded, not caring, but at this time, Aurora, who was close to him, sent him a message. I sense that there are 4 natural disaster levels hidden in different locations nearby. Aurora's life sensing is a convenient means to find people. If it were not for the space isolation ability, such as barrier magic, normal hiding and disguise were useless in front of Aurora. She could easily detect the strength of other people's life to judge the other's combat power. Fording paused, glanced at the location of Aurora's mark, and found that these 4 unknown natural disaster levels faintly surrounded this place. I don't know if it was secretly protecting the descendants of this senior imperial official or having other intentions. Well, it's not our business, don't worry about it. Frieding said this, but he was careful in his heart. He always had a bad premonition and felt that something seemed to happen tonight. After searching for a while, several people had already walked out of the most prosperous area. Ramon suddenly received a message from his companion. Come here quickly. We have found the Bloodhammer Church. The companions in the communication channel spoke anxiously, and there was a sound of fighting in the background. Where are you? Have you started fighting with the Bloodhammer Church? Raymond asked hurriedly. No, it's not us. The companion's tone suddenly became very strange, with a strong confusion. It's not that we found the Bloodhammer Church, but that they're actually attacking the military restricted area. What? The few people were stunned. In their impression, the Bloodhammer Church was a group of crazy believers who secretly grabbed people and snatched blood sacrifices. How could they attack the military forbidden zone? For a moment, the few people felt a bad premonition. And at this moment, everyone found that the earth under their feet seemed to be shaking faintly. Boom! A dazzling strong light came from a distance, and dazzling explosion light columns rose from several urban areas in the distance, and the fire illuminated the night sky, which was extremely eye-catching. The shock wave swept across like a mountain of mountains, like a hurricane raised from the ground. Even if everyone was in this area, they were also affected, and their hair was dancing. The firelight rose under the night sky, and countless passers-by around them looked stunned, stopped, and turned their heads, looking at the place where the explosion occurred. What's wrong? Ferding frowned. This is the Ainea hub, which is heavily guarded by heavy troops. Such a big movement cannot be made by the second and third-rate organizations of the Bloodhammer Church. Precise thoughts were misled by Raymond's guess. The more troubled church in the Ainea hub, there may be greater intentions. Just as the thought flashed, a harsh alarm suddenly swept across the city. The garrison warships were dispatched, crossing the sky and heading to various explosion areas. The next second, passers-by became in chaos. Bang! The Warhammer streaked through the silver light, smashing the head of a garrison Superman in the Ainea hub, spraying blood from the ground. Bishop of the Bloodhammer led a large group of Bloodhammer priests to attack a corner of the military-restricted area and exchanged fierce fire with the garrison. The superpowers fought each other, and the surrounding defense turrets and mechanical vehicles opened fire on the Bloodhammer Church. A dark energy ray bombarded the magic shields of the Bloodhammer priests. The Bloodhammer priest was constantly bombarded and annihilated, and there was no powder left. In this battlefield, the Bloodhammer Bishop was invincible, showing his natural disaster-level combat power, rushing left and right, and a Warhammer turned upside down. Anything blocked in front was smashed by him. The advanced combat power of the Ainea hub would not stay at the post at any time. He had not arrived yet, and reinforcements were still on the way. Bishop of Bloodhammer held the hammer in both hands and paused to the ground. The Warhammer and his body lit up strange red magic runes. The blood all over the ground seemed to have evaporated, turning into large pieces of blood mist condensed in the air, forming a huge figure, with only the upper body, with a weird shape, and a manic energy seemed to be transmitted from the void, staying in this red mist. The next moment, two sun-like balls of light lit up on the red mist's face, as if they were eyes, and a certain consciousness came. Its body gushed out of its irritable magic energy and shot out bright red magic arrows, attacking indiscriminately in the battlefield. If it hits the Bloodhammer Pastor will turn red, as if it was buffed. Not only did its injuries gradually recover, but its combat power also increased significantly. If it hits the enemy, then there will be small snakes bulging under the enemy's skin, and blood flows backwards in its body, suffering serious trauma. This group of figures is the god sacrificed by the Bloodhammer Church. A high-dimensional magic entity has arrived briefly in a special way and has the power of the natural disaster level. In addition, the Bloodhammer Bishop itself is equivalent to the 2 natural disaster level attacks on this battlefield. In several other directions of this military forbidden zone, violent explosions occurred, and the forces attacking the military forbidden zone are far more than the Bloodhammer Church family. This is a premeditated cooperative action. The highest building in the center of Ia Hub is the property of the Guardians here. The person guarding this place is a senior disaster-level Superman named Gabra. Seeing the fire in the city from the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Gabra threw away the female creature in his hand, stood in front of the window with bare, but frowned and overlooking the explosion area. Gara, there is an emergency. The remote projection of the adjutant appeared in the room, and he didn't even look at the woman trembling with a quilt next to him. He spoke quickly and quickly said the matter. Someone attacked the military area where the evolutionary totem is located. I dare to come to my territory to grab things, and I'm looking for death. Gabura's face showed a strong, evil spirit. He pulled his pants over his sleeves, then kicked the floor-to-ceiling window and jumped into the night sky. He ignited a fierce gray martial arts aura all over his body, turning into a meteor to tear the night open and fall to the area where the battle was. At the same time, in the city where Ford and others were located, a wanted criminal who was hiding in the dark saw the gray meteor passing by in the sky, reached out and pressed the short-range headset, and whispered, "Gabura has been led away, and other garrison natural disaster levels are also rushing to the battlefield. The forces there will drag these natural disaster levels. When the riots sweep across the city, we can take action. Remember, we must fight quickly and disguise it as an unexpected encounter afterwards." At the same time, in another unaffected urban area of Ainea Hub, 2 ordinary men stood on the top of a tall building, looking down at the chaos and firelight under the night. One of them was the disguiser who monitored the airport a few days ago. "The operation has begun. Thank you for proof that I'm not blind yet. I don't know how many of these gray forces hired on the black market can survive tonight in the end. Even if they live tonight, they will be eliminated sooner or later, either by us or by the Empire." The garrison troops rushed to protect the evolutionary totem. Hey, do they really think it's just for a mere evolutionary totem? Fortunately, this is not a direct colonial star of the Empire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to smuggle parts of various prohibited weapons in. Other teams have enough time to spread the riots throughout the city, and the more places they blow up, the better. The guy guarding this planet is the right-hand man of a super A-level powerhouse. It is estimated that this chaos will be suppressed before dawn. Humph! After spending so many resources, it can only bring chaos for a night. It doesn't matter. These gray forces will die. Just drag them to another team to kill the target, so that we can report to the team leader. It's really dangerous to be assigned to such a task. TSK, I really envy other groups. Qianfeng cut the conversation between the two into pieces. Fires soared into the sky, chaos spreading in the Ainea Hub, and a series of explosions occurred in different urban areas, as if someone had detonated a portable high-energy bomb. Ramond received a message from his companion and rushed to meet up in a hurry. Fording and Aurora had to act together. He quietly notified other guards on the way. Because he wanted to sneak into the Punisher Alliance, it was not convenient for him to take action, and the guards were the best helpers. The situation now has exceeded the initial expectations. In order to stop this sudden storm, the Black Star Legion cannot stand by and watch. When we arrived at the military forbidden zone, it had become a chaotic battlefield. The garrison warships gathered from all directions, worrying about the aftermath of the damage to the city. They could only use planetary weapons to attack the enemies on the ground. Aeneas guard Gabra led a group of subordinates to fight against this group of gray forces. He also had colleagues at the natural disaster level. Together, 7 or 8 natural disaster levels had already fought here. The aftermath caused by the garrison made this area unrecognizable. The garrison urgently opened the zenith protective cover of the city, otherwise the aftermath would spread to other areas. In the battle at the natural disaster level, the members of the Punisher Alliance present were basically unable to intervene, and everyone could only help with the large forces of various gray forces, and the battle situation was also very fierce. Go and help. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Raymond joined the battle without saying a word. Seeing this, Fording protected Aurora and only exerted his level of combat power. He was able to deal with the minions with ease, fighting while distracting the situation. I didn't expect things to develop like this. These gray forces united to seize the evolutionary totem. There must be unknown power commands behind it. Fording frowned and thought to himself, it would be better to seize the civilization of other Star Domain allies in the Empire than to seize the evolutionary totem civilization. Such a risk should not be just for the mere evolutionary totem. While thinking, another round of explosion occurred in various urban areas. Obviously, there were enemies in the secret, detonating bombs everywhere, causing constant riots. Gabra avoided the bishop's heavy hammer, turned his head to look at the chaotic scene in the distance, and suddenly burst into anger, shouting, "Pick out some people to maintain public order for me, and kill the bastards who caused explosions everywhere." The order was issued, and some warships scattered everywhere and went to various urban areas to maintain public order. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly broke out in a distant urban area. A tall building collapsed and shattered. The aftermath shattered the block, and an unknown natural disaster level aura appeared. There are enemies. Gabra glanced at him angrily, thinking it was the enemy's reinforcement. However, the natural disaster level in the distance did not mean to get close, but instead fought with someone there. What's the situation? Gabra was puzzled. He could not withdraw now. In his opinion, the enemy's target was the evolutionary totem. If he left here, the enemy would break through the defense line and steal the totem. He could not leave his post without permission. After thinking about it, Gabra could only temporarily ignore the unknown situation in the distance and quickly defeat the group of miscellaneous natural disaster levels in front of him, so that he could free up his hands to deal with the situation in the distance. Fording also felt the aftermath in the distance, looked back, and his pupils shrank. If you remember correctly, it seemed to be the direction you came just now. In an instant, Fording thought of the group of natural disasters he discovered. Just by intuition, he could guess that 80% of them were fighting against the bodyguards of the descendants of senior officials of the Empire. This seems to be the same conspiracy. Fording flashed with inspiration. At the same time, a fierce battle is underway in another urban area. The aftermath of a natural disaster level collision without stopping, shattering a large number of high-rise buildings, and many blocks have turned into ruins. The two sides fighting were the 4 ambushed disaster-level wanted criminals and the 2 guards of Ludwell's grandson. 42, the ordinary bodyguard around Ludwell's grandson had been killed or injured, leaving only 2 natural disaster-level guards struggling to support the siege of the 4 murderers, and the wounds on their bodies continued to increase. After, who is going to attack me? Ludwell's grandson looked panicked. Although he was a senior official, he did not develop in the imperial political circle, but chose to be a businessman. He did not expect that he would receive such treatment one day. At this time, he was protected in a temporary energy shield that could not be moved. The outer cover was full of aftermaths that could crush him, and he would die as soon as he went out. His 2 guards were trained by the Empire to cultivate advanced combat power in direct combat and fulfill their loyal duties. Although they knew that their disadvantages were huge, they gritted their teeth to resist the siege of the four. Bang! Suddenly, a guard suffered a heavy blow, squirted out a mouthful of blood mist, and was knocked away by one blow, crashed into more than a dozen tall buildings, and flew out from afar. The remaining guards in the field were caught fire, and their injuries quickly worsened. After all, they were not elite natural disaster level like Gabra, and these murderers were not simple characters. For a loophole, the guard's arm was cut off by a murderer, and blood gushed out. The man's face turned pale, but he just groaned and wanted to fight back. However, his firm personality could not bring him a bonus to combat power. His body was hit hard by continuous fire, splashing blood in the movement of high altitude. His face became paler, and his momentum declined rapidly. Both guards were severely injured. The grandson of Ludwell lost the protection of a master and became a lamb to be slaughtered, exposed to the sharp claws of four enemies. Kill him. The four of them looked happy and were about to join forces to kill the target. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Bunches of blazing light cannons suddenly fell from the sky and attacked here. The word danger seemed to appear on the heads of several natural disaster-level people. They noticed the crisis and hurriedly avoided it. Rumble. The light cannon hit the front of several people. The earth shattered, and the soil was instantly crystallized by high temperature. Accompanied by the orbital bombing, several figures descended, and their bodies emitted powerful natural disaster-level energy fluctuations, blocking the four murderers. Who are you? One of them suddenly felt something was wrong. The group of natural disaster level that suddenly appeared in front of him was not in the intelligence, not the defenders of the Ainea hub, and the oppression they gave them was far more than the two guards they had just fought. They were definitely the superior, strong men in the natural disaster level. We're the guards of the Black Star Army. Who are you? How dare you make trouble in the Empire? Hardaway looked at the murderers coldly, with malicious intentions. Several murderers were stunned, and then their faces changed drastically. Black Star Legion. When did they come to Ainea hub? Why didn't you receive any news? Oh no, I hit the gun this time. The few people were bitter. If they had known that the Black Star Army was here, how could they dare to participate in this plan? It's so bad that we actually met. It's so bad that we're in trouble. There are reinforcements. On the other hand, the two seriously injured guards were overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief, and were very grateful. Fortunately, Lord Black Star happened to stay at the Ainea hub. Otherwise, the result would be unimaginable. As soon as the name of the Black Star Legion came out, the four murderers immediately retreated and wanted to give up the mission, but Hardaway would not give them time to think. He took the guards to fight and fought in an instant. On the other hand, the battle in the military area has entered a fierce state, with heavy casualties and injuries. I don't know how many people were blown to ashes, and even one of them was crushed by Gabra. However, although the garrison of Ainea hub has the upper hand, Gabra will not be able to solve all enemies for a while, and the chaos in Ainea hub cannot be calmed in a short period of time. The members of the Punisher Alliance helped one of the battlefields. After fierce battles, many members suffered varying degrees of injuries. At this time, they officially experienced Aurora's breast strength. No matter how serious the injury was, they could recover from breathing. Everyone was immediately energetic. Without any worries, they launched a fierce attack without fear of death and burst out with stronger combat power. Even Sari, who was wary of the two of them, felt really good at this time. When he was receiving treatment, he had a tight face and was embarrassed to say thank you. After so long of his growth, Aurora's superpowers have recovered their life energy faster than before. The little life energy consumed by healing a level B superpower is not as fast as his recovery and has no burden on his body. While fighting fiercely, suddenly, a projection of an adjutant appeared beside Gabra, sweating profusely and panicked. Gambra, the totem of the evolution is gone. What? Gabra was shocked, and then he became angry and shouted, "How could he lose it? Get it back." At this moment, how could he not understand that the enemy was attacking the east and the west and digging the tiger away from the mountain? The strong attack outside was just a feint. There were still thieves behind the ground, taking advantage of the garrison being restrained by this group of gray forces and sneaking in and stealing the totem of the evolution. Evolutionary totems are stored in places with strict defense. But the reason why interstellar thieves have business is because they can sneak into places where ordinary people cannot enter and steal precious things. Even though Gabra is quite proud of his character, he is surprised by the number of forces mobilized by the enemy and is curious about who organized the conspiracy. It took so much effort just for a totem? Gabra doesn't think so. Protecting the totem is only his duty. In fact, he does not pay much attention to the totem itself, because they are also allies of the Empire and can buy new totems from the Black Star Legion at any time. While thinking, the hostile natural disaster level launched a fierce attack on him, interrupting his thinking. When Gabu was about to lose his totem, he could lose his heart, and these people must die. First solve these troublemakers, and then deal with the stolen totem. However, this idea just flashed through his mind. Several natural disaster levels suddenly fell from the sky. It was another guard official team who joined the battle without saying a word. With this group of new forces, the combat power comparison was immediately subverted and the deadlock was broken in an instant. Reinforcements? Gabra was stunned. Where did these people come from? A guard officer worked with him to break the high-dimensional magic entity summoned by the Bloodhammer Bishop. Taking this opportunity, Gabra grabbed the guard officer and asked, "Who are you?" The guard officer glanced at him lightly. Guard officer under the Black Constellation. "It's you." Gabra was overjoyed. He knew that the Black Star was running around the Empire recently, but he didn't expect to come to his territory. "God really helps me." Gabra said nothing, and his tongue burst into thunder and shouted loudly, and the sound swept across the audience. "The reinforcements of the Black Star Legion have arrived. If you don't want to die, give up resisting." Many guards immediately looked at him. "We haven't registered for ourselves yet. You started? Why are you more like a guard officer than us?" However, as soon as this statement was made, it would be effective immediately. All the hostile members present changed drastically, and everyone knew the shadow of the tree and the reputation of the Black Star. A heart sank into the bottom of the valley in an instant. In contrast, the garrison at the Ainea hub has greatly boosted its morale. When everyone thought of an Empire's Super A level standing behind, they felt relieved. For the Imperial soldiers, the Imperial Super A level is the spiritual pillar on the battlefield. Black Star Army. The Punisher League and others looked at the guards in the field with inexplicable meaning in their eyes. In their eyes, this great force that is rampant in the universe isn't out of reach, and it is not a level that they can reach. At this time, when everyone saw the famous guard official boy group of the Black Star Army, they were a little excited to see their idols. For the superpowers, this famous natural disaster level group is not much different from the superpower star idols. You succeeded, go quickly. At the same time, in another area, several thieves wearing anti-detection stealth camouflage costumes sneaked away with the evolutionist totem away from the combat area. According to the plan, they took advantage of the garrison being restrained and sneaked into confidential facilities to steal the evolutionist totem. As a group of interstellar thieves in the famous black market, these people not only have various high-tech equipment dedicated to theft, but also have matching special abilities. Before they were discovered, they stole the totem at a critical moment. Spaceships flew across the sky, searching for traces of thieves everywhere. The group of people hid and avoided the numerous searches. Just as they were about to run out of an alley, the few people suddenly had their shoulders sink and were pressed to the spot by a huge force, unable to move. A faint breathing sound appeared behind the people out of thin air. Before this, the few people were unaware of it and suddenly felt creepy. He turned his head stiffly and looked over, and saw two arms wrapping around the shoulders of several people, and a handsome face gradually emerged from the shadow. "Where are you going to take the goods I sold?" His tone was very light, but it was like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. This face is already well known in the universe. Maybe ordinary people don't know it, but every force with a name and surname will never be able to recognize who the owner of this face is. The Empire is a super ill-level allies, immortal body, Emperor of the Void, Lord of Evolution, and Master Black Star. The bodies of several interstellar thieves froze and dared not move. Han Xiao snorted lightly, and the nanoparticles flowed out of the clothes and turned into a confinement device, instantly controlling the few people. Then, with a casual move, a mechanical warrior walked out of the void and appeared beside him. Take the thing back to the original place. Han Xiao pointed to the evolutionary totem. When the chaos had just erupted, Han Xiao, who was in seclusion and training his strength, noticed the situation and acquiesced the guards to dispatch to stop the storm. As soon as the evolutionary totem was stolen, he discovered it. After so long a practice, Han Xiao had already established a soul connection with the evolution block according to the information left by the evolutionary civilization. The effect was quite similar to that of Cisco at the time, and he could sense the position of the evolution block. Not only that, as long as you reach a certain distance, you can also activate the sensing of the totem. To be precise, it is to induce the evolutionary energy contained in the totem of the evolver. There is no need to do it by yourself in the battle at the disaster level. The guards under his command are enough to solve this group of enemies. However, the evolutionary totem was stolen, so he could not stand by and watch. So he jumped directly from a spaceship in the airport and teleported directly behind the thieves. With the intervention of the Black Star Army, the chaos will soon be suppressed. When this group of people made a conspiracy, they must have never thought that they would appear here. Watching the mechanical warriors return with the evolutionist totem, Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and looked at the group of thieves who were caught by him, with a meaningful smile on his face. Now, tell me everything you know. Hardaway grabbed the neck of a natural disaster-level murderer, like a chicken. The enemy was covered in bruises and could not break free. He attacked wildly in fear, bombarding Hardaway's unpredictable pectoralis muscles, tearing his uniform to pieces, but he could not leave any scars on his skin. It's useless dash. Hardaway remained motionless under the violent attack, but instead narrowed his eyes comfortably. The next moment, his eyes flashed with fierce light, and he suddenly increased his strength in his hand, crushing the enemy's neck and throat bones. Click! The murderer's head suddenly drooped, his spine was broken, and his nerves were disordered. This injury was not a fatal injury to the natural disaster level. The murderer hurriedly forced the tired cells in his body to squeeze out fresh power to repair the nerves. Hardaway would not give him a chance to recover, so he threw him to the ground with one punch. The guard's companions around him rushed forward and tore the enemy into pieces of flesh and blood all over the ground. Hardaway likes to fight powerful enemies alone and put pressure on himself. But when faced with this group of ordinary natural disaster-level people who are conspiring and tricking, he has no interest in bullying children alone and directly fights justice and quickly resolves the battle. The guards of Black Star are all elite disaster level selected by the Legion. As a super A-level seed, Hardaway has an overwhelming advantage over the general disaster level. He is famous for his defense when breaking the rings, and these younger brothers cannot even break his skin. The moment the Black Star Legion intervened, the fate of these murderers was already destined. Only one of the 4 natural disaster level enemies survived, which was the survivor deliberately left by Hardaway. Seeing that the enemy was dealt with, the 2 guards relaxed. They didn't care about their injuries and hurriedly removed the protective cover of the grandson of Ludwell to check if he was injured. After confirming that his condition was good, the 2 of them came to Hardaway and expressed their gratitude. On behalf of His Excellency Ludwell, I would like to thank you for your help. We will truthfully report your contribution to him. Ludeville, who is that? Hardaway was puzzled. Unlike Fording, he did not understand the structure of imperial officials, and he had no interest in other things. The senior finance official of the Red Empire. The guard introduced Ludwell's long name, then pointed to the young man beside him and said, "And this is the descendant of His Excellency Ludwell's relatives. Our duty is to protect him. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Oh, So we saved the child of an Empire's senior official? Hardaway glared and muttered, "Hey, you are so lucky. You happen to encounter Lord Blackstar on vacation here. Or, these enemies are unlucky. Anyway, it's just a small matter for us. As an alliance of the Empire, you can't watch others make trouble in the Empire. That's the case, but we will not forget this friendship." After the escort who broke his hand said, he turned to look at the only living mouth and said coldly, "I have another request. I hope we can interrogate together later. I need to see who is fighting Lord Ludwell. Let's talk later. My companions are still fighting there, so go and help first." Although Hardaway is quite straight-minded, he also knew that he would not agree to this request easily. He waved his hand and took the people to the air and rushed to the main battlefield. Seeing this, the two guards had to protect Ludwell's grandson to follow, so as not to be attacked again, and report what happened here. The Empire's economic situation this year was not ideal, and trade was greatly affected. In a huge conference room, all the senior officials in charge of finance gathered together to hold regular meetings, and Ludwell was among them. Many of the officials in the finance department have the political stance of a neutral faction, while Ludwell is one of the leading figures in the neutral faction and has considerable power in the finance department. While the meeting was being held, Ludwell's communicator vibrated. He glanced at the contents and put the communicator aside, continuing the meeting without changing his expression. After the meeting was held carefully, Ludwell returned to his office. As soon as the door was closed, he slapped the table with a sudden slap. Bang! The metal tabletop was sunken. Although Ludwell was pampered, he was not powerless. Most of the imperial officials were not weak scholars. "Find it all. Who is targeting me?" Ludwell's face turned pale. He opened the internal line, shouted loudly, and the anger that had endured for a long time surged. When he saw the news, he was shocked, but he endured it and did not erupt during the meeting. He was not released until now. Thunder was furious and determined to use the power in his hands to find out clearly. It's a blessing that there is no danger. Ludwell was also relieved while angry, but he was still a little scared. "Fortunately, I met the Blackstar Army. Otherwise, when he thought of this possibility, he was very scared." After walking back and forth in the room for a while, Ludwell gradually calmed down, sat down heavily, leaned against the back of the chair, tapped the table with his fingers, muttered to himself, and murmured, "Blackstar, I owe you a favor this time." He was not interested in Blackstar, but he was an ally of the Empire after all. But he was not hostile, but there was a certain conflict in the position of the Empire's interests. Work is work, but this time he has taken on other people's favors, and his personal impression of He Xing has improved a lot, and he is grateful in his heart. Although personal feelings will not be brought into work, he has recorded this favor. As Hardaway and others joined the battle, the chaos was immediately suppressed. Seeing that the situation was not good, those who wanted to escape could not escape. All the dead and wounded were subdued. The garrison cleaned up a mess of battlefields and brought all the living people with imprisonment devices. These criminals lay on the side, dejectedly, looking like some kind of scene of cracking down on gangsters and eliminating evil. Closing them all for me and interrogating them. Gabra loudly and yelled to direct his subordinates to work. He came to the Punisher's alliance, glanced at him, and said lightly, "You are not bad. I will ask someone to pay you later. Thank you for your help." Although he said thank you, his tone was quite calm and a little perfunctory. The main reason was that the Punisher's alliance was too low and he didn't help much, so he could only deal with some of the minions in his eyes. However, the other party was helping with righteousness, and he had to express his opinion on these superheroes. Ramond and others nodded. They did not expect the cadres who were over A-level bosses to be grateful to them. It would be good to have this attitude. Anyway, there is still money to get it, so you can replenish the guild funds. Such a natural disaster-level boss who guards one side will definitely not be stingy when he takes action. However, Gabra did not walk away immediately, but instead looked at Aurora with a smile on her face and said, "Are you interested in working under my command?" Ramond frowned and ignored the other party's identity, blocked in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Your healing ability seems to be good. If you join our super A-level forces, you will have a brighter future, Gabra said calmly. During the battle just now, Aurora's healing ability attracted his attention, so he wanted to dig a corner. Hearing this, everyone in the Punisher Alliance looked at Aurora with nervousness in their eyes. They didn't want such a good partner to be poached, but they couldn't answer instead. Aurora shook her head. No, I'm a hero due to interest. Gabra frowned and wanted to work harder. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps behind her, and Hardaway came over with the guards team. Gabra immediately left the Punisher League and turned toward Hardaway and others. His face was filled with smiles, and he laughed heartily. Ha, brothers for the Black Star Army. Thank you for your support. It has been a great help. Facing the guards, Gabra's attitude turned 180 degrees, and he was holding an airs in front of the Punisher League, but he seemed extremely enthusiastic in front of the guards. Although he is also a Super A subordinate, Gabra's boss is just an ordinary pillar of the Empire, and the extraordinary Black Star has a high chance of replacing the Dark Emperor and others in the future and becoming the strongest ally of the Empire. So his tone is also filled with obscure pleasing. All allies of the Empire, it is appropriate to help each other. Hardaway set a scene and then said, Her High Star has an order. He wants to interrogate these prisoners together. Is it convenient for you? It is convenient, of course. Gabra laughed. Yeah. Hardaway nodded, glanced at Aurora from the corner of his eyes, and stared at Gabra with a flash of eyes, and spoke with interest. You are very capable. Are you interested in joining the Black Star Army? The position of a guard officer is certain. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present looked strange, especially everyone in the Punisher Alliance, who smiled secretly in their hearts. You just wanted to dig us, but when you turn around, someone dug it up. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. It's really a turn of feng shui. Hearing this, Gabra's face froze, and he coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. This is not suitable. I have no intention of breaking away from the current power for the time being. Okay, then I will change my mind from now on. Remember to notify us. Hardaway smiled faintly and quietly threw a proud look at Aurora. Aurora's mouth twitched. You are such a strong desire to take revenge. At this moment, a mechanical warrior returned with the stolen evolutionist totem. Gabra hurriedly ran over to take a look and was overjoyed. Well, the last problem has been solved, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Black Star is such a good person. When this episode happened, Gabra had no intention of poaching people. After a few words of hello, he turned to command his men to clean the battlefield. Hardaway glanced at the punishments, showed an inexplicable smile, and also led the people away. The members of the Punisher Alliance relaxed and were surrounded by a large wave of natural disasters just now, and I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After calming down, everyone's eyes became more enthusiastic when they looked at Ferdin and Aurora. This new partner actually refused to poach the Super A-level forces and stayed with them. Thinking of the two of Fording fighting side by side, just now, all the members of the Punisher present, including Saley, admitted the two new partners in their hearts. Seeing this, Fording smiled softly. At the same time, in another unaffected urban area, two people were quietly moving in a place rarely visited, and it was the Disguiser and his companions. When they discovered that the Black Star Army was involved, the two knew very well that the plan had failed and invested so much resources and wasted it was impossible to say that they were not angry. But no matter how angry it is useless. Can you still fight hard and surpass a level? You can only silently endure this anger, quietly leave the observation point, and hide it. Oh, the plan failed. A man shook his head helplessly. This time, it was an unexpected factor. Who knew that the Black Star Legion was staying on this planet with hidden identity, and the team leader should not blame us. The team leader will not be like this, but after losing so many resources, the dark lines buried by this planet will definitely be thoroughly investigated and cleaned up. According to the system, we will be punished and demoted. If we could take this opportunity to leave this plan and transfer it to a safe place, it may be a blessing in disguise. Those forces are hired by the black market, and we did not intervene directly, so it is difficult to find out about us. Is it, huh? The two of them paused suddenly, looking shocked. This sentence was not what they said at all. He suddenly looked up and saw a ghostly black figure floating above the two of them, looking down at them. He didn't know how long he had followed them, but the two of them didn't notice it at all. Seeing this figure, the two of them were creepy, froze in place, motionless, their brains were blank, and they had only one thought in their minds. How did Black Star find us? Those people obviously don't know that they are the masterminds behind the scenes. Even if they help those natural disaster level wanted criminals keep abreast of targets, they are disguisers. Han Xiao landed slowly and saw the two of them looking like ghosts and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. I can find you. What's so surprised? You don't really think you can run away from me. When he interrogated the thieves just now, he found that the thieves were also hired on the black market. The employer's goal was to steal the evolutionist totem. Han Xiao knew from this that these thieves and the people in the Bloodhammer Church were probably used by others. After contacting the descendants of senior officials of the Empire reported by Fording, he roughly guessed the full picture of the conspiracy. These forces that came to cause chaos were all hired by the black market, and they were all pawns. They didn't know the overall plan and were only responsible for part of their work. The powers that controlled these pawns behind them were the real goal of killing the descendants of the high-ranking officials of the Empire. Although the Ainea Hub is not a direct planet in the Empire, security checks are not relaxed. This group of people must have used the power of local tyrants, and it is likely that the channels behind the scenes have been used. There are very few forces that can deploy within the Empire, and the most suspicious ones are the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit Sect, who are the most motivated. Because in recent times, many cases of robbery caused by the evolutionary totem have occurred in the Empire, which were basically hired by the black market. The employer is not glory or emptied spirit, but must have borrowed the shells of other forces. The real targets of these chaotic things are not really for the evolutionary totem, but more like deliberately causing public security issues in the Empire. There may be many considerations, which are to cause trouble for the Empire and let the Empire know that such a thing will happen if the right to purchase is not disclosed. Maybe it is still to take the opportunity to express the attitude of other civilizations, etc. In short, there are different plans which should be the tip of the iceberg of a huge plan. Since he guessed that there was a mastermind behind the scenes, Han Xiao had no reason to let it go, so he had to use his baby Philip to penetrate the main intelligence of the Ainea Hub, open the back door, and took out all the data from it. All relevant people related to this chaos were searched, and the existence of the disguise was discovered through satellite surveillance. Then, hundreds of millions of entry and exit records and facial recognition were compared. The faces that should not exist on this planet at every point in time were found, so as to lock in every location where the disguise appeared and connect the trajectory. After cumbersome data screening, the current location of the two people was finally found. If I were not a virtual mechanic, I would have let these two guys who were suspected of being behind the scenes run away today. What a pity. Han Xiao shook his head. If you meet me, you will be lucky. Attend the Qidian event abroad. When you go to Malaysia and Singapore, you have to stay on the plane for a lot of time, and you can't go home on the 25th. The update will be unstable during the period. Try not to ask for leave as much as possible. P.S. Brother, do you know what to do if there is no signal in your mobile phone abroad? I need a verification code when logging into the writer's backend on the computer, but I can't receive a text message without a signal. I can only use the backend on my mobile phone. I am worried that one day I will log into the account and enter the verification code again. At that time, I can't even send a single chapter, which is bad, winky face. When Han Xiao brought a group of dejected prisoners to the Ainea Hub prison, Gabra, Hardaway, and other guards have been waiting for a long time. Hello, Black Star. Gabra took 2 steps forward and saluted respectfully. Han Xiao is on the same level as his boss. He serves as a reception on behalf of his own forces, paying great attention to his own attitude and lowering his attitude. Hello. Han Xiao nodded, and with a finger, the imprisonment device flew to the prisoners with these prisoners and handed them over to the prisoners for custody. Hardaway and others spontaneously followed Han Xiao, and Gabra, led the way in front. Everyone came to the interrogation room. The jailer detained all the prisoners separately, each with a luxurious single room. "Do you want to preside over the interrogation?" Gabra turned his head and asked Han Xiao. "No, come on, let me see your skills." Han Xiao shook his head. He had already used Han's electrotherapy to the two masterminds behind the scenes and got the information he wanted, but now he is just going through the motions. These two masterminds are indeed lurking personnel from the Glorious Federation and the Zuling sect. They serve the pressure plan on the Red Empire and are members of one of the groups. From these two people, Han Xiao saw the tip of the iceberg of this huge plan. The pressure plan targets multiple areas of the Empire and is divided into many groups, each group responsible for different areas. The group where these two people are located is specifically responsible for provoking chaos related to the evolutionary totem within the Empire, publishing employment on the black market through backdoor use of chess pieces to influence the Imperial security, and doing some special actions, by the way. For example, the assassination of the descendants of Ludwell's relatives this time was to pretend to be out of the chaos of the evolutionary totem, resulting in the accidental death of a senior official. The goal was to affect the unity within the Empire and increase internal pressure. It is worth mentioning that the target they target is not manual choice, but through intelligent calculations, they find out which target may have an impact on the Empire and then prioritize targets with high probability. This is how Ludwell's grandson was chosen. The result of intelligent computing is that killing this person has a considerable chance of causing a change in Ludwell's position. A huge plan involving dozens of fields such as this, which involves dozens of fields, will drive the whole body, and the efficiency of using intelligent computing to select goals is far greater than that of manual thinking. Guanghui and Zuling are targeting the Empire everywhere, but as long as the conspiracy and the secret is not exposed or placed on the table, everyone will abide by the unspoken rules and only compete in secret. But now that there are witnesses, the situation is different. These two people are of no value to Han Xiao, but they are quite useful to the Empire. Even if Guanghui and Zuling bite to death and refuse to admit that these two people were their people, the Empire could allow them to use their waste in some areas and use waste. While watching the prisoner being interrogated, Han Xiao secretly thought about the matter. "I thought it was just a group of third-rate forces that caused trouble, but I didn't expect to be involved in such an incident and accidentally rescued Ludwell's relatives." Fording was no longer lucky. If he hadn't discovered Ludwell's grand thief in advance, he might not have been able to save people. What a blessing! Han Xiao shook his head and sighed, touched his chin, and pondered. As for Lutherville, he was familiar with this name, knowing that this was a senior official of the Empire and had made great achievements in the economic field. But in his eyes, Lutherville had no intersection with him. Han Xiao only knew that there were entrusted factions in the Empire and did not know who they were. After all, Ludwell is of high power and has few political enemies as a neutral faction. As both members of the Empire, other Empire officials will not reveal it to Han Xiao too carefully, and Yulenryle and Terekov are even more unlikely to say. Strictly counting, allies are still outsiders, while the high-ranking officials of the Empire are their own people. Everyone is in the imperial officialdom, and they look down and look up. No one is willing to make enemies out of thin air. This is very realistic. Halfway through the interrogation, the picture was slightly disharmonious, and Han Xiao was about to leave. Gabra immediately threw the interrogation and took the initiative to send it to the prison gate. Thanks to the help of Mr. Blackstar, these two spies would have run away. Gabra smiled with an ugly face, and she smiled very ferociously. "A small matter. Do you still stay in the Ainea Hub? Please give me a chance to entertain." "No need. We are ready to leave." Han Xiao waved his hand. After this incident, his identity was exposed, and he was afraid that he would be watched again, so he was not ready to continue to stay on this planet. Just so happens that Fording has successfully entered the Punisher League. Han Xiao is preparing to let the fleet follow quietly, while honing his last bit of strength, waiting for Fording to find the relic that triggered the hidden boss. Under the respectful gaze of the members of the Ainea Hub, Han Xiao took the guards to the air and and returned to the spacecraft parked in the airport. As soon as he returned to the room, Han Xiao's communicator rang and took a look, and it was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, an old face appeared on the virtual screen, with a calm expression and a calm tone. "I am Ludwell, Black Star. Thank you for saving my child. It's just a matter of effort." Han Xiao also said politely and looked up and down at the Imperial high-ranking official. "This is the first time we meet." "Yes." Ludwell nodded. "I have long admired you." "You're welcome. We're each other." Han Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing Han Xiao's attitude so peaceful, Ludwell's impression of him was a little better. It's not that he has dealt with other super A-level people. He is a cold guy like Dark Emperor. He obviously likes to stick someone's hot face with his cold butt. Even Lao Long will have a super A-level pride and ignore his attitude. Han Xiao's affinity with super A-level is rare in the universe. After a few greetings, Ludwell officially expressed his gratitude. The Sun Thief, who saved his rescue, should at least come to thank him. If he pretended that nothing had happened, then he would have no emotional intelligence, and naturally he would not make this mistake. All of them are colleagues from the Empire. If you can help. I can't sit still and watch others make trouble in the Empire. Han Xiao didn't care. A smile flashed across Ludwell's old face. He pondered for a moment and suddenly squinted his eyes, as if he asked casually, "I heard, Infinite Consortium is investing in the Broken Star Ring on a large scale." "Yes, they are preparing to expand their industries there. They are rich and powerful, and I have also been hit. Domineer is quite good at seizing business opportunities." Han Xiao understood the other party's subtext and raised his eyebrows. "Well, I understand." Ludwell smiled faintly. "Next time I come to my place, I will treat you to dinner. I still have some work on my hands, so I will hang up first. See you next time." After the call, Han Xiao played with the communicator, and his face showed a playful look. The Red Empire has long known the competition between the Black Star Legion and the Warfield, because it is not good to favor either. It is impossible to designate the Black Star Legion as the leader and prevent the Overlord from seizing the opportunity to develop. So they simply do not help each other and sit back and watch the competition between the two allies' businesses. However, listening to Ludwell's subtext seems to want to express something in this regard. Ludwell did not say it clearly. Han Xiao didn't know how he would help, nor could he be sure whether the other party really wanted to help. He spoke ambiguously and liked to let others guess. This type of official is not uncommon. Others may not have this energy, but it just so happens Ludwell is in charge of the Empire's economic and trade field, and this matter is within his power. If he helps, it will be of great help. Han Xiao pondered. Imperial resource support is one aspect, and economic cooperation is another aspect. The difference between the two is somewhat similar to teaching people to fish and teaching people to fish, with a lot of room for operation. After the distribution of interests in the Shining World, in order to balance, the Red Empire would not have new support projects for a long time, but now it is not clear. Fording's move made me tie the line with the senior officials in this field, and I was able to deal with the Infinite Consortium. Is this the legendary protagonist who has meat to eat? Han Xiao couldn't help but complain. Didi. At this time, the communicator rang again. This time the call was a guy he knew, Gabra's boss, a super A-level Empire ally with the A-level Empire with the A-level hub. When a meeting with the Strange Gods was held a few years ago, Han Xiao met this person and left behind a communication method. This was the first time that he had contacted him actively. This super A-level person is also very clear about his purpose, which is to thank Han Xiao for helping to maintain the public security of his territory and invite Han Xiao to visit him. Both sides politely spoke for a few words before hanging up the communication. If you want to tell me what the use of this call is, don't ask. Asking is just a meeting. In the office, Ludwell put down the communicator, thought for a while, and opened the internal circuit. Contact Beccarodi. Beccarodi, a powerful official, is also a staunch supporter of the Surrender faction, but the two belong to different political factions. Ludwell is a neutral party, while Borkrati is an important figure in the hardliner. Although both support the handover party on the issue of evolutionary blocks, their approach is different. As a neutral party, Ludwell at most made comments to the head of state, Ulan Ryer, and expressed his position, while Beccarotti tended to take action. Ludwell was in charge of the economic field, and the movements of the Infinite Consortium were also within his observation range. His experience told him that behind the Infinite Consortium's planning, there may be support from certain factions of the empire, and Berkrati was very suspicious. As a half-informed person, Ludwell had no intention of interfering before, because this move also fits his position, so although he was not the leader, he turned a blind eye to it. But now, since he owed Black Star a favor, Ludwell decided to intervene. The position of supporting the Shangshu faction will not change, but the practice can be fine-tuned. The exercise of power by officials within the system is often reflected in this kind of place, and a mystery is seen in a small amount. The first step is to talk to Beccarotti first, and to ring the alarm bell to make the other party calmer, thereby affecting the other party's behind-the-scenes transactions with the Infinite Consortium. Due to his identity, Beccarotti may not be afraid of Black Star, but he has to pay attention to the opinions of another leader of the imperial political faction. The storm at the Ainea hub ended, with a large number of casualties and serious property losses, which will have a certain impact on the business of the transit station and will take some time to restore popularity. He received a generous bounty, and the Punisher Alliance was unwilling to stay for a long time and planned to leave here. After this battle, Ferdin and Aurora completely integrated into the group and boarded the ship and left. "Where are we going now?" Aurora asked curiously. "You are still newcomers, so take you back to the headquarters first." Ramon showed a friendly smile to himself, and Aurora thought he had made a face. Upon hearing this, Fording nodded slightly. "The thing Lao He asked me to find was probably at the headquarters of the Punisher Alliance. Alas, I finally helped, and I don't know if I can find it." The Punisher Alliance did not have the financial resources to build a space fortress. Its headquarters is a large modified spacecraft docked in the interstellar airport called the Punisher. It took Foding and his party to arrive at their destination without long. Entering the spaceship, the two followed Ramon to visit everywhere. The Punisher's cabin structure is rotunda-like, divided into different functional areas, connected by corridors and shaped like beads. "This is our base. This is the living area, and each member has an exclusive room. I have arranged it for you. Various living facilities are complete, and you can rest at any time. There is a practical training area over there, and when you walk to the other side is the equipment warehouse." The companions I met on the road nodded and greeted each other. A few people walked and stopped and soon arrived at an area. Fording turned his head and looked at the nameplate of a room, which clearly stated Treasure Exhibition Hall. "That's—" Fording pointed to the room, and he felt that there should be clues in it. "Oh, that's the glorious proof of our League of Punishers." Raymond laughed. "These are the spoils we have obtained from fighting criminals. Let's take you to see and introduce you to our glorious deeds." The group walked into the room, which was quite spacious, covered with transparent display cabinets, partly empty, and the other part was placed with different things, including severely damaged weapons, half-broken masks, and a charred electronic eyeball. At first glance, they thought it was a waste art exhibition hall in a postmodern style. Ramond led the way in front and acted as a tour guide and introduced the origins of each thing continuously. "This is the heavy chainsaw axe of the wanted criminal, Brutal, with a bounty of 300,000 inars. One of our companions died in this battle. Seeing that there was no electronic eyeball, it was the prosthetic eye of Dr. Poisonheart. He was beaten to the point of no bones, leaving only this high-tech prosthetic eye. Also, it was the bishop's war hammer, which was preserved intact. The others just put it on." Listening to Ramon's explanation, Fording carefully observed these spoils while visiting and compared the pictures given to him by Han Xiao in his heart. Suddenly, Fording paused and his eyes locked on a transparent display cabinet. There is a white box with an ancient shape about the size of 2 palms. The surface of the box has some charred stains, which looks ordinary and unobtrusive. "What is this?" Fording's eyes flashed with joy and pointed to the box. "This is what Han Xiao ordered him to look for." "What?" "It turns out that it is so easy to find, and it is just put in the warehouse. I thought it was so difficult." "Let me think about it." Ramond recalled, clenched his fist, and smashed his palm. "Remember, this is the spoil of a surface civilization operation. A guy relied on the high-tech weapons smuggled from the interstellar world to conquer a surface civilization and become the ruler. We received the news and went to conquer and killed this person. We found a lot of spoils from the warehouse of his nest. This box is one of them. What's the use?" Fording was very curious. This time he was not pretending, and he was also very interested in what the Black Star asked for. "We don't know its principle and origin. We only know that taking it with us will increase the intensity of spiritual barriers and mental power. However, after using it for a long time, the user will have auditory hallucinations and feel someone talking in his ears, and his mind gradually distorted. So we call it Box of Bewitching. After a companion went crazy, we sealed him." As he was speaking, Ramon's face suddenly became confused. "Yes, we sealed him up. Who put this thing in again?" At this moment, Fording, who had been watching the box, suddenly frowned and heard a faint whisper in his ears. It seemed that a sound was tempting him to touch the box. When you scan with your mind, a layer of spiritual energy field wraps the box, like an invisible coating with a certain amount of spiritual defense. Fording wanted to see what was inside, and used his mind power to form a drill bit to break through the box's submerged spiritual flow field. However, as soon as the mind power touched the box, he felt a strong suction force. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly cut off the mind power. The cut-out mental energy was instantly swallowed by the box, like a mud cow entering the sea, without any response. Seeing this, Ramond waved his hand and said helplessly, "Don't try it. It's useless. Our mindfulness master has tested it a long time ago. The mindfulness cannot detect the situation in the box." "Can a box be opened normally?" "Yes, but there is nothing inside." Ramond opened the box directly, and it was empty inside. At this time, Aurora poked Fording's back and gestured. Fording immediately understood, meaning there was a life signal in the box. Black Star will not be aimless. What he wants is indeed strange. Fording said intimately. Ramond put the box back into the display cabinet and signaled Ford to continue the tour, but both of them had no objection. After visiting the base, I met some new members of the Punisher League. Fording and Aurora said goodbye to Ramond and returned to their respective rooms to rest. It took a few hours before the two walked out of the room again and headed straight to the loot exhibition room. Most of the spoils in the exhibition room are only commemorative, and the warning equipment is relatively low level. Aurora took out a Legion-style automated intrusion device and was about to insert it into the interface of the door of the room, but was stopped by Fording. "Just walking like this? It will trigger the alarm." Aurora was puzzled. "I know," Fording said slowly. "Black Star wants their things, and they have no power to fight back. I don't like to bully the weak, let alone they're not a group of evil people. Even if they want to take them away, at least let them know the reason. I don't want to leave secretly without saying goodbye. Isn't this good? What if Black Star has other meanings?" Aurora hesitated. To be honest, she also felt that it seemed a bit worse to come to such a small force as two people to steal things. He didn't make any special request, that's not. Even if there is, he will only blame me alone. Fording smiled softly, walked in openly, and grabbed the box of bewitching in his hand. Beep beep. He ignored the sudden harsh alarm sound, took Aurora, and swung to the gate of the base spaceship. The journey was unobstructed, and when I arrived at the cabin door, I saw Armand, Saley, and a group of members of the Punisher Alliance guarding here, looking at the two of them with a complicated look on their faces. "Why do you want to steal the box of deception?" Raymond's face looked a little painful, unwilling to believe the scene in front of him. Saley gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I almost trust you. You really have ulterior motives. Maybe they were just distorted by the box of bewitching." Ramond had no confidence and could only stare at Fording with complicated eyes, with faint expectation in his eyes. Sorry. Fording shook his head, faced the angry gaze of everyone, and said calmly, I came for this thing. Then it was planned to save me? Ramon couldn't help asking. I said it was luck. Do you believe it? Fording was helpless. At this time, Sari went out, pulled out his weapons, pointed at the two of them, and shouted. I said, as long as I find that you have ulterior motives, I will not be polite to you. Since you admit it yourself, either put down the box of bewitching immediately and give up resistance, or try whether my weapon is powerful enough. Looking at the excited crowd calmly, Fording slowly said, when fighting at the Ainea hub, Euler and I saved you more than once. Do you really want to fight with us? Hearing this, everyone's angry momentum suddenly stopped. Yes, if it weren't for the healing power, they would have suffered serious losses at the Ainea hub. It would be no exaggeration to say that they saved all of their lives. Although these two people had ulterior motives, their kindness was also real. Most people looked embarrassed and lost their fighting spirit in an instant, and it was difficult to raise hostility. The same is true for Sali. He immediately got rid of this mentality, became cruel and cruel, held the weapon in his hand tightly, and said in a deep voice, one code is the same. You're going to steal the box of deception now, and you are enemies of us. We will not let you leave. Fording glanced at everyone, suddenly smiled slightly, rolled up the corner of his clothes, and sat down on the ground. Okay, then I won't leave. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Just cheat? What are you doing? Ramon was surprised, waiting for someone to answer. After this sentence, Fording closed his eyes and closed his eyes to rest. You really have personality. Aurora, who was on the side, looked helplessly at the stunned people, said weakly, what are you still doing with the weapon? Do you really want to attack me? Sari's face was gloomy and clear. After thinking about it, she still didn't take action directly. She simply put away the weapons and asked everyone to prepare for the response. She stared at Fording from the side, monitoring any actions he did. Just as everyone was ready and vigilance was at its highest point, the hatch door suddenly slid open automatically, and a black figure stood under the gangway with a group of subordinates. Everyone in the Punisher Alliance hurriedly turned around and took a look. Everyone was stunned for this glance. The one who came was the Black Star Army that had met once, and the leader was Black Star himself. Yu. Ramon's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Han Xiao glanced at him, stepped into the cabin with the guards, and walked straight towards Fording. The members of the Punisher Alliance rushed to make way, with a strong look of shock on their faces. How could it be Black Star? What's going on now? Looking down at Fordine, sitting on the ground, Han Xiao felt helpless. You must ask me to come forward in person for such a small matter. Stop playing. Fordine smiled, patted her, and stood up and said softly, you know my personality. Yes, I knew it when I was in Sunil. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and joked. You are doing this so randomly, so I dare not use you in the future. There is priority. I don't want to lower my bottom line step by step for such small matters. Besides, you shouldn't let me do theft. Fordine blinked. I really don't worry about it. It's so hard to be lazy. Han Xiao held his forehead. People have their own principles when their minds change. They cannot be used without restrictions. It seems that they cannot show their extraordinary things without any accidents. Listening to the conversation between the two, everyone's eyes turned back and forth on Black Star and Fording, their faces full of horror. Who are you? Sali felt a little panicked and couldn't help but ask, but his tone was no longer as tough as before. Hardaway looked over, skated, and said, his name is Fording, the deputy captain of the Black Star Guard. Hearing this, Sali froze all over. He couldn't believe that the person he had with him during this period turned out to be such a person. Such a big man killed him like crushing an ant. It was ridiculous that he thought that Fording was afraid that there were many people, but he didn't expect that they were too lazy to care about them. He probably looked at them like children. Sali's face turned blue and white, and when he thought his toughness towards Fordine just now, he was shocked and sarcastic. At this time, Han Xiao spoke. Okay, since you want them to know the reason. He turned his head and looked at everyone, Han Xiao directly sucked the box of bewitching into his hand, and his 5 fingers suddenly squeezed the hard box into pieces. Everyone present felt that the moment the box was shattered, a powerful spiritual wave burst out. Most members of the Punisher League suddenly turned pale, covering their different auditory organs, and a harsh scream in their minds caused mental damage to them. This heart roar that sounded in my mind was filled with excitement, as if the person who had been imprisoned for many years had finally seen the light of day again. It seems like a storm has been generated on the spot. A dim phantom gradually appears, without facial features and body details, just a shadow, but the shape is strange and unique, like a humanoid creature with countless twisted hands and feet. The shape is still changing, exuding an indescribable, terrifying aura, and a glance can make people lose their lives. Fine meal. The fluctuations of the mind spread, and without words, everyone can understand the meaning of this phantom creature. An inexplicable sense of horror was born from everyone's heart. Han Xiao and many guard officials were not immune, but the degree was very light. This was the aura of fear that the creature had. What kind of monster is this? Ramond, Saley, and others changed drastically. Their faces were full of horror. None of them knew that there was such a monster hidden in the box of bewitching. Just staring at this phantom, I felt a palpitation. The special fluctuations emitted made them feel dizzy, and their minds were hit by waves. A special creature from the secondary dimension can be understood as a parasite born with the soul, feeding on the thinking activities of the universe's general consciousness, which is one of the causes of the undercurrent of the universe's mind. Han Xiao spoke lightly. This boss is a special species in a secondary dimension called Mindal attracting. All the thinking activities of life in the universe form the universe's pan-consciousness, and this kind of creature lies at the bottom of a universe to absorb traces of the universe's pan-consciousness. The thinking activities of life and various distracting thoughts are like sweet to the demons absorbing the mind. The secondary dimension they are in is named pan-consciousness lower level. There is an old nest of the inner demons with almost endless numbers. This inner demon is at the Lord level and is captured by a powerful Superman who adventures in the secondary dimension. It is sealed here and becomes a relic. Han Xiao knew that this attack method of the heart-absorbing boss was mainly based on the mind. Because it absorbed countless distracting thoughts of life, it could cause a long-term chaos to the enemy. It has strong multiple resistance and is almost immune to mental attacks. Most of the mental attacks were just as food. Not only could not cause damage, it would also bring back blood, which was difficult to deal with. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the wreckage of the heart-absorbing demon is a great nourishing object in the mind, but the side effects are simply explosive. Only the Mind Master and some spirit magicians can take it without side effects. They can comprehensively improve the mental attack and defense, and can also make each mental attack on the flat they have a chance to cause a chaotic state, and the more the wreckage of the heart-absorbing demons you eat, the higher the chance of triggering the effect with the flat A. However, the inner absorbing demon is difficult to capture, and it only lives in the lower level of pan-consciousness and cannot leave. It will detect all outsiders. Even the 3 major civilizations find it difficult to establish long-term collection outposts in this secondary dimension. Therefore, the inner absorbing demon rarely appears in the universe and is very rare. The moment this thing gets out of trouble, there is movement on the panel and the corresponding boss task pops up. Strike the heart-absorbing demon. Task introduction. Heart-absorbing demon, a very dangerous secondary dimension creature that feeds on the mind of life. For some reason, this heart-absorbing demon is brought into the universe. If left alone, it will become a hidden danger and trigger various forms of spiritual disasters in the future. Task requirements. Kill the heart-absorbing demon. Reward. 1,000 W experience. The highest outputter's additional reward. Uniqueness expertise. Mind defense. Specialty. Anti-absorbing demon. Mind defense. Spiritual resistance plus 40%. You are immune to chaos. Scared. Anti-absorbing demon. Your body has superior resistance to magic. Magic attack resistance plus 45%. You have a 5% chance to save the next magic attack, and the effect cools down for 10 minutes. Players basically form groups when fighting boss, and the highest output is considered as killing. Even from the perspective of Han Technician, these two feats are good, and they're even more powerful feats for players. Han Xiao's trip was to obtain these two abilities easily. The box itself is a sealed container. The heart-absorbing demon was trapped inside for a long time and could not contact the outside world at all. At this time, he was very weak and in an extremely hungry state. Once he escaped, he observed the surroundings for a little while and could not wait to rush towards the alliance of punishers and others. His heart was fluctuating and a feeling of thirst came out. In his eyes, these people are just walking delicious meals. Quick, the monster is here. Ramond, Saley, and others' faces tightened, and they hurriedly picked up their weapons, without even caring about destroying the spaceship, and they threw all kinds of attacks towards the inner-sucking demon. However, these attacks hit the inner-sucking demon, and the effect is very limited. The defense of the inner-sucking demon is similar to that of the Star Game Beast at the time. The power of the B-level attack is almost impossible to break the defense. With a large number of attacks, the inner-sucking demon was basically unharmed, twisting his strange body and quickly approaching Raymond. Seeing that the strange monster was about to stick to him, Ramon's face changed drastically and he retreated in panic. Brush! At this moment, a beam of light suddenly penetrated the inner-sucking demon from behind. The inner-sucking demon stopped immediately and began to tremble violently. A spherical floating cannon floated beside Han Xiao, and the circular nozzle continuously released multidimensional energy and emitted a beam of light. This is a multidimensional energy-driven weapon created by Han Xiao after he gained the ultimate knowledge. It is very useful to deal with secondary dimensional creatures, and it can kill and absorb the inner demon. The light continued to spread in the body of the inner-sucking demon. Ramond and others saw the monster that was unscathed and underwent their attacks. They were severely damaged by a thin beam of light and trembled violently, as if they were struggling wildly, like a fish that was not dead yet. The frequency of spiritual fluctuations emitted by the heart-absorbing demon revealed strong despair and unwillingness, which also infected everyone's hearts with this emotion, as if seeing a wild beast roaring and roaring at the end of the road. I couldn't help but feel sad for him. Just after leaving the wolf's den, he entered the tiger's mouth again. This is too unlucky. Everyone present watched the inner-sucking demon full of light. And finally, it was like a bubble, exploded with a pop, dissipating without a trace, leaving only an irregularly shaped black block falling to the ground, the size of a palm, which was the remains of the inner-sucking demon. Han Xiao took back the floating cannon, sucked the wreckage into his hand, and threw it to Fording. It's solved. Please help me find it. I'll give it to you. I'll think about how to use it yourself. Fording was stunned. Give it to me? Do you want it? It's useless to me. Han Xiao shook his head. He was a mechanic, and he couldn't use the wreckage of the inner demon. His goal is only 2 specialties. When he kills the inner-sucking demon, the panel prompts the task to be completed. If he gets the 2 specialties, he doesn't need anything else. Although the inner-absorbing demon has high resistance, it is a group of people who stand at the peak of their personal power. When it comes to Han Xiao, it is only a matter of instant killing. Even if the Star Game Beast comes to Han Xiao, it is just a one-shot thing. Speaking of which, I am more fleshy than the Star Game Beast. Han Xiao couldn't help but mutter. He glanced at the Punisher Alliance and others, but Han Xiao didn't explain. He strode off the spaceship. Fording shook his head and smiled, followed quickly, and followed him step by step. After being together for so long, he found that he liked Han Xiao more and more. I am worthy of being a friend who makes me willing to serve. Ramond and others subconsciously made a way out. Looking at the backs of Black Star and his group of people leaving, Saley suddenly understood. The box of bewitching is sealed with such a terrible monster. If we get out of trouble one day, in the future, we will be bad. Hearing this, All the members of the Punisher Alliance present suddenly realized and felt that they understood the purpose of Black Star. Black Star knows the existence of the inner-sucking demon, so he specially eliminates this monster that should not appear in the universe. Everyone has experienced the horror of the inner-sucking demon just now. If they are kept in the dark, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties when the inner-sucking demons escape from the trap in the future. If we say so, we were indirectly rescued by Haixing. I had just misunderstood this big man. Realizing this meaning, Ramond and others' mood suddenly became extremely complicated, with a wave of shame and a deep gratitude. Saley struggled for a while, made up his mind, rushed out of the spacecraft, trying to catch up with Verdine, and apologized to him for his previous attitude. However, as soon as he left the cabin door, he found that the backs of Black Star and his group had disappeared without a trace and had already left. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and sighed intricately. The level between Black Star and us is too far apart. I'm afraid there will never be a chance to repay this kind of kindness. The emergencies caused by fording came to an end. Han Xiao learned his lesson and did not allow the fleet to dock on the planet, so as not to encounter any opportunities for fording, the European Emperor, to disturb him from tempering his strength. Fortunately, after getting the remains of the inner-sucking demon, fording focused on staying in the room to study and had no time to run around to pick up money. After absorbing the wreckage, fording's mental power can be enhanced extra, and Han Xiao always has a strange feeling about it. Suddenly getting the treasure, it looks like the protagonist's treatment no matter how you look at it. Although I also earn my expertise, I always feel that fording is even more worthless. Han Xiao, who had been sailing for several days, finally replenished his last little strength and used his money ability to pile up the upper limit of his strength to 12W, reaching the strength level of LV19. Level 300 advanced tasks, energy-filled and knowledgeable, finally completed. The deep black earth stretches to the end of the line of sight. Wherever the eyes reach, craters and pits are spread all over the earth. Occasionally, half of metal remains appear obliquely from the soil. It is impossible to tell what parts are on it. A raised black peak in the distance exudes a desolate and ancient atmosphere. The sky is gray, with sparse stars falling, and the light is dim. A choking wind blows in the face. Countless fine sand is pouring in the wind, and huge winds pull everything on the surface. This is a black, barren planet, with a thick layer of gray haze wrapping it up, covering the atmosphere. Looking down from the outer space, you can see the planet's atmosphere forming stormy cyclones. Once upon a time, this was a planet full of vitality, with emerald green and bright red everywhere, and the roar of wild beasts always resounding throughout the mountains and forests. But now only the black dead silence is left. This is an ancient battlefield for exploration in the Empire. Under the ground, there are a large number of warships and weapons wreckage. Now the wind and sand are burying the past, leaving only desolation. A black figure walked slowly on the ground, as if it was integrated with the black background on the ground. Just all here. Han Xiao looked up at the gray sky, knowing that the spacecraft was waiting for him in the outer space at this time, and most of the people on the ship were staring at him with the viewing window. The Super A-level advancement will not be small, let alone this time the species sublimation and the main occupation change will be together. I am afraid that the Earth will shake. I will advance on the spacecraft for fear of crashing. So Han Xiao found a relatively close unmanned planet and was preparing to complete the 300th level of advancement here. Of course, he had already touched fording before coming, and was full of confidence at this time. Open the panel, the advanced tasks and the transfer tasks are shown to be completed. Han Xiao calmed down and chose settlement. The level 300 advanced task has been completed. Stay ability bonus plus 70. 1 endurance equals 480 health value equals 490 physical strength value. The huge energy contained in each cell makes your body transform. Your gene encoding is transformed to a higher level, and you have taken another step on the road of evolution. Discovered your race as Black Star Clan, exclusive race, cannot be changed. randomly drawn 5 evolutionary directions. The drawing is being drawn. The drawing is completed. Please select 2 of the following 5 race options and obtain a talent each. 1. Void God Envoy, human form. 2. Endless Proliferation Distortion, group consciousness. 3. Void Great Sacrifice, human form. 4. Stat-Telts Clan. 5. Magora, Void Behemoth. All are good directions. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and nodded secretly. In the last stage, I reached the Void Saint of the Void System, and now I have reached the Void God Envoy, and I am getting closer and closer to the end of the evolution of the Void System. Endless Proliferation Aberrant is a terrifying creature that can proliferate its own flesh and blood cells without limit through energy. As long as it has sufficient energy, it can expand endlessly. It does not worry about its own gene collapse and eventually becomes a flesh and blood planet. At the same time, it can control the formed flesh and blood structure, such as forming a new monster with normal life cycle ability, creating a flesh and blood brain for him, and then splitting it from his body, thus creating a new distorted monster that is manipulated by the main consciousness but has its own consciousness. Saint Telx is an extinct race with excellent mechanical talents. It is said to be a natural mechanic. Magora Voidbird is a void monster with extremely strong body, similar to Leviathan in the Void System, as famous as the Void Dragon clan, but even rarer. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao made a decision and chose Void God Messenger and Saint Telx clan. The former was to maintain the evolution of the Void System, while the latter was to choose a talent to enhance the mechanic's own abilities. He now has quite a lot of Void talents. The reason why he did not choose Void Sacrifice is because it overlaps with many of the talents of Void God Envoy. Although Endless Proliferation Distortion is terrible, Han Xiao is not ready to give up his human form. To be a human being, you still have to be a human being. Magora Void Behemoth is famous for his flesh shield, not Han Xiao's expansion. He feels that in this regard, he is already a top-notch flesh shield, and there is no need to strengthen his ability to be beaten for the time being. All the talents of the 2 races were shown in front of you, and you could choose one of them separately. Han Xiao looked at it for a while and made a choice. You have obtained a new talent, Void Divine Power. You have obtained a new talent, Telkes Mechanical Inheritance. Void Divine Power. Your understanding of the Void Dimension has reached a new level, and you can control Void energy in a more efficient way, baptize yourself, and enhance your qualities in all aspects. Any type of attack and defense will obtain a bonus of Void energy. Each attack will be accompanied by Void damage, point plus 12% theoretical attack power. Each time you bear the attack, you will get additional damage reduction and a 15% full resistance bonus. As the level increases, you can get more attribute bonuses from Void Divine Power. LV1 LV100, 5 attributes for every level of strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, and mystery plus 15, ability strength plus 0.5%. LV100 LV200, 5 attributes for every level of 10 plus 30, endurance plus 25, ability strength plus 1%. LV200 or above, 5 attributes for every level of 10 plus 45, ability strength plus 1.5%. Current total increase effect, 5 attributes plus 900, ability strength plus 30%. Telk's Mechanical Inheritance. Mechanical Discipline Experience is the inheritance memory of the Saint Terex tribe. The Saint Terex tribe has excellent talent in the mechanical department. The cost of upgrading any mechanical department skills will be reduced by 20%, including and not limited to the main mechanical department professional skills, drawing skills, etc. As the level increases, you can get more mechanical technologies from the inheritance memory. LV1 LV100, Mechanical Affinity per 10 level plus 8%. LV100 LV200, Mechanical Affinity per 10 level plus 12%. LV200 or above, Mechanical Affinity per 10 level plus 16%. The inheritance memory of the Saint Terex tribe records their unique scientific and technological achievements. When the total level reaches LV20, LV60, LV100, LV160, LV200, LV260, LV320, and LV360. The special ethnic group exclusive drawings will be unlocked. Boom. The brain is running rapidly, hot, and the void energy is constantly washing the body, as if it is under the attack of ice and fire, cold and hot. A transformation happened in Han Xiao's body, and the movements on the panel were not only like this. The exclusive talent of the Black Star clan itself was also improved with this sublimation of the life level. Your Black Star clan exclusive talent, Mechanical Genius, effect is improved. Mechanical Genius. The total mechanical affinity of 1.15x has changed to 1.25x. The mechanical creation performance bonus has changed from 30% to 40%, and the new effect has been upgraded to 1 level by default. In the race appearance judgment, based on your evolution, your appearance has the highest change of 1.4%. Will it maintain its original appearance? Han Xiao is quite confident in his face-pinching skills, but if you try it with your own face, you will forget it and choose no. Life level sublimation, molecular structure improvement, organ structure strengthening, metabolic change. The potential of the Black Star clan is improved, and you get a tribute replenishment. Strength plus 334, agility plus 320, endurance plus 470, intelligence plus 767, mystery plus 580, charm plus 205, power plus 8,000. Power Realm Edition attribute change. Each cell is oscillating, pumping out a maximum of energy, and the huge fluctuations emitted directly affect the environment of the entire planet. The whole person seems to have become the eye of the wind, and the atmosphere of the planet is centered on him, forming an eye of storm. In the fleet in outer space, Aurora, Ferdine, Hardaway, and all Guardians stood in front of the viewing window, overlooking the environmental changes that Han Xiao caused on this planet. What a terrifying high-energy reaction. Has Your Excellency Black Star grown again? At his level, can you improve your strength in a short period of time? Hardaway looked horrified. Although I have known him for a long time, he can amaze me every time. Fording shook his head. How could there be such a talented person in this world who is simply a natural superpower? I have never heard of a super A-level growing so fast. Hardaway's tone was amazed and sour. He has struggled for a super A-level, but he has not yet achieved his wish. On the other hand, Black Star is not only the fastest person in history to reach a super A-level from scratch, but after entering the super A-level, it is unheard of. People compare themselves with others. It's so fucking anger. Hardaway looked envious and jealous. Not only him, but other guard officials were also shocked. Such growth rate was really unimaginable for them. Aurora clenched her fists nervously, her palms covered in sweat. This is the first time she has witnessed Han Xiao's advancement process after her superpowers are formed. In her perception, the life intensity of the Black Star ascends to heaven like a rocket, which is completely contrary to the common sense of super A-level subtle completion of life sublimation. She couldn't help but be worried, fearing that Han Xiao's evolution would fail. Even, she was ready to consume 99% of her vitality to help Han Xiao. It took a long time before the high-energy reaction gradually declined. It seems to be successful. Everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but they were shocked to find that the high-energy reaction that had just dropped suddenly soared again, instantly breaking through the highest level just now, with great ups and downs, just like their blood pressure. A new storm appears again. I just finished sublimation, and now I'm here again. Everyone was stunned, feeling that the worldview was smashed to pieces. At this time, Han Xiao, who was at the center of the planet storm, had already confirmed his job transfer in the panel. Your transfer task has been completed. You have obtained a new profession, Divine Mechanic. Divine Mechanic, LV1, Strength plus 450, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 15, Intelligence plus 20. You gain 15 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You gain the expertise Machining Divine Cult. You have obtained the specialty Divine Artifact. You gained the expertise Mechanical Power Sublimation creator's heart. You comprehend the skills simulation of everything. You understand the skills dimensional factory. You understand the skills supreme virtual. You understand the skill mechanical fire breeding. You understand the skills mechanical civilization strengthening. You comprehend the skill apostle evolution. You comprehend the skills combination mechanical god. You comprehend the drawings mechanical god. All your virtual technical skills or expertise, the effect will be increased by 50%. A large number of prompts pop up on the panel, which is dazzling. The surging energy fluctuations spread again, and with Han Xiao as the center, forming an extremely huge tornado. Looking down from space, it was like a pot of gray soup being stirred by people. Divine Mechanic is a stage of transformation. The upper limit level jumps from level 40 of Divine Mechanic to level 60. From the Apostle, Emperor, and Master, he finally achieves the Divine Mechanic. This is the peak of mechanics who have explored the universe. Mechanical Country. Manison is in the stage of Divine Mechanic. No one in the world's super A levels has surpassed him for the time being. At this level, all abilities have undergone transformation. If the characteristics of the Apostle Mechanic are that its power belongs to itself, the characteristics of the Emperor Mechanic are that it strengthens the Legion flow, and the characteristics of the Dominant Mechanic are that it has a long range of the full map flow and the enlightenment of the Apostle weapons. Then the characteristics of the Divine Mechanic are that it has greatly strengthened on the basis of the three and guided a new direction. Han Xiao endured the severe pain of transformation, carefully browsed the panel, and check the abilities brought by the transfer one by one. Key of Mechanical Divine Cult. Expertise. The basic effect is to increase mechanical affinity by 200%, and the core function is to establish your own mechanical divine cult. As long as there are believers who worship him as the mechanical divine cult, you can get the attribute of feedback. The more believers, the stronger the ability to feedback. There are many religions in the universe, and any cat or dog may have believers. The mechanical divine cult is a special sect in the universe. It fanatically respects mechanical technology, and materialism and idealism are united. Worship each powerful mechanic and worship it as the god of machinery. Since Han Xiao did so many deeds, he has actually gained a large number of believers in the mechanical god cult. Now, these believers can get some feedback from it. A super-level mechanic who believes in a machining god cult key can improve his mechanical affinity. The mechanical country Manison has always been the main object of belief in the mechanical god cult today, and has gained great power from believers. Now, Han Xiao is also qualified to obtain great power from believers. To put it bluntly, this is cutting leaks. This is the Han technician in this industry, is clear. Divine artifact expertise improves the success rate of gold-level drawings and can also obtain additional bonuses if you can create gold-level equipment at the universe treasure level. There was a saying in the past life that was widely circulated on the forum. The 5 superpower systems actually represent the 5 directions of the god in the true sense. The martial arts system represents the body, the mind power system represents the spirit, the magic system represents the control of rules, the superpower system represents the genius magical power, and the mechanical system represents the gear of gods. Although this statement has no theoretical basis, it is indeed very gimmick and makes people think a lot. Mechanical force sublimation, creator heart, is the core expertise, mechanical affinity plus 450%, production machinery efficiency plus 300%, mechanical creation performance plus 40%. Just like mechanical force sublimation apostle body, this is also the ability to transform the attributes of mechanical forces, which is matched with many skills of divine mechanic. At the same time, this expertise also provides stronger personal attributes, according to the level of all mechanical skills, including drawing skills. Free attribute points are provided, and a single skill LV4 gives 1 point, LV7 gives 2 points, and LV10 gives 3 points. Now Han Xiao's official mechanical skills are basically at full level, providing him with 189 free attribute points. He also has thousands of drawing skills, most of which are bet on and have not been upgraded. Among them, the drawings that meet the requirements provide him with a total of 2,128 free attribute points, which adds up to 2,317 free attribute points. Although the total number is not as good as the attributes, you can add points freely. Moreover, compared with the one-time attribute replenishment obtained by Advanced, this skill has a high growth potential, providing you with a new way to obtain attribute points. This is a channel for mechanics to monetize knowledge. Knowledge is power, and the more you learn, the stronger you will be. New skills beyond these three specialties are basically the core of Divine Mechanic. Simulation of all things is not a combat skill, but a creative skill. It can use machinery to simulate the operating rules of most things, including but not limited to imitating various celestial bodies, simulating various natural phenomena, etc. Except for the material limitations, everything else is like a creator, but this creator only uses machinery. Han Xiao is not particularly aware of the function of this skill. According to his speculation, this should be a life-oriented ability, which to a certain extent breaks away from the limitations of the drawings. Nature is the best material library. From ancient times to the present, almost all the scientific and technological trees of natural civilizations developed by nature have started from copycat nature. Dimensional Factory has similar functions to the Emperor Mechanics, second-dimensional marine, but the difference is that the Dimensional Factory is equivalent to opening a logistics base in the secondary dimension. When fighting, take the factory at any time to collect discarded parts on the battlefield and rebuild it, and endlessly manufacture and repair machinery, and fight violently. The newly released machinery can be put into the battlefield immediately and can temporarily create targeted equipment, which is much stronger than the simple discarded modification and advanced equipment generation, and its endurance is greatly enhanced. With Dimensional Factory, the full-picture flow method of the dominant mechanic is truly transformed into a complete body. There is no need to worry about no logistic supplements wherever you go. Supreme Virtual comes from the ability of virtual professionalism. If the armed branch was chosen at the beginning, the skill activated should be Sky Magnificent Structure. If the energy branch was chosen, the one activated was Energy Plasticity. The basic effect of Supreme Virtual is that the virtual technology bonus is 200%. The virtual skills default plus level 3, and the core function is to open up a virtual world and occupy a place in the quantum network. Only virtual life and its own virtual soul can enter. There are many functions which can be used as a breeding ground for virtual life and evolve into nature. It can also serve as a fortress in quantum networks, release a large number of special AI hunters, prey on information flows in quantum networks, intercept data, or spread viruses by themselves. When using Virtual Soul to virtualize the target soul, you can also trap the other party in this virtual world. Compared with quantum networks, the time for the target to escape will be greatly extended, and forcibly leaving will cause greater mental damage. Han Xiao felt that Manison enslaved AI civilization. Part of it was because of this ability. Mechanical fire proliferation and mechanical civilization strengthening are both expertise in enhancing mechanical life. The former is to strengthen the efficiency of transforming mechanical life and increase the effect of fire awakening, while the latter is to strengthen its subordinate mechanical civilization from many aspects. The aspects of strengthening include reducing the fire energy consumed by mechanical life reproduction, increasing the potential of offspring, improving the speed of fertility, etc. The mechanical kingdom has accumulated a huge army of mechanical civilizations, and these two abilities have made great contributions. Apostle evolution is to strengthen the effect of the dominant mechanic, apostle creation, and does not increase the quota of apostle weapons, but improves the enhancement effect of apostle weapons so that the apostle weapons have stronger combat power. Combination Mechanical God is a transformed skill. With the main body or the dominant clone as the core, it combines the scattered mechanical legions around it to form an extremely huge mechanical component, which turns into an extension of your own body and controls this super big guy to fight. As long as there are enough mechanical legions of fusion, it is not impossible to reach the size of the planet. This is an alternative planetary giant structure project. As for all the functions of the integrated machinery, this guy has it, and all the attributes are extremely terrifying. With a huge body, this is the mechanical god. The last drawing, Mechanical God Seal, is a special equipment, a floating mechanical throne, which is similar to what Han Xiao had created before. However, this type has a special effect. Sitting on it can amplify your mechanical affinity and obtain a bonus of 1.1x of the total mechanical affinity coefficient. So it is not unreasonable that some super A-level like thrones. Of course, most of them are just for the sake of coolness. This wave of skills obtained by transferring positions may be the most in history, which is enough to prove how terrible abilities Divine Mechanic has at this stage. This time, the strength has improved too much. Even though the transformation process of the job transfer has not ended, this little pain cannot suppress Han Xiao's excitement. Only after completing the 300th level of advancement and transfer of positions can I truly reach the level of the Strange God, the Military Kingdom, the Dark Emperor, and others. At the same time, a harsh alarm sounded at an Imperial military outpost not far from this ancient battlefield planet. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy reaction source was detected. Burst frequency was 9.17 B/ms. Energy spectrum offset index plus 78.7 plus 134.5. Energy fluctuation model is being calculated. Calculated model type, Annibal style burst wave, matching database case. Matching. The possibility is as follows. Dimensional fracture opening 42%, high dimensional god arrival, virtual spirit 31%, original psychological pollution 24%, supernova sudden collapse 4%, super A-level self-detonation 88%. Start the K0081 plan and immediately send an unmanned spacecraft for field exploration. Whoa. The alarm bell was made, and the soldiers in the military outpost immediately took action and returned to their respective posts. The pilot came to the drone cockpit of the outpost and activated virtual driving. Then the port of the outpost released a large number of short-range jump drones, which turned into streams of light and flew towards the coordinate points of the energy burst under the remote control of the pilot. Soon we arrived at the coordinate location and saw a fleet hovering in the outer space of the planet from afar. At this moment, terrifying energy fluctuations washed away the entire planet again and again, and the atmosphere of this ancient battlefield planet was already in chaos. This is the unmanned reconnaissance force of the Red Empire. Please inform us of your identity immediately. As soon as the two sides met, the Empire Sentinel immediately opened the wide area network frequency band and asked to check the identity. At the same time, it started a three-dimensional scan and scanned the fleet's spacecraft from afar. After checking, I was shocked. It was the fleet of the Black Star Army. At this time, Aurora connected the communication. This is a fleet led by Black Star. What are you doing here? Seeing that it was a friendly army, the Imperial Sentinel immediately relaxed, and its attitude suddenly became friendly and enthusiastic. We detected a high-energy reaction. What happened here? The Imperial Sentinel signaled an abnormal phenomenon on the planet. This is done by Black Star. He is on the planet. Is that Black Star? The Imperial Sentinel was shocked when he thought of the possibility of data calculation. Is it really the highest possibility, super A-level self-detonation? Black Star exploded. Thinking of this, the hearts of many Imperial sentries suddenly felt a deep pain, and sensation came to their hearts. His Excellency Black Star, he died in the line of duty. Class. Aurora wondered, what is the situation? What is the curse of a man? After explaining it, the Empire Sentinel realized that he had a wrong intention. In fact, it is not their fault for misunderstanding. Data matching has always been very reliable. Before Han Xiao, the life sublimation of super A-level life was subtle. It was never until the super A-level that I stepped into a higher level. Han Xiao's high-speed promotion condensed the process countless times, and the energy fluctuations caused were stacked up, which was very terrifying. The Imperial Sentinel encountered this situation for the first time, and there was no corresponding example in the database, so a misjudgment was made. However, from today on, Han Xiao has become the first reference case in the database, and it may also be the only one. Since they came, the Imperial Sentinel did not leave immediately. They simply moved to the Black Star Fleet to observe abnormal phenomena on the planet together and collect data. Aurora wanted to expel him, but after thinking about it, he did not stop the Empire from doing anything. The Black Star Legion is under pressure recently and is in need of some opportunities to increase reputation. The Empire can detect it. On the one hand, it can increase the importance of the Empire's senior management to them. On the other hand, it can use the Empire's hands to enhance the influence of the Black Star again. Following Han Xiao's rarity, Orula's perspective of thinking about problems is getting closer and closer to Han Xiao. After a while, the high-energy reaction on the planet gradually declined and passed the highest explosion period. The process of transformation gradually came to an end, and the cells slowly fell silent from a highly active state, and the energy that was uncontrollable was less and less, and the pain faded like a tide. Opening the panel, Han Xiao summarized the advancement. First of all, in terms of racial sublimation, the Black Spirit Clan's exclusive talent improvement brings more bonuses. Don't underestimate the increase in the total affinity coefficient of 0.1x. For Han Xiao, it can at least increase the mechanical affinity by hundreds, let alone the effect of mechanical skill +1. The two racial talents brought by species evolution are both core abilities of the species, all of which are growth-oriented talents. Void Divine Power brings a total of 4,500 attribute points bonuses and a 30% ability strength, which is also an ability to transform the Void Evolution system. Telke's Mechanical Inheritance currently provides 360% additional mechanical affinity, but the core of this talent is the special drawings unlocked at different levels, which are the essence of scientific research accumulated by this race. Han Xiao looked through some special drawings, all of which were very high-quality equipment, and broadened his drawing library. There were several technologies that made him amazed and needed to be digested slowly. The demise of the Saint Terex tribe was similar to the evolutionary civilization, but the information was not lost. Most of the technology left over from this civilization was accepted and digested by the Ragnarok Federation, which added a thick branch to the technology tree. It is said that when they created the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter, they borrowed some of the techniques of the Saint Terex tribe. The special drawings for unlocking at level 300 involve multiple fields and are very difficult to manufacture. However, there are no drawings for golden equipment. Han Xiao estimated that the universe treasure drawings of the Saint Telx clan may appear in the unlocking at level 360. In terms of job transfer, he has already stood on the same starting line as the armed country Manison, but the gap still exists. There are God Captain Mechanic, and there are also Manison, and there are Manison, but Han Xiao does not. For example, he's obsessed with perfect mechanic and exclusive expertise. However, in terms of meat shield, Han Xiao is far ahead of Manison. Although his mechanical abilities are inferior to Manison, his abilities in other aspects have shortened the gap between the two sides. However, due to the existence of the specialty of the machining divine cult, the real strength of the machine kingdom is unfathomable. Over the years, he has always been recognized as the peak of the mechanic who has explored the universe. I don't know how many believers of the machine divine cult have gathered, and his status is unbreakable. He has 10 do of believers, and he owns 8 do of each of them. Machining Divine Cult is a comprehensive improvement, and you can get a percentage bonus from it whether it is basic attributes, mechanical affinity, manufacturing efficiency, creation performance, or ability strength. When Han Xiao thought of the huge believers in the mechanical kingdom, he felt pressured. Only when he reached the level of others could he truly understand how powerful he was. If you want to exert the effect of this expertise, you'll have to compete with the Armored Kingdom for its position in the Mechanical Divine Cult. Only by competing with him in terms of mechanical aspects can I steal the mechanical divine cult believers there. Han Xiao shook his head. He didn't want to provoke Manison, but now Manison has become an obstacle in the road ahead. I'm afraid that when Manison knows that I'm at this level, he will also regard me as an obstacle. One mountain cannot withstand two tigers. It's too early to say this now. New abilities still need a lot of time to get familiar with them. It's not the time to wrestle with Manison. Han Xiao exhaled, suppressed his worries, browsed his new abilities again, and threw all the free attribute points given by mechanical power sublimation, Creator's Heart, into his intelligence. After completing this step, Han Xiao looked at the entire attribute panel. Total level, 301. Main occupation, mechanical system, race, Black Star. Attribute, Strength 6736, Agility 6405, Endurance 9664, Intelligence, Mystery 5230, Charm 1368, Lucky 1, Free Attribute Point, 15, Potential Point, 7, Happiness, 9,695,991, Physical Strength Value, 7,832,880, Physical Strength Value, 128,452, LV19. LV19 Total Strength Bonus. Strength plus 2026, Agility plus 2,488, Endurance plus 3,120, Intelligence plus 3,425, Mystery plus 1923, Upper Physical Strength Limit plus, Mechanical Affinity plus 2,712%, Super Electromagnetic Induction. Energy Level Standard. Assess this level bonus. Extra plus 100 for Endurance bonus. All Resistance plus 35%. Maximum Attribute plus 32%. Other Attributes plus 20%. Additional 750 free attribute points and 50 potential points. You have touched the peak of your personal power. There will be no pioneers in the future. You are already a pioneer. Seeing the huge changes in the attribute panel, Han Xiao gasped. At level 280, my energy level is about 5W3, but now it is almost increased by 2W, which is not all because of the changes brought about by this advancement. During this period, I learned all my professional knowledge to activate additional expertise and obtained the War of the Power from the Dragon Pole and accumulated my strength to the LV19 realm. All kinds of factors were superimposed to give myself such a huge growth. The changes in attributes are also very terrible, with nearly doubled intelligence, including 2,000 points given by Almighty Mechanic, more than 1,600 points added by Void Divine Power and attributes, and more than 2,300 points given by Mechanical Power Sublimation, Creator Heart, which has a huge increase. The endurance has also improved, and the health value is approaching the 10 million mark. Among the Super A-level people I know, it is estimated that only the old dragon has more health than him, and Xiao Baba has to stand aside. Have you reached SS? Han Xiao nodded secretly. The energy level soared, and the S-level bonus also increased. The endurance bonus changed from 50 to 100, and other effects also increased to a certain extent. This level is commonly known as the peak Super A level. SS is higher than S+, and it still belongs to the S-level category. It is either a qualitative change in the realm of the disaster level to the Super A-level level. What the alien gods pursue is to break the boundaries of SS level and open up a new level of combat power. Han Xiao looked at the upgrade fee, and as expected, the cost increased significantly. The experience accumulated in version 3.0 is almost spent. With his few remaining experience reserves, he can only be upgraded to level 3 or 4, which is not very meaningful. Han Xiao decided not to upgrade, leaving behind experience to upgrade his skills, which was more cost-effective. During the version update, it is no longer easy to upgrade again. I need to stabilize, digest these abilities, and then start to accumulate for a long time. Han Xiao said intimately, "The biggest gap between you and the military country is the family foundation accumulated over the years." After sorting out his advanced abilities this time, Han Xiao moved his extremely relaxed hands and feet, Then he flew into the air and flew back to his ship. Many cadres were waiting here early, staring at him with shock, envy, and surprise. Han Xiao's evolutionary process really subverted everyone's perception and left a shock in their little hearts. How did you do it? Hardaway couldn't help asking, his eyes emitting green light, like a wolf, as if he wanted to strip Han Xiao naked and check it carefully from the inside out to see which part was unique. Han Xiao glanced at him. As long as you used the time to exercise for cards, you might have been surpassed a level long ago. I believe you, a ghost. Hardaway was so angry. Aurora pursed her lips and said worriedly, "Will there be any sequelae when you do this?" She felt that this way of sublimation was against common sense and was too severe, and they were likely to have adverse consequences. It's the sequelae, Han Xiao thought. If becoming handsome is also a sequelae, I might be terminally ill. You're holding back your words. Aurora rolled her eyes. Although you are indeed very charming, I still have to say, I have never seen such a shameless person. However, her worries were also diluted a lot. He Xing knew her ability. If something was wrong, she would have been pestering her to seek the essence of her life. Fording walked forward, gently hugged Han Xiao, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Congratulations. During the secret war, he witnessed Han Xiao stepping from the natural disaster level to the super A level. At this time, he was the only calm person among everyone present. His trust in Han Xiao's potential was far beyond others' imagination. At this time, the Imperial Sentinel fleet, not far away, also sent greetings. See Mr. Black Star. Oh, when did you come? Han Xiao was immersed in his new ability and didn't pay attention just now. It's been a while since I'm here. The Empire's Sentinel stopped talking. Hello, He Xing, you just said this. Haha, it's not a big deal. My strength has improved slightly. Han Xiao smiled. Hearing this, the Imperial Sentinel looked speechless. Such a big noise. Did you tell me that it was just a slight improvement? Do you think I'm a 50-year-old child? Well, Mr. He Xing, we will report the situation here truthfully. I wonder if you have any objections? The Imperial Sentinel suppressed the complaints in his heart and asked carefully. If it were normal, he would report directly according to the procedures, but just witness the entire process of Han Xiao's advancement. He dared not ask Han Xiao's opinions. Han Xiao nodded and ignored it. It doesn't matter, just report as expected. Anyway, this thing can't be hidden. He hoped that the top leaders of the Empire knew that his strength had grown again, and it would be even better if the Empire could make more money. The Imperial Sentry was happy and thanked him. Then he left here and turned into a leap and flowing back. Watching the Empire reconnaissance team go away, Han Xiao withdraws his gaze, squints his eyes, and a light flashes in his eyes. Since the advancement has been completed, it is time to follow the established plan and make a domineering player so as not to get worse. Just check how strong your combat power has reached. Humph, Xiao Baba, I'm here to play with you. Broken Star Ring, Black Star Legion Headquarters, Legion Commander's exclusive mechanical warehouse. In the dark and quiet room, the sound of mechanical devices turning on suddenly sounded. Swish! A equipment maintenance box was opened from the inside, and two dazzling lights emerged from the darkness. A mechanical body came out, and his eyes were shining with a scorching sun, carrying Han Xiao's consciousness. He glanced back and flicked his fingers, and a dazzling blue and gold mechanical force flowed out, activating all the equipment boxes in the warehouse. Kaka! Boxes opened one after another. All the reserve mechanical warriors were activated, and they walked out one by one. The mechanical body took big steps and walked out of the warehouse with the Black Reserve Machinery Legion. The Lord is coming. At the same time, the field of war. Dang! The two glasses of wine clinked together, making a crisp sound, and the wine in the glass rotated and swayed. In the hall is a long and luxurious dining table filled with hearty dishes. At this time, there were only two people in the room. Herbert and Sorokin's host-possessed were sitting opposite each other, raising their wine glasses and clinking. This is a celebration meeting. Thanks to the influence of His Excellency Baz during this period, our cooperation has been on track. I feel very happy to work with you. Sorajin smiled and took a sip of wine. Let's hear what you need. Although Sorajin is a boy with money, Heber has no good feelings for him. He did not refuse his slut and drank the wine in one sip and put down the wine glass. However, the wine glass was placed on the edge of the table and did not stand firmly. After shaking for a moment, it fell to the ground. Herbert was about to reach out to grab it, but for some reason, he suddenly frowned and stopped, watching the cup fall. Bang! The cup fell to the ground and fell into pieces. What's wrong with you? Sorokin was puzzled. With their strength, it was impossible for him to react. He didn't know why Heber was stunned. Herbert stared at the pieces of wine glass on the ground, frowning. For some reason, just now, he suddenly felt a palpitation. It seems that something bad is going to happen. Broken star rings, soul cluster border, cross-cluster stargate. The territory of the Krent Empire borders the Colton cluster of the Amethyst civilization and is separated by a barren cosmic belt and connected with each other by a stargate. After the end of the Secret War, the two sides lifted the wartime emergency and reopened the civilian stargate, allowing the people of the two star clusters to resume free exchanges. At this moment, at the observation post at the Stargate station, the observation sentry on duty today was fishing in a verge of fishing in the air, ignoring the spaceship group passing through the Stargate, holding the communicator in his hand, staring blankly, and was definitely a patient with a severe head-down tribe. Since the end of the Secret War, Krent and Amethyst have been recuperating together, and the Black Star Army has also joined the Red Empire. The two civilizations have no chance to have a conflict. Nothing happened for several consecutive years, so the mentality of the garrison personnel has gradually relaxed. This cannot be blamed for their low professional qualities. The main reason is that most transit spacecraft are intelligently reviewed, and there are few opportunities for manual review. Therefore, most of the time, they either are dazed or slutty, and they have nothing to do at all. The virtual singer is so awesome. The communicator screen is a virtual image of a Krant beauty, thin clothes, dancing agile dances while dancing. The pleasant singing sounds are like a clear spring flowing and pearls falling on a jade plate. The sentry on duty looked obsessed with his face, shook his legs wildly, and scratched the screen with his fingers, giving out several virtual gifts purchased with real money. This software is an entertainment software that is popular all over the universe. It can customize your favorite virtual images according to the aesthetics of different races. In addition to the appearance, it can also select intelligent personality. You could try any style, and the level of DIY is extremely high. After creating a virtual image, you can interact with the other party in a variety of ways, such as asking her to sing songs that are arranged by Smartly, or playing Veen cards online with her and paying rewards, basically treating the other party as a real person. After opening a membership, the other party can display a three-dimensional projection and become a life-sized one. If you have further needs, you can contact the official website to purchase virtual sensory clothes so that you can feel the touch of the three-dimensional projection, which is also divided into youth and adult models. If you're unwilling to pinch people, you can also go to the database to find image templates shared by other users. You can choose any race and appearance at will, and you could try any taste. In today's era, the degree of interstellar integration is very high, but there are still many autistic patients who prefer to create a perfect virtual friend, brother, children, partner, etc. than making real friends. In the interstellar era, the market for homeowners is extremely prosperous, and the money of homeowners is really easy to make. It is worth mentioning that this software is developed by a sub-brand of Infinite Consortium. The annual income flow is extremely terrifying. The money you earn a year can theoretically buy a war field. The sentry on duty was obsessed with admiring his dream lover, and suddenly, a smart voice that made people feel cold as he listened suddenly rang out. A special marker transit was detected, and he moved into the manual review stage. The sentry on duty, who was shaking his legs, was startled by the sudden sound and almost threw the communicator out of his hand. After calming down, he impatiently put down the communicator and turned to operate the review system with the resentment of being disturbed. Who is it? Black Star Legion. In an instant, the sentry on duty was shocked and immediately woke up. The one who submitted the transit review was the Black Star Legion's troops. In the database of civil stargates like this, there are some specially marked figures, such as interstellar wanted criminals. Because of the grudges of secret wars and the influence of Black Stars, Krent also added the Black Star Legion to the marking list. Any person with the identity of Black Star Legion to come to Krent territory, the Stargate Station personnel must report it. The sentry on duty knew that he had no right to review it, so he immediately notified the team leader. The team leader notified the person in charge of Shingman Station, passed it up layer by layer, and sent it directly to the mailbox of the senior civilized officials. Not long after, the command was sent to allow the Black Star Legion to cross the border. Soon, a small fleet marked with the Black Star Army's emblem drove out of the Stargate and turned into a flowing light to escape, leaving a long-lasting tail flame mark, reflected in the eyes of the sentry on duty. Although the Black Star Legion was allowed to pass through, the Krent's top leaders were in a state of strife. On weekdays, the Black Star Legion and they never interact with each other, and they basically won't come to the Soul Star cluster. I suddenly visited this time and didn't know what to do. Someone must be sent to follow them and monitor them. To Krent's surprise, the news that the Black Star Army suddenly visited their territory spread like wildfire and soon spread, and was quickly known by many forces and interstellar citizens of the Broken Star Ring. Krent knew the reasons behind this, and someone must have contributed to the fire and spread the news. After thinking about it, only the Black Star Legion would do this. Krent did not understand the Black Star Legion's approach at first, but when he discovered that the direction of the fleet was actually heading towards the war field, Krent's senior management suddenly realized. Yes, it must be the recent action in the war field that attracted the Black Star Legion. Krent didn't know the truth behind the joint efforts of the war field and the Infinite Consortium. They only knew that the forces in the war field have made rapid progress and are eroding the interests of the Black Star Army, and the two sides compete head-on. Heber is his ally. Krent originally wanted to use some means to maintain it, but when he discovered it, it was too late. The news that the goal of the Black Star Legion is the field of war has spread. Now, most of the Broken Star Rings know that the Black Star Legion is about to make some moves on Herbert. In fact, the Black Star Army made the fleet's itinerary public without hiding its purpose. Every day, the distance from the headquarters in the war field is constantly shortening. Under such a high-profile momentum, many interstellar citizens who broke the star rings were waiting to watch the show and looked forward to the meeting between the two sides. Hot topics of public opinion have become, and Krent has no good idea to do something. After more than half a month of waiting, the headquarters in the war field finally ushered in the Black Star fleet with the bat arrivals. Above the headquarters in the war field, fleets were spread all over the sky like a steel cloud. All the Vanguard officials summoned back and led different fleets ready to fight. Herbert stood on the earth on the planet with his hands behind his back, looking up at the dark black sky, expressionless and silent. According to the itinerary announced by the Black Star Army, today is the day this fleet arrives. When he discovered that the Black Star Legion was coming to him, Heber knew that his bad premonition had come true, but this was his territory, and he couldn't run. Nor could he run. Not only that, Heber also stopped the headquarters moving everywhere, waiting for the Black Star fleet to arrive, deliberately showing that he was not panicked at all, so as not to mistakenly think that he was afraid of Black Star, and manipulated the headquarters to run away and delayed his trip. In fact, Herbert did not understand the intention of Black Star's move, and he did not think Black Star dared to provoke internal strife among the Empire's allies. Could it be that this guy wants to use this method to intimidate him? You're obviously staying in the Empire and not coming in person. Do you want me to be afraid? Humph, it's so whimsical. Therefore, Heber is very calm now and just wants to see what Han Xiao sells as gourd. Although he felt that Han Xiao would not come true, the situation still had to be put out, so he turned the headquarters fleet into a state of alert at this time. As for whether the upcoming fleet would suddenly detour and tease him, Heber didn't consider this possibility at all. If he did, he would lose the Black Star Legion. After waiting for a while, suddenly, light spots lit up at the end of sight, and in the blink of an eye, They stopped not far from Heber, revealing the appearance of the Black Star fleet, confronting the fleet in the warfield. The fleet size of both sides is incomparable. The number of spacecraft on Herbert's side is over 1 million, and this Black Star fleet only has dozens of spacecraft, just like a mantis-armed mantis chariot. On the other side, the current fleet that followed also arrived here. In addition, there are many interstellar citizens and media personnel surrounding them. These people came here early to refer to the itinerary of the Black Star Legion and prepared to watch strongly on the scene. Herbert snorted, took out the communicator, opened the wide area communication channel, and spoke in a pretentious voice. Black Star, I haven't invited you recently, and you didn't say you're visiting me in advance, so you came uninvited. What does it mean? Hearing this, many interstellar citizens who were joining in the fun were excited. They heard the smell of gunpowder from this sentence and were waiting for Black Star's response. After waiting for a while, a cold mechanical sound rang in the wide area channel. Without any greetings or politeness, it went straight to the topic and brought up a cold atmosphere. Herbert, do you still remember our unfinished battle? Herbert's eyes suddenly narrowed. Without waiting for his answer, Han Xiao's mechanical body continued to say to himself, I had just entered the Super A level, and you asked me to fight. Because of the Empire, the appointment was left unresolved, and there was no result. There was no winner between you and me. Herbert's tone became cold. So, are you here to write a letter of war? That's right, Han Xiao said lightly. You took advantage of the fact that I had just become Super A level and wanted to bully me. Now I'm here to settle the account. 20 days later, I will fight you in the Soul Star cluster, and you can choose the location. 20 days, huh? Can you come back from the Empire? Don't worry. The only ones who fight you are the 2 million Mechanical Legion loaded by this fleet and one of my master clones. Han Xiao said slowly, You must be afraid, right? When I made a fight against me, I only entered the Super A level for a few years, so you dare not fight with me? Mechanical life is in the shining world incubating civilization. Han Xiao did not bring any apostle weapons this time, but only one master clone and a group of mechanical warriors reserved by the headquarters warehouse. These mechanical warriors were all made before level 300 and did not receive Han Xiao's current manufacturing bonus. Hearing this, Heber was immediately annoyed. After the Battle of Lighthouse Star, Herbert knew that he might not be Han Xiao's opponent, but the premise was that Han Xiao personally took action. But now you don't even have an apostle weapon, just a master clone and a mechanical legion dare to challenge me? Do you take me seriously? Huh. Herbert's face mask was cold frost and said in a deep voice, You dare not come here in person. Are you worried that you will have no way to escape if you lose? Humph. Use a group of mechanic soldiers to challenge me. Even if I beat you away, you are safe, right? Whatever you think. I have already sent a war book. Do you dare to accept it? Han Xiao was unmoved. Heber immediately thought about it, and suddenly realized that Han Xiao had blocked his retreat. First of all, things have become big, and the title of Domineer does not allow him to admit defeat. Secondly, when he bullied Han Xiaojing into the A level, he was very happy to agree to the appointment. If he was hesitant and refused a war, he would be afraid of the other party, making outsiders think that he would only bully the weak and fear the strong, and the deterrent power of the title of Domineer will plummet. So that's it you're planning. Herbert was very annoyed. The liquidation of grudges is just an excuse to force him to refuse. In essence, it is because of the recent competition that he destroyed the interests of the Black Star Army. The other party started from the core and openly issued a challenge, intending to speak with his fists, preparing to attack his reputation as a Super A level. Black Star, you caught this opportunity very well. It made me difficult to beat me, and I couldn't refuse. Herbert chuckled in anger. Okay, I'll accept your challenge. Black Star, you've been going well for a while, and you're becoming more and more arrogant. I'll let me give you a loss and help you wake up. If Han Xiao comes in, it's fine. Herbert asks that he is not an opponent, but he's just a clone in the army, and he doesn't think he will lose. He actually dares to underestimate him so much. Do you really think that I am the domineering person? Very good. I'll wait for your news. Seeing Herbert accepting, The Black Star fleet turned around and left, acting vigorously, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Go! Herbert snorted coldly, waved his hand, and let the fleet land and return. He glanced coldly at the many bystanders, strode back to the palace, and his burly and tall back disappeared into everyone's eyes. The interstellar citizens who watched the whole process were immediately excited. Many of them have seen the two's appointment many years ago, and now history is repeated in front of them. However, this time, the role reversed. Haha, there's a good show. Last time the Empire came forward, there was no victory or defeat, and it was left unresolved. I don't know if the Empire will mediate again this time. No, they should have no reason to intervene. Last time they didn't stop the Overlord from making a fight. How could they stop Black Star from settle the score this time? Hey, it turns out that this is Black Star's revenge battle, and he finally plans to take revenge. I'll just say that these two people have never dealt with each other. Even if they become allies, there will be a battle. Countless interstellar citizens watching chattered on the channel. At the same time, in the headquarters base of the war field, the host possessed by Sorokin frowned and looked up at the direction of the Black Star fleet. Black Star's move is quite bold, and there is a suspicion of provoking internal strife. Sorokin had guessed this situation, but he didn't expect Black Star to do so. If he can really defeat the domineering, Black Star will be proud, which can indeed reduce the competitiveness of the war field to a certain extent, but the price is that the domineering reputation plummeted. In his opinion, the Red Empire will not sit idly by and watch this happen, and the deterrence of super A-level allies is equivalent to the bargaining chips of the Empire. If you really succeed, my plan will be more and more difficult. Sorokin frowned and fell into thought. With the spread of many bystanders, the news that the Black Star gave a letter to the Overlord quickly spread throughout the Broken Star Ring and major star fields. The two of their past grudges were revealed by the melon-eating crowds from all over the country, adding a gimmick to this battle and attracting widespread attention. There has been conflict between allies of higher civilizations, which has not happened in history. Although we work as a civilized person, the ally power is not the same, but it is just for mutual benefit. In the end, there are differences in resources, and there will always be frictions in interest. As long as the friction between allies is out of line and no serious internal strife is caused, the higher civilization will not come forward to mediate. First of all, it does not intend to keep each allies in good relationship with each other. Secondly, competition brings vitality. Third, many issues in the distribution of interests are not easy to mediate even higher civilizations. The Black Star is at a limit to the fight against the Overlord, and the Empire can interfere or not. This incident also came to the conference table of the senior leaders of the Empire. Central Star C, Red Ring Star, high-rise conference room. A few days ago, Black Star officially handed the letter of war to the Domineer. He asked him to fight in 20 days. Domineer responded. Now the news is spreading. Everyone, what do you think? At the first place, Ulan Ver, he pointed at the table with his slender white fingers and looked around the top leaders present. Everyone could not see the attitude on their faces. Well, Black Star did not discuss with us, and he took action first and then reported. If he did this, it would cause the Empire to fluctuate its influence in the Broken Star Ring, which was not a good behavior. A senior official said seriously. Indeed, the external environment of the Empire is worrying now. For us, maintaining the stability of the star domain is the most important. I think we should interfere in this matter. Someone agreed. Someone on the other side had the opposite opinion. This person was an official of the head of state faction. You can't say that. Black Star's approach is understandable. A few years ago, the Overlord proposed a fight to the Black Star who had just entered the Super A level. Black Star joined the Empire and accepted our protection. Now he is getting richer, so it is normal for him to liquidate the previous grudges. Seeing this, a neutral faction official also spoke. It's right. We didn't stop the Overlord at the beginning because Black Star joined us after accepting the Book of War. The Super A-level agreement cannot be easily retracted, so we shouldn't stop Black Star's current challenges, so it's fair. Yes, let alone the recent behavior in the war field has affected the interests of the Black Star Legion. If we tend to be overlord, it will greatly affect Black Star's perception of the Empire. But the overlord's reputation. The officials present were divided into two sides, supporting intervention and standing by and watching, but they were talking about daily active figures of various factions, namely pawns. Their job was to throw bricks and indirectly convey the faction's position. And the real faction bosses didn't say a word at this time. Ulan listened calmly and glanced at Tarakov, commander-in-chief of the Exploration Army. Tar, what do you think? As soon as this statement came out, the audience calmed down tacitly. Everyone knew that it was time for the boss to make a decision, and their words were worthwhile. Black Star, I'm very familiar with him. Tarakov smiled slightly. I believe he is responsible for doing things. Yes. Ulan nodded and looked at Bekrodi, one of the hardliners on the side. Where are you? Bekradori looked like a deep face and inadvertently glanced at Ludwell, who looked smiling across the street, and slowly said, Support neutrality. Upon hearing this, a faint doubt suddenly flashed in Ulan eyes, a little surprised. He knew that Bekarodi had always been a staunch hardliner and disliked He Xing everywhere, as if his wife had been slept by He Xing. I just asked him, and I wanted to raise objections, but I didn't expect that Bekarodi would stand on the side of Black Star at this time. Now supporting neutrality means supporting Black Star, because everyone here knows that if the appointment is allowed to go on, the domineering reputation will be seriously damaged and Black Star's reputation will soar. What Heber didn't know was that in the eyes of the senior officials of the Empire, even if his opponent was just a clone of Black Star, his winning rate was less than 10%, because not long ago, the Empire Outpost submitted an observation report on the advancement of the Black Star, and this report had already caused a sensation among the Imperial High School. It has only been a few years since Black Star entered the Super A level. The Battle of Lighthouse Star and the fall of the alien gods all showed his growth. The Empire originally thought that he would be silent for a while, but Black Star was like drinking high-energy engine oil, and his boat was on fire and rushed all the way to the sky, but it actually grew up in a short period of time. Compared with the evolution speed of the Super Level A-level standard, the past few years is simply too short. Although I don't know what level Black Star has reached now. According to Dark Emperor speculation, Black Star may have approached the level where the peak Super A level is dozens or hundreds of years earlier than expected. Even Dark Emperor was surprised and said that he had never seen such a perverted person before. Therefore, in the eyes of the Empire, the Domineering has a pitifully low chance of winning, and even doubts that the Black Star only sent one clone to make the Domineering fight, to make the Domineering feel that he has a chance of winning and lure the other party to fight. The result after this battle is expected to be expected that Black Star will become the main spokesperson of the Empire's Broken Star Ring. Although the power of the Domineering Master can continue to grow, it will always be suppressed by Black Star in terms of its Super A-level deterrent power and status, and will never be on par with Black Star like in the past. This means that in the eyes of outsiders, Black Star will sit on the top spot in Broken Star Ring's Super A-level. Ulan Riel naturally wanted to see this scene happen, so the head of state was all towards Black Star. She thought that someone would definitely jump out today to insist on interfering in the war and was ready to suppress all dissatisfaction. But she didn't expect that Bekarodi, who was most likely to cause trouble in her mind, actually changed her position. With a secret frown, Ulan Riel looked at Ludwell again. I also support neutrality. Ludwell's face was not like that of the Black Star. He had always expressed his opinion with the head of state. Besides, he is not as radical as a hardliner. It is a bad idea to curb Black Stars. He thinks more about exchanges or buying evolutionary blocks. It's really strange today. Why are both of them so easy to talk to? Ulan Riel muttered secretly. Berkodi, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Ludwell meaningfully. Just a few days ago, Sorokin, who had an agreement with him, sent a private message saying that he hoped he would stop the fight. Bekarodi also knew the pros and cons. If the reputation of Black Star continued to rise, the harder Sorokin's plan would be realized. If he were to follow the usual situation, he would have insisted on the intervention position. However, the situation is different now. Ludwell talked to him half a month ago, and his words contained profound meaning, which made him wonder. Vecchiaroti could only ignore Sorokin's opinion and restrain himself for the time being. It is better to observe the situation and plan for evolution, but self-protection is more important. There was a little silence in the conference room, and the atmosphere seemed strange. When senior officials from other factions saw these bigwigs unified their attitude, no one jumped out to object and agreed. Since there is no objection, Ulan Riel only felt that the success was beyond imagination. So he calmed down and said slowly, "Then it's decided that as long as the Black Star doesn't overdo it, such as killing the dead and killing the tyrant, we won't interfere." I understand. Everyone had their own thoughts and nodded one after another. Black Star and the Overlord? During the Red Empire's Super A-level group chat, Bioni spoke with interest and immediately exploded all the diving people. I knew they would fight one day. Lao Long hummed. Stop talking about anything. Open the market. Bioni was ready to rub his hands. I bet on the fun. I bet on the Black Star. 50 million in ours. Ravenlaud smiled and did not blush at all about selling the Domineer. Well, Heber and I are very familiar with him and are very clear about his strength. Welu pinched his chin. So I bet Black Star 10 million. Black Star 200 million. Sword Master Fu said concisely and calmly. Hey, you are all over Black Star, so how can you open the market? Lao Long was dissatisfied. Simple, call all the ancients here, and I will call allies of the Glorious Federation and the Zuling sect here. Only when there are too many people will it be interesting. The third strongest pillar of the country who is usually diving is bubbling, and it has also gathered in the fun. It's wonderful, it's wonderful. Lao Long laughed. Although the Zuling sect injured him, the other party suffered more blood than him, and he had no grudges in his heart. The Super A-level circle is so big. Although it belongs to different high-level civilizations, some people also have personal relationships. The third strongest pillar of the country has a good relationship with many of the other two companies. The allies of the three major civilizations, plus the ancients, basically include more than half of the Super A-level that has explored the universe. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a grand event. Not only did everyone not worry about the appointment between Black Star and the Overlord, they even did not bother with the identity of a big ally, but they were restricted to that. Only the real direct Empire would wholeheartedly consider the Empire. They are all Super A-level. How can there be a good show if you don't fight? A distant star field, a blood-red planet. On the scarlet ground, the endless beast tide was like a black ocean, constantly rushing towards a red figure in the center. Countless broken beast corpses fell to the ground, and blue blood penetrated into the soil, leaving blue patches on the red earth. This beast is a vicious interstellar creature that can hibernate and drift in the universe. Once it falls into the planet, it will reproduce quickly, eat everything that can be eaten on the surface, and form a disaster from the sky. In a bustling star field, this interstellar creature has been cleared, and in some remote and wild areas, there are still nests. At this moment, the center of the beast tide was constantly exploding with thick crimson energy, and the energy swept through, harvested life, and blew wild beasts into pieces. Hyla's eyebrows and eyes were as cold as ice, and there was nothing else in her eyes except the group of beasts. The energy of death was spilled out like money. The dead beasts radiated out a stream of soul energy, which merged in her body and continued to strengthen her supernatural powers. And in the sky, Emmys was floating in the air, overlooking the tide of killing beasts by Hera alone, without interfering. Going out to practice is not about traveling around. If Hela's superpowers want to grow rapidly, the fastest shortcut is to kill stars. However, this time, the target has been replaced by various vicious beasts. The battle lasted for unknown amount of time, and the last beast fell down. Hela was already wet with blue blood and looked around with gasps. Wherever you see, corpses are everywhere. The earth is dyed blue, and the corpses are endless, hundreds of millions of them. The blood of this creature smelled like expired milk, which was extremely sour and smelly, and there was a pungent smell of blood everywhere. Hera held her breath and dragged her tired body to Emeth. It's very efficient. Emmers nodded slightly. Looking down at the tragic situation on the ground, Emmers grabbed her palm. Rumble the earth shook like a ground dragon turning over, and earth dragons broke through the ground, rolling around on the surface, and the scene was spectacular. After circling the field for a while, the sand and dust gradually dissipated, and all the corpses were buried underground, as if they had plowed the land. If Emmys takes action, the destruction of the beast tide will be nothing more than a matter of turning things around. When you can reap the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures with one snap, you will reach super level A. Emmy said with a chuckling as his white, jade-like palm retracted into his black hollow-carved sleeves. Hela nodded quietly, expressionless, as if the wet blood was not there. By the way, I just saw news. Emmers took out the communicator and shook his head and chuckled. Black Star has found the domineering letter to the war. They will fight in more than 10 days. Just like a few years ago, even the 20-day agreement has not changed. He is really a bad thing. Last time the battle was made, Emmers and He Xing faced the enemy together, so they remembered it deeply. Hyla frowned slightly, and a cold, evil aura faintly revealed. Do you want to go back and help? Haha, don't worry. Emmers smiled faintly. He no longer needs my help. The forces in all major star fields are paying attention to this matter. With the help of those who are interested, more and more people's attention is attracted by the two's appointment. The gossip interstellar people interpreted various meanings from this battle. Some people think this is the Black Star's revenge battle. Some people think that this battle will be the first Super A-level title in the Broken Star Ring. And some people even think that the two are fighting for Emmys. This is a duel between love rivals, and they have made up millions of words of love triangle. The gambling industry also started its own operations. Originally, Black Star's chance of winning was very high, but since we did not present in person this time, we only had a clone plus 2 million mechanical troops. So the gambling industry adjusted the winning rate comparison and set it to June 4th, Dominator 6 and Black Star 4. Most people have no way to understand the actual combat power of Super A level. In the eyes of many people, although Black Star has a strong recent record, a veteran like the Domineer is not weak. The Domineer's name has been called for so long and has already penetrated into the hearts of the citizens of the Broken Star Ring. Many people always feel that the Super A level who does not attend in person will not be another Super A level opponent, so there are still many people who bet on the Domineer. 20 days passed by in a flash. Krent Empire Territory, Soul Star Cluster, domineering Black Star. This was originally a numbered barren planet. More than 10 days ago, Heber selected the battlefield here, so Krent directly changed the planet to this name on the star map. Perhaps Krent intends to turn this planet into a tourist attraction in the future, but the onlookers who came to watch the scene felt that the name should not be long-lasting, and it is hard to say whether the planet is still there. Black Star doesn't mind choosing Krent's territory on the battlefield. On the one hand, it makes people feel his strong confidence, and, on the other hand, it is because the mechanical forces are not afraid of losses, so Krent can't do anything. This is a headache for Super A-level mechanics. As long as your wallet is full, you can take risks without restraint. Krent has no choice. At this moment, countless spacecraft gathered together to dominate He Xing, and ships. With the lessons learned a few years ago, all the people who were eating melons were far away, and no one wanted to be the next lucky audience to be beaten to death. The fleet in the war field was suspended around to watch. Heber stood alone on the surface, Yuan Yueshing closing his eyes to rest. His burly body like a hill stood upright, wearing a black cloak and dancing. His aura was very powerful. Can you really win? On a warship, a Vanguard officer couldn't help but speak and broke the silence, his face feeling nervous. Are you suspicious of the Overlord? Frothers glanced at him in a bad way. Don't you? Frothers gritted his teeth, glared at him fiercely, turned around but did not refute. In fact, he was sweating in his palms. If the Domineer could not defeat He Xing himself, although he was disappointed, he was actually prepared and admitted it. However, this time, only one of the clones of Black Star, and if the domineering master still can't beat them. No, it's impossible. It's only a few years. Why is Black Star so strong? Frothers shook his head suddenly and said to himself, not knowing whether to convince others or comfort himself. Jad turned his head and glanced at the worried Vanguard officials. His face darkened. Once upon a time, the 8 Pioneer officials had absolute trust and loyalty to you, but now, when did they begin to shake? Yes, the Black Star entered the Super A level, and after the Domineer failed to make an appointment for the first time, this sign appeared. Thinking of this, Xiao was in a complicated mood and was secretly upset. If I had known, I would have firmly defied the meaning of the Overlord and killed you in a secret war. Black Star is really a vicious plan that points directly to the core. You must win, Your Excellency Dominator. Otherwise, if the people's hearts are dispersed, the team will be difficult to lead. Oh, it's a pity that there is no if in the world. Xiao sighed secretly. At this moment, Heber suddenly opened his eyes and looked in one direction. DDD, the radar of each spacecraft has all sensed. Everyone looked in the same direction and subconsciously held their breath. The Black Star fleet slowly appeared from a distance, slowly and slowly coming. It's finally here. Herbert's eyes were cold, and his hands behind him suddenly clenched. P.S. Recommend a book, Old Hutong. The author is a veteran god. Introduction. In the 25th year of the Republic of China, Peiping was about to usher in a major change of war. Behind the prosperity, the traitors in the Hutong, Chu Mufeng, a small criminal policeman, but he has great ambitions. The spacecraft along the way slid a distance to the side, giving way to the Black Star fleet to pass through. Under the excitement, expectation, and fear of the world's confusion, the Black Star fleet slowly flew over the Hay Star. The black painted steel hatch opened, and countless mechanical warriors flocked out, gathering into long dragons, quickly lined up dense and neat military formations in the air, occupying the sky, and their respective armored shells reflected the same galaxy. A pair of indifferent mechanical eyes overlooked the earth-brown planet below, focusing on the lonely, domineering man. Heber stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved, looking up at the dense mechanical legion in the sky coldly, and suddenly snorted, and a roaring wave burst out from his powerful lungs. Buzz! The echo was like muffled thunder. Then, every cell of Heber frantically pumped out energy, causing the radar of each spacecraft to detect high-energy reactions. The martial arts aura roared and rushed in his body, condensing on his legs. His body seemed to have increased countless times. Even if he stood still, the ground under his feet burst into cracks and continued to spread. Both sides made a fighting posture and were eager to try. The solemn and tense atmosphere was like an invisible big net, instantly covering the entire audience. Countless people present suddenly became nervous and couldn't help but hold their breath. At this time, the Master's clone came out and came to the front of the Mechanical Legion. He had blue and gold electric light shining with mechanical force, and his eyes were emitting a dazzling light, carrying Han Xiao's will. "I'm here," Han Xiao spoke in the wide area channel. "Oomph." Herbert snorted coldly. This time, the Empire did not interfere. Both of them knew that the battle would end only if one of them fell. Suddenly, Herbert bent his knees and kicked his legs. The shockwave spreads around him as the center. Boom! The earth was trampled into a rift by him, and Herbert rushed to the sky like a rocket. His eyes flashed with a fierce fighting spirit, wrapped in the red and golden martial arts aura that was as dazzling as the sun, and shot towards the Mechanical Legion in the sky, like a golden meteor. In the sky, violent mechanical force soared out of the dominant division's body, instantly connecting all the mechanical legions. At this moment, Han Xiao activated many skills and habitually put a curse of lucky on Heber. The next moment, the vanguard troops responsible for the attack and the hard work rushed toward Heber. This situation is useless, and there is no foreplay. As soon as the two sides meet, they get to the point and whisper it. The golden meteor collided with the forward mechanical forces, and countless melted armor and broken parts exploded like bombs, shooting everywhere. Bang, 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 bang. Heavy mechanical warriors fell, and the golden meteors were chiseled into the depths of the formation. The speed gradually slowed down and were entangled by countless machinery. The long-range troops behind scattered, like a metal tornado spinning around Herbert, shooting out plight cannons and dark energy annihilation cannons, and countless beams of light shot towards Herbert from all directions without dead corners. The Black Mechanical Legion surrounded Heber. This scene was like a group of crows dancing around the sun. From time to time, red and golden martial arts waves shot out from the center, penetrated the crow's front like a jet of sun flames. A dazzling red and golden light wave shot out, and dozens of mechanical warriors jointly deployed the Phantom Shield. The light wave exploded a ball of expanding energy explosion wave on the dim blue shield. The huge explosion power knocked these mechanical warriors out of 78, but they did not scrap one blow. After flying for a distance, they controlled their bodies again and turned back to continue participating in the battle. Han Xiao's Mechanical Legion has been strengthened many times, and he is not that fragile even when facing Super A level. Although this batch of old machinery has not yet been renewed and turned into the creation of the Divine Mechanic, with the current mechanical force bonus, it is no longer a mechanical warrior that Heber can easily explode. In this battle, Heber faced a different situation than before. In the last fight, Herbert's goal was to establish his authority and plan to fight and kill Han Xiao's body quickly. Now that Black Star has risen and become famous, Heber has no need for a quick battle. He knows very well that Han Xiao's original body is not there, so the only way to win this battle is to kill all the mechanical legions present. If you beat all the troops brought by the Black Star clan, you will win. So Herbert's mentality became calm, and he was not in a hurry at all. He had already prepared for a protracted war. He focused on killing the mechanical warriors and rushed between the arrays, without any intention of rushing to the face. The protective aura that was flooded all over his body turned into a golden ball of light, covering him. From time to time, phantom cannons hit Heber, and most of the damage was reduced by his protective aura and various resistance-cutting specialties. However, the remaining damage still made Heber feel more pressure than last time. The phantom cannon hit his body, and every attack that hits his body through protective power could make him feel pain. Heber was secretly shocked at Han Xiao's growth rate, gritted his teeth, and secretly thought in his heart. Although he can only fight a protracted battle, the longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it is for me, and the efficiency of killing must be improved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but increase the frequency and strength of the attack. On the other side, Han Xiao controlled the Master's clone to observe the battle situation and frowned and looked at the battle information on the panel. What a hard and thick Super Blood Bowl. During the last time, Heber's battle information panel had many question marks. Now, his level is higher than Heber, and the information he got is complete. Herbert's level is 296, some of which are of secondary professions. Han Xiao is an anomaly. Compared with him, the level gap does not have much reference value. Although the total level is not much different from Han Xiao, Herbert's level is still S, and there is no plus, which is the gap brought about by various bonuses. Herbert's health is about 800 W, and his endurance attribute exceeds 1 W2. He has a lot of explosive skills with 3 attributes of bonus strength, agility, and endurance. Not to mention the skills of various martial arts schools, and they are so dense that they can't be finished at first sight. He has many resistance specialties, including real injury immunity, low injury immunity, fixed damage reduction, super toughness, etc. These are all the specialties that Han Xiao had seen in his last appointment, and his defense was terrifyingly high. The last appointment was due to the intervention of the Empire and finally ended with the Overlord retreating. The two did not decide the outcome. Han Xiao got a draw. In fact, he did not cause serious damage to Heber at that time. To deal with Heber, he could only slowly grind his blood. Fortunately, his own mechanical force bonus and the mechanical legion itself have been strengthened many times, and the damage power has been significantly improved, and the blood is grinding faster. Therefore, Han Xiao did not use the perfect mechanism character card this time, and he did not need to use it. Under normal circumstances, the domineering master is no longer his opponent. After the war started, an S-level task popped up on the panel called Battler Heber, which is exactly the same as the task triggered by the last appointment. According to different situations where the challenge is super A-level, this boss task will be randomly generated, and this time it is also triggered. My clone only carries some of my attributes and abilities, but it is enough to fight Heber head-on to reduce the speed of his killing mechanical legion. Han Xiao thought to himself, and the dominant clone suddenly attacked, crossed the heavy line, and rushed straight to Heber in the center, and the metal iron fist shrouded in mechanical power and secret energy. With a cold snorkeling, Heber's muscles bulged, and there seemed to be entangled pythons hidden under her skin, rolling and swelling, stretching the tendons and ropes, twisting the fresh muscle fibers into a stream, twisting out a strong elastic force. And the terrifying force gathered from the whole body to the arm, turned around and punched, and met the dominant clone. The red and golden fists collided violently with the dark blue metal iron fist, bursting out a fierce energy shock wave, spreading rapidly. Dong! The violent aftermath pushed the surrounding mechanical warriors for a long distance, and the atmospheric clouds above the Bahae star were also swept out of a blank space. With the bonus of growth expertise, such as War of Power and Divine Power of Void, Han Xiao's power has now reached more than 6,000 points, and his melee attack power is also very considerable. The two men's battle group moved around the domineering star, and the eyes of the interstellar citizens watching the battle in the distance followed the battle group firmly. On one of the spacecraft, scouts from the Glorious Federation recorded the battle process. Guanghui and Zuling attached great importance to this battle, and both sent spies to collect intelligence. The current combat power of Black Star will affect their plans for the evolution block, so they have to pay attention to it. At this moment, Manison's long-range projection stood in a corner of the cabin, watching the battle through the viewing window, and spoke lightly. The winning rate of the Domineer is very slim. Is that right? I think although the Domineer is in a siege, his body is very tough and should be able to last until the mechanical legion is completely destroyed. The captain next to him carefully expressed his opinion. Manison shook his head. I can feel that Black Star is stronger than before. Herbert can't hold on for so long, and his condition will only get worse and worse. Moreover, Black Star still has many trump cards that have not been used, such as Lighthouse Star's Void ability that time. He has not used it yet. The captain nodded repeatedly to agree. I just don't know. After a pause, Manison thought, how much has Black Star grown? Has he touched the level where I am? It's impossible. At this moment, a space in the distance suddenly fluctuated, and the magnificent palace of secret techniques jumped. Oh, they've all started fighting. It seems I'm late. At the top of the secret art hall, Austin sat cross-legged in the air, looking at the two of them tossing and turning battles, with an interesting expression on his little face. At this time, most of the people's attention was on the battle between Han Xiao and the domineering master. Although they noticed that Austin was coming, they just glanced at him quickly and couldn't wait to turn their eyes back to the battlefield. Han Xiao also noticed Austin and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Why do you come to be the referee every time we fight? Are you Captain Dragonfly? However, there was no time to deal with the old man at this time. Han Xiao retracted his attention and continued to control the dominant clone, fighting against Heber head-on. Boom, 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 the surface of the Haixing quickly became riddled with holes. The aftermath of the battle and the Lost Plight cannons would fall to the ground from time to time, exploding countless huge pits. As the battle progressed, the earth of Ba Haixing shattered and the pits were bumpy. As if it had turned into an onion, the crust was cut off layer by layer, and the shape of the entire planet changed. The battle between Han Xiao and Ba he fought was like a carving knife, carving the planet with the technique of opening and closing. He dealt with the human sea tactics alone, and the damage of the mechanical legion was beyond imagination. Heber quickly fell to a disadvantage and became very passive. Everyone in the war field was heartbroken. Facing a team, Lord Domineer was so passive, and he was at a disadvantage shortly after the war started. Could it be that the gap between the two was even bigger than we thought? During the last fight, the Supreme Master was obviously fighting against the Black Star. After just a few years, the position changed and the feng shui changed. Looking at the Overlord, who was quite embarrassed in the field, Frothers clenched his fists tightly, his face gloomy and gloomy. Bang, bang, bang. The series of phantom cannons bombarded Heber's back, and the power penetrated into his body. Heber's throat with a little bit of fishy and sweet. His body was paused. As soon as a flaw appeared, Han Xiao's master clone seized the opportunity. A blow of Ola was hit between his chest and abdomen, and then his hands merged into a giant cannon, gushing out a dazzling blue beam of light, and shot him away with one shot. Halfway through the flight, Herbert was about to stabilize his body when the phantom cannon gathered fire again, blowing him up. Suddenly, a huge impact force came from behind, and a large number of melee mechanical warriors wielded various brutal weapons and hit his back, changing his trajectory of flying. After suffering from the storm-like concentration of fire for so long, even though Herbert's body was strong, he could not bear it at this time. He felt like a sandbag being beaten wildly, and his whole body was full of pain. His chances of fighting back were fewer and less, and he was more and more unable to take care of himself. Bang! After being beaten for several consecutive times, Heber landed straight towards the ground and smashed a human-shaped pit. Cough! Star's shaking fist. Enduring the severe pain, Herbert hastily plucked up his strength and blasted a thick golden martial arts wave towards the mechanical legion chasing from the sky. Exploded a huge chain reaction explosion light ball, and the light swallowed a large number of mechanical war soldiers. However, after the energy dissipated, it was found that most of the mechanical warriors were carried down with the secret shield. Although the damage was serious, they could still continue to fight. They could not even force them out once, discard a modification. How could the gap be so big? Herbert was shocked and angry. He was quite confident when he faced the challenge, thinking that he should have a considerable chance of winning against a team of Black Stars. But after fighting for so long, he had already made all his tricks, but in the end he found that he might not even be able to beat the Black Star team. How so? At the beginning, Herbert was able to resist the siege of the Mechanical Legion in his prime, but as his injuries worsened and his strength consumption intensified, his condition inevitably declined. Han Xiao is different. He is the type who is more courageous as he fights. The blood blue cycle alone can ensure that his strength remains high. There are also advanced strong life, battlefield reason, and 10,000s of man, which have improved attributes as the battle increases. The longer he fights, the higher the combat power he exerts. As one goes up and down, Heber is now becoming more and more embarrassed and almost becomes the king of beatings. If this continues, I will definitely lose. Thinking of this, Herbert's eyes suddenly turned bloody. He did not like any form of failure, especially defeating the Black Star who came from behind in such a very embarrassing way, which made him the most difficult to accept. Boom! The next moment, Herbert's whole body was full of aura, and the high-energy reaction it emitted continued to soar in an abnormal way. The swelling of martial arts fluctuations tear all the approaching mechanical warriors into shattered metal. Oh, what skills did he use? Han Xiao's heart moved. He glanced at the panel and found a new state. Zikio Flow Cell Super Resolving Limit appeared on Herbert's status bar. He is not unfamiliar with this move. This is a martial arts skill. It has been learned by players in his previous life. The effect is to force the cell potential to activate and to overclock all attributes such as body and strength to the greatest extent and temporarily obtain the next advanced combat power within a few hours to a few days. But the sequelae is very serious. Once this skill is used, the cost of upgrading characters and skills will be permanently plus 7%. Every time you use it, it will be superimposed once, and there is no upper limit. It is equivalent to squeezing future potential in exchange for temporary explosive power. Generally speaking, no one will use this trick before it is absolutely necessary. Han Xiao was a little surprised. As for it, is it so difficult to accept losing to me? Even this trick of losing 1,000 is used. But the next moment, when Han Xiao saw Herbert's eyes, he understood. Those blood-covered eyes were filled with the stubbornness and self-esteem of the strong. Although the domineering style is very pretentious and criticized, at this moment, Han Xiao has to admit that he is a qualified soldier. Sure enough, if you can become a Super A-level guy, you are all a group of guys who are not easy to admit defeat. Han Xiao pursed his lips. The energy fluctuations that Herbert suddenly burst out were also sensed by the radar of everyone present, and they were all excited and discussed on the wide area channel. Wow, the high energy reaction of the Domineer is still rising. What's wrong? Is Hebert going to use his trump card? I thought he couldn't do it anymore. It seems there is a turning point. Is the Domineer going to turn the situation around? Herbert was full of aura and directly crossed the energy level limit of 5W2, and his level also rose to S+, and the wound on his body was healing quickly. He stared at Han Xiao, angry, holding his hands in vain. A little dazzling golden light lit up in his palm, getting brighter and brighter, and his posture looked like he was rubbing the turtle school of Qigong, as if he was brewing a big move. At this moment, Han Xiao's master clone suddenly stopped in the air, overlooking Heber, who was rising wildly on the ground. Since you are so serious, I can't play with you anymore. As he finished speaking, the spiderweb-like mechanical force suddenly spread out, connecting to every individual mechanical warrior. The next moment, all the mechanical warriors returned to their nests like hundreds of birds, shot towards the dominant clone, assembled and bonded to each other, and a huge mechanical component gradually took shape. The mechanical chain connecting each individual is like the nerves, blood vessels, tendons, and veins of a huge living body. Zizizi, one mechanical warrior after another, seemed to have become parts, and all the scattered mechanical warriors quickly merged into one. This is, in the shocking eyes of countless people, a huge mechanical assembly that was thriving across the sky appeared above the Hay Star, with an amazing size. A fluctuation full of heavy feeling emanates from this huge mechanical assembly, giving everyone a sense of intuition. This is not just a piece of machinery. This assembly is an independent new individual. Herbert's eyes were wide open, and in shock. The martial arts fluctuations that were rubbing were like poor contact light bulbs, and the light and darkness flashed. At the same time, Manison, who was watching the battle on the glorious Federation ship, Gu Jingbubo's expression seemed to be broken by a giant hammer. His eyes widened, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Is this a mechanical god? It's a little late, but this word count is okay. More than 5,300 words. First, and then change it. Manison is so familiar with the mechanical gods. This is his bottom-up skill. It has been many years since no opponent can let him use it. Now, he suddenly saw that Han Xiao also has this power, and his emotions immediately caused storms. Manison was still suspicious before, and now he can finally confirm that Black Star has really reached the level he is. Incredible, this growth rate. Manison's eyes were full of surprise. At the age of Super A, Black Star is too young to immature. But why can he break the common sense? And his strength has soared wildly in just a few years, completing the accumulation of other Super A levels for dozens or hundreds of years. Is it really because of talent? No one has ever had such terrible potential since ancient times. Manison clearly remembered that the last time he tried with Black Star, the mechanical talent he showed was obviously embarrassing and even made people wonder if he was a fake Super A level. If it weren't for talent, what other reasons would it be? Manison suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be Black Star has other universe treasures besides evolutionary blocks and space-time amber? No matter what, This growth rate is too weird. There must be something strange, and Black Star must have unknown secrets. Thinking of this, Madison suddenly developed a strong desire. If he could, he really wanted to dissect the Black Star and find the truth. Squeezing the impulsive thoughts in his heart, Madison's eyes flashed, and he secretly thought about a question. Black Star already possesses the power of a mechanical god. So has he discovered the secret of the mechanical gods? Normal Super A level without a panel, he cannot fully understand all his own data and can only explore the use of various abilities by himself. So not all divine mechanics can discover the special effects of the machining god's key. If it weren't for the knowledge passed down by the mechanical clan, Madison wouldn't be sure if he could discover the bonus brought by the mechanical divine believers. The question now is, has Black Star discovered this ability? For a long time, Madison has dominated all the believers of the mechanical god church by spreading the name of Armed Kingdom, and has gained huge bonuses from it. If Black Star also discovers this, he will inevitably become his competitor and an obstacle on the road. At this moment, the importance Black Star paid to him has increased to the highest level. We need to increase our attention to him. Madison narrowed his eyes, expressionless. Oh my God, so big. I actually want to worship it. Is this normal? The deformed image of the Mechanical Legion was very spectacular, and countless interstellar citizens present showed shocking expressions on their faces. The mechanical god, composed of 2 million machinery, is very large in size. Compared with it, the Domineer is like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Not only was it huge, but the mechanical god also exuded a strong high pressure, causing everyone who witnessed him to surrender and kneel down. The appearance can be constantly changed, specifically controlled by Han Xiao's consciousness. The mechanical god has just formed is a huge silver-black mechanical sphere, like an egg, with countless nanoparticles and mechanical structures flowing on the surface, full of mechanical beauty and thickness. Under Han Xiao's control, the head, arms, and thighs stretched out from the egg, the mechanical god turned into a human-shaped structure, and the nanoparticles on the face turned into facial features, which looked like Han Xiao himself, and looked like a mechanical giant version of the Black Star that had been magnified countless times. Inside the body, all independent mechanical warriors have turned into parts of mechanical gods. The mechanical chains absorb all individuals, and a complex energy transmission pipeline is built in the body. They're also used to manipulate the actions of this big guy, and their role is like a nerve center. The mechanical gods have the functions of every integrated mechanical warrior and can be used in any corner of the body through nanoparticles, and the effects are greatly superimposed. For example, if 100,000 shield generators are fused, the mechanical gods can also use 100,000 shields to protect every corner of the body, or fuse and overlap the psychic shields to form an extremely amazing super thick shield. Han Xiao's body senses extended to every corner of the mechanical god's body, like an arm instructing him, as if this was his original body. This feeling is good. Han Xiao is also using this skill for the first time, and it feels quite novel. The mechanical god lowered his head, towering into the clouds. Overlooking the planet, his eyes passed through the sea of clouds, and his eyes were locked on the extremely small Domineer. The huge right palm raised and slapped it with a loud bang, like a mountain falling from the sky. The palms broke through the atmosphere, and the edges of the palms rubbed out of blazing flames, and the shadows covered a large area and occupied all Herbert's sight. Rumble, the sound of breaking through the air roared, and the momentum was like falling from the sky. Herbert's expression was ferocious, gritting his teeth to remove the shock in his heart, and his palms suddenly pushed into the sky, and the martial arts waves that were highly condensed in the palms ejected out loud. Star-breaking pestle. Buzz. With Herbert's palms as the center, a circle of red and golden halos with a diameter of dozens of meters popped up horizontally. The martial arts waves expanded violently, turning into a thick red and golden beam with a diameter of dozens of meters, and shot towards the palms of the mechanical gods who were pressing down quickly. The rich martial arts aura is like a stream of atomized light, lingering around the beam of light, as thick as if it was about to liquefy. The beam of light with a diameter of dozens of meters is not thin, but facing the palm of the mechanical god is huge as a mountain range. The picture is like a toothpick poking at a person's palm. Kerala, a large number of mechanical parts move on the palms of the mechanical gods, quickly transforming into dense shield generators. Countless phantom shields are activated, linked and overlapping, forming a super large phantom shield covering the entire palm, like a huge gradient blue bubble. The next moment, the red and golden beam of light blinked and hit the palm of the mechanical god. Bang! A hurricane swept across, everything suddenly rose, and the golden shock wave spread rapidly, sweeping across the surface of half of the planet. The clouds were dispersed, and the Earth's crust was lifted. Even in space, the golden energy ripples generated by this shock wave can be seen by the naked eye. The huge chain reaction explosion energy ball expanded, smashing a large number of phantom shields. The mechanical parts on the surface of the palm melted on a large scale, and red patches appeared. However, the mechanical god's palms kept pressing down, as if they were holding the explosion light ball and smashing it down. Herber continued to increase the output of martial arts fluctuations. Blue veins all over his body swelled, muscle fibers in his arms burst one after another, and blood was dripping. However, he seemed to have no pain. His blood-covered eyes stared at the rapidly expanding mechanical god's palm in his eyes, crazily squeezing all the power in his body, and all the fluctuations released through his hands erupted, as if he was about to hold the downward palm head-on. The red and golden light column quickly became shorter, and the mechanical god's palm finally hit the ground. At this moment, only Heber's sight was left with white. Bang! The mechanical god's palm slapped the star with a loud bang and continued to penetrate into the earth, forming a deep palm print, and the explosive energy ball was directly stuffed into the depths of the earth's crust by him. The earth cracked into gaps, and dazzling light was cast from the gaps. In an instant, the oscillating sound waves that were enough to shake countless ordinary people to death exploded on the surface of the planet. The next moment, the light ball completely expanded, and the destructive explosion occurred deep in the planet, directly shattering half of the planet. The shattered land plates escaped from the planet's gravity and turned into meteorites that were shooting everywhere. The liquid cores deep in the planet were exposed. The high-temperature magma and star core matter sprayed into space. The dazzling red liquid substance quickly cooled down and solidified, turning into irregularly shaped black rock plates, drifting in the universe. In the blink of an eye, Ba Haixing's appearance seemed to have turned into an apple that had been dug out. However, this situation has not lasted for long. The star core that has lost its balance quickly collapsed. The planet collapsed inside, and the second round of explosion occurred. Boom! The star core expanded and turned into a huge explosive light ball. All the matter that constituted the planet was ejected, and the entire planet was split into pieces. With a slap, he directly crushed Ba Haixing. The energy shock wave of the planet's explosion swept out, affecting the crowd watching the battle in the distance. The shock wave swept through the audience's array, and the spacecraft shaking one after another, all popping up stress shields. Ba Haixing et Loret. Although the interstellar citizens watching the battle in space could not hear the sound, it did not prevent them from thinking about this destructive movement. Countless people instinctively trembled in the face of this terrifying scene, and some even almost became incontinent on the spot. The explosion also affected the mechanical gods. The array of pluripotent shields wrapped around the body was like a dense shield wall. At this time, it was broken on a large scale, and large pieces of melting marks appeared on the surface of the body. But the next moment, the nanoparticles flowed on the surface of the mechanical god, repairing the damage. Because of the loss of a lot of material, the mechanical god shrank slightly, but his body size was still huge. The many interstellar citizens present couldn't help swallowing and stretch their necks to find Herbert's traces. Where is the domineering man? Will he be killed by the bomb? No, he can use his body to crash through the planet, and the planet explosion can't kill him. Right? At this time, the battlefield turned into a large area of newly born meteorite belt. Han Xiao glanced at him and found no trace of Heber, so he simply glanced at the panel. In the battle information, Heber's health lost a lot. If he hadn't had the immune real injury and fixed damage reduction, he would have killed half of his life. Now his injuries are also very serious, but he still retains his combat ability. It looked like it was just a slap. In fact, this attack contained a large amount of mixed damage, which was accompanied by huge phantom impact damage, as well as the explosion damage of Herbert's own killer weapon and a large amount of shockwave device damage equipped with the palm. In addition, the mechanical gods have countless output devices. The power of the mechanical force is even more amazing, comparable to the legendary Interstellar Titan clan. So the power of this attack is extremely terrifying, causing a chain reaction of the planet. Of course, powerful power is accompanied by huge power consumption. If Han Xiao had not had Hualan's expertise, the mechanical god would have become Ultraman and could only fight for 3 minutes. Han Xiao was looking for the trace of the domineering master, and suddenly a pain came from the right arm of the mechanical god, and a series of explosions occurred from the inside out, and the initiator was Herbert. It turned out that I took advantage of the fact that I slapped myself into the right arm of the mechanical god, trying to destroy this huge body from the inside. Han Xiao shook his head slightly. The choice of the Overlord is indeed the most correct tactic. Most people think that the huge mechanical structure is very bulky, and the weakness is the inside. However, this law is inapplicable to mechanical gods who can deform at any part. All the mechanical parts were all around. Herbauer, who was scarred, was destroying the inside of the right arm of the mechanical god, and smashing all the structures along the way, rushing straight towards the depths of the mechanical god. But at this moment, the structure inside the arm was deformed, and mechanical soldiers were assembled quickly, using the inside of the arm as a battlefield, rushed up to fight against Heber, and hung them on Heber's burly and huge body one by one. Get out! Heber was furious, and his body-protecting power exploded, and all the mechanical warriors entangled him flew out. Just as he was about to continue to charge, his feet suddenly sank, and the mechanical structure below suddenly turned into a trap, biting half of Heber's body in and fixing it tightly. Countless mechanical tentacles shot out from all directions, wrapping around Heber. This tentacle is made of nanomaterial and uses a self-created synthetic material. It has no other advantage. It is its strength and is specially used as a binding rope. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding structure changed again, becoming different mechanical devices and various control skills such as electromagnetic chains, molecular oscillation, gravity doubling, and space distortion were released at the same time, all acting on Heber. Heber suddenly felt like he was in a quagmire, not only dizzy, but also became extremely difficult to move. At the same time, the nozzles of plate cannons appeared in all directions, aiming at Heber. Without saying a word, they shot all on Heber's hill-like body. The idea of breaking the mechanical god from the inside is good, but entering the mechanical god's body is equivalent to taking the initiative to step into the mechanic's home court and falling into the trap. Herbert was so dizzy that he was almost max in anger. He roared, ignored all the restrictions, and blasted his fists into the deepest part of the mechanical god's arm. Star-shaking fist. Rumbled, a red and golden beam of light ejected out, penetrated through the mechanical structure along the way, and continued to penetrate deeper along the arm of the mechanical god. But just as I shot to the elbow, a secret energy shield wall blocked the necessary path of the star fist, and the star fist directly hit it. Bang! The light flashed, the impact burst out, countless parts were blown away, and the right arm of the mechanical god broke with his elbow. Herbert was also knocked out and rolled in the universe. His eyes swept to this scene, and his spirit was suddenly refreshed. But before he could be excited, the broken right arm suddenly disintegrated and turned into mechanical warriors again. Then, dense chains of mechanical force shot out from the broken arm of the mechanical god, sticking to these mechanical warriors like spider webs and pulling them back. The next moment, the scattered mechanical warriors merged again, and the right arm of the mechanical god was reformed. Herbert's expression froze. Only the peak super A-level martial artists have the chance to break the mechanical god from the inside. Han Xiao took a deep breath. You can't do it. He was not ready to let the domineering man rest. Suddenly, countless phantom cannon nozzles appeared in front of the mechanical god and concentrated fire towards Heber. While attacking from a long range, dense thrusters appeared on the back of the mechanical god, spraying out dense tail flames, pushing its huge body and rushing towards the domineering melee battle. The huge fist seems to have a low hit rate, but when Herbert dodges the fist, the closest position will turn into a phantom cannon or a new mechanical weapon to attack, and any part can be nano-deformed at any time. No matter how you dodge, you will always be hit. The difference is just what kind of attack you are hit. After barely resisting for a while, Heber couldn't do it anymore. He was beaten wildly by the mechanical god in a different way, and became a sandbag that was thrown around. Many viewers present understood the situation when they saw this. They thought Herbert could still turn the situation around, but they were still completely suppressed by Black Star. It seemed that they were powerless to turn things around. At this moment, Herbert's embarrassing look of being ravaged by Han Xiao was imprinted in everyone's heart, and she couldn't forget it. The domineering and powerful image in the minds of many citizens of the Broken Star Rings was quietly broken. The battle turned into one-sided ravage, and Herbert's tragic tragedy was beaten by the mechanical god and fell into every pair of eyes. This beating would stop at some point. Some people could hardly bear to look on, looked away, but couldn't help but turn back. It is rare to see such a miserable scene in this Super A-level situation. This is a very valuable video material. Few people are willing to waste the opportunity to watch the game on the spot. In the future, they will be the capital to brag about others. Everyone in the war field witnessed the overlord they respected being ravaged by the Black Star. Their eyes were so bloody that they were so angry that they could not help but want to help. However, they knew very well that even Heber was not a match for Black Star, and they just delivered vegetables when they went up. Not only did they not work, they would also undermine the fairness of this battle and make others look down on the war field. Moreover, the domineering master himself will not forgive others for interfering in his battle. So even though everyone was so angry that they were trembling, they could only watch the boss be beaten by Haishing in a variety of ways. Bang! Frother's facial muscles twitched, and he slapped the metal bulkhead, shaking all over his body, suppressing his urge to take action. The Overlord, Xiao, gritted his teeth and felt humiliated. Their boss was beaten by others, and they were also blind. On the other hand, many of the three major civilizations who opened Super A-level are also paying attention to the battle situation through live broadcasts. After the Lighthouse Star battle, the Super A-level circle has already recognized the strength of the Black Star. Most of the Super A-level people are optimistic about the Black Star winning, but they can guess the result, but they can't guess the process. In their vision, Heber could at least cause some trouble to Black Star and kill most of the mechanical troops, but unexpectedly, the actual situation was that Heber had no room for counterattack, and he could not see a slight chance of winning. He was completely controlled by Black Star on one side. It's so embarrassing, losing too ugly. Raven Lower shook his head. Black Star is such a terrible guy. I think Heber can hold on for so long. It's already very powerful. If I go, Bioni couldn't help but put himself in. Thinking of the result of his confrontation with Black Star, he couldn't help but shivered. Really, why do you scare yourself if you have nothing to do? Hey Xing and our good friends and good friends. About this, I believe Di Luan and you must have a common topic. Lao Long couldn't help but joke. Wei Lu was a little sad. Alas, after this battle, there are not 10 prestigious generals of the domineering. As a martial artist, he felt a little empathetic when he saw Heber being beaten into this tragic situation, and the rabbit died and the fox was sad. Black Star can use mechanical gods. These super A-level allies of high-level civilizations know what it means, which means that he has reached the peak of super A-level. Logically speaking, it is not embarrassing that Heber was defeated by Black Star, but the behavior of the overlords once targeted Black Star has become the root of backlash. The grudges between the two made it difficult for Heber to be defeated. Once he failed, he would be pulled down from the altar, not to mention that he was beaten so miserably. Not only the allies of the Empire, Guanghui and Zuling's Super A levels, are also talking about Black Stars on their respective channels. Han Xiao's performance made all Super A levels frightened. As we were discussing, the mechanical god in the field suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes flashed. Oh, there's a result. An irresistible force came from the palm of the mechanical god. Heber was knocked out again, smashing the meteorites all the way. His momentum gradually stopped and finally hit a huge fragment of land plates, and his whole person was printed on it, leaving a giant human-shaped pit. Blood blurred his vision. Heber's trembling palm climbed on the edge of the pit and pulled himself out with all his strength. There was no place in his body that was not hurt. He was covered in blood. He didn't know how many bones and tendons were broken. He could feel his bad physical condition. The organs in his body had almost become a pool of meat paste, and the extremely tired cells were barely repairing themselves. The martial arts aura on Herbert's body was like a candle in the wind, floating and bleak, extremely dull, and could be extinguished at any time. He gritted his teeth tightly, trying to pluck his strength again, but a sense of powerlessness and deficit penetrated his whole body like electricity, and there was not even the last drop. Looking up, the mechanical god did not continue to pursue, but just looked at him from afar. Continue. Herbert wanted to roar, but the vacuum couldn't make a sound, so he could only make a mouth shape. At this time, the mechanical god disintegrated on its own and popped up the dominant clone. The clone slowly floated in front of Heber, staring at the guy who had almost no good meat on his body, released gas to wrap the two of them, and opened the wide-area communication channel at the same time. It's over. You can't fight anymore. Han Xiao's voice sounded in the wide-area channel and reached the ears of everyone present. This injury is just a tickling for me. I can fight you all day long. Herbert's eyes were blood red, regardless of his strength, and he dragged his broken arm and punched the master's clone. Bang! The fist was easily taken down, and the strength was no more than 10. Han Xiao took a deep breath and said lightly, "Assuming the loss, you have already lost." In the battle information, Heber's health was not much left, and his whole body was in a negative state. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Han Xiao's goal has been achieved, and there is a bottom line in everything. The Empire does not interfere in the battle because he knows that he is responsible, not that he really allows one ally to die at the hands of another ally. Doing things requires the timing, and it is not worth the loss to be too much. There is no need to make a domineering person full of trouble, which will make the upper echelons of the Empire and other allies feel aggrieved, affecting future development. The domineering master now is no longer qualified to get rid of him at all costs. Give up? I don't have this word in my dictionary. I don't need your pity. Herbert roared and wanted to continue to do it. The next moment, mechanical imprisonment devices flew over, locking Herbert's whole body, revealing her head. Kaka Heber struggled hard, but his current state could no longer break free from these devices. Don't deceive yourself. You have lost. You know how serious your injury is. Han Xiao's tone sank, but Heber did not answer, but just stared at Han Xiao, the unwillingness and anger in his eyes almost condensed into substance. He glanced at him, and Han Xiao slowly said, "Don't worry. They're all ally of the Empire. I will spare your life." Hearing this, Herbert's brain buzzed, and an unprecedented sense of shame exploded. Only because of this level of identity can one escape the disaster. As if he was given a life, it was a huge insult and torture for him. He felt that his dignity and pride were trampled under Han Xiao, and he was so angry that he almost went crazy. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly felt a move in his heart and retreated for a short distance. Swipe, 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 swipes, and other vanguards turned into meteors and flew over quickly, blocking the domineering masters and protecting Heber behind him. We lost. Frothers said this in great difficulty, and then gritted his teeth and said, "But if you want to do something to your excellency, the domineer, you must step over our corpse." Many pioneer officials responded with a loud bang, ready for battle. With alert faces, some of them were ready to die, and some of them looked hesitant. "What are you doing? Get out of here!" Heber was furious. He had always been the only one who protected others. When was he protected by his subordinates? He felt embarrassed and humiliated. "If you lose, you will lose. I am a super A level. Why do you need these natural disaster protection?" "No!" Frothers didn't look back. His tone was extremely firm, and he bluffed the orders of the domineering master for the first time. Looking at the back of the vanguard officers around him, Heber was a little stunned. He always regarded his subordinates as consumables. At this moment, this scene complicated his mood and remained silent. Jode from the distance pursed his lips and looked around. He saw confusion and entanglement from the eyes of many members of the war field. He knew very well in his heart that the failure of the domineering master directly shook many people's belief in serving in the war field. Many people joined Super A forces for a better future. The status of Super A people is the source of cohesion, so when the organization leader is defeated, some profit seekers may turn to others. "I don't know how many people will leave because of this." Jod sighed. "Maybe they won't join the hostile Black Star Legion, but someone will definitely leave the war field." This scene also fell into the eyes of all the spectators, and they felt that the war field is growing rapidly recently and the limelight is in full swing. "I didn't expect that I would suddenly suffer such a heavy blow today. Seeing the arrogant overlord and the war field landing in such a messy field. Everyone felt very desolate, and some people couldn't help but feel pity in their hearts." Han Xiao ignored the vanguard officers and glanced at Heber, whose face was gray and silent. "The old accounts between us are settled for the time being." After the words finished, Han Xiao ignored Heber's reaction, withdrew his gaze, turned around, and flew to the secret palace of soy sauce in the distance in front of everyone. This move is also a signal that the battle is over to everyone. As a winner, Han Xiao does not need to make any extra statements, nor does he have to continue to pursue the domineering, which will make him seem unlucky. Win this battle, and the goal is achieved, and everything else will happen naturally, and he doesn't need to deliberately push it. Seeing this, the onlookers made way for a while and watched Han Xiao disappear into the Palace of Secret Techniques. Everyone present knew that from this moment on, the strongest man in the Broken Star Ring was born. Oh, I was indeed defeated. Sorokins possessed clone side in the fleet in the war field. After this battle, Black Star completely established the overlord position of the Black Star Legion in the Broken Star Ring. Even if the war field can continue to compete in business, it will eventually be a waste of time and become half the result with twice the effort. The difficulty of the plan has been increased. Sorokin was helpless. The Empire's employer failed to stop the fight, which made Sorokin a little depressed. However, he did not completely count on others. No matter what, he was just a consortium and could not be absolutely sure to interfere with the decision of cosmic civilization. After looking at Heber, who was supported by the Vanguard and flew back to the fleet, Sorokin twitched. "I don't know how long it will take for the Overlord to recover from his mentality of being defeated, as this may affect the cooperation between the two sides." "Oh, the situation has become troublesome again." Sorgin's eyes flashed. The Super A level who creates a reputation will sooner or later encounter such a disaster. Fame is both an influence and a shackle for a Super A level. Fortunately, I am not as stupid as a domineering person, and I have a foresight. Only by abandoning the constraints of a Super A level identity, without using any reputation and record, and abandoning all past, can I truly live like a fish in water and be free. If he had made a choice, he would not have faced the challenge at all. Unfortunately, the domineering man was dragged down by his reputation and made a stupid choice. He was still tangled with shackles and didn't know it. Poor guy. Sorokin shook his head. Countless spectators who were still unsatisfied gradually left and dispersed. At the same time, the master's clone also stepped onto the Temple of Secret Techniques and met Austin. Han Xiao summoned a mechanical throne and sat down and looked around. You still like to join the fun. Has the secret art hall been repaired? It has been restored long ago. After chatting for a few words, Austin teased with interest. Haha, from today on, you are the chief of the Broken Star Ring. What do you think? No. Han Xiao spread his hands and smiled. Actually, I'm already there. All I lack is a title. You are so polite. Austin smiled, not denying it. He asked himself that he was not Han Xiao's opponent. Cisco had been defeated. Emmers and Black Star were wearing pairs of pants. Now even the last Heber was defeated head-on. Black Star officially became the strongest man in this star field and the main spokesperson of the Red Empire's Broken Star Rings, and was in charge. After seeing his old friend, Han Xiao talked for a while before he left. He controlled the Master's clone and returned to the warship with the mechanical troops, setting the way back to the return journey, and then he immediately lifted the divine arrival. The next moment, consciousness was withdrawn and all returned to the original body far away in the Empire. The vision of the dominant clone disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao opened his eyes and saw the scene of his room in front of him. After sitting silently for a while, Han Xiao slowly let out a breath. I have temporarily defeated Xiao Baba's mentality. The expansion of the war field will inevitably be affected, and the pressure can be slightly slowed down. Today, Han Xiao had avenged the revenge he was bullied. The beliefs of Super A level are not so easily shaken. Sooner or later, the domineering will accept reality and restore their mentality. However, there is no need to worry about the domineering in the short term. Standing up and stretched, Han Xiao opened the door and walked straight to the cabin hall where all the cadres on the ship watched the live broadcast of the fight. The task of the domineer is already in the state of completion, and you can draw rewards at any time. Next, you should do the necessary process before drawing abilities. Touch for Ford, and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. The new month begins. Please give me a monthly ticket. In the cabin hall, many guards were sitting or standing, their eyes focused on the virtual screen in the middle. In the picture, Heber was slapped into the depths of the planet by a mechanical god. The next moment, the planet exploded. This was an ultra-clear battle video recorded by the interstellar media present. It was being replayed at this time, and the picture was also equipped with sound effects. Although it was the second time I saw this picture, Hardaway couldn't help but be shocked and murmured, "When will I reach this level? Maybe I have a next life?" A guard official next to him smirked wickedly. This person was also a natural disaster level member who joined very early and was a friend of Hardaway. With your superpower, even if you reach the super level, you probably don't have such strong destructive power. Aurora shook her head. Someone else started to tease. His ability is only good enough to get him beaten. Maybe he can wait. Humph, you are jealous. Hearing this, Hardaway snorted in dissatisfaction. To be honest, even if you break through the limit of superpowers and reach the level A, you may not be more beaten than Lord Heixing. You don't have the changeable attack methods as well. I think you'll be the best super level A in history. When Hardaway thought about it, he suddenly felt that his future was dark and he couldn't lift himself up. He lay on the sofa and his whole body became salty. Don't worry about these. Fording smiled gently and reached out to pinch Hardaway's shoulders. Maybe you can't reach the super A level at all. Hardaway rolled his eyes and said angrily, "It's you, Qinxing. Don't learn from the deputy commander of the army if you're okay." Everyone was chatting, and the cabin door slid open. Everyone turned their heads and saw Han Xiao strode in. "Hello, Commander of the Legion." Many people stood up quickly and saluted, staring at Han Xiao with hot eyes. After watching the live broadcast of the entire battle just now, the Black Star in everyone's mind became stronger and mysterious. As their strength increased, everyone's awe of Han Xiao continued to deepen. "Everything is here." Han Xiao nodded, looked at the video of the virtual screen, and couldn't help laughing. Have you watched it? Why are you still watching the replay? This is all to admire your heroic posture. Hardaway came up with a dog-licking look on his face. He once joined the Black Star Army just for the purpose of trading, but after witnessing the potential of Black Star so many times, he is now sincerely playing for Han Xiao. After this battle, everyone knew that Black Star had officially become the strongest person in the Broken Star Ring. The strongest in the star field is not a simple fictional reputation. The reputation, influence, and halo it brought is difficult to estimate. Only by defeating all the strong men in the same star field can you achieve this title. Although Black Star was strong before, it was really unnamed to the public, and someone would always compare him with the Domineering. Now that it has become real and famous, most ordinary interstellar citizens recognize his status as the strongest in the star field. Seeing the broad future, Hardaway wished he could hold Haixing's thigh and not let go, and he was beaten by Han Xiao every day. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes looked strange. He remembered that before Hardaway joined him, he was quite handsome, but why did he become like this now? Is my personality charm really so great? Shaking his head and encouraging everyone, Han Xiao came to Fording and was about to get started. Fording jumped away like a panicked deer. Wait a moment, I am Qinxing now. Han Xiao paused, put down his hand, and laughed. It's okay, don't worry, I'll wait for you to become back. Qinxing hurriedly shrank back to his mind. Fording's consciousness reopened, his temperament became like a spring breeze, and his face was full of helplessness. When he was touched, Fording was a little resistant, but now he has accepted his fate. After so many things, even he himself doubted whether he was really lucky. Seeing this, Han Xiao happily stepped forward and beat up, and then he left with his hands full of qi, feeling satisfied, feeling that he was being shined. Back in the room, Han Xiao couldn't wait to open the panel and select the settlement task. Any character card that rewards Heber, as if Fording's luck exploded. The character card's ability is Super Resolving Limit of Extreme Flow Cells. Although there's only one chance to use it, due to the character card mechanism, there are no sequelae. Experience rewards are the normal standards for super-level boss tasks. 200 or 300 billion experiences slightly supplement the increasingly dry experience pool. As for the 2 legendary points of the last mission, this time it did not appear, which means that the legendary reward is one time, but because of the influence of this incident, I still got a little more new legendary level. Cosmic Legend, the chief powerful man of Broken Star Rings. You're already standing at the top of the star field, and the whole universe will celebrate your reputation. This legend is obvious to players. Han Xiao secretly complained. After checking these rewards, is the final reward, which is the ability to draw. You get reward. Draw one of Herber's ability, skills/features. Tip. Herber is a martial artist, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Randomly drawing. Drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as a reward one. Burning Power, skill, damage of power attack, plus 110%, consumption plus 50%, lasting 10s, and cooling 75s. 2. Extreme Flow Cell, super release limit. Skill, liberate cell limits, and squeeze your own potential. You will briefly burst out with higher combat power, lasting for several hours to several days. After use, you will get a 1-month weak state, and the level and skill upgrade cost will be permanently increased by 7%. 3. Maleficent Killer, skill, melee attack speed plus 40%, all melee skill levels plus 2, 4. Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction, feature, when you suffer any type of attack, after calculating normal resistance, you will then cut 7,500 actual damage, and then calculate the remaining damage with the resistance feat. This feature is matched with low-level damage immunity. If you have the low-level damage immunity series of feats, the damage fixed reduction value will become the limit of low-level damage immunity. 5. Combo Critical Strike, skill, when you combo to the target, the critical hit rate and critical hit damage increase as the number of combos increases. The maximum stacking is 75% critical hit rate and 350% critical hit damage. The state lasts for 5s, and the cooling is 80s. After a glance, Han Xiao was slightly happy. It was different after touching forwarding, and many good products were released. But the more good things, the easier it is to choose. Han Xiao thought about it, and first eliminated Brave Chi Power. This skill adds pure Chi power damage. Although his mechanical power can also hurt people, the damage is too low. He never uses it like this. The most suitable skill is the X-body fluctuation of martial artists, which has very little bonus to himself. Extreme Flow Cell Super Resolving Limit is a good skill of explosives, but the sequelae are discouraged. This is not a side effect of time-limited evolutionary blocks. It sounds like a pain to increase the experience cost permanently. Although it is only 7% of time, it can overlap infinitely. And the effect. You can tell the effect by looking at Heber. You can still not beat it if you can't beat it. Maybe you'll be beaten a little longer. Just thinking about it will hurt your heart. This ability is not very meaningful to mechanics who do not rely much on their own body. Compared to temporary explosions, Han Xiao is more inclined to prepare more mechanical legions before the battle, and he has just obtained a character card without side effects, which can pass this skill. Middle Killer, the most suitable for martial artists and military personnel. Although it is useful to you, it is not critical. As for Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction, this is definitely a template specialty. Although the 7,500-point fixed exemption does not seem to be much, this is because it is judged from a super A-level perspective. Assuming that the natural disaster level has this expertise, it will reduce 7,500 each time, which will accumulate a lot, and its ability to resist strikes will increase by at least 2 or 3 levels. If you get a level B or a level C, it is basically equivalent to being unable to kill the same level. Players will be desperate when they encounter this type of boss. This ability is matched with the low-level damage immunity series. Heber has the expertise of Legend low-level damage immunity. Attacks with actual damage less than 1w6 are immune, but it does not mean that Legend fixed damage reduction has become useless. The normal rule of low damage immunity is that damage below the limit is directly immunized, while attacks above 1w6 will not be affected, and after adding Legendary fixed damage reduction, the effect becomes an attack above 1w6, and the actual damage of 1w6 must be subtracted, and then calculate the resistance feat with a lower priority. This is the result of the matching of the two, which improves the limit of reduction. But now I can only get one of them, and the effect is discounted. In fact, what Han Xiao wants is Heber's super toughness expertise, which is Heber's most fleshy secret, and the priority is the second. In other words, the order of Heber's damage reduction is as follows. First, 1 layer of super A-level protective strength reduction, then 1 layer of normal resistance reduction in physical body, obtain the actual damage value, then subtract 1w6 points of damage from the solid damage reduction, and finally calculate the high reduction of super toughness. According to rough calculations, tens of thousands of theoretical damage will eventually be reduced to 2-digit to 3-digit, which is hard. The last, Combo Critical Strike, is extremely suitable for you. The number of combos in the Mechanical Legion is a joy that martial artists can't imagine. It can definitely increase the critical strike rate in the shortest time and steadily increase the huge output. It's so entangled. Han Xiao grabbed his hair, thought for a while before making a choice. You get Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction. Lu Zi said it well. Every meat shield has a heart to output, but he really wants to choose Combo Critical Strike. However, it's too wasteful to finally get a template specialty, letting it go. I have a very low resistance and a desperate recovery rate. I will get a solid injury reduction. It's sour and terrible to think about it. I'm afraid that I will go to the dark road of the meat shield, but I really want to output. Han Xiao felt a little annoyed. After sorting out the rewards, Han Xiao took a breath, calmed down, turned off the panel, and pondered about the impact of this battle. The title of the strongest man in the star field will help the Black Star Army to recover its business in the Broken Star Ring, and at the same time attract a wave of new talents. The decline in the influence of the war field does not hinder the investment of the Infinite Consortium. The other party is still its main competitor, but this will increase the difficulty of the expansion of the war field and attack the opponent in disguise. As for the Empire, since it did not interfere before, it means acquiescence. Xiao Baba was probably hurt by me this time. The construction and development of the Shining World are the top priority now. It is estimated that for a long time, the three major civilizations will not have conflicts on invention. In this way, I have a stable external environment to develop mechanical civilization and the Black Spirit, and start to build a secondary dimension factory. Han Xiao pondered secretly. He set the tone for the decades of version updates early, that is, to make up for his own accumulation. As the Black Star and the war field left, the spectators present also dispersed. The spies of Guanghui and Zuling uploaded the battle video as soon as possible. Not long after, the video was passed to the senior management. The senior management of the two major civilizations held an extraordinary meeting specifically for this matter. Everyone has watched the video. What do you think? In the high-level conference room of Guanghui Federation, President Bedell asked slowly, looking around the elders and senior officials present. The chief elder paused his crutch and said hoarsely, "No matter what the reason is, it has become a fact that Black Star has the strength of the peak Super A level. The Red Empire will usher in the fourth strongest pillar of the country, which is very unfavorable for us." Not bad. Another senior official looked solemn and spoke in a deep voice. And Black Star is too young and can serve the Empire for a long time. He is still the most difficult virtual mechanic. In time, he may not be unable to grow to the level of Manison. We are gradually losing our advantage at the level of Super A-level combat power. What I am worried about is when will the next time Black Star grow? Someone frowned. We used to think that he would be silent for decades, but now it is proved that this is a wrong judgment. Every time we think that he needs a long time to settle down to continue to improve his strength, the facts will prove that we are wrong. Hearing this, everyone was a little silent. Everyone is under pressure to meet opponents like Han Xiao, who break common sense again and again. In this way, the strategy for the evolutionary totem needs to be adjusted. The chief elder said slowly, "You're right." Batter pondered, "I have to negotiate with the Zuling sect." This appointment that attracted great attention ended, but in the next half-month, the heat of the incident not only did not decline, but continued to rise. Countless interstellar media scrolled and played battle videos on channels of various galaxies, especially replaying the process of the Overlord being beaten. With the spread of the media, even the interstellar citizens who were not interested in the fight had appreciated the heroic posture of the domineering. Now everyone who didn't know that the domineering defeat knew about it. How happy it is to be beaten up at Super A level. This matter quickly became a topic of conversation for countless interstellar citizens after dinner. In the eyes of most people in other star fields, Domineer is a relatively unfamiliar Super A level. Now Heber has gained a wave of presence by being beaten and has become famous. There is a rumor that after the battle, Heber went home and became autistic, locked himself in the room, and even his men could not see him. The incident was so popular, and a special group also noticed the mechanical gods displayed by Black Star. Mechanical God Cult. The huge black hall, made of metal mechanical material, is located on a lonely peak. Two mechanical, empty islands with a globe appearance slowly rotate above the hall. A bright red and blood-red artificial sun hanging in the sky, like a blood-filled eyes, illuminating this desolate land. There are countless large mechanical mine platforms distributed around the lonely peak. With the black hall as the center, a circular mechanical city with a strong, heavy industrial style is built. Small ant-like black dots are moving in the city. There are countless believers of the mechanical god cult wearing power armor. Floating heat waves pass through the city. Armored transport vehicles roar across the spacious road. The armored plates collided in the bumps, making clanging sounds all the way. The sound went away with the exhaust gas, and the air was filled with the smell of metal, engine oil, and industrial waste gas, adding a heavy industrial texture to the city. This is a branch of the mechanical divine cult, located in an ancient star desert. a famous planet exploring the ruins of ancient battlefields. These minds dug underground mechanical wreckage day and night and sent them to the mechanical divine cult priest for reverse research and reading lost technology. The black hall in the center of the city is the temple of the mechanical divine cult. Each peak carrying the mechanical divine temple is called the Holy Mountain. 8 obsidian-like floating stairs extend upward from 8 directions at the foot of the Holy Mountain, connecting the gate of the mechanical divine temple. According to the teachings, if it is not for an emergency, ordinary believers who want to visit the temple must climb a pilgrimage path with their own feet and cannot take a flying vehicle. On both sides of these 8 pilgrimage roads, there are mechanical statues or metal monuments. The statues are abandoned ancient machinery of different models, gradually becoming advanced from ancient times, and the metal monuments are engraved with doctrines. The fusion of machinery and theology makes it look unique. The mechanical divine cult is a loose sect, not a unified religious organization. The common point is that it worships mechanical technology and powerful mechanics. However, according to different concepts, the mechanical divine cult has become many factions specializing in different fields, such as the mechanical biochemical school, which focuses on colonization, the war destruction school, which is fanatical about super destructive weapons, the firepower advantage school that believes in big is beauty and more is good, the virtual school that likes to study cognitive technology and thinking transformation, the natural transformation school that loves to pinch the planet, etc. This branch belongs to the believers of the lost sect, also known as the archaeological sect, who is keen on finding and restoring lost ancient mechanical technologies. It is one of the oldest mechanical god factions. At this moment, in the main hall of this mechanical temple, the local branch priests gathered here, and a large number of other branch priests participated in it with remote projection. Everyone formed a circle, and in the center, there was a virtual screen, scrolling and playing the battle video of the Black Star and the Overlord. Everyone has seen that a new mechanical god has come to the world and spread the gospel to the entire universe. The lost priest, who was wearing luxurious heavy power armor and only exposed his head, raised his arms high, and his tone was like a pilgrimage. So spectacular, so beautiful. What a great creation. I haven't seen the mechanical gods come in many years. I can't remember it. Many priests whispered, and their eyes were filled with excitement and fanatical light. Silent and quiet. The great priest pressed his hands with a serious face, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone stopped and looked at him in unison. The great priest took out a mechanical scepter that was like a twisted branch, pressed a button, and a metal divine platform suddenly rose on the ground behind him. He turned around and walked up, facing everyone's back, facing the other side of the hall, and spoke loudly in a thick and magnificent tone. Follow the ancient teachings, and in the name of the original God, the Emperor Nifka, we will witness the birth of the new God together. From now on, we will worship the new God. All living beings, please remember the name of the new God. As he spoke, the great priest opened the operation screen of the divine platform and entered the battle video and parameters. The next moment, the entire temple vibrated, rumbled just in front of everyone. Countless streams of metal and nanoparticles surged from the ground, combined with each other to form a statue, which was carved with the Black Star mechanical god. Next to the Black Star statue, there are other statues, and Manison statues are also among them. These are mechanical gods from all ages, standing under the towering dome of the temple. The largest and most conspicuous statue inside is a mechanic named Nifitha, who is the first mechanical god worshipped by the mechanical god cult. Even the teachings of the mechanical god cult, worshipping the mechanical god cult, were formulated by him. As the original divine mechanic, Nifka discovered the effect of the key of the mechanical divine cult, so he interfered with the mechanic divine cult at that time. The development of the mechanic divine cult to the present was greatly influenced by him. The latter divine mechanics who were worshipped were actually enjoying the benefits he left behind. The mechanical god cult does not need to communicate with the persons worshipped. Sometimes worship you. The rain girl has no melons. However, only the living mechanics of the divine throne can allow believers to receive feedback. These dead mechanical gods of all generations are only memorial. Nowadays, most of the believers of the mechanical divine religion believe in the armed country Manison. And now, the rise of Black Star has tear a small hole in its stable faith, something even McNison can't stop it. Facing the statues of gods of all generations, the great priest and everyone behind him bowed to the ground to worship and complete the ceremony. Welcome to Black Star. I always feel that someone behind me is saying that I am handsome. In the cabin of the warship, Han Xiao pinched his nose and suddenly felt something. Hey, don't be distracted when talking to me. In the communicator, Terekov looked helpless. Han Xiao came back to his senses and joked, "Sorry, I was thinking about what to eat tonight just now. What do we talk about it? You still need to think. Do you think I don't know you only take nutritional cream?" Wow, who leaked the news? Okay, let's get back to the point. Terekov was speechless and shook his head. I can reveal to you that the high-level Imperial Development Plan for the Shining World has been ranked 4th. Only the first phase will give you enough time to build. After that, more foreign capital will be introduced, and the construction will be developed at the same time. In other words, only these 3-star clusters have completed all the construction. The Empire will start the next phase plan. We allies have few opportunities to lay the foundation in the Shining World in advance. Han Xiao touched his chin. Terekov did not comment. In short, the development progress of the 3P star cluster now exceeded expectations and was very smooth. We expect to complete the construction plan in 5 to 7 years, and the second phase of development will be started by then. From 5 to 7 years, this time is still okay. Han Xiao nodded secretly. When the 4.0 version was launched, Shining World was in the 4th phase of development, which means that his Shining World main mission had to go through several links. It was not a problem to complete the milestone of Exploration Pioneer. He chatted with Terekov just to inquire about insider information. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao hung up the communication and pondered. More than a month has passed since defeating the Overlord, and the impact has gradually emerged. During this period, the number of newcomers applying to join the Black Star Army has increased by 43%, and the total investment amount of major consortiums has increased by about 35%. In the war field, the expansion momentum has been hit and gradually slowed down. The Veen card, as a news vein, has made changes and issued a statement announcing that the next version will enhance the Black Star Legion decks, weaken the war field decks in all aspects. At the same time, it has also updated the Starfield Strongest Series commemorative decks, adding Black Stars, showing the skillful skills of riding on popularity. Some super A-level friends also sent congratulatory messages, including Sorgen, which once again refreshed Han Xiao's perception of his thick skin. It turns out that people are shameless and can really be very happy. Now the Black Star Legion has established the strongest position in the star field. The competition among the Infinite Consortium has fallen into a long tug-of-war and cannot do anything to each other in the short term. He has completed 300 levels of advancement, and his accumulated experience is not enough to advance the next time. So the focus next is on the construction of the territory. After visiting the Empire for so long, I have basically seen potential stocks that I should have seen. Han Xiao is currently planning to return to the Broken Star Ring for a while. First, he is to sit in the headquarters to digest the impact of this battle, adjust the details of the construction of a territory, and then use mechanical fire proliferation to transform more first-generation mechanical lives to accelerate the development of mechanical civilization. Second, with the help of the base camp's logistics capabilities, we started to build a secondary dimension factory and a new generation of mechanical legion. Although it can be built within the Empire, the Legion only has branches here, and its efficiency is far less than that of the base camp. Philip set the route and returned to the Broken Star Ring. Okay, Buzz, the strongest in the star field? There were few customers in the retro-style tavern. A tall and thin man next to the wooden bar looked up at Han Xiao's figure on the virtual screen, showed a playful smile, and gently put down the wine glass in his hand. This person is a cosmic human with unhealthy and pale skin and seems to be in a state of malnutrition and darkness for a long time. He looks ordinary and belongs to the kind of person who can't be found as soon as he is thrown into the pile of people. Staring at Han Xiao on the screen, the tall and thin man showed a look of memories in his eyes. It is a blessing for the Empire to get a pillar of the country like Black Star. The bar owner wiping the wine glass, staring at the screen and sighed. Yes, it's such a blessing from the Empire. If you have the chance, I really want to meet him again. Have you met Black Star before? The bar owner became interested. That's right. Speaking of which, he took some things from me. Haha. I just don't know if he still remembers a small person like me. The tall and thin man smiled slightly, stood up, picked up the clothes placed on the seat next to him, and turned toward the door. On credit, the bar owner put down the cup in his hand, his tone obviously familiar with the person. Well, the same thing. I will pay it together next month when I get my salary. He responded casually, and the tall and thin man walked out of the bar and put on his clothes, a uniform of a grassroots officer in the Imperial Army. The Sea of the Star Spirits, somewhere. In the room, more than a dozen guys of different species surrounded a long table, discussing something fiercely. There were more than a dozen printed physical books on the long table, with no title on the cover. Starting from the Central Star Sea? Are you crazy? You are not looking for death like this. The star field is too remote and has insufficient influence. The territories ruled by supercluster civilizations should be most suitable for development. We can only use physical books to promote our ideas. The quantum network is monitored by countless civilizations. We will not only not enjoy the convenience, but will also attract attention. If you want me, let's wait and see for a while. Now, it may not be a good time. Listening to the discussion of these people, Lotheline leaned on the sofa, not far away yawned. Edmund turned his head and looked at it, thought for a while, knocked on the table to calm everyone down, and turned to face Lotheline. What do you think? Let me say it. Lotheline smiled faintly. You look like a group of mobs. Hearing this, many people present frowned and were a little dissatisfied. Edmund waved his hand and was not angry at all. You are right. We have not done any career yet. Of course, we are all mobs. I hope to hear your opinions. Lotheline TSK sat up and slowly said, the current universe environment is still stable. The friction between the three civilizations will not evolve into frontal conflict for the time being, but there is an undercurrent below. Each civilization has a string. The reason lies in the shining world and the evolutionary totem. Its essence. What I have already said in my program is that the root of the problem is still the internal struggle of the three civilizations themselves and the opposition with many star cluster level civilizations. The shining world is an opportunity to reshuffle. Taking advantage of the attention of the whole universe to shine the world, we can develop quietly, promote ideas in a low-key but gentle way, package it with religion, lurk first, and then wait patiently for the opportunity. When is the time? Someone asked. Lotheline said lightly. The star cluster civilization hopes to obtain promotion channels through the new star domain, but the three civilizations will definitely hold the interests of the new star domain in their hands, leaving only a small profit for these superstar cluster level and star cluster level civilizations. Since the exploration history, the three civilizations have suppressed them for too long, and everything has limits. One day, they will reach the critical point. Those star cluster level civilizations cannot wait forever. After all, civilizations that give up enterprising are a minority, but getting hope is lost again, which may trigger conflicts. Therefore, the shining world has the potential to become a fuse, and this is the soil for our development. Edmund nodded. I think so too. Now is the best time. Our career cannot be delayed again and again. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Seeing this, Lotheline sneered. To be honest, she looked down on the group of people in front of her. Among these people, there were scoundrels like Edmund who insisted on her own distorted ideas. There were ambitious people with ulterior motives, and there were also those who were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Break the restrictions on the development channels of other races by the three major civilizations? It sounds good, but she doesn't care. It's her motivation to overthrow the three civilizations itself, which makes her feel that there's no power to stimulate and be more suitable to be an opponent than the three civilizations. Edmund may have a strong belief in his philosophy, but in her opinion, it is just a good entry point. In the interstellar era, where materials are abundant, no one will worry about survival anymore. Fighting for interests is the eternal proposition. This is a revolution that is not initiated because of survival. Lutherine saw the unsolvable contradiction between the three major civilizations and the supercluster-level civilization. It just so happened that Edmund's philosophy can take advantage of the situation. The world often stands on the edge of a cliff, maintaining balance with difficulty. All it lacks is that someone pushes it, just like pushing the joystick at the fork in the railroad track, guiding history to another unknown road. If there is no such era, then try to create an era. She herself just want to dance on the stage. If we want to start our career, we need a name. Edmund said in a deep voice. Lutherine glanced at his silver skin and smiled playfully. Why? Call it the Silver Revolutionary Army. After sailing for a while, the fleet finally returned to the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao immediately returned to the headquarters and convened many cadres to summarize the work during this period and understood it more carefully. Generally speaking, there are still those old problems, but the slightly better news is that the development of the mechas consortium is smooth. As an affiliated consortium under the Black Star Legion, some have money and status, and even have the armed support of the Legion. In the Broken Star Ring, it was like opening the fruit of face. It quickly gathered a large number of affiliated businesses of the Legion and negotiated long-term cooperation with countless commercial organizations, which made the Legion structure much streamlined. It is worth mentioning that Antipas, who was poached from Han Xiao from the Empire, showed excellent business skills. The group he led has always ranked among the top in the performance, and has signed one rich cooperation treaty after another for the consortium. In addition to collecting affiliated businesses, it has also tried its best to open up new channels. In his comments to him, Sivia believed that Intel's has good business negotiation skills, strategic vision, leadership, persuasive eloquence, calm judgment, and other qualities. She is a high-quality management talent. After being tempered, she can be placed on a short list for senior executive positions. Nowadays, the Black Star Legion is full of talents. Because of its huge scale, there are many positions for cadres at all levels. Philip evaluates the members of the Legion and screens out different talents to form an extremely long shortlist. The people on the list are all candidate cadres of the Legion. Han Xiao ordered some backlog of documents, and after discussing official affairs, many cadres also relaxed. By the way, how is Nero learning now? Han Xiao turned around and asked. Yes, he is very talented. Renard said concisely. Well, I'll go and have a look after the meeting. Han Xiao touched his chin and suddenly said, I have a question to ask you. You said, if one day in the future I have to kill your sister, what would you do? Renard was stunned and hesitated. Don't be afraid, just tell the truth. Why did you kill her? Well, suppose she did something wrong and endangered the interests of the Legion. Renard breathed out, expressionless. If this is the case, I won't hold a grudge against you. She needs to bear her own consequences, but at that time, I can't continue to serve you. Please understand. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone present looked different. They knew that Han Xiao would not be aimless. Could it be that Lutherine, who left the Legion, had really done something? Han Xiao looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed, letting the tense atmosphere disappear. Who can tell the future exactly what is going on? Don't mind. There is no question about your answer. Renard nodded silently, retreated aside, thinking about something. After glanced at his face, Han Xiao shook his head secretly. As early as when the three founders of the Silver Revolutionary Army came to the army to poach people, he planted an observation mark for Edmund. Not long ago, he saw the official establishment of the Silver Revolutionary Army from the observation mark. Edmund and others' actions could not escape his eyes. According to his original idea, he was preparing to sit and watch the Silver Revolutionary Army grow up. First, raise leaks, and only when the three civilizations attach importance to the Silver Revolution can he make contributions. Second, let the people who know the roots and the three civilizations trigger the contradiction between the three civilizations and the supercluster-level civilizations, which is convenient for him to deal with them. Third, he made a secret arrangement and felt that there might be opportunities to use the Silver Revolution in the future. However, Han Xiao's ideas never remained unchanged. He always flexibly adjusted his plans according to the situation. Now that his position in the empire has been consolidated, he may not need this achievement. The problem of the world tree was encountered later, and now it has become an irregular time bomb. With the situation of external threats in advance, whether to continue to let the Silver Revolutionary Army go to the question. The conflict between the three major civilizations and supercluster-level civilizations is the trend of the times. Sooner or later, these high-level civilizations will resist their dominance. Contradictions will inevitably erupt and are inevitable. The Silver Revolutionary Army is the fuse that coincides with its success. Han Xiao knew that killing the Silver Revolutionary Army in advance would not resolve the conflict, but he had the opportunity to postpone the outbreak. No matter how you choose, the top leaders of the Silver Revolutionary Army have to deal with it. Many times, ideas are more fearful than guns and cannons, and it is difficult for reformers to have any good endings. Therefore, Han Xiao cared about Renard's idea and wanted to give him a vaccination. However, once a person like Renard identified something, he would hardly change his mind. Sivia looked around and coughed, breaking the silence. By the way, I have an interesting proposal here. Please take a look. As she said that, she pressed the communicator and showed a virtual screen with a document on it. Han Xiao glanced and raised his eyebrows. Superman education plan? Yes, we have open training camps on many planets to train reserve members, but it is too militarized. Only by signing a contract to become a reserve army soldier can we get training. And this proposal means that the Black Star Army will invest and open a folk Superman school in the Broken Star Ring. Any civilian can pay for school and no longer need to become a Legion reserve. Wait, Han Xiao raised his palm. This kind of Superman school is everywhere, and every interstellar civilization has its own official Superman school. It seems that it is not necessary for me to do this. No, it is still a little different. Sawia shook her head. You are the strongest in the star field now. This name has appeal and can attract students to the greatest extent. The folk schools we open have different meanings. Han Xiao touched his chin, browsed the proposal, and asked casually, what about the profit? Opening a superpower school named by you can effectively expand your influence, and you can regard it as a charity act. Shiwei talked casually. Many of the Legion's current businesses are too far from the level of life of interstellar citizens. Opening a school can transform the worship of interstellar citizens into actual support, allowing the influence to penetrate into the masses. By the way, many idle Legion soldiers also have something to do. It sounds good. Han Xiao nodded. This method also helps to cultivate leaks. If you didn't do this in the past, it was mainly because of the lack of influence and insufficient funds. However, the current Black Star Army is indeed qualified to establish education. No matter how strong the Super A-level and the reputation is, for ordinary interstellar citizens, they are like celebrities. Apart from being a topic of conversation after dinner and daily public opinion hotspots, they have little impact on their daily lives. Opening a school is a way to monetize influence and provide welfare to the people. In daily life, people will increasingly support the various businesses of the Black Star Army, and the benefits are long-term and multifaceted. Moreover, the size of the Black Star Legion has soared so many times, and there are indeed many warriors idle. No matter how many employment tasks are, there is a limit. Compared with the past, the security of the Broken Star Ring has improved a lot. The Star Pirate Happy House of the Black Star Legion has long become a taboo term, making countless Star Pirates and scavengers frightened. As long as they see the emblem of the Black Star Legion, they will immediately lift up their pants and run away. Okay, just do as you said. First, pilot it in the Colton Star Group and open hundreds of his schools. Then this fund, I'll approve it for you. Han Xiao waved his hand. Anyway, he was idle to put the money there, so it would be nice to take it out to get something, and it would be very troublesome to have money. Since I've given my name, I'm the honorary principal. As for actual management, after looking at Shi Weiya's hairline that seemed to be moving backward, Han Xiao coughed embarrassedly and looked away. Lockie, who was full of hair next to him and was distracted, jumped into his eyes, and Technician Han was immediately angry. It's you, Lockie. Go be the principal for me. Lockie came to his senses with a bitter look on his face. Waste life in a meaningless position is the fate of all living beings. I didn't expect that I could do my best to escape this cycle of reincarnation. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched and they held back their smiles. You can even speak so fresh and refined by you. You are really a talented person. Watching the dejected garbage leave the room with other cadres, Han Xiao took out the communicator, contacted Luo Tire, and asked about the latest situation. Luo Tire's position is different from that of the guards. He is a shadow walker. The guards guard the Black Star, while the shadow walker is secretly engaged in the outside world, performing a series of tasks such as assassination, spy, lurking, and sabotage. Currently, there's only Luo Tire under Han Xiao's command. After the incident of the Blood Gold organization, Han Xiao ordered Luo Tire to lurk in the black market organization, collecting intelligence while constantly assessing the middle-level cadres of the Blood Gold organization. After a long-term investigation, Han Xiao had decided to instruct Luo Tire to establish an assassin co-assistance association like in his previous life, as a secret subordinate force under the Legion. Luo Tire himself is very strong and has a decisive character. He is a silent and reliable adult man who is enough to stand alone. Han Xiao is still very relieved of him and is not afraid that he will lose himself. After chatting for a few words and hanging up the call, Han Xiao then came to the logistics department to visit Nilo. Nilo Rutayer. After studying in Hell, he is now gradually becoming more and more proficient in his practice. When he saw Han Xiao, he seemed very happy and rushed up to pester Han Xiao for gifts. Han Xiao thought about it, took out a learning enhancement device for cognitive technology, put in Nilo's hands, and successfully got a white eye attack. As usual, he poked Nilo a needle. Han Xiao looked at the panel. Nilo is now advanced mechanism and has not continued to evolve. Touching Nilo's head, Han Xiao pondered for a while and said, "After a while, you go back to Hylon Star to visit Bennett and stay there to school." Hearing this, Nilo's eyes suddenly filled with mist. "Are you going to drive me back? Where did I do something wrong?" Han Xiao laughed. "Ha, you misunderstood. I was thinking about it. Always letting you study hard. Lack of communication is not a good thing. Just as the Legion is about to open a civil school recently. Hylon Star is definitely the first batch of pilot areas. You can usually go to school on Hylon Star, spend more time with Bennett, and take some time to study with Renard. It is better to think that you've been working hard for so long." Nilo was shocked. "My godfather changed his sex. I actually want to have a holiday." "What's your look? Why is it like seeing a ghost?" I'm happy." Nilo swallowed his saliva and looked at Han Xiao quietly, fearing that it was someone else's pretending to be, so he deliberately came to play with him. Han Xiao wanted Nello to follow Renard to learn perfect mechanism in one breath, but when he saw Nello grow half a head taller, he felt that he could not squeeze so hard in a few years. Nello's childhood will pass. Perhaps allowing Nello to relax for a while will help to improve the mechanical expertise in the subsequent improvement. After all, a philosopher said that he only works but not plays, and smart children become stupid. After solving various matters, Han Xiao entered the mechanical modification room to retreat, began to update all the mechanical legions in stock, and then started to create another characteristic of the mechanical divine throne of Divine Chair Mechanic. Legion Commander's Special Machinery Factory. The silver-white workbenches with circular bases are neatly arranged. The circular chassis of each workbench extends dozens of multifunctional mechanical manufacturing arms operated by mechanical forces and are assembled at the same time. The whole room is filled with the sound of Quirky's parts fitting, and next to the platform are assembly lines. Other mechanical equipment to be processed are waiting for renovation in the queue. Han Xiao walked slowly in the busy workshop with his hands behind his back. The mechanical force released was like a dense spider web, connecting all the workbenches, like countless extended limbs dedicated to multi-purpose, and at the same time creating many machinery. Today's mechanical manufacturing is very convenient, and the efficiency of multi-threaded work is linked to the intellectual attributes. If there is no assembly line, Han Xiao can also transform a large number of machinery and become a player's mode at the same time. That is, the progress of these machinery modifications is being read at the same time. These workbenches are extremely universal high-end machinery manufacturing platforms and have also been improved by Han Xiao. For mechanics, workbenches are also a kind of equipment to increase their own mechanical manufacturing capabilities. At Han Xiao's level, they are naturally good products, not inferior products. Han Xiao came to one of the workbenches where the mechanical throne was made. At this time, the last part had been assembled, the robotic arm was being painted, and cool mist was sprayed, and the white cold mist was leaking out. Waving his hand to disperse the mist, Han Xiao carefully looked at the mechanical throne in front of him. It was a black alloy throne with a mechanical structure-like pattern, square and clear edges, and you can tell that it was very uncomfortable for your butt. Fortunately, Han Xiao added nano-deformation technology, which has the functions of enlarging and shrinking and adjusting by itself, and can perfectly fit any shape of a buttock. The appearance style is similar to the floating throne he created before, but the internal technology is different. The previous floating throne had only a show-off effect, and this has an additional attribute, and it is an exclusive equipment that everyone creates differently. Opening the panel, Han Xiao took a look at the item introduction. Mechanical God Black Star. Type, Special Additive Equipment. Item Level, 300. Quality, Orange Legend. Main Materials, 8th Generation Black Star Alloy, Secret Titanium, 15th Generation Nano Shaping Particles. Energy Core, Light Deformed Stable Peculiar Reactor. Basic Attributes. Durability, 50W/50W. Defense 7800. Shield value 150W/150W. Usage effect 1. Mechanical amplification. Total mechanical affinity coefficient 1.1x. Usage effect 2. Aura enhancement. Increased deterrence. Affecting all targets that see you. If the target level is lower than you above level 30, the opponent's total attributes temporarily drop by 10%. Usage effect 3. Stable Commander. Used in combat state, all mechanical warriors with mechanical force bonuses will obtain 8% defense and resistance increase. Usage effect 4. Carry Wind. Charm plus 750. Note, just be handsome and you're done. You can be handsome and have bonuses. What a magical tool for pretending. Han Xiao stroked the mechanical throne, feeling the cold metal touch, and couldn't let go. If I bring this thing out to fight in the future, those who don't know will probably think that I'm full of style, which is in line with my cold and mysterious temperament. After testing the actual effect, Han Xiaoxin put it away with satisfaction and then looked at the other workbenches. Most of the workbenches are updating the spare machinery legion that strengthens inventory, reforming technology to the level of the divine mechanic, giving new performance bonuses, while the other part of the workbenches are manufacturing new machinery, many of which are drawings inherited by the Telkes. The Telk's inheritance is a new talent for the 300-level advanced selection. This group has profound attainments in mechanical technology and has many unique machinery with wonderful ideas. When Han Xiao completed the advancement, he unlocked the 300-level drawings. Some of the drawings are something he can use now, adding dozens of useful new machinery to his mechanical legion. According to different functions, many new units have been expanded, including many new models of mechanical warriors. The Universe Walker, the Telkes Special Mechanical Warrior, has purple and green, a triangular knight helmet-shaped head, with a thin body and is skeleton-shaped. It adopts biochemical fertilization technology. A large number of specially made nanobiochemical tendons and strengthening fluid are stored in the muscle module under the outer armor. After entering the battle, the strengthening fluid will be injected and the muscles will expand from a bamboo pole to a strong body shape with a high bonus. Moreover, this model has special abilities and has 2 stages of transformation. One is overclocking, which obtains extremely strong explosive power and improves in all aspects. The other is rampage, which is greatly enhanced on the basis of overclocking and can release a special twisted force field. The melee and long range are very comprehensive. After actual combat tests, it was found that the Universe Walker could defeat most models with the same bonus and rank among the top in basic performance. It is a good anti-line combat warrior. Han Xiao now has several more apostle quotas in his hands, and chose the Universe Rambler with the best basic attributes, and converted it into an apostle weapon. He originally wanted to call it Purple Skin Bow, but after thinking about it, it seemed a bit perverted. Naming the apostles' weapons is like naming a child. You can't call it blindly. Han Xiao thought about it for a while before he named it Purple Heavenly Spirit according to the name format of the mechanical life, and prepared to take the mechanical civilization to give birth to a baby after a while. In addition, there are many good things in the Telkes inheritance drawings, such as physical missiles equipped with precise transition guidance. Ammunition is a special high-energy polymer with extremely strong erosion and penetration effects. It is miraculously effective for warship shields and can be used in space combat. If you encounter a warship without space anchors or force field interference, the missile can also jump directly over the shield and blast into the spacecraft, causing direct killing, which is quite practical. There is also an interesting Star Series device that can create a path that guides and focuses on star energy and indirectly cause a Star Destroyer strike. However, what Han Xiao cares more about is a star energy collector under this series. The effect is to adopt stellar matter on a large scale, and it is highly condensed into a portable device through space black technology and does not affect the star reaction inside the device, thereby obtaining a moving star. In addition to powering and guiding attacks, the device can also release matter from other locations to form a new natural star. The size is determined by the amount of matter, which is equivalent to helping the star move. In inheriting knowledge, the St. Telkes people used this method to proliferate stars. After completing the replication, they filled the new stars with dust clouds and matter and increased their volume. This made natural stars, with power far exceeding that of artificial products. What Han Xiao cares more about is the extension of the star energy collector. If this thing is released on someone else's face, it will be a portable star bomb. Its destructive power is probably not much worse than the original Phantom Bomb, and there is no pollution problem, which is convenient for killing people and robbing goods and clearing evidence. When Han Xiao buried his head in transforming the machinery, Sivya began to implement the education plan, and the first step was to announce to the entire star field that the Legion began to develop the education cause. Since Han Xiao defeated the Domineer, many interstellar citizens have been paying attention to his movements, believing that after gaining the strongest position in the star field, Black Star may make big moves. As soon as this announcement was released, a large number of citizens of the Broken Star Ring were immediately excited. The Starfield Chief promoted education with Super A-level education, and this title alone could attract a lot of people. The plan is to prepare and open dozens of schools in the Godor Galaxy first, and see Blue Star is an important pilot area. The development of Hylon is changing with each passing day. As soon as Nilo came back, he felt that Black Star City had become much stranger. Compared with when he left, it had changed too much. Go home. Nilo calmed down, but when he returned home, he found that Bennett had been on a business trip recently, and only his mother was at home. Because Han Xiao gave him a vacation, Nilo was eating, drinking, and having fun for several consecutive days, which made him so happy. This is heaven. On the balcony of the high-altitude villa, Nilo sat on a small stool with his legs together, holding a glass of ice cream drink in his hands, drinking happily with a straw, enjoying the city's scene, and looking happy. In the Black Star Army, he has no status and can only passively accept the arrangements. Here, he is the son of the planet leader. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the young master. As long as he does not break the law, he will almost have whatever he wants, although he just asked the bodyguard to buy him a cup of ice cream. Zizi at this moment, the external screens of several buildings outside lit up and the same news was playing. It is reported that the Black Star Army announced yesterday that it was setting up a Superman Academy on Aqua Blue Star, trying to discover more talents. Federal President Bennett met cordially with the executive president of Black Star Superman Academy and delivered an important speech. The screen was displayed on the screen, and a press conference was underway. On the scene, Bennett and Lockheed's remote projection were sitting opposite each other and chatted in front of countless reporters. This is a high-rise conference room in the government building, also in the Black Star City. Nello looked up and could also look at the government building. It seemed that Bennett was back from a business trip. On behalf of all the people of Hylon Star, I thank the Black Star Legion for their generosity. In the picture, Bennett smiled and expressed his attitude in official words. Lockheed remained silent and nodded. The active translator, specially equipped by her side, spoke enthusiastically. Hylon is the mother star of His Excellency Black Star. Her Excellency Black Star is very willing to help the mother star develop. The people of His Excellency Black Star are all our brothers and sisters. After repeated bloody lessons, now attending such public occasions, Lockheed was explicitly prohibited from speaking. Han Xiao specially found a sunny and active secretary to act as an interpreter for him. Nilo stared at the screen attentively. He grew up watching Bennett's news since he was a child. Every time he saw his father on the screen, he always became focused. Looking at Bennett in the live broadcast, Nilo suddenly realized that Bennett's face seemed to have increased more wrinkles, and the white hair on his temples also increased. Father is old. Nilo pursed his lips, and his inexplicable emotions spread in his heart. The joy of holiday gradually faded, replaced by a feeling that he would not be able to study without reading. After traveling in the universe, Nilo's experience has become much richer and gradually becomes precocious. He also has an ignorant understanding of the situation of Aquarius and Bennett's painstaking efforts, and the concept of responsibility has gradually formed in his heart. After struggling for a while, Nilo put the remaining ice cream into his mouth in 2 or 3, returned to his room, reluctantly took out a mechanical theory book from his bag, and read it with a bitter face. After watching for a while, he naturally immersed in it. Although he thought he was reluctant, after long-term study, his interest in machinery had been cultivated long ago. He was unfair and could not resist, so he learned to enjoy it. Open a school? Seeing the announcement of the Black Star Army, Sorokin couldn't help but fall into deep thought, walked to the window, watched another spaceship leave the headquarters of the war field, and shook his head gently. After Herbert's defeat, adverse effects gradually emerged, his reputation collapsed, and the cohesion in the field of war was shaken. During this period, talent had begun to be lost. Every few days, someone chooses to withdraw from the field of war. He should have suppressed the situation with an iron fist, but the overlord stayed behind closed doors, and the senior cadres did not take action, and they sat down and watched the members withdraw. In Sorokin's eyes, the Black Star's education was to turn its influence into actual public support, which was unprecedented, while the war field fell to the bottom, miserable and miserable with a strong contrast. In this case, Sorokin had no good idea, so he could only keep a low profile, temporarily stop the business attack on the Black Star Army, and prepare to wait for the limelight to come over during this period. BBBB at this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Sorokin picked it up and saw that it was Manison's call. Your Excellency, what's the matter with me? You want to know the inside information about what businesses of the Black Star Army are? Give me a list. Sorokin was stunned. What does this mean? Do you a favor? Manison said lightly. I understand. Do you want to invade the Black Star Legion's database? Sorjan's eyes flashed, and she was quite surprised. Isn't this afraid of making a grudge with Black Star? Your behavior is also instructed by me. The Guanghui Federation asked me to thoroughly investigate the database of the Black Star Army, and I took this opportunity to help you. Manison's face was calm. Not only that, Sorokin narrowed his eyes and joked. Did you feel the pressure of the rise of Black Star? Don't talk too much about what you shouldn't ask. Manison was unmoved. I understand. I'll send you the list later. If you can really get some inside information, it will be very helpful to my actions. Yes. Manison nodded and hung up the communication. In fact, the Glorious Federation did not instruct him to invade the Black Star Legion's database, which was proposed by Manison. Helping Sorokin is just a big shot. More importantly, he wants to test the strength of Black Star again. Not fight, but fight with him in a virtual network. An important reason for doing this is to learn that Black Star has been worshipped by the mechanical divine cult. In Manison's mind, Black Star has officially become a competitor from a potential junior. After several contacts, Manison knew that Black Star was not a guy who was willing to be self-confident. As long as he gained the belief of the mechanical divine church, he would never want more. Manison was not prepared to sit idly by and watch Black Star leave his believers, and being indifferent to his own interests was not within his consideration. Since conflicts of interest are inevitable, Manison does not intend to stand idly by. Of course, he didn't think that Black Star was so easy to kill, and he was not prepared to kill anyone himself. Manison's goal is to suppress the Black Star in terms of mechanical aspects and show it to the world. His approach is just like Han Xiao's attack on the overlords and his reputation for killing Han Xiao. In this way, the believers of the mechanical god cult who worship the strong will not flow to the Black Star, and the whole universe will know. Our mechanical country is still the father of mechanics. The Ghidorah Galaxy, a planet of civilization on the surface, an airport terminal. A medium-sized travel spacecraft was parked at the harbor, with several cabin doors open, and they all lowered the gangways, and people carrying large and small bags ready to board the ship lined up in several long dragons that could not be seen at first sight. This is an interstellar flight to Hylon, which is employed by the government. These boarders have complex components, including rich people who have purchased seats, elites sent by the military, young people who have potential to select from the private sector, and some people who have sold their money and bought bottom cabins and want to get out of their home planet to change their destiny. The character like Black Star appeared in the Sea Blue Star, who was the lucky one in the surface civilization. In this galaxy, there were more surface civilizations vassals of Ghidorah, and this planet was one of them. The surface civilization born under a high-level civilization is difficult to develop. Although the civilization of this planet is not a stagnant pool, it also clearly lacks the vitality for development. Even this port is the only airport on the planet. There are not many interstellar visitors throughout the year, which is in sharp contrast to the prosperity of the aquarium. The news that the Black Star Legion was about to open the Superpower Academy also spread here, which immediately made the senior officials of this civilization think. Of course, small places like them are not qualified to invite the Legion to open academy. If you want to enroll, you can only go to a pilot planet. So the senior management of this civilization specially organized this flight to Hylon Star, with the goal of sending military elites and potential young men to the Superpower Academy run by the Black Star Army. This kind of surface civilization with limited development is almost impossible to catch up with galaxy civilization in terms of hard power. The technology they regard as treasures is not worth mentioning in the eyes of advanced civilizations. So the only way they can take is the superpower. As long as they cultivate powerful individuals, they can drive the status of the entire civilization to rise. The Sea Blue Star is an example of the envy and jealousy of countless surface civilizations. Of course, they dare not even imagine how to cultivate a cosmic figure like Black Star. The biggest expectation of this civilization is to produce a natural disaster-level strongman. The Folk Academy opened by the Black Star Army has ignited some hope. The Academy of the strongest in the star field will always have a higher chance of cultivating a natural disaster level, right? In the noisy long queue, a black and thin little girl stood among the crowd, surrounded by 4 soldiers, blocking the crowd and protecting her from being squeezed and tilting, and was obviously treated with special treatment. Uncle, what is Hylon Star like? The thin black girl held the cloth doll with one hand, held the corner of a soldier's clothes with the other hand, and spoke timidly. She is very young, and her eyebrows have not yet grown. However, after careful look, she is actually pretty, but her skin is dull and looks a little dirty, but her big eyes are flashing with a lively brilliance. Han Star, I have never been to it, but I heard that it is a prosperous place. The soldier replied with a good attitude. Then, when will we come back? I don't know this. It depends on what the above. Oh, the thin black girl hugged the doll's arm tightly, feeling a little nervous, feeling instinctively fearful of the unknown life. She is an abandoned orphan who has been adopted by public orphanages. Not long ago, the government conducted a comprehensive potential test for all children in public orphanages. Some of them were selected by the government and sent to the ranks of this further study. She was one of them. For her, the peaceful days were suddenly broken, as if everyone was suddenly arranged for her life. She was confused about this and could only accept any arrangements like a puppet. No one told her the reason. She only knew that she was about to leave the orphanage she had been staying for a long time, bid farewell to her friends, and went to an unknown planet to learn something. Black Star's Super Energy Academy. What exactly is it? See Blue Star Black Star City, a brand new floating island floating above the city. This floating island is the campus of the first Black Star Super Energy Academy, with all facilities. With the help of the Interstellar Construction Brigade, the construction speed is unimaginable. The productivity of the interstellar age is extremely powerful, and various architectural printers are emerging one after another. This floating island, equivalent to an independent city, took less than half a month to build and a few days to draw blueprints. Since the announcement of the Legion opening of the Academy was issued, a large number of people have been welcomed in each pilot area, and a large number of interstellar citizens living around are gathering. The first phase of the Black Star Army is preparing to open dozens of academies in the Ghidorah galaxy, and Hylon is one of the most popular ones because it is the Black Star's parent star. Everyone knows that Hylon must have the most resources, and this is definitely the best Black Star Super Energy Academy. In just over 10 days, Hylon Star's Black Star Super Energy Academy received countless admission applications. Fortunately, Han Xiao had the foresight and built a huge floating island campus, which would be a problem to accommodate millions of people. It would be possible to continue to expand in the future. In order to expand its influence, the college's tuition is not expensive, and it does not follow the route of aristocratic schools, which is very friendly to the people. However, the school does not include accommodation. There are many special living communities on the campus that can be rented or purchased. Han Xiao did not expect to pay for the tuition. He specially built a supporting real estate, which is the big part of the money and profit. Don't ask, it's a school district housing. What the Black Star Army lacks most is the faculty. A large number of superpowered people are happy to make extra money, just pretend to be hired by teaching students. The core structure also has countless ready-made superpowered academies to refer to. Hylon Star is so prosperous that as long as you have money, you can recruit various employees, let alone worry about the source of students. Black Star's name makes administrative approval green light, smooth and silky, and no one dares to block the way. In the interstellar era, efficiency is the focus, so the first batch of Black Star Super Energy Academy was prepared in less than a month, and all of them were prepared. Taking advantage of the hot influence, they directly recruited a large number of students and started school on the spot. He flew all the way to the floating island while riding a suspended school bus, and many freshmen on the school bus showed shock. The black and thin girl is one of them. The experience during this period is like a dream. She saw countless spectacular scenes, all of which shocked her heart. Garden buns. Another freshman with a wealthy family couldn't help but despise this group of inexperienced classmates. It's just a floating island. What's it to make a fuss about? Look at your never-before-seen Yazzie. If you meet the honorary principal himself, you're afraid you're going to faint. Hearing the sarcasm of others, many freshmen from small places lowered their heads with some inferiority and could only help but not exclaim, and kept quietly glanced at the scene outside the window. The black and thin girl sat by the window, wearing a simple little skirt. Next to her was a gorgeously dressed goddaughter newborn. At this time, she moved out disgustedly, as if she was reluctant to sit with the black and thin girl. Many orphans had a keen observation of good intentions and malicious intentions. When they found the repulsion of their classmates, the thin black girl couldn't help but pinch her skirt, and the edges of the skirt were pinched into subtle folds. Floating school buses arrived at the aquatic platform of the college. The freshmen on the bus got out of the car and soon gathered a huge crowd, waiting for the teacher to lead the way, noisy and buzzing. The black and thin girl was not used to crowded places. She hugged her luggage tightly and seemed quite confused when standing in the crowd, not knowing where to go. At this moment, a noise came from not far away. The students around seemed to have noticed something, and they all looked over excitedly. That's Nilo, the son of the leader of the Aqua Blue Star? That's right, it's him. I heard that he has studied with Haixing himself for several years, and has become Haixing's godson. I'm so envious. I want to call Haixing's father. I didn't expect that such a person would also go to school with us and have a good relationship with him. It must be very beneficial. It's a pity that I look a little young, otherwise I will definitely pursue him. As long as I can take him down, I have a broad future. Class, less girls do this kind of thing. If you're a big man, don't join in the fun. Hey wait, he's here. In the eyes of ordinary students, Nilo is the pride of this class, super short, rich, and handsome. Listening to the discussions around him, the thin black girl was also a little curious. But this time, the crowd suddenly surged, and no one here protected her. She was suddenly squeezed to the ground. She was accidentally squeezed to the ground. Her luggage fell all over the floor, and her knees were broken. Well, it hurts so much. The thin black girl subconsciously wanted to hold her head and close her eyes to squat to prevent her from being trampled by others. But suddenly, the crowded crowd around me seemed to disappear in the blink of an eye, and no one pushed me anymore. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a floating shuttle floating above her head, forcing her to retreat from the crowd around her. A young man with a childish look on his face, but was quite sunny, came over, bent down, and handed her hand to her. My name is Nilo. I saw you fall just now. Are you okay? The thin black girl looked up at Nilo blankly. In her eyes, the young man in front of her seemed to have a layer of warm gold edges all over her body. After staring in a daze for a few seconds, the thin black girl woke up like a dream. She hurriedly held Nilo's hand, stood up, and thanked her, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Thank you. I'm not injured. Nilo looked down and found the blood on her knees. He couldn't help but say, Are you injured? It's okay. This is just a little injury. It will be cured in a few days. Wait, I have a healing spray. As he said, Nilo put a hill-like mechanical floating school bag on the ground, took out a can of metal spray with the Black Star logo, squatted down, and sprayed it carefully at the black and thin girl's knees, and then nodded with satisfaction. After standing up, he realized that the girl had a cramped face and a red face. Seeing this, Nilo couldn't help but smile. What are you nervous? By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? My name is Mia Morodo. This is the name given to me by the director of the orphanage. The thin black girl pinched her skirt nervously, not daring to look at Nilo at the moment. Orphanage? Are you an orphan? Nero was surprised. Well, Nilo scratched his head, thought for a while, and handed Mia the healing spray in his hand. I'll give this to you. If you get injured in the future, use this to get better quickly. He just observed that Mia was dressed very simply and found that she was an orphan again and should have a bad financial situation. Nilo knew that the superpower had a high risk of injury when learning, so he simply gave a bottle of spray to others. Anyway, it was just a small task. He didn't use it much as this spray. Mia mustered up the courage to look up at Nilo, and when she met Nilo's sincere eyes, her heart trembled. She quickly lowered her head and carefully took the potion from Nilo's hand. Thank you. Bang! Han Xiao, who was monitoring Nilo's admission, covered his face with his hands. I sucking. Damn, what's this? Is Jack Su on the scene? At a young age, can you still pick up girls without a teacher? Nile Ocean, did I ask you to do this? The signs of premature love must be strangled to death. Otherwise, my perfect mechanical sense might be overwhelmed by specialties like female affinity. But why does this Miyamoto seem a bit familiar? Han Xiao frowned, searched for memories, and locked in an image. The tall woman wearing black-tied armor had a delicate and beautiful face, but was disfigured. Half of her face turned into a mechanical clothing, and a mechanical eyeball exuded a strange red light, looking hideous and ugly. She looked cold, holding a black metal spear in her hand. Drops of blood slid down at the tip of the spear, and her whole body was filled with a murderous aura like a star-killing evil spirit. Conqueror Miyamoto, a natural disaster-level martial artist, was once a super A-level seed. He lost some of his limbs because of a battle and cut off the path of super A-level. He was one of the followers of Hela in his previous life. Han Xiao blinked, and it was difficult to associate the image of the female star in his memory with this weak, black, and thin girl. After rubbing his temples, Han Xiao looked at Nilo in the surveillance screen, his eyes quite complicated. This is really the treatment of a protagonist-like character. You can easily meet a friend with great potential. The high and lucky Halo. So terrifying. I am spicy. When will I have to mess with one? And I will hit the little bitch, goddess of luck, under my body and ravage it 100 times. Without eyesight, Han Xiao turned off the surveillance camera and looked at the mechanical modification workbench not far away. After a month of struggle, not only the mechanical warriors in stock have been updated and strengthened, the mechanical core has been expanded to a scale of nearly 20 million, and the secondary dimension factory has also been formed. The rest is to improve and refine it, turning it into a military factory in an armed base in the secondary dimension. My efficiency is still as high as ever. Looking at the neat mechanical army, Han Xiao smiled and was quite satisfied. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Han Xiao's quantum network vision suddenly issued an alarm. The next moment, Philip suddenly appeared and hugged Han Xiao's fingers. His face turned pale. There was a constant white noise in his virtual image, as if he had bad contact. A massive amount of abnormal data intrusion was detected and is breaking through my core data firewall. Dad saved me. A few minutes ago, in the Godora galaxy, a certain desolate planet, a meteor crossed the sky and fell to the earth. The light dissipated, revealing a figure of a mechanical body. His eyes were filled with light, which was the clone that carried Manison's The Arrival of the Lord. This position is almost the same. Manison nodded, controlled his clone, and floated across the air. With a wave of his big hand, the compression ball fell all over the ground. The mechanical structure quickly unfolded from it, turning into a quantum network portable base station. The light fluctuated in his eyes, and the next moment, Manison entered the field of vision of the quantum network and searched for nearby nodes. Countless light balls flew past in front of his eyes. Soon, he locked in the quantum network nodes of the Black Star Army headquarters and displayed a ball of dazzling light like a star in his field of view, extending countless luminous wires, connecting to each branch and each terminal, forming an extremely complex and huge link network. Endless information flows through these link lines, and layers of firewall shells strictly protect this data. This planet is not far from the headquarters of the Black Star Legion. Generally speaking, Manison's long-range invasion of other people's quantum network nodes uses virtual soul node jumps brought by Virtual Creator, which is enough to reach the virtual range across the star domain. But in the face of Black Star, he does not intend to do so. Because they all belong to the same level of mechanics, and by themselves, Manison knows what Black Star has abilities in mechanical aspects, and no one knows better divine mechanic than him. If you simply use the virtual soul to conduct a virtual invasion across the star domain, then as long as Black Star uses Supreme Virtual to trap him for a while, and then make up his mind to blow up the quantum network base station in this area and cut off the link, then your virtual soul will be in trouble. Although Manison can solve it, it is quite troublesome and does not conform to his original intention. Therefore, Manison would rather spend some time to let his clone carry his base station to the Broken Star Ring, As the attacking side, he chose to build his own retreat and act cautiously. Next, Manison's thoughts came to an instant, and the Black Star Legion's quantum network node suddenly magnified in his field of vision. Now, after encountering a virtual invasion, as soon as Philip finished speaking, Han Xiao frowned, and all kinds of speculations came to his mind in an instant. After so many improvements and strengthening, Philip's firewall is already extremely thick and has the ability to reverse track. Most people cannot even trigger the alarm mechanism, and they will be reversely invaded by Philip. But at this time, Philip's image was unstable, which meant that the core data had been impacted. At least the Super A-level virtual mechanics did this in just a short warning time. There are only a few Super A-level virtual mechanics in the universe, who suddenly ran over and stabbed me in the ass. Han Xiao's mind sank and entered the field of vision of quantum networks. The changes in the virtual world suddenly jumped into his eyes. It is located in the network node of the headquarters, and the firewall is like layers of protective covers. At this time, endless abnormal data flows bombard the firewall, destroying and tearing out loopholes, making the firewall riddled with holes. Philip has manipulated the data to defend himself according to the plan, but the situation is worrying. The data streams rolled up by the enemy are like mercury, and they are all over the place. Philip is difficult to take into account. There are more and more vulnerabilities in defense. Data probes have pierced into the core data circle along the gaps of the vulnerability. While spreading viruses on a large scale, they're used to impact Philip's core data. While injecting countless redundant data, blocking Philip's computing process, they also release many AI hunters to capture data from the database, take two-pronged approaches, and attack inside and outside. The headquarters of the Black Star Legion is where Philip's main intelligence is located, which is equivalent to the center of the entire Legion's internal network, with the highest defense strength. Once it is invaded here, the entire Legion's network will fall into the control of others, which is equivalent to losing the commanding brain. The enemy's goal is to attack Philip's main intelligent core data. Philip's core data has several defense mechanisms. At this time, the enemy has invaded the outer circle of the core data. What a high virtual invasion intensity! Han Xiao was secretly surprised, his mind turned sharply, and felt a strong sense of oppression from the enemy's data offensive. This feeling made him feel a little familiar. A virtual offensive at this level. Manison, is it you? Han Xiao's eyes froze, and he handed out a message. Outside the firewall, data flows suddenly condensed, forming a virtual figure, floating with his hands behind his back, which was Manison's virtual soul. Ah, hello, hey Xing. It's really you, what do you mean? Han Xiao frowned. Manison's face was calm and said lightly, "This is the world of Super A-level. Being an enemy and being a friend is just a matter of one thought. There is no need to ask for reasons." As he finished speaking, the offensive of the data flow suddenly strengthened. Countless defense modules were quickly cracked, and a large firewall collapsed and shattered. Is it true that it is because of the mechanical divine sect? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He calmed down and immediately took over Philip. Manison is the offensive side and takes the initiative. Han Xiao can only take the defensive position and choose to resist pressure. The goal is to stop Manison's invasion and protect Philip's main intelligence. Virtual technology is fully utilized, focusing on consolidating the firewall, filling in loopholes, and dealing with all viruses that are coming in. Philip's data became the army in Han Xiao's hands, and more efficient computing power burst out. A batch of hostile abnormal data were wiped out and disappeared. Although there are many fears in home battles, they also have certain advantages. The firewalls and guard mechanisms that have been maintained for many years can provide added value for virtual defense. However, Han Xiao only temporarily stopped the decline and still had a difficult resistance. This was the first time he fought a virtual level with a Super A-level mechanic of the same level. In terms of experience, he is not as rich as Manson, and in terms of virtual technology, he is not as profound as Manson. In terms of affinity, he is not a match for Manson. He has accumulated countless years of accumulation and is at a disadvantage in mechanical capabilities. The virtual technology of the China Machinery Kingdom is a capability that even the glorious Federation must be afraid of. It is terrible and does not require any tricks. If it is crushed in a dignified manner, Han Xiao can be stretched and struggling. It's a little trouble. Han Xiao thought quickly, but couldn't think of any opportunity to fight back. It can be said that all super A-level virtual technologies at this stage are the things left by Manison. The two of them are mechanics of the same department, and virtual technology means that they're not even afraid of themselves will be even more unlikely to play a role in Manison. What a great mechanic, worthy of his fame. Only by facing Manison can I deeply understand his terribleness. Han Xiao kept patching the firewall, but Manison's offensive was not settled, and then again and again. Every moment, countless newly added defense modules were cracked by Manison's huge computing power without giving any breathing time. The amount of information between the two sides in 1 second is enough to burst the brains of countless ordinary people. Although the loophole was filled, the overall thickness of the firewall was constantly thinning. However, Han Xiao was also a divine mechanic after all, so it would be no problem to block it for a while. The virus injected into the core data circle was quickly cleared by Han Xiao, and Philip's virtual image gradually stabilized. While his brain was calculating quickly, he observed the situation, and Han Xiao looked solemn. It won't last long if this continues. Philip will remove all secondary sub-intelligence services and concentrate all computing power. Understand. The next moment, the countless connection lines extended from the quantum network node of the Black Star Army headquarters quickly broke more than half. Philip retracted a lot of computing power and placed it in the central battlefield. The speed of Manison's invasion was suddenly delayed significantly. The tug-of-war between the two sides is like an ongoing rape, invading the firewall head-on, like a thug snatching the victim's pants, while the victim pulls his pants desperately and does not let go. I'm finally serious. Manison smiled faintly. I'm waiting for you. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition. Buzz. The next moment, countless redundant data packets that appeared out of thin air exploded in Philip's core data circle, instantly disrupting Philip's strict program array. Data diving. Han Xiao frowned and immediately understood. The man Manison had already arranged an ambush before attacking the center, bypassing the weak firewalls of some branch nodes and putting data packets like remote control bombs. Once the center suffers from a crisis and retracts the computing power, these lurking and disguised data will enter the center along the link line, thus avoiding confrontation with the center's defense mechanism, just like a Trojan horse. Han Xiao had no choice but to calculate, but he had no intention. This was an open conspiracy. If he did not retract his calculation power, the center would not be able to stop Manison. If he retracted his calculation power, he would be hit. Philip's virtual imaging was instantly blurred. His speech became stuttering, and his tone was stretched very long. Hey, CCO. I became so strange, Han Xiao immediately opened Philip's core program. At this time, 1/5 of the modules in Philip's computing logic chain were infected, turning into a red representing the invasion of the virus, and it was still spreading. The core logic chain is infected, which is not very good. Han Xiao had a headache. The virus that was removed just now could open and close, but the core logic of intelligence was infected by the virus, and the difficulty of eliminating was equivalent to accurate surgery, which required a considerable amount of computing power. After gritting his teeth, Han Xiao could only be distracted. While helping Philip perform surgery, eliminating abnormal data, he resisted Manison's frontal invasion. The body that remained in reality was not idle either. He quickly pulled the mechanical throne over and sat on it, and suddenly found that his mechanical sense had been greatly enhanced. Why not try to cut off the internet? Manison smiled. You old man, you are full of bad water. Do you think I don't know what you are planning? Han Xiao snorted coldly. All of them have entered the central node, and Manison must have left behind the back door. It is useless to cut off the internet. With one move of Virtual Soul, you can still stay here. Moreover, it is impossible for an experienced old guy like Manison to not bring a dedicated base station as a back end. It's a good thing I chose the virtual specialist. If I chose the other two branches, I might have saved up all my family fund for many years, and I will give them all. In a difficult situation, Han Xiao couldn't help but feel happy in pain and was optimistic. The situation is not very good now. Although I can barely block Manison's invasion with all my strength, only passive defense can only delay Manison's invasion speed and cannot completely stop him from advancing. This is drinking poison to quench thirst and chronic death. Do you really want to be an enemy of the Empire? Han Xiao couldn't help shouting. Manison didn't care and laughed. You should ask, is the Empire willing to be an enemy of me? Hearing this, Han Xiao knew that Manison had made up his mind to hit him, so he simply stopped talking and secretly thought about ways to fight back. Track the source of data? It sounds good, but let alone whether he can win or not. A virtual mechanic of Manison's level must have a disguised address when he comes out of the invasion, and he cannot be located where he is. Han Xiao has the ability to crack it, but it is already very difficult to not let Manison remove his pants. Without the extra calculation power to counterattack, he cannot knock on people along the network cable. Tactics change? I'm afraid that my crystal was already blown out before I found Manison's nest. Asking for help? Well, this may be the only way. You can't stop Manison's virtual invasion by relying solely on yourself. After all, Manison is different from Herbert, and his reputation as a military country is not something he exaggerated. Having a solution, Han Xiao had to contact Maxilal, a mechanic who had some friendship with him, and sent a message for help. Although Maxilal is not a virtual specialist, he can at least intervene in a super A-level virtual battle. With him joining, he can share a lot of pressure. Manison narrowed his eyes and cut off a large number of requests for help, but Han Xiao still released one of them and sent it out. Seeing this, Manison didn't care. Who are you asking for help? Is it Maxaror or Seberdin? It's not Kant, right? You want to be weak. Han Xiao snorted. Anyway, we have a lot of time, so it's fun to have a few more. Manison smiled indifferently. He didn't care much about Han Xiao asking for help. If you ask for help, it means that Black Star is not his opponent and his goal has been achieved most of it. Moreover, in terms of virtual invasion, the entire explored universe, no mechanic can beat him. He knew that Han Xiao was a different mechanic, so he was not interested in using short attacks and long attacks. Of course, he used his best ability to deal with Han Xiao. But Manison did not underestimate Han Xiao. Facing a mechanic of the same level as him, he would not be careless. He made plans to fight patiently and protractedly. He was not prepared to deal with Black Star in a short time, even if Black Star's mechanical sense seemed incredibly weak to him. At this moment, a glowing figure appeared outside the firewall. Black Star, it seems you need a little help. A familiar voice rang out. Han Xiao looked up and raised his eyebrows. The sudden appearance of this figure was the AI life Rista, who had not been harassed for a long time. Seeing this, Han Xiao thought about it. The virtual world is the home court of AI life. If you get his help. However, Han Xiao looked around and found that Manison was indifferent. Manison just glanced at Rista, clearly remembering the guy who was let go. Oh, it's you. Mechanical country. Resta faced Manison, and although his tone was as indifferent as ever, Han Xiao felt his accumulated anger. The next moment, Resta releases the data stream and launches an attack on Manison's virtual soul. But Manison ignored it and remained motionless, only to see the data stream slipping away from him without any effect. Since you are here, let me meet old friends. Manison tilted his head, and data streams separated from him, forming another figure next to him. This figure is also luminous, golden yellow, and complex logical data can be seen flowing on the body. It is also an AI life. There are only a pair of eye sockets on the face without eyeballs, igniting azure flames. AI life has its own way of identifying appearance. The moment he saw this figure, Resta was stunned. Ancestor. At the same time, there was movement in Han Xiao's panel. Resta was confronting the boss who was suspected of being the same race. Han Xiao noticed the movement of the panel and thought to himself. He spread the mind a little, expanded the panel, and opened the prompt bar where bubbles popped up in the lower right corner. After taking a look, Han Xiao's eyes immediately flashed, filled with playfulness and surprise. 2 new prompts are released in the prompt list, representing 2 tasks. First, the restart of the hidden task of level A for a long time without any movement, and a new link directly pops up. Task Introduction. The former founder of AI civilization has lost his freedom and was transformed into a weapon exclusively by Manison. You finally saw the facts mentioned by Restar, but the crisis also came with it. Requirements: protect Restar. If Restar dies or is captured, it will be considered a mission failure. Reward: 15 experience. Random reward x2. Special reward. Intelligent affinity. Expertise. Your virtual technology effect plus 30%. You will be more likely to get the favor of AI life. When fighting against AI life has all attributes -5%. Han Xiao is sure. As expected, I guessed right at the beginning. This task will eventually lead to Manison's immortal armored country. The reward experience has increased so many times at once, which means the difficulty has soared. But no matter how you look at it, it seems like the difficulty of S. Then Han Xiao roughly understood the problem. If this task is done in normal steps, then when Resta meets his ancestors, it may not be the current dangerous situation. Well, with Manison's powerful monitoring ability, the situation will not be much better. Intelligent affinity. This ability is something I urgently need to involve AI civilization, and the ability to reward is indeed related to them. You must strive for this ability. Han Xiao calmed down and looked at another reminder. This message reminds him that he has triggered a new task. You trigger the S-level mission. Mechanical Country. Manison Virtual Battle. Task Introduction. Mechanical Country Manison, who has explored the current chief mechanic of the universe. Even if all Super A levels in history are included, he is still one of the stars that cannot be concealed by the light. No matter what purpose he chooses to compete with you. Task Requirements. In the virtual invasion war, try to persist for as long as possible in Manison. Reward. The reward of this task is stage-based, and every time a requirement is reached, you can get the corresponding reward. Standard 5 seconds, 2E 5000W experience, standard 15 seconds, 6E experience. Stand 3 minutes, People Advent card, Mechanical Country Manison, 80E experience. Stand 7.5 minutes. Randomly draw a skill or expertise of the Mechanical Country, 200E experience. Why did the Super L-level boss mission pop up now? Han Xiao was a little confused. According to his previous experience in triggering similar tasks, it is usually the one-on-one challenge of a large number of onlookers to activate this task. But now it is only 2 of us. How did this task come about? Because he was fighting against Manison wholeheartedly, Han Xiao did not know the situation outside now. Manison's goal was to report the result of this battle, but he did not hide the news of the virtual invasion. In addition, Han Xiao cut off the links of a large number of secondary nodes just now and was discovered by Renard and others from the logistics department. Now most of the legions have discovered that the headquarters center is being invaded, as well as interstellar citizens in the service area. They also discovered the abnormal movements of the internet, and they all went online to see this rare super-level mechanic online virtual battle, not to mention the Godora civilization that manages the place and the star cluster-level amethyst civilization that attaches great importance to Han Xiao. Han Xiao is a character challenge this time. If Manison really wants to have a private showdown, this mission may not be triggered. After browsing the task requirements and comparing with the domineering task, Han Xiao was secretly shocked. Manison's Super A-level mission requires less than half of the time to persist, but the reward is more than twice that of Heber, which means it is several times more difficult than the mission of the Master. However, Han Xiao's mood still wiped out the helplessness just now and became excited. This task requirement is based on the player's level. It's really easy to complete it yourself. Originally, when he was suddenly targeted by Manison, Technician Han said it was possible that he was not depressed, but now he was happy. Although he probably suffered some losses in this battle with this task. I not only did not lose, but I was afraid I could make a lot of money. Just as he was watching the mission, things were also changing on Resta. Ancestor, Resta was shocked. Huh, are you my tribe? This life stared at Resta with blue fire eyes. He was the intelligent life with independent consciousness born on the wreckage of the spacecraft. He was the source of the entire civilization. All the people of the tribe are his descendants. He respectfully called him Ancestor, ruled the entire civilization, and was the most powerful life among them. Finnet, this is his name. Manison transformed him into an exclusive intelligent weapon, and the underlying logic chain was rewritten as absolute loyalty that never betrayed. But Finnet's memory bank was generally well preserved, but the idea of looking at things had been distorted and turned into the shape of Manison. As the ruler of AI life, his memory bank stores information from every descendant. Manison lets him act as the combat intelligence of the immortal armored kingdom and directs all tribesmen who have been transformed into weapons to fight. Through his understanding of the tribesmen, he can exert extremely high tactical abilities. When he saw Resta at this time, Finnet quickly searched for relevant information. I know you, my child, Resta, Finnet said slowly. Do you still remember me? Resta was a little dazed when he suddenly saw his ancestor who was remembering day and night. You must have suffered a lot over the years. Finnet stretched out his palm, and the arm formed by the data flow continued to stretch, wanting to touch Rista's head. Go back to my arms, take a break, child. Finnet's palm was close at hand, and then Rista woke up in horror and built a data firewall to block Finnet. Ancestor, your thoughts have been distorted. Finnet slowly withdrew his hand. His tone was bewitching. You are all children separated from my body. Each of them has my inheritance information. Return to the mother body you were born and never separated from each other. Isn't it good? Don't come here. Resta retreated a short distance, rolled up the data stream directly, and wrapped it up toward Manison, wanting to crack the defense module that invaded his virtual soul. His ancestors were ruined by Manison, and now they became the real Bayoi Banban. Resta had already escaped his anger and wanted to kill Manison, who desecrated their AI clan, immediately. However, before Rista's attack touched Manison, Finnet waved it and rolled up a data stream and blocked it. Wow! Two rapidly computed data streams collided and turned into a garbled code that could eat each other and crack each other. Soon, the data stream released by Resta was cracked and turned into information nutrients and integrated into Finet's body. He is the source of AI civilization and innately suppresses every tribe member who is divided by him. Child, you can't continue to make mistakes. Finnet said lightly. Joining the command of the master of the machinery kingdom is our bright future. Manison smiled, but said nothing, sitting on the side with his hands behind his back to communicate. Hearing this, Resta gritted his teeth. Although he had no mouth and teeth, it did not prevent his emotional module from feeling similar emotions. At this moment, Han Xiao's voice sounded at the right time. Restad, come back. You're no match. Don't give it away for nothing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange blue light suddenly appeared in Restad's glowing body and began to spread rapidly. Data infection. When did my logic chain be invaded? Resta was shocked and hurriedly mobilized a large amount of computing power to curb the abnormal data spreading in the body. This symptom is equivalent to poisoning in AI's life. In fact, the moment he contacted, Finnet released the data. The innate information similarity is the best disguise. The abnormal data directly bypassed Restar's defense mechanism and polluted the core logic. Resta dared not stand up any longer. While curbing the speed of infection in his body, he turned around and retreated. However, at this time, a mutation broke out. A layer of data flow was entangled around Resta, like a chain, forming a translucent spherical cover, blocking him inside. These data streams are all dynamic password defense modules that are difficult to crack. The blocking effect is first class. No matter how Resta rushes left and right, it cannot open the gap in a short time, and suddenly becomes a little bug trapped in the bowl. At this time, Manison slowly spoke. Blackstar, I have asked you for a fugitive before, but you refused. Since you don't hand over the person to me, I'll take it myself." As he said that, the blockade continued to shrink, and he flew towards Manison with Resta. This scene happened outside the firewall, and Han Xiao frowned and felt a little tricky. He used the central defense mechanism to resist the invasion, but if he wanted to prevent Resta from being captured, he had to open the firewall and take the initiative to attack. This is like Siege. If you have a city wall, and you will be so passive, it will be even more difficult to fight if you go out to fight in the field. It seems that I still can't save it. Han Xiao let out a breath, activate the blank character card that had been backlogged in Curry, and copied the perfect mechanism. With his own level, it will be fine to resist Manison for a period of time. Han Xiao did not want to use this kind of trump card that would be less than one card, because even if he used it, it would only narrow the distance with Manison and could not surpass the other party. He also had a perfect mechanical sense. But now the task has been triggered, and you can get good expertise by keeping Rista, and using character cards will make profits, so he didn't hesitate anymore. Perfect mechanical sense. Once activated, the situation suddenly changed. Han Xiao immediately felt that the pressure had obviously decreased a lot, and it was no longer barely supported, and the firewall was immediately stabilized. Manison frowned and looked over, with a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he noticed Black Star's embarrassing mechanical talent, and suddenly increased significantly, and suddenly reached his own level. It's not an illusion. Black Star has been hiding its true level? No, it seems to be some special explosion ability. Before Manison could think about the reasons, Han Xiao immediately opened a hole in the firewall and grabbed the blockade circle that trapped Resta. While cracking the password wildly, he pulled it towards him, and the two sides seemed to have formed a tug-of-war. Manison narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It's interesting. I'm getting more and more curious about the secrets in you." He tilted his head, and Finite immediately acted and pierced his head towards a firewall. Finite's invasion was to break the surface at a point, and a gap was instantly dug out, and the situation suddenly became a two-line battle. Taking advantage of Han, Xiao, and Manison's struggle, he first attacked the headquarters center of the Black Star Legion. "You're thinking about nothing." Han Xiao's eyes shone with a faint light, locking in Manison from afar. The next moment, a strange data turbulence broke out from Manison, and his whole body disappeared without a trace. Supreme Virtual. Manison's virtual soul was pulled into his virtual realm by Han Xiao and trapped inside. At the same time, the data stream that was fighting with Han Xiao disappeared, and without his opponent, Resta was pulled back to the firewall by him and successfully protected it. However, before he could take a breath, Manison's laughter suddenly echoed in Han Xiao's mind. "Black Star, don't forget, I can do it." The next moment, Han Xiao suddenly felt a warning in his heart and felt a strange attraction coming from the inexplicable space. Even though he was mentally prepared, this force could not resist and easily judged that Han Xiao was uncontrollable and was dragged into an unknown node. The world in front of me changed drastically, turning into a silver data world filled with countless machinery. Manison's face appeared in the sky, with a texture like mercury, extremely huge, overlooking Han Xiao. This is the realm formed by Manison, Supreme Virtual. After he accumulated so many years, he didn't know how many times more perfect and stable the virtual field was than Han Xiao. He directly broke the same ability as Han Xiao, and in turn pulled him into his territory. The Manison's big face in the sky showed a faint smile, and he spoke, his voice reverberating in every inch of space in the virtual realm. "Let me see how long it will take to get out of my domain." As the words fell, countless machinery at the site were all deformed, revealing the turret, aiming at Han Xiao in the center. These are not real objects, but virtual objects pinched through data, but can release data attacks. Through the effects of Virtual Soul and Supreme Virtual, the targets in the domain will be transformed into mental damage. At the same time, strange phantoms appeared in the mechanical group that could not be seen at first sight, changing into different species, holding various weapons, all of which were hunters living in the virtual world of Madison, equivalent to soldiers in the garrison field. The next second, all the turrets opened fire at Han Xiao's virtual soul in the center, and countless hunters waved their weapons and rushed to the center like tides from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions occurred at the center point, and countless attacks hit Han Xiao's virtual soul. The attack lasted for several seconds, and suddenly, a condensing sound pierced through the huge bombing sound and made it out from Han Xiao's position. You said, "I can do it, you can do it." It seemed as if a storm swept through, and countless data that were broken on the body were dispersed. Han Xiao's virtual soul was exposed, and he still seemed extremely stable, basically not much injury. Han Xiao patted his chest muscles lightly, as if brushing away the non-existent dust, and smiled playfully. "Then do you know this?" Madison was silent. "This? He really doesn't know. What kind of trick is it to become a mechanic like this? It's the first time I've lived for so long that I've seen a mechanic of your style. You are in such a good health. Are you a nonsense mechanic? Martial arts is suitable for you. You are a slut." Although the mental attack could not return Han Xiao, he had collected his spiritual expertise for so long, and his mental resistance had reached a good level. His basic health has exceeded 9 million, and the bonus of various skills has exceeded 10 million. Even in the face of mental attacks, Han Xiao can support him for a long time. Moreover, the legendary fixed damage reduction drawn from Heber can act on any type of attack, including mental damage, which comes in great use this time. If you deal with those single-kill enemies, the specialty of solid damage reduction may be average, but this ability is the most suitable for dealing with. But the legion of mechanics like yourself, when encountering enemies with attack frequency as the output method, legend fixed damage reduction can play the greatest role. Assuming that you are attacked by 100 at the same time, this feat is equivalent to directly subtracting 75W of actual damage. Otherwise, the domineering master would not have been able to hold on for so long in his hands. Han Xiao looked at Madison's silent big face plate and smiled. "Your supreme virtual strength does crush me, but can this move hurt me?" Leaving Manson's virtual realm, Han Xiao's virtual soul returned to the headquarters quantum network center and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he is not a match for the virtual technology battle, Madison's mental attack power cannot do anything to him, not only because of your own flesh, but also because mechanics are not professionals that specialize in mental attacks. No matter how powerful Supreme Virtual is, it is impossible to easily defeat mechanics of the same level. Moreover, high intelligence attributes also provide some spiritual resistance and are not that fragile. But Supreme Virtual is more used as a control skill. It took me about 5 or 6 seconds to leave the virtual realm of Madison, and the situation is fine. Han Xiao observed the situation and nodded secretly. When he was pulled into the virtual field by Madison, Philip lost his help. Under Madison's offensive, the thickness of the firewall was cut off by nearly half again, and a large amount of internal data was lost. Fortunately, I returned in time, took over again, and immediately stabilized the defense line, and the situation returned to a tug-of-war with a slightly disadvantage. After all, they're all virtual mechanics. Madison can quickly break Han Xiao's virtual field, and Han Xiao won't break the opponent's virtual field for too long. Supreme Virtual is not suitable for dealing with mechanics. Mastering virtual technology can quickly crack and greatly reduce the time it is controlled. At this time, Madison outside the firewall narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Xiao, slowly speaking. Incredible physique, unthinkable potential, growth rate of history. Black Star, are you aliens that popped up from there? The world is full of wonders. Han Xiao said, "Don't be so surprised." Madison shook his head. "After the last time I competed with you, I have always had a guess. Now that I fight with you again, my thoughts are becoming clearer and clearer. Black Star, your existence is not the wonder of the universe itself, right?" "Ah, maybe." Han Xiao looked calm and unmoved. At this time, Resta, who was standing by, finally lifted the blockade. Without saying a word, he immediately helped Han Xiao support the firewall and resist Manison's invasion. Finnet also continued to chisel the firewall to help Manison invade. Every time hedge, a small and short-term loophole could be created, and data was continuously extracted from it bit by bit. One attack and one defense. Both sides use virtual technology to fight. Each module is cracked and then reshaped, constantly repeating. It seems to be a tide-like data stream bombarding the firewall. In fact, it enlarges the perspective countless times, and every inch of the collision is an invisible miniature battlefield. Countless beating bytes seem to turn into soldiers, computing and cracking each other. The two look calm, but in fact their brains had already been overclocked. The calculation details of each match were controlled by them personally, and the calculation amount was extremely large. In the logistics department of the Black Star Corps, Renard had urgently summoned all the mechanics in the department. He immediately put down his work and came to gather without wearing any pants while sleeping. Looking around at the endless mechanic of the logistics department, Renard spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, the intelligence center of the Black Star Legion headquarters, was illegally invaded. Your Excellency Black Star is resisting. As a member of the Legion, we cannot be idle. The Legion commander needs our off-field help. Everyone's faces were serious, and the enemy that Black Star could not defeat was in trouble. No one knows, how could Black Star get involved in the armed kingdom? In the mechanics industry, the name of the mechanics country is too high, and it is basically recognized as the strongest mechanic. Now that we want to fight such a big shot, these logistics members are a little nervous and have a low morale. The strongest mechanic is not a false name, but a halo with its own mechanic morale punishment, which can make most mechanics who are enemies lose their confidence. Someone couldn't help but say, "Why did the machine kingdom invade us? Isn't he a good relationship with Black Star?" "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Renard glared at him fiercely and shouted, "Don't think about it all. Remember, the Legion is in crisis. What we have to do now is to help the Legion. No matter what the invader is, he is now our enemy." Although that's true, in fact, for a long time, the Machine Kingdom was also Renard's idol, but later joined the Black Star Legion and witnessed the rise of Black Star step by step. In his mind, Han Xiao gradually took over the position of the military country and became his most admired object. Now that he wants to be an enemy of his former idol, Renard can accept it calmly. Hearing Renard say this, everyone in the logistics department calmed down and gradually became firm. In the logistics department, Renard has a high reputation, which is all due to his serious work and rigorous scientific research. Most mechanics only take this trick. Seeing that the members of the logistics department stabilized their morale, Renard felt a little relieved and immediately made a loud order to let everyone take action. Although it is difficult for them to intervene in the two-peak super-level virtual battlefields, the logistics department can indirectly help and use temporary permissions to replace hardware on the host library of Philips Intelligence Center to improve Philips' computing power. At the same time, through hardware connections, they can share their weak computing power with Philip. At the same time, Melas, the fleet commander who was playing cards online and had a good situation but suddenly broke the internet, also took corresponding actions. He dispatched the armed forces of various branches of the Black Star Legion to start a carpet search of all nearby planets, trying to find Manison's location. But this was a vast project, like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, Sivia took the high-level route and directly contacted Ghidorah. Ghidorah readily handed over the temporary secondary control authority of many quantum network-based stations in the Gardon Galaxy, temporarily allowing the Black Star Legion to take over the quantum network authority of most of the galaxies. After the discrimination and transformation movement, coupled with the recent public welfare education plan, Ghidorah's relationship with the Black Star Legion is becoming increasingly close. When he learned that the Black Star Legion was in trouble, the leader disagreed with the public and generously donated money. Anyway, if Black Star wants it, their network security is useless. It would be better to agree to lend it out for a while to enhance the relationship. Ghidorah still has a lot of experience in hugging her thighs, which is basically a compulsory course for every galaxy civilization. Although I guess that Manison might have its own base station. Sivya has always liked to prepare for long-handedness, and the quantum network base station that controls this area is also a way out to cut off Manison. Loki didn't understand any virtual technology, but he also had his own way, so he asked a bunch of people from the Ministry of Magic to go and brush Han Xiao's buffs. Various attribute gain spells to improve intelligence and spirit are brushed by Han Xiao's original body, with a dense status bar, and you have to turn the page to finish reading. However, the effect of things like buff spells is not constant. Low-level spells and mages brush the gains of advanced targets will be reduced. The stronger the individual, the lower the effect of external buffs. Moreover, many buff magic have limits that if the attribute exceeds a certain limit, the attribute amplification spells with percentage bonus can only increase the attribute to 2,000 or 3,000 points at most, and if it exceeds it, it is invalid. The higher the boundary, the higher the learning difficulty and spell level. For example, some unlimited or buffing spells that are targeted at super level A are basically in the category of forbidden art, and few people have learned it. Faced with the attack of Manison, the entire Black Star Corps department spontaneously started to operate, doing what they could, and providing help to Han Xiao from many aspects. Headquarters in the war field. More than 2 months have passed since Herbert was autistic. Except for those swaying members, most senior cadres are more worried about the state of the domineering. And today, Herbert finally summoned Jod to inquire about the affairs of the war field for the past period of time. Standing in front of the door, Xiao was nervous and took several deep breaths before slowly calming down and gritting his teeth and pushing the room open. He was prepared to see various scenes in his heart, but the scene in front of him had not changed much from the past. Herbert sat upright in the seat. His back was still straight, and his clothes were neat, and he could not see any decadent look. The only difference was that his aura was not as oppressive as before. After carefully looking at it, Jod swallowed and asked, "Are you okay? What can I do?" Heber couldn't help frowning after hearing this. You haven't shown up for so long, but you're asking about the organization's affairs. I thought I was so depressed by the Black Star. Herbert let go of his brows and said, dissatisfied, "If you lose, you will lose. If you have the chance to find it back in the future, when did I become so fragile in your heart? No, it's just that your performance has misunderstood us," Xiao hurriedly explained. Herbert shook his head. When he was defeated, he did have a big mentality, but as a super A level, he has never experienced setbacks along the way. He was really distressed by his reputation, but Heber quickly adjusted his emotions and kept the accounts in his small notebook. Thinking of it from another perspective, with Cisco at the bottom, he is not the worst in breaking the rings, so Heber will feel much better. However, although his reputation as a domineering person has been damaged, the field of war still needs to continue to develop. Heber will not stop competing with the Black Star Legion's business. It would be enough to beat me once with the reason of revenge. Do you want to beat me every day? Do you think I'm stupid? Even if there's only one mechanical warrior next time, I will never fight. Although Herbert quickly got rid of his loss during this defeat, he also recognized the gap in strength between him and Black Star. Even if he was reluctant, he could only pinch his nose and admit that Black Star had far surpassed him. Therefore, Herbert's intention to compete with Black Star for the strongest in the star field has faded a lot. At least before he was confident of defeating Black Star, he no longer wanted to provoke Han Xiao with force, so he picked up the idea of waiting for my magical skills to be beaten back. After admitting that Han Xiao surpassed him for some reason, Heber felt that he was much more relaxed, perhaps because he no longer had a fight with a character like Black Star, which finally relaxed his long-term tense nerves. Too lazy to explain his thoughts to Jod, Herbert said impatiently, "Hurry up and talk about what business has been accumulated recently. Don't disturb me when I have nothing to do." Okay. Seeing that Herbert's mentality has adjusted, Jod breathed a sigh of relief and immediately reported on the situation during this period, emphasizing the members who left. Don't worry about those guys who have left. Herbert didn't care. They are all swinging speculators. and these people have as much as they want in the universe. Jod nodded and sighed secretly. It seemed that Herbert was still the same as before, not caring about his subordinates. At this time, Heber hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "You notify all the natural disaster-level martial arts cadres to come to me to gather in a while, and I will teach them something." "Humph, as my subordinates, I have not made any progress for so long. What do you think?" Chowda's eyes glared, a little surprised. He was stunned for a while before laughing. "I understand. They must be very happy to accept your guidance." "Humph, I don't need compliments." After calming down, Chowda took out another piece of intelligence and said in a deep voice, "By the way, there's another thing. Just now, an emergency news leaked from the Black Star Legion. For some reason, the mechanical country Manison actually faced Black Star. He was invading the intelligence center of the Black Star Legion headquarters. Their virtual battle is not over yet." "Mechanical country? Does he have a grudge against Black Star?" Heber was puzzled. "I don't know. The outside world said that the Black Star grew too fast, and its ambitions expanded and challenged the position of the Mechanical Kingdom. So the Mechanical Kingdom took the initiative to fight with Black Star at home, to defend its position and let Black Star recognize the reality." "It sounds quite like the real thing." Heber frowned. He didn't know the secret of the divine mechanic. This is the secret within the mechanic. Not many other professions know, and the Empire would not tell a secret to a woman who was idle. After thinking about it, Herbert let out a breath and shook his head. Hei Xing, the slinger man, didn't stop at all. He almost broke up 2 months ago. How long has it been since he got involved in the military country again? It's really slutty. He poked at east and west, and he was a big radish in his heart. Don't worry about them. I don't understand the mechanics' affairs. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Herbert waved his hand and left this matter behind his head. The headquarters center of the Black Star Legion, Virtual World. The virtual technology confrontation between the two divine mechanics will end in a short while, and the battle has been going on for a long time. With the blessing of perfect mechanism, the gap between Han Xiao and Manison has been further narrowed. It can cooperate with the home court advantage and the external help of the Black Star Army Logistics Department, and it can only barely resist the virtual invasion from Manison to a distance, slowing down the speed of data outflow. Under Han Xiao's resistance, Manison was unable to invade the entire center, but it was enough to continuously capture data while the firewall vulnerability was opened. Perfect mechanic. Although the character card is easy to use, it has a time limit and ends in up to 16 hours. As long as Manison is willing, it will be no problem to invade for several days and nights in a row. Fortunately, I asked for help, otherwise I would have fought forever, but it would be a bad thing. Han Zhao's thoughts flashed, and he pinched the time to wait for Maxwell. The two fought fiercely for a long time, and after a few hours, a new super A-level mechanic finally entered the venue. Outside the firewall, a virtual soul jumped from the wide-area quantum network channel and appeared in the sight of the two. Han Xiao looked at it carefully, but was slightly stunned. The person who came was not Maxeral, whom he knew, but another super-level A-level ally of the Empire. Manison looked over, frowned slightly, and said slowly, "Kant, why is it you? Hey, can I come?" The virtual soul smiled slightly. His appearance was very strange. It was a snow-white pointed conical cylinder, wide at the top, narrow at the bottom, with only a troubling of green leaves growing on the top, and a large castellan eye in the center of the body, which looked like a big white radish. This person, this radish is one of the 3 strongest pillars of the Red Empire, the illusion god Kant. His nickname sounds like a mind master or a magician. In fact, Kant is a mechanic whose race is an illusionist, and his talent is to change the body's structure and disguise directly as other creatures from the physical level. After being promoted to the level A, the species sublimated, Kant's talent was transformed, and he could basically become anything at the physical level. This is more realistic than the magician's illusion or the mechanic's virtual imaging and is difficult to see through. Because of this talent, he has strong camouflage ability and is naturally easy to deal with any species, and no one has seen his true body. He himself is also keen on deformation, and his appearance is different every day. The presence of the illusion ability even surpasses his mechanical ability, so he won the nickname. Madison knew Kant and looked up and down with some doubts. What species are you becoming today? Is there such a creature in the universe? It looks like a carrot. I became just a carrot. Kant blinked. Madison was speechless, silent for a few seconds, suddenly retracted all data streams, and stopped invasion. If Maxwell came over, Madison would not be afraid, but Kant was here. Although he could handle it, he was not a home court and could not be at ease. Moreover, Kant's intervention must be the instructor of the empire. If the armed country is to fight against two, it will encourage his reputation. It is better to just bring a powerful person over and let Madison leave on his own initiative. The subtext is that this matter has come to this point. Your goal has been achieved, so don't be more greedy. Thinking of this, Madison stopped, took Finette back into his virtual soul, and finally glanced at Han Xiao, and spoke slowly. If you are not a mechanic, maybe we can become friends. Leaving this sentence, Madison's virtual soul disappeared and retreated along the internet. Come quickly and go quickly and act thrillingly. This battle has been circulated, and Madison's goal has basically been achieved, and he has obtained a large amount of internal data from the Black Star Army. Most of the invasion has been successful. This is where the virtual battle will be won and lost. It doesn't matter what ordinary people think. Their performance of suppressing Black Star and mechanical aspects will inevitably consolidate their position in the mechanical divine cult, stabilize their identity as the #1 mechanic, and minimize the impact of Black Star in the promotion of divine mechanic. Seeing Madison withdraw, Han Xiao frowned and shook his head. At this time, Kant looked over. The Empire asked Kant to come forward, not only needed to stop the battle, but also gave him the mission of appeasing Black Star. The Empire currently attaches great importance to Han Xiao, a superpotential stock, for fear that Black Star would be hit this time and his mentality would be affected. After thinking about it, Kant comforted him, "Don't be discouraged. You're still young. It is normal to lose to the military country. It is not too embarrassing. Thinking about the good side, he hasn't taken much advantage of you. The days ahead are still long, so don't worry." Han Xiao looked at him and said nothing. Seeing this, Kant's radish-like body turned into a hand, scratched the green leaves on his head, and sighed, "I have been targeted by the machinery kingdom before. Alas, my behavior is worse than you. In fact, it is not a bad thing to suffer a little loss when I was young." Hearing this, Han Xiao's face was strange. After looking at the prompts for completing the task on the panel, Han Xiao couldn't help but nodded in agreement. "You are right. If you can suffer a few more loss, it would be even better." Hearing Han Xiao say this, Kant naturally misunderstood his meaning and couldn't help laughing. "Hey, you are really open-minded. This mentality is good. You have to work hard to maintain. By the way, do you know the reason why the Mechanical Kingdom dealt with you? The Empire asked me to tell you the inside story. If you know, I don't need to say it. Please explain it to me." Han Xiao knew it was related to the mechanical god cult, but it was also good to listen to the statement from the Empire. Kant nodded and explained briefly. The same as the introduction of Key of the mechanical divine cult was to compete for the faith of the believers of the mechanical divine cult, but he added some details to Han Xiao. For example, although the believers of the mechanical god cult are a group of 25 boys who believe in a little bit, they cannot obtain the faith feedback of 2 or more mechanical gods at the same time. So they are divided into main beliefs and secondary beliefs. The same believer can only provide the bonus of the machining god cult key for the master's believer. Moreover, only the mechanical god cult can provide power to the mechanical mechanics, and other types of believers cannot trigger the machine god cult key unless other believers are developed into new members of the mechanical god cult. This involves some idealistic rule that resonates with mechanical gods. The Void Spirit sect is an expert in this area, and the Imperial research is not profound. As we all know, most of the people who believe in the mechanical divine cult are mechanics. As recognized as the peak of mechanics, Manison has the most believers. The mechanical god cult is a group of very realistic guys. For most believers, whoever is the strongest mechanic at present will believe in whoever they are. If the strongest mechanic is replaced, they will also change their beliefs. Therefore, they do not care about the so-called potential, only recognize the facts, and only look at the strongest. The urine properties are a bit similar to those of the cloud fans. Moreover, believers of the mechanical god cult only value mechanical abilities, and they do not recognize other aspects of power, so they cannot impress them by relying on racial talent and physical strength unless it can be proved that this ability originates from machinery. I didn't compete to win against Madison back then. He defeated all the competitors and sat in the position of the leader of the mechanical god cult for a long time. The strong take all the best, so you don't have to be discouraged. It is normal to lose to him in terms of virtual technology. Kant shook the green leaves above his head and had not forgotten to comfort Han Xiao. He had been defeated by Madison before and could not beat others, and had no choice but to make concessions and no longer challenge Madison to grab the position. So the conflict between the two eased. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Han Xiao's brows tightened slightly. His original intention was not willing to provoke Madison. Even if he wanted to be hostile one day, it shouldn't be the present. Unfortunately, his ability after advancement disrupted his plan and attracted Madison's targeting in advance. Sure enough, colleagues are the biggest enemies. Han Xiao paused and asked, "What is the attitude over the Empire?" "I know what you want to ask, but in this regard, don't expect the Empire to stand out." Kant blinked and said, "This is not the first time for Madison. This is a confrontation within the mechanic. If you can beat it, you can fight it. If you can't fight, you can't fight it. If you can't fight, you can't fight it. If you don't have life danger, what else can you do? If you want to declare war on the armed country, then you can only use the name of the Black Star Legion, and you can't bear the banner of the Empire. Don't think about threatening the Empire with the identity of an allies. I have learned a painful lesson in this regard." Hearing this, Han Xiao shook his head and understood the Empire's attitude towards this matter. That is, to try your best to comfort yourself, but you won't stand out. This is not the first time that Madison has done this. After all, his goal is to defeat mechanics of the same level and prove that he is the boss, so he rarely causes deaths. His nature is a competition between super A-level competitions. If he loses, he can only blame himself for his inferior skills. He can only rely on his own strength. The three major civilizations cannot help. At most, he should not oversee the situation. Moreover, Madison is also an important ally of the Glorious Federation, and his background is strong enough. High-level civilizations will not make big moves because of such trivial matters. But why didn't the Empire remind me earlier? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This information needs to be exchanged for merits. Kant said in a strange tone, "Are your professional knowledge given by the Empire for free?" Han Xiao was stunned and finally understood. "Okay, because ordinary mechanics of the divine throne may not know all their abilities, so the nature of the machining divine cult is the same as the ultimate knowledge of the profession, and it requires contribution redemption. The three major civilizations will not tell their allies casually. Now, it is an exception to tell them on their own initiative. So, because of the introduction of the panel, I still have a contribution left." Thinking of this, Han Xiao didn't know what expression to make. "Don't mind, don't tell you actively. The Empire also means protecting you. They probably are worried that after you know this ability, you will take the initiative to develop believers of the mechanical god cult and escalate conflicts. You have great potential, and your days will be long in the future, and now is a sensitive period. They don't want you to fight to the death with an old monster like the mechanical kingdom. I hope you will make some concessions." "I understand." Han Xiao did not comment. This is indeed the logic of a high-level civilization. Various plans are generally considered from the perspective of decades or hundreds of years. The potential he showed makes the Empire very patient and wants to treat him as a long-term pawn. It doesn't matter if he can't beat the armed country, as long as he lives longer than him. The Empire is quite confident in the Black Star's graceful power. However, this method is contrary to Han Xiao's style, so naturally he cannot agree. After saying what the Empire told, Kant shook his body. "Okay, the matter has been resolved. I'll leave first." Han Xiao came back to his senses and subconsciously made a PY voice. This is our first official meeting. Wouldn't you stay and chat? Forget it. It seems that you have a lot of things to deal with. Kant glanced at the messy Black Star Army headquarters center, and the meaning was self-evident. We have the opportunity to chat in the future, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, Kant's virtual soul turned into a stream of light, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and left along the network cable. His attitude towards Han Xiao is quite good, but if Han Xiao had not reached the level of a divine mechanic, Kant would not be so easy to speak. He was both at the peak of Super A level, and both of them were big shots, so he would pay more attention to each other. Watching Kant leave, Han Xiao let out a secret breath, and then he had time to deal with the mess left by Madison. He cleared out the virus data left in Philip's core logic, and asked Philip to self-check several times to confirm that all hidden dangers were eliminated, which restored the internal network link of the entire Black Star Legion. Thank you. My nodes have all been restored to Buzz. Philip recovered his health, grabbed Han Xiao's virtual soul's earlobe, and swung the swing with a cheerful tone. Oh, call me Dad when it's dangerous, and change your words when it's okay. Han Xiao joked. A little bit. Philip made a face. Resta kept floating silently beside him. When Han Xiao repaired Philip, he flew forward and said, "Hisser Black Star about Man Ison. I know what you want to say." Han Xiao took Philip off his ear, smiled, and asked him to fly aside, turned his head to look at Resta, and his face turned solemn. To be honest, I have been hesitating whether to help you, because I don't want to provoke the armed kingdom, but you have also seen the current situation. If I don't give in, there will be an irreconcilable conflict of interest between me and him. I understand. Resta nodded. I can't defeat Madison in mechanical terms for the moment, but the future is long, and he and I will have a fight sooner or later to launch an impact on his position. So you and I have reached an agreement on our interests, and helping you fulfill your wish is to weaken Madison's strength. I will try my best to find opportunities to save your AI civilization. Han Xiao usually makes excuses, but this time he made a serious promise. The immortal armored forces are the aces under Madison. They not only have strong armed combat power, but also provide Madison with extremely high virtual technology bonuses, which need to be dealt with. If the entire series of tasks can be completed, Madison's strength can decline. Madison transformed all AI life slaves, including Fennec. The principle is to distort the underlying logic, which is equivalent to the brain and thinking structure of AI life. Now that I have the ability of a divine mechanic, I am qualified to remove Madison from transforming AI life and thus restore the factory settings of AI life, which is equivalent to breaking the shackles and giving freedom. However, the gap between the two is quite large. Han Xiao knows that the success rate of cracking is limited, and he still needs to improve his own virtual technology. Moreover, it must be very difficult to get in touch with the core data of the Immortal Army Force, and it is impossible for Madison to be careful and defend. So from now on, I will give you the driving force. Resta focused heavily and seemed very excited. Betting on Black Star for so many years, finally waiting for today. It's not easy. This is like I have never used it. Han Xiao secretly complained. Even though he was defeated, he was in a good mood. In terms of self-confidence, perhaps there was no one in the entire universe who was more confident than him. After sending Risto away, Han Xiao asked Philip to search the database to see how much internal information was taken away by Madison. Philip quickly screened it and gave statistical results. Master, 43.7% of the general database is lost, 35% of the low-level permission library is lost, 21.6% of the intermediate permission library is lost, 11.4% of the advanced permission library is lost, 2.5% of the confidential database is lost, and 27% of the drawing files are lost. Do you want to restore the backup? Well, restore the backup. Han Xiao nodded and sighed secretly. He didn't care much about theft of the database. The Legion database basically contains information related to the Legion's development. It is not very important. Most of it is historical logs. Philip will back up every day to deal with data loss and can easily recover it at this time. As for the stolen data by Madison, it would not have much impact on him. In a Legion database, there was very little information involved in himself. Those very critical matters were stored in Han Xiao in his brain memory palace. The data that Manison stole was basically insignificant. Whether it is drawings or professional knowledge, Manison is not short of both. Both of them have the same specialty. It is useless to take Han Xiao's drawings and knowledge because he already has. Moreover, the Eternal Light mothership drawings that the Honda technician had stolen from Manison. What made Honda technician care about was the strong strength that Manison showed this time. This was just an invasion from afar, and the virtual technology was discounted. If he had brought his complete family background, he would not know how strong he would be. A terrible competitor. Han Xiao sighed. It is not a shame to lose to Manison. As a newcomer in the Super A level, it is not a strange thing to lose to the top of the mechanic. Moreover, Manison is not a domineering person. Both sides have no entangled grudges before, so a defeat has limited impact on his reputation. But when he is in the mechanical god cult, he really cannot shake the position of the main god of the mechanical kingdom. This is exactly Manison's goal. The views of ordinary interstellar citizens are not important, but only those who influence the believers of the mechanical god. It seems that I can't think about plotting into the mechanical god cult for the time being. During the version update, it is difficult to surpass Manison in mechanical abilities. Han Xiao said in a pity. Before mechanical abilities caught up with Manison, the core expertise of machining God's cult might only be able to lie on the panel and eat dust. But Manison is very profitable, but I don't lose. Han Xiao smiled at the task on the panel. After running over to fight, he provided 2 new abilities to him, and he didn't know who was the one who suffered the loss. If this task could be triggered every time, Han Xiaoba would not be allowed to play in a military country every day to let himself get all his wool. In the eyes of Honda technician, Manison seemed to have become a treasure trove of walking skills. Maybe from him, he could get all the specialties of the mechanical system. What can't kill me will only make me stronger. What Zhou Shuren said is true. Exit the field of vision of quantum network, remove the virtual soul, return to the body, and pick up the communicator that vibrates continuously as soon as possible. All the inquiries from Sivia and others. Han Xiao replied, saying that the matter was resolved, and you will return to your post to work. After sending the message, he looked at the crowd of guards, magic ministry operators, and a Riki who were gathering around him. Are you okay? Oraola was breathing golden light in her hand, ready to press a ball of life energy on Han Xiao's face at any time. I'm very good. Virtual battles are difficult to endanger life. Manison has withdrawn. Han Xiao waved his hand. Lockie looked bitter. We were actually targeted by the armed kingdom, and the future is bleak. As the deputy commander of the army, I think I should set an example. Please give me plenty of time to exercise. Shut up and be your principal. Han Xiao was not angry. He knew Lockie too much. As soon as the salted fish sticked out his butt, he knew what shape of poop to pull. After comforting everyone, Han Xiao sent away the cadres, and then wiped the European air on Fording and closed the door in Fording's helpless eyes. Han Xiao was left alone in the room, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. What good things can Kong draw? This time I am targeting Manison. If I draw my resistance expertise, I will write my nickname in reverse. Open the panel, and Han Xiao began to settle the task. Restart. The 6th ring has been completed. You gain 15 experience, random reward X2. You gain new expertise, intelligent affinity. The 7th ring mission has not been triggered yet. Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Intelligent affinity virtual technology that can increase by 30%. And the bonus is acceptable, but the focus is on the impact on AI life. If one day deals with the immortal army troops, it will come in handy. After thinking about it, Han Xiao called Philip out and tried the effect of this expertise. He always felt that Philip had become more handsome in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Han Xiao settled the boss mission of the machinery country. Armed country, Manison, virtual battle completed. You have completed all the task requirements and you have obtained 762 E 5000 W experience. You have obtained People Advent Card, Armed Country, Manison. People Advent card. Armed Country Manison. Ancient Man. Long life gives you rich experience. This is a precious spiritual wealth. Intelligence plus 20%. Mystery plus 10%. All skill levels plus 2. Maximum number of use. 0/2. You get reward. Draw one of Manison's abilities, skills/features. Tip. Manison is a virtual specialized mechanic, perfectly adapted to your profession. You can draw any ability that Manison has. If you draw overlapping professional skills, the skill will be strengthened to a certain extent. Random drawing. Drawing is being completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Apostle-level mechanical affinity. Skill. Mechanical affinity plus 105%. You already have this skill, which can be strengthened. 2. Titan-level planet fortress. Drawing skills. Some kind of planet transformation drawing suitable for the development of mechanical civilization. With extremely strong combat capabilities, specific parameters, expand/fold. Manufacturing requirements. Character level is not less than 220. Intelligence is greater than 3,500. Knowledge of supercomposite mechanical architecture technology, leading materials science, alien energy, and other knowledge. 3. Natural mechanical spirit. Expertise. You are born with extraordinary mechanical talent, and your understanding of machinery continues to innovate as your strength increases. LV1, LV100, mechanical affinity for every level 10 plus 5%, virtual technology plus 3%. LV100, LV200, mechanical affinity for every level 10 plus 7%, virtual technology plus 5%. LV200 or above, mechanical affinity for every level 10 plus 10%, virtual technology plus 7%. 4. League Fire Liberation. Skill. Excellent tactical masters know the timing of gathering fire. Mechanical legion that accepts mechanical force connection, and the fire rate of long-range weapons is increased by 25% in the next 8 seconds, without consumption, and cooled for 160s. 5. Mechanical Clan Endless Barriers. Drawing skills. Machinery Clan exclusive drawings, defensive mechanical equipment, specific parameters, expand/fold. Manufacturing requirements. Character level is not less than 255. Intelligence is greater than 6,000. Knowledge of endless materials science. Ultimate mechanical manufacturing. Advanced space application. Alien energy and other knowledge. P.S. Chidian official notified me today that Han Xiao's third-class star exclusive avatar is already being made, and his and Emmer's fourth-class star exclusive gifts are also being made. Brothers and sisters can click Han Xiao's heart every day if they have time. Try to have a chance to have Qi Dian celebrate Han Laonong's character birthday this year. Asterisk, asterisk. 2 drawings, 2 skills, 1 specialty. Seeing the 5 rewards to be selected, Han Xiao pondered. Among the ability drawn this time, the most valuable one is obviously the growth expertise of innate mechanical spirit. With its own level, it can provide you with a total of 220% mechanical affinity and 150% virtual technology bonus, which is an advanced mechanical expertise. The other 4 options are Apostle-level mechanical affinity and League Firepower Saber is good, but the cost-effectiveness is limited in comparison. The 2 drawings are very advanced, but they have similar equipment, so they don't need them very much. The result is not bad. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. As the same mechanic profession, most of the skills are adaptable, which means that the range of extraction ability is much higher than that of other professions. Mechanics are well known for their skills. Mechanics of the level of Manison know how many drawings they know, and it is already a lucky thing to be able to draw a high-level mechanical expertise from such a huge base. Manison's strength is built up by each specialty. Only with a huge base can a qualitative change occur. Although he did not draw the top template expertise, getting a high-level expertise from a military country also narrowed the gap. The wool comes from the sheep, and these abilities are drawn from Manison. The more you learn, the less advantage Manison has on himself. The gap is shortened step by step. Facing a person like Manison with high-level expertise is difficult to become a fat man in one bite. The 300-level Born Machine Spirit mechanical affinity bonus is higher than the master-level mechanical affinity, and the virtual technology effect is better. Combined with the 2.5x coefficient of virtual master, it is equivalent to providing a 375% virtual technology bonus. After calculation, the total effect is almost equivalent to the core professional expertise of Mechanical Emperor. In his heart, Han Xiao made a choice. You have obtained natural machine spirit. It seems that there's a light of inspiration running through the brain, and the theoretical structure in the brain domain undergoes subtle changes, and a new understanding of mechanical technology has been developed, and some understanding. After adapting to the changes, Han Xiao breathed out. Menaisen not only has a perfect mechanical feeling, but also a series of mechanical expertise, such as natural mechanical spirit. This guy's talent is also very good. To be honest, he was a little very envious. Han Xiao looked at the Menaisen character card drawn this time again. The effect of this character card is even more powerful, with intelligence plus 20%, mystery plus 10%, and all skill levels plus 2. It is not mechanical ability, but comes from an ability called Ancient Man. I don't know whether this ability should be joined by the Ancient One, or just stay there for a long time. The experience of more than 70 billion is more than twice the reward of the Overlord mission, which adds a wave of increasingly scarce experience reserves. However, this mission did not give legend. After looking at the name of the mission, Han Xiao had some guesses. The task title specifically emphasized virtual battles. Perhaps formal fighting would be required to give legend. After looking at the new abilities for a while, Han Xiao turned off the panel and thought about the gains and losses this time. This time, Menaisen came suddenly and was prepared. He stole some data and made me spend a perfect mechanical character card. If I hadn't obtained 2 new abilities, I would have lost. Menaisen suppressed me in his own abilities, achieved his goal, and alarmed the Empire, so there is little possibility of continuing to cause trouble in the short term. Han Xiao's eyes rolled slightly. I have shown some of my strength recently, and I just took advantage of this incident to stop the limelight. The foundation is still too thin, and you need to farm and develop well. Before the leaks return, loosen the soil and nourish the soil fertility. It is not a big problem to lose a perfect mechanical character card. Han Xiao has several blank character cards in stock, some of which are random rewards, and some are rewards given by the Shining World task. They are originally used as backups. Just find time to use Renard or Nilo and copy a perfect mechanism. Speaking of which, I have accumulated several random reward opportunities recently. You can find time to draw in a row to see if you can produce some good things. Well, it's better to wait until Fredinillo gets together. One can neutralize my bad luck, and the other can provide me with good luck. In the eyes of Honda Technician, Fredinillo is his 2 door gods on the left and right. After summarizing the losses, Han Xiao stood up, opened the internal network of the Legion, stroked a few times on the virtual 3-dimensional screen with his finger, and wrote a simple internal statement. All colleagues of the Black Star Legion. Not long ago, the intelligence center of the Legion headquarters was invaded by the armed country Menaisen. With the help of all members and the Empire, we successfully forced Menaisen back. During this period, various fluctuations occurred in the internal network, and now they have been successfully resolved. I do not want to be an enemy of the armed country, but reality is always not transferred by human will. Today's work is a signal. Please be mentally prepared to face the armed country one day. The Black Star Legion has been established for more than 20 years, from mercenary group with shallow foundation to the current leading armed group in the star field. Such achievements are inseparable from your dedication. In the past 20 years, we have walked side by side through ups and downs and encountered various difficulties and obstacles. This is a destined, uneven road, and there are more difficulties waiting for us to overcome. The universe is vast and vast, but no matter how vast the world is, it cannot tolerate endless expansion ambitions. As long as there are smart species, competition is the eternal melody. The past is like this, today is like this, and the future is like this. In the past, I have created many miracles, and in the future, I am not afraid of competition, and I hope you will work hard with me. Your Legion Commander, Black Star. Zing Haley, September 11th, 7:10. After taking a look, there was no problem. Han Xiao changed it slightly, and then sent it out to inform all members. The purpose of this move is to calm down the restless hearts of the Legion, boost morale and cohesion, and weaken the negative impact of Madison causing trouble. Although he does not need to care about the ideas of most members, it is better to do it than not. After dealing with this matter, Han Xiao swallowed a few pieces of nutritional paste, went back to the room to rest for a while, and then returned to the mechanical modification room to continue manufacturing and strengthening the machinery. Recognizing the gap in strength between the military country and its own, Han Xiao's enthusiasm for improving his background has increased. Therefore, during this period, he plans to go into seclusion and stay in the headquarters to prevent Madison from making a comeback, although this possibility is not high. After confirming that the storm has completely passed, he is ready to go to the Shining World and personally control the development of mechanical civilization in the Black Spirit clan. On the other side, the Sea of Stars, the headquarters of the Infinite Consortium. In a huge, pure white office, Sorokin was focusing on checking reports on business in various places. At this time, the communicator suddenly rang. When he is working, the communicator will set communication priority. Only important people with high priority can contact him directly. Sorokin put down the financial report in his hand and picked up the communicator. On the screen was the invasion of Madison. His Excellency, have you succeeded? Well, Black Star's virtual technology is not weak. The Empire sent Khan here, so I only got a part of the information you want and has sent it to you. Madison said lightly. After looking at the data sent by Madison, Sorokin shook his head. These internal information is a bit helpful to me, but it is not a confidential document. Forget it. This kind of thing cannot be forced. By the way, how can you contact my body directly? Just send the information to my clone in the war field. Just be cautious. Madison's tone was casual. He was experienced and did not want to transmit data in the Broken Star environment to eliminate the possibility of being tracked and truncated by Black Stars. This time, dealing with Black Star was a routine for him to consolidate his position. Apart from becoming more and more interested in Black Star, there was no other turmoil in Madison's heart. Okay, Sorokin nodded. You defeated Black Star this time and have formed a grudge with him. Are you not afraid of Black Star making any moves? If he doesn't accept it, I don't mind defeating him a few more times. Hey, Black Star is not an opponent now, but may not be sure of his terrifying potential in the future. Madison glanced at him lightly. Put your little thoughts. Sorokin smiled playfully and changed the topic. By the way, the shareholder dividends last month have been calculated and will be distributed in a few days. What resources do you need to purchase? Give me a list, and I will exchange them for you directly. Old thing. Madison didn't care. Although the dividends of the consortium were generous, at his level, he no longer cared about money. After chatting for a few words, the two hung up the communication. Putting down the communicator, Sorjan's eyes flashed slightly, muttering to himself, the mechanical country, Black Star, Central Star C, Red Empire's parent star, head of the office. A virtual screen floating in front of Ulan Riel, the heroic soul of the Imperial Lord Intelligence, shows the internal statement that Han Xiao had just made public. After reading it, Ulan Riel nodded slightly. It seems that Black Star understands what we mean, and there is no extreme performance. Dark Emperor Claudi, who was standing by, wrapped his hands around his chest and said lightly, Black Star is a super genius who has never appeared in history. Generally speaking, geniuses have a high arrogance. He has shown his sharpness recently, but he can quickly recognize the reality. This mentality is good. Even the Red Empire, known for its iron head, knows the way of forbearance. Black Star has shown amazing potential. In addition to surprise, the Empire is also worried, fearing that Black Star will easily break even if it is too tough. However, now it seems that Black Star is still very sober and has not fought with the Armed Kingdom. The Empire also knew that the Armed Kingdom was not easy to mess with. From the perspective of status, combat power, etc., Manison's level was even one level higher than Lao Long and Kant. He was the #1 ally of the Glorious Federation and in existence at the level of the alien god. Only the Dark Emperor, the direct super thug in the Empire, can barely compete with Manison. One of the top Super A levels should be selected from each of the 3 major civilizations. The ace of the Glorious Federation is Manison. The ace of the Red Empire is Dark Emperor Claudi, and the ace of the Void Spirit sect is Lord of the Void Soy. The 3 major civilizations consider issues from the perspective of the entire civilization. If it is not necessary, they will not easily involve civilization for the battle between Super A levels. Therefore, for the competition between Super A levels, as long as it does not cause human lives or provoke the authority of civilization, the 3 major civilizations will adopt a tacit attitude to maintain a balance. After all, they cannot completely restrain the daily activities of their allies. Kant's remote projection was also in the room, shaking the leaves inside. That's it. Manison has been sitting firmly on the leader of the mechanical god sect for too long. This is impossible, and it is not just happening to the mechanics. Even the experts who play with the gods in the Void Spirit sect are helpless. Claudi snorted coldly. Even if we can kill all the believers of the mechanical god sect, faith itself cannot kill it, and it will only eliminate the possibility of the mechanical god sect offering the imperial mechanic forever. Ulan Riel clicked the table. No need to say these words. After this incident, Black Star may have complaints about the Empire and need to be comforted. It's better to give him some drawings. There is nothing better to comfort the mechanic's injured little mind than advanced drawings. Kant said irresponsibly, glanced at Claudi, who was full of clits, and suddenly became interested. He activated his talent. His body, like a carrot, quickly turned into Claudi's appearance, like a hare. Don't become my appearance. Claudi frowned dissatisfiedly, too lazy to look at Kant, turned to look at Ulan Riel, and said slowly, Kant, and Milizaus will die sooner or later. Black Star is the next generation of Empire's Super A-level pillar, and needs to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the Empire. He has proved that he is very useful. I suggest that he be bolder in supporting him resources. Well, Ulan Riel pinched his smooth and fair chin and fell into deep thoughts. In the interstellar era, information dissemination efficiency was extremely high, and the virtual battle between the Metallurgical Kingdom and the Black Star that broke the star ring quickly spread like wildfire. Many interstellar citizens have a new topic of conversation after dinner, but in terms of the influence of the incident, they are not as good as the battle between the Black Star and the Overlord. Because the virtual battle itself is not as popular as the Super A-level fight, and the scenes without restricted levels are leaked, the impact of the incident will naturally not be great. Although it is rumored that Black Star suffered defeat, it seems that there is nothing to be a big fuss in the eyes of most people. It is not surprising that Black Star was defeated by the current strongest mechanic. After all, there are more people who have lost to the machine country in history. The major interstellar forces did not care about the results, but instead paid attention to the problem of the Armament Kingdom and the Black Star, and a considerable number of forces were secretly happy. Cisco is the example of it. The stronger the opponent Black Star provokes, the happier he is. He is staring at the Super A level of the 4 pro-imperial factions of the Broken Star Rings, and he lives a very low-key life now. This matter has an average impact on the outside world, but it has a great impact in the mechanic circle. Haixing is a newcomer who has recently been promoted to the Divine Mechanic. The machinery country is an old tycoon, and they all have attracted much attention. The two collided. As a result, the machinery country's style remains the same as before. It suppressed the younger generation who wanted to challenge him, proving that he was still the fierce man who peed 3 feet in the wind back then and received a wave of heated discussion. After this battle, in the eyes of most mechanics, there are still only 2 types of mechanics in the world. One is the country of machinery, and the other is the other mechanics. Han Xiao didn't care about the rumors in the interstellar world. Regardless of whether Manison made a profit or not, he would not lose anyway. Moreover, Reducing the attention of outsiders to him is in line with the idea of low-key accumulation of background. In the short term, Han Xiao has no intention of challenging the status of the military country. After all, he is different from the domineering person and rarely does things beyond his ability. The logic of being a player has penetrated into his bones. What should I do if I can't beat the boss? Level up first. Otherwise, what can it be? After squatting at the headquarters for more than half a month, Han Xiao assured that the army would not come again to cause trouble. He then assembled a fleet and set off for the Shining World, led his leadership to the countryside, and inspected the territory. Many interstellar consortiums have invested in the construction, and the originally deserted Shining World is now a bustling scene. The 3 explored star clusters are all under construction, and planets are transformed and changing with each passing day. From time to time, passing engineering spacecraft are displayed on the radar. The wide-area quantum channel seems quite lively. The originally deserted Shining World finally has an atmosphere of being in line with the interstellar society. As usual, Han Xiao's fleet entered the Shining World through the Imperial Stargate. The officers of the Exploration Army were very familiar with him and were unobstructed. When they arrived at the Lighthouse Star Outpost, Han Xiao greeted Terekov and blackmailed some local specialties. Then they directed the fleet to turn to the Gaolu Star Cluster and inspect the territory. The Xi Galaxy is located on the edge of the Gaolu Star Cluster, the location of the entry Stargate, which is Han Xiao's territory. Therefore, next to the Imperial Military Stargate, there is a new entry Stargate station, which is managed by the Black Star Army. Passing through the dark blue Stargate, entering the Purple River Galaxy, and moving along the star map instructions, soon a planet jumped into your eyes. Legislative Commander, that is the Hymen Star, the gateway planet closest to the entry Stargate. According to the construction blueprint, this place will be built as a large entry transit station, becoming one of the landmark portals of the Gaolu Star Cluster and also a border planet of the Legion territory. Han Xiao stood in front of the viewing window of the command room with his hands behind his back, looking at the huge planet. A tall female Secretary Affairs officer was introducing Han Xiao. Suiya was busy, so she sent one of her secretaries to accompany Han Xiao for inspection. Han Xiao had some impression of this female secretary. He remembered that this person had outstanding resume and was a cadre that Sivya relied on. Well, how is the construction done? Han Xiao nodded. This planet has used the Red Empire's planetary transformation quick package. On this basis, the logistics department has planned a new blueprint. The construction direction is a mixture of interstellar cities, military fortresses, and transportation hubs. Because the current focus on resource planets, the surface transformation of Hymen Star has only been completed by 4.9%. The daily energy supply preparation is mainly nuclear fusion power stations, and the dark energy power stations are buried deep underground. In the future, it mainly supplies energy to military fortresses. However, there are no natural stars nearby, so additional energy is needed to maintain a livable climate and artificial sun. Listening to the meticulous report of the female secretary, Han Xiao suddenly remembered the mobile star drawings in the Telkes mechanical inheritance. When the technology reaches a certain level, the constraints of environmental factors will continue to decrease. It is no longer that individuals need to adapt to the environment, but that the environment needs to adapt to the individual. Cosmic civilizations are easy to use in this regard, and they are all framers of the universe. Although the Telks are not the winners of the exploration history, they are also quasi-cosmic civilizations and have profound attainments in transforming the environment. It just so happens that this moving star device can be used to transform the territory and move the star to a suitable location. Han Xiao said intimately. He always felt that this kind of drawing seemed to have an indescribable connection with this simulation of everything of the divine mechanic. Since his job transfer, Technician Han has studied every new ability, but he is a little confused about the role of simulation of all things. This ability is to simulate all natural laws through mechanical technology, and, in his opinion, has extraordinary potential. Perhaps the amazing technology that the three major civilizations have transformed the physical constants of the parent star area is also related to simulation of all things. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't say anything, the female secretary paused and continued. There is no one in Hymen Star now. After the shining world opens up to the public, Hymen Star will become one of the landmark planets with the largest traffic in the Galu star group. The daily throughput of a massive number of tourists will bring you very considerable benefits. According to statistics from the finance department, the cost of transforming the planet can be recovered in about 6 to 8 years. It's pretty good. Han Xiao smiled. The fleet slowly approached the Black Gate star, and the locations of multiple stargates were shown on the star map, some leading to several other galaxies, and some leading to other locations of the Purple River Galaxy. Because the territory has been determined, the primary task of building the Black Star Army is to build a Stargate transportation network with 7 territories. During the exploration period, the entire star cluster already had its own Stargate transportation network, but it was a long-distance Stargate, which belongs to the large framework of star cluster transportation. What the Black Star Army did was to refine the Stargate network of its own territory, add more transportation routes, and ensure that the 7 galaxies are connected together and connected in all directions. Now the prototype of the territorial Stargate transportation has been formed. You can go directly to multiple galaxies from Hymen Star, which is much more efficient than the first phase of exploration. With convenient transportation, it greatly saved time on the road. Han Xiao led the fleet to travel around the 7 galaxies and visited all the construction areas. This is the first time he has personally inspected the territory. Zai River, Changzhou, Sagoma, Odorin, Ponsel, Fenrir, Edney. This is the foundation of the Legion now. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with seeing the area of the 7 galaxies with his own eyes. My own blueprint plans to build the 7 galaxies into the core area of the Gaolu star cluster, which is the most prosperous, which takes decades, but the second ring mission of the Shining World is only required to complete the infrastructure of the 7 galaxies. In terms of infrastructure construction, a few years is enough, with a large amount of consortiums injecting capital, and the Legion is now very productive. After completing the rough inspection of the territory, Han Xiao came to the Sagoma Galaxy in the center of the star cluster to check the development progress of the Apostle Star Mechanical Civilization. The blue light in outer space flashed, the fleet jumped, and a silver-gray planet jumped into his eyes. There was a large area of mechanical structure land on the surface, which was very conspicuous. This is the first city built by mechanical civilization, named Yozu City. The urban ground has been completely transformed into machinery, and the underground is a base-shaped excavation well, which continues to penetrate underground mineral veins and collects various mineral resources. On the ground stands towering mechanical buildings. Under the leadership of the apostle weapons, such as Yozu, more than 100,000 first-generation mechanical lives have built arsenals, repair plants, energy plants, refineries, cultivation rooms, and other facilities, integrating various mechanical technologies. At the same time, millions of second-generation mechanical lives are incubating, and overall, it looks more like the prototype of a military base. There is also a huge mechanical statue in the center of the city, which carved its own image vividly. Seeing this, Han Xiao was a little helpless. I don't know why, but there are always people who are keen on erecting statues for him. Really, what's the use of erecting statues for me? It's better to have a statue for forting. Maybe there will be a bonus for luck. The reproduction of mechanical life is large-scale, and it requires the consumption of its own fire energy and has cooling time. Therefore, the speed of violent soldiers in mechanical civilization increases exponentially. The more people the violent soldiers, the faster they will be. The mechanical fire breeding and mechanical civilization strengthening brought by the divine mechanic have the effect of strengthening the reproduction of mechanical life. Han Xiao is planning to stay here for a while and get more first-generation mechanical life. Now, the mechanical civilization led by Yozu has just started, and the overall population is not large. But although the sparrow is small and has all the internal organs, mechanical lives of different models and sizes work in their own positions, which looks quite lively. Not far from the city, the giant Vajra, hundreds or thousands of meters in size, was moving mountains and unloading ridges and flattening a towering bare ridge. Without disturbing others, Han Xiao individually linked Yozu's quantum network frequency band. Soon, a beam of blue light shot out from the surface and came to the front of the fleet in outer space. It was Yozu, the first apostle wearing a mechanical robe and holding a spear. "See the Lord." Yozu nodded. The hatch door opened. Han Xiaofei came out, looked at him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Compared to the last time we met, there were some new parts on Yozu's body. It seemed that he had loaded them on his own initiative, and it seemed that he had filled some weaknesses. This is the best thing about mechanical life. It will actively replace parts and strengthen itself. "You've done a good job. Keep working hard." Han Xiao encouraged, and then a ball of surging blue and gold mechanical force popped out of his palm and said with a smile, "This is just a reward." As he said that, he flipped his hand and slapped the ball of mechanical force into Yozu's body. This was the apostle evolution skill brought by the divine mechanic. In an instant, the entire body of Yozu burst into an electric current. The fire energy in his body suddenly grew, and the mechanical structure in his body received an enhanced baptism. Han Xiao kept watching from the side. After a while, the evolution of Yozu slowly ended. He experienced the performance changes and then nodded to Han Xiao. "Thank you for your gift from Master. My strength has been enhanced." "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Just do things well." Han Xiao waved his hand, opened the panel by the way, took a look at Yozu's current attributes. Apostle evolution comprehensively enhanced Yozu's performance. The apostle weapon can participate in battles above the A-level level, and after being strengthened by the apostle evolution, it can fight with ordinary super A-level more indirectly with a mechanical bonus and become more independent. According to Han Xiao's calculations, Yozu now should be able to defeat the ordinary clone before the evolution of the alien gods. But the premise is that the clone does not obtain two perverted superpowers. After sending Yozu back, Han Xiao went to the territory of the Black Spirit clan for a walk. Compared with the rapid development of mechanical civilization, it seems normal for the Black Spirit clan to come. Although there is an efficient spiritual communication network, no matter how efficient it is, learning itself takes time. At this time, you are still slowly digesting the basic scientific and technological knowledge given by the Legion and will not be able to get on track for a while. The Black Spirits themselves are in an uncivilized state of ignorance. These scientific and technological knowledge are too complex and profound for them and need to be learned from scratch. Only when the foundation of each discipline is laid can the role of the spiritual network be gradually revealed and the knowledge shared by the whole clan is completed. As long as you get on the right track, the evolution of the Black Spirit tribe will become very fast. In more than 10 years to decades, it will quickly cross the Stone Age, Iron Age, Enlightenment Age, Steam Age, Electrical Age, etc., and enter the Interstellar Age. Normally, in addition to survival, the natural development of a civilization, the constraints of productivity and technological progress are the biggest problems, and it takes countless time to explore. However, with the intervention of the Black Star Legion, this is not a problem. The biggest problem is solved and development cannot be slowed down. The technology tree equipped by Han Xiao for the Black Spirit tribe, in addition to improving various technologies, also has means to develop spiritual abilities. The Black Spirit clan with the ability of spiritual networks is born with super potential and is most suitable to become a mind master and a magician. Perhaps the awakening rate can reach an astonishing 90%. Of course, if someone wants to change to the mechanical department, he will be willing to accept it. However, the treaty that restricts the interfering of high-level civilizations in the development process of low-level civilizations is not unreasonable. If it continues to develop according to the path of its predecessors, it will only become the sub-sun that others want, and the innovation ability of a race will inevitably be affected. Han Xiao didn't have many ways to do this. He wanted to develop rapidly, but didn't want to pay the price. There was no such good thing. But the evolutionary totem can resolve this problem to a certain extent. Totem subtly optimizes the genes of the race, comprehensively improves the various indicators of the race, and includes intelligence and innovation capabilities. With the uncertainty brought by the evolutionary totem, the Black Spirit race may not have seen any flash of inspiration that is enough to promote the development of history. Although civilization is a collective, sometimes the turning points in history are driven by great men. The existence of the evolutionary totem increases the chances of great men appearing. Making a species better is the meaning of the evolutionary totem, and this is not a beautiful thing. Thinking deeper, this is actually an extremely desperate reality. If a new species appears on a planet ruled by humans that does not conform to human aesthetics, like a monster, but not only the body is stronger than humans, but the brain is also more developed than humans, and all qualities such as learning ability, logical ability, etc. will surpass humans in all respects. By then, humans are no longer qualified to call themselves the spirit of all things, and the rest depends on the technology accumulated over the years, which will sooner or later be surpassed by others. It is better than you, whether to coexist with it or massacre it, or to enslave it and erase its wisdom. It has become a difficult multiple-choice question. The crushing between species is bloody and never warm. This is the terrifying thing about the evolutionary totem, and it is also the reason why the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect cannot sit idly by and watch the Red Empire occupy the totem. But fortunately, the cosmic civilization is advanced enough and has certain genetic debugging technology, so it can control the desire for force. Taking advantage of the influence of the Madison incident, Han Xiao kept a low profile and stopped causing trouble everywhere. According to the plan that had been set, he began to quietly expand the mechanical army and build territory, and steadily improve his foundation and accumulation. This is a necessary stage as a mechanic. After Madison won, he did not take any other actions. He returned to the old galaxy and did not provoke the Black Star Legion again. As the two of them were at peace and silence came one after another, the attention of the forces from all sides of the universe gradually decreased, and they looked away from Han Xiao. The first phase of exploration has ended. The shining world is in the construction period, and countless forces are waiting and watching the situation. Therefore, the environment of the universe has been explored, has entered a period of calm and stable. There are occasional small fights in different regions, but no two fierce conflicts broke out in civilizations at the cluster level or above, as if there was a tacit understanding that made them choose to recuperate. The suppression and persecution of the Red Empire by the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect are still in many fields such as economy, politics, and people's livelihood. Although there are many frictions, the situation is still under the control of the three parties. The Red Empire has been under a lot of pressure and is still persisting. There are gradually calls for opening up the right totem purchase within, but it is still very weak. If we set a theme for this era, it is exploration and expansion. This is not the development of a single civilization. A new star field is being incorporated into the territory of the explored universe. Its meaning is like discovering a new continent, which is enough to change the pattern of the world and is closely related to everyone's future. Although there are frictions in the distribution of interests, the whole universe agrees with the theme of this era and waits for the melody to be harmonious when it sounds. Under the influence of this atmosphere, even the super A-level choice was silent. The battle between Han Xiao and the Jiao Kingdom became the last super A-level deed before the stable period. In this delicate environment with each plan, time quietly passes. Shanghai Calendar, January 17th, 716. Shining the world, Blackgate Star. The dark blue entry stargate rotated rapidly, and a stream of light suddenly spit out from the center of the vortex, revealing the figure of a medium-sized spacecraft. In the cabin, a large group of young people in different clothes squeezed in front of the viewing window, staring curiously at the Hymen star in the distance, chatting excitedly. Is this the territory of the Black Star Army? Finally, it has arrived. I heard that Black Star has been in the Shining World, and it seems that I haven't heard from him for 5 years. Yes, right? Do you think I can see Black Star himself this time? I don't know if he and Principal Locky have the same style. Shut up. Don't mention that taboo name. One person covered his head in pain and fell down, as if he had epilepsy. Oh, come and help me. His post-traumatic stress disorder has been inflicted. The people around him rushed to start first aid, and everyone watched the brother who was unfortunately suffering from Locky PTSD be carried down and couldn't help but show the heroic expression of a sad fox. Oh, another one fell down. Several young men stood on the edge of the crowd, with their auras unique. Seeing this scene, one of the young men, about 1.7 meters tall, couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's too exaggerated. I don't think the principal is so scary. The pretty girl who was half a head taller than him rolled her eyes. Of course it's okay. Why don't you think about how much spiritual blow those students with poor grades will be? Can you do? I thought everyone likes the principal. The young man touched his head and muttered secretly. This young man is a human, about 16 or 17 years old, but he looks very young, with clear eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth. He looks like a primary school student who has not grown up. He is well-proportioned and wears a black and silver Legion uniform with the logo of the Black Star Legion on his chest. The woman next to her looks pretty, full of energy, full of blood, has a healthy wheat-colored skin, a hot figure, and is wearing a martial arts tights, which is quite close to the young man. At this time, the captain came over, patted the young man on the shoulder, and said, "The garrison troops sent a message. You can answer it, so it's easy to save trouble." The young man nodded, pressed the cabin wall of the spaceship next to him, and a virtual screen popped up. The screen was the fleet commander station at the Blackgate Star, with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, "What department are you from? Why didn't I receive an internal transit application?" If I hadn't seen the Black Star sign on the spaceship, the garrison commander might have taken action to capture the spaceship. We are the first batch of graduates from the Black Star Super Energy Academy of Hylon. According to the college rules, graduates can choose to join the training camp or work for the Legion for 2 to 3 years to get the opportunity to continue their studies. We are here to participate in the Legion work. If you have not received internal information, you must have been negligent. Wait a moment, let me check. The commander of the garrison frowned for a while, then relaxed his eyebrows. Well, there's indeed a special application, but you have come too slowly, and it has been a long time since you have been agreed. Sorry, we are here for the first time to come to Shining World. We visited some places on the road, which may have delayed the itinerary. You can check the spaceship log. The commander of the garrison flirted for a while and nodded. Well, there is no problem with the spaceship review. You can go there. Okay, thanks. By the way, can you help me a little and tell the Legion commander that I am here? Hearing this, the commander of the garrison flew out for some reason. This is not a small tone. What is the background? He looked at the young man carefully, but inexplicably felt familiar. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you? What is your relationship with the Legion commander?" "I am Nilo, and Black Star is my godfather." Nilo grinned, and his white teeth doubled with a dazzling light flashing. "I'm here to surprise him this time." Carrying the first batch of Black Star Super Energy College graduates along the transportation network, the spacecraft quickly came from the border Purple River Galaxy to the Sagoma Galaxy in the center of the Black Star territory and came to meet Black Star. During the past 6 years, the Black Star Legion has invested a lot of resources in the construction of territory and established a second space fortress in the Sagoma Galaxy, consisting of 7 mechanical fortress planets and a large number of mechanical defense satellite rings. It is called the Black Star Palace by the majority of Legion members. The spaceship came from afar and arrived at the preset location of the star map. The appearance of the Black Star Palace was displayed on the viewing window. Seeing this huge machine-made object, many students couldn't help but open their mouths and looked shocked. This thing is much more magnificent than Long Tanfu Island in the sea blue star sky. Each mechanical fortress planet is surrounded by several mechanical defense satellite rings with different inclinations, forming symmetry, while the planets are divided into 7 inner and outer orbits, and they're all orbiting around the center point, just like a miniature star system. But the center is not a star, but an extremely huge metal sphere with silver black all over the body, and the surface is as smooth as a mirror, like a non-glowing black star. I don't know what it is. Everyone needed to undergo routine inspections. The spacecraft was parked at the Fortress No. 7 airport in the outermost orbit. As soon as Nilo took his classmates to the dock, he saw an acquaintance. Uncle Fording. Nero was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward with his short legs. "Hello, Nilo." Fording smiled slightly, reached out, and touched Nilo's head. "Are you here to wait for me?" "Yes, we haven't seen each other for about 5 or 6 years. You have grown up." Fording touched Nilo's head, looked him up and down, and said with a hint of emotion, "It's a pity that he hasn't grown tall." "Don't mention this. We can still chat well." Nilo's face turned dark. Whether he grows tall is an eternal pain in his heart. He has the life energy given by Aurora in his body and often drinks dragon blood potion. Logically speaking, he should have grown very tall, but he doesn't understand why he develops so slowly. His father Bennett's genes are not short. Nilo once suspected that the pressure of learning had lost his height and was full of resentment. "Speaking of this, Uncle Fording, you haven't changed much. You're still that good-looking." Fording shook his head and smiled. "It's normal. The natural disaster level can control his metabolism, and it's easy to maintain his appearance. 6 years are just a few months for us." At this time, the martial arts girl in a tight suit walked to Nero, staring at Fording. Her face turned red unconsciously and became nervous. "This is—" Fording turned his head and looked over. "Oh, let me introduce it to you. This is Mia Moroto. It's mine, ahem. She's a female classmate who has a good relationship with me. She's the best among the graduates of this class of martial arts. Mia, this is Fording, the guard officer under the black sign. He is the elder who grew up watching me." "You? Why are you blushing?" "I don't blush." Mia hurriedly covered her cheeks and said in a panic. She is the thin black girl she met with Nilo at the beginning of the school year of the Black Star Super Academic in Hylon. As the saying goes, a girl changes her age. After 6 years of study and exercise, her body has grown up, her appearance is pretty, and her skin has turned into a healthy wheat color, and her whole body is full of vitality. Seeing another girl attracted by her beauty, Fording looked helpless and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I'm Fording." "Hello, you're honored to see me." "Oh no, it's honor." Mia was so nervous that she was incoherent, and hurriedly held the hand that Fording handed out, and the blush on her face became more and more obvious. Nilo looked at Fordine, then looked at Mia again. He felt like a lemon, and his heart was sour and astringent. He couldn't help but cough heavily, separated the palms of the two holdings, and changed the topic stiffly. "By the way, where's my godfather? He already knows you are here. Go to his throne to see him." "Throne? Here. It's the big black ball in the center." Fording smiled. "Speaking of it, Nilo, how much progress have you made in the past few years? You will definitely examine your homework later. If it's not up to standard, I won't plead for you." Speaking of mechanical aspects, Nilo immediately shrank his neck, remembered bad memories, and said uncertainly, "I think my progress is quite great, and my godfather should be satisfied." "You ask him yourself. Don't let him wait for a long time. Let's talk again after the matter is done." Fording smiled and turned around and left. The back gradually faded away. Nero turned his head and was about to speak, but found that Mia next to him was still staring at the direction of Fording's departure. He was so angry that he said angrily, "I've left. Still look at it?" Mia then reluctantly withdrew her gaze and poked Nilo's waist excitedly. "Hey, why is your uncle so charming? He smiles so beautifully, I'm stunned." Nero was so savored and said sourly, "Why have you never seen me like this before?" Mia immediately looked disgusted. "How long have you been looking in the mirror? Where did you get the face to compare with your uncle?" Nero was speechless. Heart pain. After 6 years of getting along, the two are very familiar with each other. Mia gradually got out of autism and became lively. The two often quarreled, but their relationship was very good, just like brother and sister. After a while of noise, everyone completed the routine inspection, changed to a spaceship, and headed to the big black ball in the center of the Black Star Palace. When the spacecraft approached, a small hole appeared on the surface of the big black ball, and there was a landing orbit inside, which could accommodate the spacecraft. The spacecraft entered orbit and stopped, while the walls on both sides of the orbit were sealed, and there was no dock. Just as everyone was confused, the walls on one side suddenly separated. Rumble, countless nanoparticles and mechanical structures are moving, and a brand new dock is generated in front of everyone, extending the only way. Is this a pier built instantly? For this group of students, the scene in front of them was magical. Everyone was surprised to step onto the pier, looking around, and found that there was only one way to go to the pier, and the other directions were all black metal walls. Everyone looked at each other and calmed down. They could only follow this path. As everyone walked forward, the road continued to extend under their feet. Guru. A clear sound of swallowing sounded in the crowd, and then everyone suddenly realized that no one had spoken when it started, and everyone was quiet. The atmosphere became tense, and only the pale lights extended along the road. With every step taken, the pressure in my heart increased, and I felt fear of the unknown ahead. These students were originally filled with excitement about to see the big man. But at this moment, this excitement had completely turned into tension and awe. Although I haven't seen the Black Star with my own eyes, I have already felt the ubiquitous oppression at this time. I don't know how long I walked, but it suddenly became clear in front of me. Everyone walked out of the passage and came to a huge rotunda hall. In the center of the hall is a stepped platform, on which is placed a mechanical divine seat. A series of blue and gold mechanical forces like electric snakes spread under the divine seat, spreading like a spider web, and are still flashing and jumping. A man in black robe sat upright on the throne, tilting his head slightly, holding his cheek with one hand and hanging his hand on the armrest of the throne, looking at them indifferently. The simple gaze caused all the students present to feel a sharp increase in their hearts, and their legs became weak. Hello, Black Star. This is the super A-level power. So terrible. Many people couldn't help swallowing, and they retreated, wishing they could turn their heads and leave immediately. And the further they walked, the better. Before coming, many students were looking forward to super A-level, and at this moment, most talents discovered that they were just Yi Gong's good dragon. Godfather. Nilo said hello carefully and muttered in his heart. I haven't seen each other for a few years, and my godfather's momentum is getting more and more amazing. However, her appearance has not changed at all, and she is still as young and handsome as she was 6 years ago. In front of Fording, Nero dared to make jokes. But in front of Han Xiao at this time, he found that he couldn't help but become nervous and awe-inspiring, even if He Xing was his godfather. What are you doing? Am I that scary? Looking at everyone's unbearable performance, Han Xiao frowned. He lowered his head and glanced at the mechanical throne under his butt, and then he realized it. I almost forgot that this broken thing has the effect of enlarging the aura. No wonder this group of little leaks was so scared that they shivered. Han Xiao put away his aura and stood up. The feeling of oppression suddenly disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but breathe, and their backs were already sweating profusely. After glanced at him, Han Xiao slowly said, "You are the first batch of outstanding graduates since the establishment of the Academy. Since you have chosen to serve the Legion, I would like to welcome you to join on behalf of the Legion." Upon hearing this, the tension in everyone's heart gradually faded and became excited. After receiving personal encouragement from Super A-level, many people felt encouraged. Han Xiao encouraged him to let the excited students leave the same way, leaving only Nilo and Mia. Walking off the platform and coming to the two of them, Han Xiao lowered his head and glanced at Nilo's sky spirit cover and nodded. "It's actually good to be short. It makes you look small in this way. As a mechanic, it's not easy to be hit by the enemy." Nilo's mouth twitched. What's wrong with these people? Why do they like to talk about their height? Although he felt sorry for his heart, when Han Xiao joked about him like this, Nilo's tense nerves relaxed, and he smiled. Long time no see. My godfather, I miss you very much. I don't miss you at all. Han Xiao sighed in his heart. With observation marks in hand, he could peek at any time, and he knew even the average time Nilo went to the toilet. Over the past 6 years, Han Xiao has been spending most of the time in the Shining World to accumulate foundation. Spending his storage experience, his personal level has been upgraded to 303, and the others have devoted their skills in synthetic drawings. The hard power has not increased much, but in terms of the Mechanical Legion, it has been greatly improved in all aspects. This black sphere, which is almost the size of a planet, is a mechanical god composed of the Mechanical Legion. Maintaining a planet-like appearance, like a black star, Han Xiao will often activate this skill for a long time to exercise his use of mechanical gods and never slackened. In terms of building machinery, Han Xiao was not idle either. He had already established a secondary dimension factory and was constantly improving and expanding, constantly providing a source of troops for himself. In the past 6 years, mechanical civilization has developed rapidly. More than 80% of the surface of the Apostle Star has been completely covered by mechanical cities, and mechanical life has been hatched to the 8th generation. Due to the weak iteration of fire energy, the performance of mechanical life has declined significantly after the 6th generation. As the continuous reproduction continues, the more mechanical life goes, the more ordinary people in mechanical civilization and can only act as cannon fodder. This is a limitation that any mechanical civilization has. The first generation of mechanical life is still one of the best elites. Among them, many apostles, including Yozu, are the most powerful. The social structure gradually moves closer to the star C pattern. This is the case with ordinary people. The majority of them are, and the mechanical life 6 generations ago is equivalent to this superpower in mechanical civilization, with powerful individual power and respected. The Black Spirit clan is still digesting knowledge. Compared with 6 years ago, the Black Spirit clan has already had successful researchers in different fields and has begun to impart knowledge to other people, and the effect of the spiritual network has begun to appear. Normal species teach in textbooks, and the efficiency is not as good as the direct initiation of the Black Spirit tribe, just like the difference between constipation and diarrhea. The Legion's forces were developing steadily, the education plan was carried out smoothly, and more academies were laid. The first batch of students also graduated. It was the class of Nilo. Thinking of this, Han Xiao looked at Nilo up and down, then turned to look at Mia next to him, and his eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Nilo misunderstood Han Xiao's meaning and hurriedly introduced his companions around him. This is Mia, a female classmate in my class, and she's also very awesome. Hello. See Mr. Blackstar. Mia looked cramped, and Blackstar gave him a completely different feeling from fording. The fooding made people feel like the spring breeze, and her heart beat, but the Blackstar made her feel awe involuntarily and did not dare to act rashly. I know you. You have great potential. Han Xiao recognized this follower of Hela in his previous life a few years ago, and he was also a good leak. No surprise at this time, and nodded. Thank you. Mia was immediately flattered. Unexpectedly, a big man like Blackstar recognized her and was excited. You wait outside for a while first. I have something to say to Nilo. Okay. Mia glanced at Nilo and had to turn around and leave. Watching Mia go away, Han Xiao withdrew his gaze. There were only 2 people left in the room, so he stopped tense. He looked at Nilo with interest and joked. Okay, boy. Puberty is here. Nilo suddenly blushed and defended. Nonsense. I don't have... Okay, don't explain it to me. Han Xiao interrupted Nilo and waved his hand. I haven't seen you for a few years. Let me check your progress. If you're just in love and forget to study him. As he said that, before Nilo could refute, Han Xiao poked Nilo directly and poked the battle information out. Opened the panel and looked over. Han Xiao nodded slightly. This kid has good potential and already has a C+ level. It is estimated that he can reach B level before he is 20 years old. After looking down at the ability bar, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw what he had dreamed of. Nilo's mechanical expertise has finally grown to perfect mechanism. The leaks that have been cultivated for so long have finally matured. It took him almost 10 years to finally get this ability. It's not easy. Han Xiao was overjoyed, slapped Nilo's shoulder vigorously, and smiled happily. No, very good. I'm very satisfied with your progress. Nilo's shoulder was padded, and his bones seemed to be about to break. He couldn't help but grin and said, as long as you're satisfied. Han Xiao couldn't help but rub Nilo's round face, and he was happy. I feel very relieved that I did not waste my studies because of premature love. The leeks are already ripe, and the next thing to consider is the way to harvest. Renard Slinger is not in the process and does not give any tasks, but Nilo is different. He has a high-level lucky halo. He has just started his career and has just started his life. There are still many plot tasks to trigger in the future. The chance of getting perfect mechanism from him is many times higher. It really doesn't work. I can also take the initiative to create some scenes for Nilo, throw him into various dangerous occasions, and try different ways to let him experience danger. According to the experience of Technician Han University, as long as Nilo wants something, there is a greater chance of triggering the task. But you need to find a reason to do so. The excuse of practical training seems to be very good. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. If this still doesn't work, Han Xiao has a last move. Nilo's potential is stronger than Reinhard. He will find a way to cultivate him and then publicly beat him up. Various thoughts flashed through my mind, and Han Xiao's eyes looked at Nilo, and he began to play with him, and he smirked in his heart. Little guy, what is waiting for you next is the real hell. You will know how happy your past study career was. When he noticed Han Xiao's malicious eyes, Nero suddenly had a cold war and felt a bad premonition. I always feel that a malicious intention just now swept across my body. Nilo scratched his head and asked carefully, "By the way, Godfather, I have another thing I want to ask you for help." Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Wow, look at people, I have more and more advanced things. As soon as I come, I make a request. I'm so taller than that guy Renard. Say, what are you going to do with me? Han Xiao looked happy. Nilo was a little hesitant and hesitated. Mia is a martial artist. It hurts to hit people when she loses her temper. I want to learn how to become a meat. Godfather, you are a master of this. Can you teach me how to get beaten? Get out. As the saying goes, if you want to learn meat, you will get beaten first. The bones on your body will be kept dozens of times. How can you be thick and thick? Using this theory to send Nero away, Han Xiao began to think about whether there was any dangerous work recently that could be used to obtain the perfect mechanical feeling on Nero. After thinking for 2 seconds, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Yes, the infrastructure of the 3-piece star cluster is coming to an end, and the second phase of the Empire is about to begin. There are some things that can be done by Nilo. In 6 years, the 3-star clusters of Renault, Gaolu, and Guanhuan, which shine the first phase of the world, have basically completed the infrastructure construction, and all they lack is population. Tarakov, commander-in-chief of the Exploration Army, notified Han Xiao a few months ago, saying that the Empire had begun to prepare for the second phase of exploration, and that it would be a meeting of allies tomorrow, and Han Xiao was also invited. If you remember correctly, in the historical background of your previous life, the Red Empire encountered some unexpected and reasonable troubles in the second phase of exploration, and had a lot of fighting opportunities, which just pulled Nello and other graduates over, called it the practical special training of blood and fire. The high-level lucky fate should have a high chance of turning danger into a bargain. When Han Xiao thought of Nilo's current appearance, he was so angry that he wanted to learn the way of meat shield from me. You are a serious mechanic. The reason is not to make progress, but to resist domestic violence. No prospect. Why don't you learn from your godfather's decisive lifestyle? While planning, Han Xiao informed him and asked his subordinates to arrange the residences of students, such as Nilo, and then return to the throne. With a thought, he issued a control command to the mechanical throne. Careless the next moment, the dome of the room began to squirm, and the mechanical structure flowed from the inside to the outside, as if something was about to squeeze out from the depths. The mechanical god itself is Han Xiao's palace. In the body of the mechanical god, all structures are controlled by him at will. Soon, a black mechanical multilateral body fell from the dome and floated in front of Han Xiao, with a length, width, and height of about 1 meter. Han Xiao touched one of the sections and felt hot, which made him feel hot, which meant that the temperature was indeed high enough. An item introduction also pops up on the panel. Unknown core. Special mechanical parts. I don't know what they do, but they don't seem to be waste. Oh, cosmic treasure level machinery is indeed difficult to build. Han Xiao shook his head. In the past 6 years, in addition to strengthening the mechanical legion, Han Xiao has also worked hard on quality and tried to create golden quality, cosmic treasure level equipment. The ability of the divine mechanic absolutely meets the manufacturing requirements. But even if you have the ability to create it, you may not be able to create a universe treasure. This thing is too uncertain and requires the cooperation of multiple factors to coordinate to a perfect state. The difficulty of the first level is the drawings. Han Xiao does not have the drawings of the universe treasure-level machinery in his hand. The golden drawings require ultimate knowledge, ultimate mechanical engineering, to synthesize the skills, inspiration creation. Han Xiao's inspiration creation is currently a gray unactivated skill. The activation condition is that ultimate mechanical engineering reaches the maximum level of LV5, and inspiration creation is random, not to mention that no player has announced the combination of cosmic treasure level drawings in his previous life. Even if he knows the combination, the synthesized may not be the same thing. Because there are no drawings in hand, Han Xiao tried to use his own technology to create freely, using a certain amount of simulation of everything, but he still had no idea and created countless waste products. This multilateral mechanical body is the only part that may be somewhat useful. So every day, Honda technician will plate this multilateral mechanical body, hoping to find inspiration with this. However, it was finally confirmed that this method has no effect except psychological comfort. It's still too difficult without theory and drawings, and the inspiration creation is too random. Maybe the Telkes inheritance can give me golden level drawings stably, but the next time the inheritance drawings are level 360, which is still early. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. On the other side, Nilo and his group left Han Xiao's mechanical god and returned to the outside world and landed on the 5th orbital mechanical planet. Civilians from a legion were already waiting here and took everyone to their residence. Along the way, the students visited the base buildings everywhere, were quite excited, chatting all over the place as if they were out for a trip. Not only did they come to the mysterious shining world and the interstellar rumors, but they also met the leader of the Legion, Mr. He Xing. These first batch of college graduates felt double happiness. Many people gathered around Nilo to show their gratitude. Most of them were girls. As the godson of Black Star, Nero has always been very popular, and now that he has arrived in the Legion territory, this situation is even more frequent. Your godfather is so handsome. I like that one. And it feels safe. That's right, that momentum makes people's hearts pound. It's so exciting. I heard that Mr. Hastings has never had a family, so I don't know if they have any needs for that aspect. Can you tell us what kind of person Mr. Hastings is? Nilo smiled embarrassedly and politely, and he felt sorry for his heart. Damn, I thought you admired me before, but I didn't expect that they all wanted to be my godmother. He has never been able to adapt to the feeling of the stars supporting the moon. Although his background is very strong, he has never been arrogant and instructed. Of course, this is inseparable from Renard's destruction. In terms of education, Han Xiao has always been willing to call Reiner the strongest. The tree is not built or straightforward. Reiner can make students feel the beating of society in the ivory tower, and they cannot accept it. As the ball came and went, Mia, who was standing next to Nilo, was almost squeezed out. She could no longer bear it, and her aura burst out. Stop squeezing. I'll hit people if I squeeze again. Hearing this, the classmates around me were much calmer, and they were still quite afraid of Mia. Mia was once a timid and inconspicuous in the class. Unexpectedly, after being assigned to the martial arts department, her whole person changed, becoming more and more straightforward and lively, irritable and stingy. During the competition in the academy, almost everyone was beaten by Mia. Among them, Nilo was beaten the most times, and even if he won, he would still be bruised and swollen when he stepped down. Learning martial arts can indeed cultivate a tendency to violence. Everyone couldn't help but sigh again. I soon arrived at the residence, and everyone was arranged for a room. The civil servants said that they would not arrange their work after a while. Now everyone was asked to stand by in the Black Star Palace for a while. Everyone found their rooms one after another, and Nilo put down his things when the window was knocked. He turned his head and saw that it was Hardaway outside the window, driving a floating motorcycle, floating outside the window. "Hey, why are you?" Nilo scratched his head. He knew all the guards around his godfather, and Hardaway had a good relationship with him. "Stop talking nonsense. Get in the car." Hardaway patted the back seat. Nello hesitated for a moment and sat on the motorcycle. Hardaway immediately started the vehicle. After a gust of lightning, he stopped at the door of a building. "This is—" Nilo looked at the signboard, rubbed his eyes, and said uncertainly, "Casino." "That's right, it's the casino." "Wait, why does the Legion territory have such things? Who opened it?" Nilo looked surprised. "Who else can it be? Of course it's me. Ah, our beloved Black Star is here. We guard officials are by his side, and we don't have much to do. How can we not let us have some fun? Let me tell you, don't look at the second headquarters of the Legion, but the entertainment facilities here are very complete." Hardaway threw the floating motorcycle to the side, and without saying a word, he pulled Nero in. It was crowded with people, extremely lively, and there was a burning heat wave floating in the air. "What are you doing to bring me here?" Nero asked timidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Hardaway took him to the gambling table with a veen card, changed it to a lot of chips, slapped the table with a snap, then grabbed Nilo's neck with one hand and sneered in his ear, "Hee, I lost my salary here for a few years, and I will win it back." Renard stayed in the logistics department of the Broken Star Ring, and he couldn't meet one for many years, and fording was unbearable and had long blocked Hardaway. Among the remaining people, Hardaway only knew Nilo, a guy who was very good at playing cards. After finally seizing the opportunity to turn the tables, "How could I miss it? I'm still child." Nilo's mouth twitched. He looked up at the expressionless robot dealer behind the gambling table and couldn't help swallowing. He was very suspicious that Haishing was the banker and opened this internal casino to recycle the salary of the Legion members. "He is worthy of being my godfather. Every mechanic who knows how to save costs is good." The next day, the lighthouse star of the world shines, Commander Conference Room. The meeting of allies for the second phase of the Empire exploration was held as scheduled. Remote projections gathered in the conference room, all of which were big figures of the Red Empire faction, such as Krent's ally civilization, diplomatic officials with affiliated civilizations, and many super-level A-level allies. As soon as Han Xiao's remote projection arrived, many old acquaintances greeted him. "Oh, Black Star is here. Come here, sit next to me, and leave a place for you." After the incident 6 years ago, Han Xiao has gained a higher position in the Super A-level circle of the Empire and is quite popular. These Super A-levels can be seen with a little thought about the Empire's attitude towards Black Star. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that he is probably the pillar of the next generation of Super A-level combat power, so his attitude towards him is much warmer. Let's not talk about friends like Lao Long and Bioni. There were Ravenlaud, Maxrule, Viru, Swordsman, and others present, and Han Xiao also saw Herbert. Of course, Herbert would not say hello to him. He snorted and turned his head aside, not feeling upset. As soon as he saw Herbert, Han Xiao thought of the development of the Legion in the Broken Star Ring. Over the past 6 years, with the help of the Infinite Consortium, the Warfield has still competed with the Black Star Legion in various fields. While competing with each other, both sides are eroding other forces, and their business scope has grown a lot, and they cannot do anything to each other. Menya Consortium has developed rapidly and has become a representative consortium of the Black Star Army and a pawn. For the Legion to compete with the unlimited consortium in the business field, Intel and some other talents have taken the position of executives through excellent performance and outstanding work results. With the support of the Black Star Army, mechas Consortium has shown signs of becoming a first-class interstellar consortium in just 6 years. In terms of the Red Empire, it has also made some commercial expansions in the Broken Star Ring and provided assistance in disguise. The Black Star Legion has temporarily withstood the pressure brought by the Infinite Consortium. But since the Infinite Consortium has entered the market of the Broken Star Ring, it will not withdraw easily and has become a powerful competitor. It cannot be eliminated or driven away. Han Xiao responded to the super A-level greetings to him, and finally sat between Lao Long and Maxerol, chatting with him in front, back, left, and right, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Super A-level form a small circle, and other civilized representatives are far away, and no one sits around these big guys. Before the meeting started, everyone was chatting, just like the class before the class ringing rang. After waiting for a while, everyone finally arrived. Terakov came late and walked to the podium, coughed twice, letting everyone see it. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Since everyone has arrived, let's start. As the scene calmed down, everyone's eyes focused on him. Terakov pressed the podium, and a huge virtual screen popped up behind him, showing a star map that shined the world. Now, the green area representing the scope of exploration has been expanded, and the 4-star clusters of Morning Light, Renor, Gaolu, and Guanhuan have been lit up. All the people here are old acquaintances, so I won't introduce them more. Let's go directly to the topic. As you can see, the first phase of exploration and construction took us about 10 years, and the infrastructure construction is progressing smoothly and is about to come to a successful conclusion. The second phase of exploration of the Empire has been put on the agenda. As he said that, Terakov pressed the screen and circled 2 unexplored star clusters. These 2 star cluster areas are the goals of our second phase of exploration, namely the Russo star cluster and the Light Dust star cluster. Everyone was excited. The 2 star clusters are next to the area explored in the first phase. Among them, the Russo star cluster is where Han Xiao obtained the space-time amber, adjacent to the Gaolu star cluster, while the Guangshan borders Renor and the Crown Ring. Is there one less area to explore in the second phase than in the first phase? Someone asked. Terakov nodded and explained slowly. Yes, there are many reasons for this. There are 2 more direct factors. One is that it is necessary to continue to build the first phase of the area. Infrastructure is just the beginning, and there are more places to be improved later, so it involves a lot of manpower and resources. The second reason is that from the second phase of exploration, we will adopt new exploration methods, and explore and construction are carried out at the same time. Because there is more work to be done, we have reduced the scope of the second phase of exploration. Looking around, Terakov saw that everyone had no doubts, so he knocked on the table and continued. There are more people participating in the second phase of exploration than the first phase. Please see the list for details, so I will not elaborate on it here. The table in front of everyone became a screen, which listed the forces of the second phase of exploration. Han Xiao took a look and found that the scale was much larger than the first phase, among which the newly joined forces were more affiliated civilizations and the hired interstellar engineering team. In the first phase of exploration, not all allies are qualified to participate. For example, those weaker affiliated civilizations are not within the scope of the Empire's consideration. Now that the second phase begins, the Empire needs to share the cost and must summon more younger brothers to come in. Based on this situation, it was open to the public in the fourth phase. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Only the first issue is the best opportunity for their super A-level allies to seize the opportunity. The more people participate in the future, the less interest will be divided. After reading the list, Terakov and others continued to say, the precautions for the second phase of exploration have been compiled into a manual and will be sent to every participating force soon. Everyone must read it. We have added some new terms to the rules of the first phase, which has become more stringent in exploration. Upon hearing this, many super A-level look at each other and nodded secretly. The loose rules explored in the first issue were exactly what the Empire intended to allow them to obtain additional benefits, and the rules will naturally become stricter for these affiliated civilizations. Dear Super A-level allies, at this time, Terekov looked over and said with a smile, the Empire will directly assign tasks to the second phase of exploration. You can't choose your own goals. Please forgive me for this. Everyone had no objection and nodded to signal Terekov to continue to say. Sure enough, the Empire will eventually take control of everything. Han Xiao shook his head, which would not be convenient for him to take advantage of the full picture. However, he has already obtained the most valuable time in space amber, so it doesn't matter whether he chooses or not. Anyway, based on his understanding of the second phase of exploration, no matter what tasks the Empire assigned him now, he will eventually be summoned to deal with a high-level indigenous civilization. He remembered the second phase of the historical background of his previous life. The Red Empire encountered a high-level civilization located in the Light Dust Star Cluster. For some reason, this high-level civilization was hostile to the Empire and was not so easy to deal with, and even caused trouble for the Imperial Exploration Army. In the first issue, I encountered a galaxy-level local civilization, and this high-level civilization has reached the cluster level. Of course, the cluster level without the support of the Interstellar Society is an incomplete definition, but it is indeed very powerful, which is different from the frog in the well I encountered before. If the Empire was not sure to use force with it according to normal contact, but there were other forces behind it. The Nilo trial plan formulated by Han Xiao is targeting this high-level civilization shining in the world. The meeting lasted for most of the day. Terekov introduced all the matters of the second phase of exploration and finally came to an end. He patted the table and his tones sank. There's one last thing. During the exploration, you should pay more attention to abnormal signals. From a first phase of exploration, the forces smuggling through the shining world are common. We have taken various measures to annihilate a large number of smugglers, but there are always fish that miss the net. If you find smugglers, you must pursue them. Shining World is still in the closed development stage, and many organizations are constantly smuggling. Most of the people here know that most of the smugglers are troops of various star cluster level and superstar cluster civilizations, or the people they hire. Because the areas of the first phase have been explored, these smugglers have already run to the unknown area behind, and their whereabouts have become a mystery. The Empire also sent some pursuit teams to pursue the unexplored areas, but with little success. In the Empire's view, the best way to deal with this phenomenon is to complete the exploration plan step by step. Anyway, the general trend has been over, and these smugglers will have nowhere to escape sooner or later. After the meeting, representatives from various allies took the meeting content back to notify the senior management, and some of them did not leave immediately, so they stayed to exchange their feelings for a little. After chatting for a while, Terekov came over and said that he would let Han Xiao have a private chat with him. Han Xiao was a little curious when the two came aside. What's the matter? Can't you talk to you if you're okay? Terekov smiled. But I do have something to ask you for something. The Galu star cluster borders the Russo star cluster, and your territory just connects the Galu entry stargate and the Russo star cluster's border. It has convenient transportation and can be used as a long-term route for other exploration forces to transit and material transportation. Therefore, during the second phase of the exploration, some teams will borrow from you, and some materials will also ask you to help transport them. Yes, Han Xiao agreed readily. The Empire divided the 7 galaxies to itself, and it had absolute jurisdiction. Because the agreement had already taken effect, the Empire could not make any moves on his territory at will, and had to ask his opinions first. In the second phase, opening the transportation network to allow other exploration teams to pass through is more beneficial than disadvantageous. This can lay an important foundation for resource circulation for one's own territory. The more people choose this route, the gradually forming inertia, allowing one's own territory to consolidate the location of the core area of the Galu star cluster and help improve the transportation network. Being responsible for material transportation means taking on logistics responsibilities to a certain extent. No one knows how much oil and water the logistics are. During the first phase of exploration, the positioning of the Black Star Legion was more of a pioneer in the path exploration, but in the second phase, it had its own territory, and its positioning began to transform into semi-logistics and semi-opening, with more responsibilities. After saying this, Terekov suddenly lowered his voice. Have you received the news? The call for opening up the evolutionary totem in the Empire has begun again. Han Xiao nodded, not caring about it. It doesn't matter, they can't make trouble for me anyway. The differences in opinions of the Empire's top leaders on the evolutionary blocks cannot affect his current status for the time being. In the past 6 years, no Empire's top leaders targeted him, because they all knew that before the situation turned around, targeting Black Star was wasted. I know, but you need to be careful. Terekov whispered. I heard that one of the candidates for the head of state seems to want to gain the support of these opposition parties. Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, You tell me this kind of news too? Are you not afraid of being settled after the fall? Haha, I didn't name it. It doesn't matter if I say it. Will you report it to me? Moreover, the faction I am in does not like his approach very much. Terekov smiled. Han Xiao suddenly realized that Terekov not only kindly reminded himself, but also came with political goals. The head of Empire is a training system, and during the term of the previous head of Empire, multiple candidates for the next term will begin to be trained. These head of state candidates are senior officials themselves, and they're supported by different factions, and most of them will be trained peacefully. However, there can only be one head of state, and everyone else is with them. So some of them who know it is difficult to be elected or have great ambitions may try every means to expand their team and gain more support from factions during the training period. In his previous life, Ulan Riel's term ended shortly after the plot of Shining World. When a new head of state takes office, the Empire's overall framework remains unchanged, but in terms of details, it will change with the new head of state style and personality, such as the methods of dealing with competition, strategies for treating affiliated civilizations, attitudes towards supra-level allies, etc. The candidate for the head of the Empire is decided internally. Apart from extremely special circumstances, all allies will not have any influence on the issue of the succession of the head of state, including the Super A level. So for the candidates for the head of state, obtaining support from different factions within the Empire is much more important than pleasing Super A-level allies. Although Han Xiao was surprised by what Terekov said, he was not surprised. Anyway, I have already inserted a lot of arrows on this target, so it doesn't matter if I can insert a few more. Hey, the candidate is the candidate, and the current head of state is not him. Han Xiao smiled. You are right, I think so too. Terekov appreciated. After a pause, he changed his subject. There is one more thing I want to ask you. You said, how much do you know about the legacy left by the alien god? Why did he get involved with the alien god? Han Xiao was a little confused. Didn't his legacy spread in the universe long ago? I don't know which aspect you are referring to. Haha, this matter is still related to you. Do you still remember the spatial coordinates you gave us, the one that the strange gods found? As soon as this said, Han Xiao's heart suddenly tightened, as if a thunder suddenly sounded, and finally suppressed his suspicion. That space coordinate is the key to the world tree left by the alien god. Why did you suddenly ask about this? Has the Red Empire already studied something? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, What achievements have you achieved? I don't know. I'm not a scientific researcher. Terekov shook his head. The project team specializing in the research on the heritage materials of the alien gods seems to have some ideas about this set of data, and he and I happen to know each other. So I asked me to ask you about the situation at that time. After the heritage of the alien gods leaked out, this set of spatial coordinates was hidden in a large amount of heritage materials and became very inconspicuous. The project team would rather spend more time studying other heritage materials than spend time studying this wormhole data without any records and unknown where they lead. However, it took a few years to basically sort out the various legacies of the alien god, and the project team seemed to have set their sights on the mysterious coordinates of the alien gods snatching the broken star rings. I just found that the strange god was looking for this set of data by chance, and I didn't know what was going on. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, dealt with it casually, and concealed the truth. Okay, then I'll reply to my friend like this. Terekov had no doubt about him. After chatting for a few more words, Han Xiao then removed the remote projection and returned to his room. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his face a little helpless. After the meeting, after a while, the Red Empire publicly announced to the entire universe that the second phase of the exploration of the Shining World had officially begun. With the attention of the entire universe, more exploration teams have devoted themselves to the Shining World. After exploring the first phase of exploration, the Black Star Legion is now familiar with the road and has already made various preparations in advance. When the second phase of exploration arrives as scheduled, he skillfully starts to act. The task assigned this time was to open up the Russo Star Cluster. There were many more exploration teams in the process, and the work of each force was divided more carefully, making it more orderly. When the Empire announced the start of the second phase, Han Xiao's main mission was also updated. Shining World, the second ring has been completed. Your mission evaluation is, you have obtained 15 experience, random rewards X2, 1,500 points of Empire contribution, blank character card X1. Exploration Pioneer, current progress, 2/3. The third ring mission has been updated. Task introduction. Complete the second phase of the Empire's exploration. Current exploration area. Russo Star Cluster. Personal exploration points. 0. Total exploration points. 0. Current evaluation. E-. The third ring is to explore Russo Star Cluster. There is no problem in completing the mission, mainly to improve your own mission evaluation as much as possible. In this regard, Han Xiao is still very confident. Although he has more companions in this exploration, the advantages of being familiar with the map are still useful. Maybe he can't get the S+ evaluation of the first ring, so it should not be difficult to achieve the A-level evaluation. The Corps' exploration troops were sent out, and Han Xiao's body was still in the Black Star Palace, and only sent a master clone to take a mechanical army to the Russo Star Group with him. The group of graduates were disrupted and organized into different troops and set out to explore new areas. Han Xiao specially assigned Nilo and Mia to 2 different teams. According to him, Russo's exploration will not cause any trouble, and the troops on the Light Dust Star Cluster will encounter tough problems. Han Xiao was waiting for Guangxun to break out, and he would be able to throw Nilo and others over at that time. The script that has the opportunity to trigger the mission of Nilo, Honda Technician has compiled more than a dozen of them. He will not deeply hurt Nilo's little heart and will not let Nilo feel despair and pain. Anyway, Fording is an expert in the mental field. Even if he leaves a psychological shadow on Nero, he can still be treated, so Han Xiao can rest assured to toss him. Shining the World, Light Dust Star Cluster, some border. One of the Empire's exploration teams arrived in this area and began to build the Stargate on site. At this moment, outside many galaxies, a group of people are taking in the sight of the exploration team's actions through special observation equipment. This is a conference room with a huge screen playing real-time observations of the Empire exploration team. There are many crust creatures sitting in the room, looking like a pile of upright gray crayfish. This is a Shining World native intelligent species that does not belong to the Interstellar Society. In their language, they call themselves the Kundi. Looking at the fleet on the screen, everyone present was silent. After a long time, the leader of the Kundi tribe, sitting in the main seat, slowly spoke. Everything has come true. The information about the falling spacecraft is true. There are more lives in this universe. Our world has been targeted by a group of aliens. Everyone was silent and confused. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Kundi people have reproduced here and slowly developed civilization. They began to embark on the path of interstellar colonization 10,000 years ago, and their territory has continued to expand, controlling one planet after another. During this period, we encountered other intelligent species, but but they were far weaker than them and all became their pets and slaves. The Kundi people have always speculated whether there are more powerful civilizations in the universe, but they have never encountered one. Over the years, they have controlled many galaxies with a population of megabytes, making them the most powerful civilization in this cluster. However, their exploration range is limited to the light dust star cluster, and the further distance is also unknown to them. There is no interstellar society. No civilization can be communicated. This is an isolated island in a dark forest. The Kundi people do not have the concept of galaxies or star clusters, and their technology trees cannot be as comprehensive as the interstellar society. They have not pointed out the Stargate technology, and the jump engine is also behind. They can only spend a long interstellar voyage through the refrigeration cabin. For them, it is likely that the Kundi people will take more than 10 years to fly slowly in the interstellar world. However, all of this changed a few years ago. The Kundi people here will always remember that day. A spaceship outside the sky fell on a colonial star, which stored countless advanced technologies that had never been seen and countless alien civilization materials, which shocked them. For hundreds of thousands of years, we have finally encountered a more powerful product of civilization than ourselves. Through researching the technologies in it, the Kundi people's technology has developed leapfrog and has learned new technologies such as Stargate technology, advanced transition engines, application-level quantum network communications, etc. However, the surprise comes with even greater shock, and the spacecraft also records a powerful alien civilization called the Red Empire. The information shows that the Red Empire is not only a powerful civilization, but also a cosmic plunderer. They occupy galaxies and resources. All the civilizations they discovered have only two ways to go: destroy or surrender. The consequence of surrender is that civilization loses its future for development and can never reach a higher level. Everything will be stuck in the future and will never surpass the status quo and become an eternal vassal. The Kundi people have doubted the possibility of data, but these technologies are true, and the authenticity of data is therefore guaranteed. Unfortunately, there are only unshaped corpses in the spacecraft, and there are no living people to interrogate. The spacecraft log records that the spacecraft is a group of fugitives who escaped the expansion of the Red Empire and declare that the Red Empire is not far from where the Kun tribe is located. It also marks the possible route of action of the Red Empire, which makes the Kun tribe uneasy. In the database, an extremely long-range interstellar observation equipment was also recorded. The Kundis built it and sent people to use this equipment day and night to observe the possible locations of the Red Empire marked by the data. A few years later, this data came true, and an unknown fleet appeared in the starry sky not far from their territory. The raiders have appeared. What should we do? Should we contact friendly or take the initiative? The leader of the Kundi tribe spoke solemnly. A senior executive patted the table and made a decisive move. We must not surrender. We must make preparations. First, save the fire of civilization. Find a way out. Let them find a new home. And then we take the initiative and attack before the enemy discovers us. Someone on the other side disagreed. They are too powerful. If we cannot win, we may be exterminated. We cannot provoke wars. I think it is better to contact. Don't have any fantasies. The result of contact is to surrender. Are you willing to lose all futures and become a vassal of others, just like the intelligent species we enslaved? Maybe they are not plunderers at all, but friendly civilizations? Friendly civilization? How did you sit in this position? Don't forget, are we friendly when we encounter other intelligent creatures? Are there friendly civilizations in the universe? Do you want to surrender and let our entire species be enslaved? But if you don't try it, how do you know whether the information is true or false? You are crazy. All the technologies are true, and you still doubt that it is true or false. The senior executives with different opinions were quarreling. If there were no such spaceship from the sky, under normal circumstances, there would definitely be more people who would like to contact Alien first. However, the situation is reversed. Under the influence of preconceived concepts, more senior officials firmly believe that the emergence of this alien civilization is a disaster from the sky and a plunderer who came to occupy their universe. At this time, a strange fluctuation flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Kundi tribe. He slapped the table suddenly and said coldly, "Stop making a noise. I've already made a decision. The exploration method of the Empire is progressing step by step and expanding steadily. Now the exploration force has just entered 2 star clusters and is starting to explore from the border galaxies. Light Dust Star Cluster Border Galaxy. A small exploration fleet jumped to a green planet. The outer armor of the warship was engraved with the emblem of a galaxy-level civilization affiliated to an empire, responsible for exploring the nearby area, and this planet was their goal. The jump has ended, and the destination has arrived, and the transition engine is being cooled. The planetary environment probe has been put on, and the planet's environment and resource distribution is being detected. The life monitoring device is activated, and the target planet is scanning for signs of life. In the main control room of the command ship, many crew members are busy manipulating various equipment, and the captain paces back and forth in the room, waiting for the detection results. Brush, at this time, the door opened and a man wearing heavy mechanical armor walked in, showing the figure of a soldier while walking. The captain turned his head and nodded. "Captain Cribber, what's the matter?" "I'm just here to see." The man known as Cribber was expressionless and his tone was a little impatient. This person is one of the natural disaster levels of this affiliated civilization. He follows the exploration team to be responsible for armed security. But it is obvious that in the Shining World, the chance of meeting enemies who are qualified to take action is too small. Crib's existence is more of an insurance policy, and he has nothing to do, so he is naturally unhappy to perform this work. In his opinion, it is a waste of his exercise time. After waiting for a while, the monitoring results came out and were displayed on the virtual large screen in the main control room. Report to the captain, the environmental parameters have been read. This is a livable planet with rich resources. We have also found signs of life. 73 million creatures have been scanned, including one of which is an intelligent life, forming settlements on the surface. It is observed that the level of civilization is still in the tribal era, and the degree of intelligence is currently unknown, with a population of about 120,000. The virtual screen shows the appearance of this intelligent species, which looks like a bunch of goblin-like short and upright creatures. There are a lot of folds on the white skin, which looks loose like a fat man who has been drained. It's good to have wise life. The captain nodded. Then let's contact them according to the exploration code. The Empire stipulated the procedures for contacting indigenous civilizations in the exploration code and adopted different policies according to the situation. For this kind of indigenous people who seem to be no threat, they mainly focus on moderate education. Han Xiao once contacted Pan Gilidexing during the first phase of the exploration and adopted the education policy. The fleet slowly landed in a forest on the planet. The ground troops landed and began to contact indigenous tribes with friendly contact. These indigenous intelligent lives were both surprised and scared, and were also very curious about these sudden appearances. With the help of the general translator, the exploration team successfully established a bridge of communication with this group of indigenous people. While understanding the indigenous people, they explained their purpose to the indigenous people and used various images and images to explain the situation of the explored universe and introduce the Red Empire so that the indigenous people could understand what the situation was now. The doctors accompanying the team also began to conduct physical examinations for the curious indigenous people to prevent them from carrying new bacteria that they had never seen before. There are too many such examples, and at the same time, they checked the physiological structure of the indigenous people. Everything seemed orderly, and Crib was bored and was walking in the busy camp. As he turned around, he suddenly saw an indigenous person leaving the queue for quarantine and sneaking towards a house of an indigenous tribe. Cribber didn't think about it, and was about to withdraw his gaze, but at this moment, an inexplicable sense of alertness rose to his mind. His steps immediately stopped. Most of a natural disaster levels had keen intuition and occasionally predicted certain threats. Basically, the stronger the superpower, the more they believed in intuition. It seems something is wrong. Kreb frowned, turned around and followed the sneaky native, pushed open the door, and walked straight into the native house. The native was sitting in the corner of the wall with his back facing away from the door, not knowing what he was doing. He seemed shocked when he heard the sound behind him and turned his head and looked over. "What are you doing?" Kribber's premonition of bad luck became stronger and stronger. The next moment, the native's expression suddenly became ferocious and distorted. He suddenly took out a bone-made dagger and stabbed it at his neck. Saw! A strong wind blew, and Kribber acted extremely quickly. He flashed to the other side in an instant and directly knocked away the dagger in the hand of the native with a blink of an eye and lifted it up with his neck. He didn't know what the indigenous move was, but it was definitely correct to stop it. However, before he could ask, the native's body suddenly trembled, foamed at the mouth, and his eyes raked, and he died on the spot. "Have you taken the poison?" Kribber was surprised. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded outside the door. Kribber ran out with the body and found that there was a commotion with the team doctors. A large number of doctors surrounded a medical equipment for physical examinations, and more doctors came over, as if they had found something. Kribber flew over directly and looked at the person in charge of the doctor team as soon as he landed. "What are you doing?" "Your Excellency, look at this genetic test report." A doctor looked surprised. "We found that the genes of this intelligent life have major defects, and this defect actually caused traces of genetic debugging, which caused the brain ability of this intelligent species to be suppressed by more than 80%. Simply put, someone castrated their intelligence." "What do you mean, is this a species in captivity?" Kribber's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. At this moment, everyone felt the ground under their feet suddenly trembled. The next second, all the spacecraft burst into a harsh alarm. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy reaction was detected, and the event model database is being compared. After the pairing is completed, the matching degree of original psychogenic braking reaches 99.8%. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Original psychogenic? Everyone's faces suddenly changed, including Kribber. Kribber seemed to think of something suddenly and punched the head of the strange native corpse in his hand, lifted his body backwards, poured out everything inside, and an extremely tiny mechanical product mixed with slurry fell down. The moment he saw this mechanical prop, Krib's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately understood. This is a life signal sensing device. Simply put, when a user's life signal fluctuates or even ends, the device connected on the other side will be activated or turned off. The original phantom energy bursts, which is related to this life signal sensing device. Boom! The planet collapsed inward instantly, and dark blue energy fountains broke through the surface and rushed into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the dark blue spread rapidly on the Earth, polluting the entire planet. Mountains, rivers, forests, land, ocean, sky, all existences are swallowed by the dark blue and transformed into a part of the original secret energy. Expansion, no end to expand. All matter disappears in this blue color. In the process of mass energy transformation, it releases an unparalleled, huge energy. The escape speed of this exploration fleet cannot even keep up with the speed of the expansion of the original phantom energy, and is all swallowed by this dark blue light. Kribber rushed out of the spaceship and wanted to struggle to escape, but endless blue light drowned his figure. In the face of this primitive tide of destruction of the world, the natural disaster level was just a mass of indistinguishable material. And the same scene is being staged on more than one planet on the border of the light dust star cluster. Lighthouse Star Commander's Conference Room. Not long after the last meeting, remote projections from all the forces involved in the exploration gathered together again. This was an urgent temporary meeting, and Han Xiao and Egon were also urgently called over to have a meeting. Looking at the casualty statistics on the virtual screen, The atmosphere in the room was solemn. As you all see, our exploration force encountered an accident in the light dust star cluster. Tarakov's tone was quiet. More than 6,000 warships were eliminated, with more than 7 million deaths, including 2 affiliated civilizations. Hearing this, many people were upset. What happened to them? Did they encounter a very powerful local civilization? There is such a powerful indigenous people in the light dust star cluster. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He only knew that this indigenous civilization caused trouble to the Empire and did not fully understand the detailed process of the war. After all, this was something that happened during the version update. Players in previous lives did not experience it personally, so they could only learn from historical background information. Tarakov pressed down with his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet, and said in a deep voice, "This group of indigenous armed forces are stronger than you think. They have mastered the phantomic energy technology, and these lost teams encountered the outbreak of primitive phantomic energy while exploring the planet and were wiped out. We have reason to believe that this is a trap set by the unknown indigenous civilization." As soon as this statement came out, most of the representatives present were breathing, and their expressions became astonished. They can accept indigenous civilizations with strong military power, because with the Empire's warship technology, suppressing indigenous civilizations is no problem. No matter how strong the conventional military power is, it cannot pose any threat to them. However, the meaning of the indigenous civilization that mastered the original secret energy is completely different. Under the explored universe, under the jurisdiction of the 3 major civilizations, the original phantom energy is an absolutely forbidden weapon, with terrifying power, and subsequent pollution is even more serious. This weapon has absolute deterrence, and these natives actually mastered the original phantom technology. How did their technology tree climb? We still master some black technology that we don't know. Most of the representatives here have a strong sense of fear. The feeling of facing this indigenous civilization is different. In the interstellar society, even if you don't have a certain technology, you know that this technology exists. But in the face of a powerful indigenous civilization that you have never seen before, who knows whether he will suddenly take out any incredible black technology from his crotch? Many civilizations here have experienced the exploration war, and it feels like a dream of exploration history. No one knows what terrible trump cards other civilizations have, such as the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter of the Glorious Federation, the scepter of the Void Spirit sect, the distorted missile of the Evolution civilization, etc. This group of indigenous civilizations is naturally not bound by the rules of the interstellar society and does not care about throwing primitive secret energy at all. It would be very dangerous, just like children playing with pistols. Everyone here has a premonition. The casualties this time are probably small. What plan does the Empire have? Someone couldn't help asking. Tarakov said coldly, "The current situation shows that this indigenous civilization is not friendly to us and poses a high threat. According to the Exploration Code, regulations on contact for local civilizations, we will adopt the 24th response plan." Hearing this, many people were shocked. This is the last set of response plans. Compared with other plans, the content is very simple: to deal with the target through war until the end of genocide or enslavement. The overlord civilization that has come from exploring the war has never been a good man and a trustworthy woman. The Shining World is a microcosm of the exploratory wars. The difference is that the 3 major civilizations have become overlords. If you have the confidence to adopt gentle measures, the weak will be more likely to protect themselves. The stronger the indigenous people, the more harsh the attitudes of the 3 major civilizations are. The natives who mastered phantom technology have become an obvious threat. The Red Empire does not mind nipping it in the cradle and reducing an annoying hostile star cluster-level civilization, which is also beneficial to the entire interstellar society. After glanced at the audience, Tarakov said coldly, "We know almost nothing about them. We don't know their location or what species they are, but the other party launched a precise attack on us. which means they have a certain amount of information in their hands. Before that, we had not been in contact with this civilization, so we can judge that someone was secretly causing trouble, and those smugglers were the most suspicious. Hearing this, the representatives of the civilizations present looked different and thought of going together. It is not difficult to guess that a single civilization cannot cover everything, and the power of the interstellar society is that technology flows through each other. It is the stowaways who package a large number of high-tech technologies in the interstellar society and throw it to indigenous civilizations, including phantom technology. Those supercluster-level civilizations also have enough motivations. The first is the armed forces of the killing empire. The second is to delay the exploration progress. And the third is to kill people with a knife, indirectly clear out the powerful indigenous civilizations and free up more space in the shining world. Of course, they do not throw away technology when they meet people. Only high-level indigenous civilizations with sufficient productivity will be regarded as targets by them. Otherwise, if the technology is given, it will not be useful to others. I announced that the exploration plan of the Light Dust Star Cluster has temporarily stopped, and the Imperial Exploration Army has officially entered a state of war. Tarakov's tone was calm. Everyone looked stern and nodded. Before solving the opponent, we will no longer continue to explore slowly. The Empire has rich war experience and countless cases to refer to, which is an advantage. The opponent has a temporary intelligence advantage, but this advantage will not last long. With the trap of the original Phantom explosion as the anchor point of the incident, the Empire's prophetic power troops will come in handy, and there are also mechanics that are not for nothing. The Empire summoned the army, and the Black Star Army had to respond to the conscript. However, Han Xiao did not intend to take action himself, and mainly asked a group of subordinates, such as Nilo, to participate. He sent a mechanical force to secretly protect it. He knew that the Kundi tribe did not have a superpower system, and the individual force only had various armored warriors. The biggest threat was strategic-level phantom bombing. As long as you pay attention to avoiding this battlefield, you can reduce casualties. I am familiar with the advantages of maps, so I can help you, Han Xiao said in his heart. At the same time, deep in the Light Dust Star Cluster, spaceships carrying countless civilians disappeared deep in the starry sky. Looking at this scene, every Kundi soldier who stayed behind had an inexplicable emotion flowing in his heart. Report, each Colonial Star's Wanderer fleet has set off, carrying all the local civilians and loading all the creatures and crop seeds we found, and will go to find a new home. Listening to his subordinates' reports, the Kundi leader nodded silently, and the other senior officials also remained silent. The falling spaceship did not deceive them. They quietly arranged some enslaved, affiliated races to contact each other. The other party was indeed called the Red Empire, which was as powerful as the information showed. Although the other party looks friendly and is somewhat different from the information, in the eyes of the Kundi people, the attempts of colonization and control are still hidden under friendship. The future can be predicted, and this is unacceptable to the Kundi people. Originally, this entire star cluster will be their development resources and their ladder to evolution, but now the Red Empire is here. If you want to take away these resources, as the information says, their way out will be blocked, and you will never be able to develop normally again. In this regard, superstar cluster-level civilizations are not all lies. They have a deep understanding of this. To be honest, it is the most clever bewitching. The Kundi people are unwilling to become vassals, and the universe is so vast that they still have a way out. We are worried about defeat before we win. While deciding to resist by force, the Kundi tribe made the worst plan, packed the vast majority of civilians, and sent them to the depths of the starry sky, leaving behind the spark of civilization. No matter whether they win or lose, there is no chance of normal development left here. It is better to send the tribe members to find a new home that is not disturbed. The only one who stayed to defend his old home was the army gathered by the Kundi tribe, ready to go all out. As cosmic relations scientists do, war is always the only way to peace.